across the vast river of time. In that realm of the gods, the throne upon Mount Olympus has remained unoccupied for a millennium. A millennium? What transformations might this span of time bring? What stirrings of ambition might arise? What insatiable greed might infect the power-hungry? The hearts of mortals are ultimately fragile. Even the divine are not exempt. Chapter 1. Forbes Noah. Could you do me a favor? Mutong gazed upon the towering figure before him. Golden hair cascading, a handsome visage gracing his features, a sunlit halo shimmering behind him. His eyes brimmed with a poignant plea. Mutong, unable to fully comprehend the reality of his own translocation, found himself softening, and thus agreed. The grand figure glanced at his dissolving limbs, now transforming into golden light, and offered Mutong a gentle smile. I still have a moment. Shall I tell you a story? Mutong nodded. I am Apollo, known to the world as the god of the sun. Yet in truth, I embody light and prophecy. I reside on Mount Olympus alongside my father, mother, and numerous siblings. There, the snow never melts, and it is a place of exquisite beauty. But one fateful day, our father vanished, and we never saw him again. Millennia have passed, and in his absence, the ambitious and the power-hungry among the gods have grown restless. At long last, the war of the gods erupted. In this conflict, the eternal snow of Olympus was stained a golden hue with the blood of deities. The funeral bells, heralding the fall of the divine, echoed mournfully, and over half of the gods perished. In the end, I ignited the divine flame, severely wounding the war god Ares and his faction, and with the nearly shattered essence of my sister Artemis, I managed to escape. We have wandered through the currents of time for an indeterminate period until my prophetic abilities guided me here. Apollo narrated his tale with deliberate slowness, yet the harrowing nature of the war was unmistakable. Mutong stood in stunned silence, profoundly impacted, unable to utter a word. Apollo did not urge him, merely floating in the air, patiently awaiting his response. After a considerable time, Mutong finally gathered his thoughts and inquired, "What did your so-called prophetic power lead you to this place for?" "I was uncertain at first, but upon encountering you, clarity dawned." Apollo gazed at him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Clarity about what?" Mutong asked, perplexed. "About destruction and rebirth. The stars in the sky continue to shine brilliantly." Apollo proclaimed. What does that mean? Mutong's confusion deepened. Apollo lifted his gaze to the inky darkness above, seemingly searching for something, yet he remained silent that very moment. Within an ancient castle nestled in the Cumbrian mountains of England, a pained howl echoed. A gentleman, around 30, with a prominent nose and bright blue-gray eyes, was pacing anxiously outside a room. His name was Andrew Noah, a wizard, and inside, his wife Amy Noah was in labor. His pale face betrayed visible anxiety and tension. Come on, the baby is coming." The encouraging voice of a maid rang out from within the room. Andrew's heart raced, swearing he had never felt such intensity of nerves before. Accompanied by a cry of pain, the sound of a newborn's wail emerged from the room. Yet before Andrew could revel in joy, a surge of formidable magic swept forth from within. Is there a magical upheaval? Andrew pondered. He swiftly conjured a protective shield around himself and dashed into the room. There, he beheld a newborn, floating in the air, radiating an aura of black despair. Andrew's heart jolted, and he exclaimed, "How can this be? Morpheus?" At that moment, he could scarcely attend to his wife, who lay unconscious on the bed. In the next instant, he drew forth a slender wooden stick from his sleeve as wand. A powerful surge of magic coursed through the wand towards the infant, attempting to suppress the aura of despair. Yet the effect was minimal, and a stalemate ensued. "Wah-wah!" The infant cried out, caught in the tug-of-war between the two forces. Andrew Noah furrowed his brow and called out, "Bill!" A diminutive figure darted forth from Andrew's side, sporting large bat-like ears, bulging eyes, and a long, pointed nose. Bowing to Andrew, it declared, "Master, Bill is at your service. Bill, swiftly fetch Professor Dumbledore for assistance." Andrew Noah urged urgently. Only then did Bill notice the turmoil within the room, exclaiming, "Oh, my goodness." With a snap of his fingers, he vanished from the chamber. Moments later, Bill returned with a white-bearded old man, whose nose was crooked and adorned with spectacles, none other than Albus Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest wizard of the century. "Professor Dumbledore, I require your aid," Andrew Noah stated calmly. Dumbledore did not respond, his gaze fixed solemnly on the infant suspended in the air, shrouded in black despair. He murmured, "Morpheus? How can this be? While it is indeed astonishing, could you please delay your examination for a moment?" Andrew implored, desperately. "Oh, my apologies." Dumbledore raised his old wand, directing it towards the infant, channeling a surge of magic, stronger than Andrew's, to subdue the black despair. In an instant, the dark aura retreated, leaving only a thin layer clinging to the infant, stubbornly resisting. Simultaneously, within the infant's mind, Apollo sensed the imminent danger outside and addressed Mutong. We are running out of time. This body is in grave peril. Enveloped by the aura of despair that I have tainted, I shall use the last vestiges of my power to help you eradicate it, leaving only pure divine essence behind, so you may live well in this vessel. Will you not perish as well? Mutong inquired. Such a day was inevitable. Apollo's tone was remarkably calm, as if he had long made peace with this fate. Indeed, you are a godlife, and death must hold little significance for you. Mutong thought to himself, a hint of sorrow washing over him. He knew not the sensation of death, having arrived here directly, yet he understood that the living must endure great suffering. Apollo extended a hand, the golden halo behind him radiating brilliantly, spilling forth light that gradually eroded the black despair enveloping the infant's form. As he watched Apollo's figure vanish, Mutong felt momentarily dazed, then snapped back to reality, shouting, "You still haven't told me what favor you need from me." No sooner had he spoken than a golden orb, the size of a thumb, penetrated his chest that a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he began to topple backward, Apollo's voice echoing in his ears. "The favor I seek is for you to protect my sister. Her divine essence is gravely wounded, and she lies dormant within this infant's body. This orb of golden light is my primal essence, the last gift I can offer you. Beware of those who carry the essence of the divine nearby. I entrust this to you." Apollo's voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately fading into silence. That moment, Mutong could no longer resist, succumbing to a deep slumber, murmuring, "Rest assured, I will." But in the room, the black despair enveloping the infant's form dissipated entirely, leaving only an imperceptible layer of golden light, gently drifting downward. Andrew Noah stepped forward and caught the infant, who had silver hair and was peacefully slumbering. "Professor Dumbledore, does this mean everything is all right?" Andrew inquired, perplexed. "Amazing. The previously overwhelming negativity has completely dissipated, transformed into his own magical essence. My word, this is unprecedented. However, congratulations, Andrew. Your family has welcomed an extraordinary prodigy." Dumbledore initially expressed surprise before breaking into a smile. "Huh, is that truly the case? I shall take your kind words to heart." Andrew beamed at the little one in his arms. Mukatong slowly awakened, gazing at the man with flowing silver hair, bright blue-gray eyes, and black-rimmed glasses, and thought, "Is this my father? Quite handsome. But I believe I just heard Dumbledore. Could it be him? Wow, cool. Master, it seems there is another little master within a lady's body," exclaimed the house elf Bill. "What?" Andrew Noah rushed to his wife, Amy Noah, observing her pale complexion, contrasting sharply with her usual long brown hair, rosy eyes, and delicate, fair features. Tenderly, he caressed Amy's unconscious face, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction towards their son. As he gently stroked Amy's abdomen, he confirmed the presence of another child. He raised his wand and cast the revival charm upon Amy and the maid, and soon they both began to awaken. "My dear, you worked so hard," Andrew said, his heart aching as he looked at his wife's pale visage. Amy shook her head and smiled faintly. "Don't say that. But there's another one inside you, are you all right?" Andrew asked. "What? Fool, what are you still doing here? Hurry up," Amy admonished, her demeanor strikingly different from moments before. Andrew quickly vacated the space for the maid and exited the room alongside Dumbledore. Feeling somewhat bashful, Andrew chuckled. Professor, you know. Indeed, I am aware. Miss Amy was always like this during her school days after all. She is a Gryffindor lion," Dumbledore replied with a smile. Hearing this, Andrew smiled slightly as well. Regarding the infant in Andrew's arms, Dumbledore inquired, "What do you intend to name the child?" Fox Noah," Andrew said with a smile as he looked at the baby. Upon hearing the name, Mukatong nodded in satisfaction, thinking, "That's a fine name. I must bid farewell to my past life from now on. I shall be known as Fox Noah." "Oh, the name of the sun god? Quite splendid," Dumbledore remarked. "Yes, I hope he brings warmth like the sun," Andrew replied. "And the other one?" Dumbledore asked promptly. "The other, if it's also a boy, he shall be named Florian Noah. If a girl, then Artemis Noah," Andrew responded. "Oh, it seems you're hoping for a girl," Dumbledore teased. "Is it that obvious?" Andrew scratched his head and chuckled, feeling a bit shy. Just then, the sound of a baby girl crying echoed from within, bringing immense joy to Andrew's face. "It seems you got your wish." Dumbledore chuckled. Andrew nodded, eager to enter and see his long-desired daughter. But upon noticing Dumbledore standing by, he asked, "Aren't you coming in to see? Amy would certainly love to see you." "Oh, no, you must understand that as one ages, energy becomes limited. Dumbledore replied, "Very well. What a pity. If so, please do visit again when you have the time." Andrew did not insist. "Certainly," Dumbledore said before vanishing in a flicker of light. Andrew rushed into the room, gazing at the baby girl beside his wife, who shared the same silver hair and blue-gray eyes as her brother, filled with affection. Seeing the expression on his face, Amy chuckled and said, "You got your wish, didn't you?" Andrew grinned sheepishly. "Quick, let me see the other child," Amy urged. Right. Andrew fumbled as he handed the boy to Amy. "Oh, my goodness, he looks just like you now. Even better than you," Amy exclaimed, looking at the boy in her arms. "The daughter is no less charming," Andrew said, gazing lovingly at the baby girl. Amy rolled her eyes and asked, "Have you decided on names for both children?" "Indeed. The boy is named Fox Noah, and the girl is named Artemis Noah. What do you think?" Andrew said excitedly. "The sun and the moon? Beautiful names, my dear," Amy replied. "Huh, I knew I was a genius at naming," Andrew said proudly, puffing out his chest. The couple looked at their two sleeping children, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. Meanwhile, Dumbledore returned to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, placing his hand upon the pensieve. He extracted a fragment of memory with his elder wand and placed it into the basin. Gazing at the memory of Fox Noah, with silver hair and blue-gray eyes, he recalled the ominous essence of despair, muttering to himself, "That is not mere negativity. I hope no unforeseen troubles arise." He then retrieved 2 crystal vials containing strands of memory, uncorked them, and poured the contents into the basin. In the basin, he observed a boy with black hair and green eyes, resembling Fox Noah, alongside a bald, cold man with snake-like nostrils. The glimmer of cunning flashed in Dumbledore's murky eyes as he contemplated some dubious scheme. Chapter 2. The Unremarkable Harry Potter. A dilapidated wooden door, a dimly lit hall, a throng of ragged individuals, smoke-filled air, squalid surroundings, and a toothless proprietor behind the bar. Indeed, this is the entrance to the magical world for Muggle wizards. The leaky cauldron. Creak. The worn wooden door slowly swung open. Sunlight that should have poured through was obstructed by a colossal figure. A small boy with emerald eyes, clad in oversized garments, was squished into a corner by the giant. They were none other than Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Tom, the bar's owner, grinned widely and exclaimed, Hagrid, my friend, still the same, I see. Harry Potter." At once, the tavern fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could have been heard as Harry stood behind Hagrid, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After a brief moment, the stillness was shattered when an elderly woman quietly remarked to her companion, "So this is the legendary boy who lived, Harry Potter. He doesn't seem particularly special, does he? Can he compare to Mr. Noah?" A middle-aged man at a nearby table, having overheard their conversation, chimed in, "Light magic indeed. Mr. Noah, he is one of the 4 great families." In an instant, the bar erupted into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. The 11-year-old Harry felt an inexplicable discomfort at their words. Apart from Professor Quirrell of Hogwarts, who held him in high regard, most others appeared to doubt his significance. Hagrid quickly led Harry through the bar and into Diagon Alley. Being a child, Harry's curiosity soon eclipsed his earlier discontent. He settled onto a wooden bench at the leaky cauldron, relishing the exquisite delicacies he had never tasted in his 11 years. After satisfying his hunger, he wiped his mouth contentedly, only to recall the earlier conversation and turn to Hagrid, asking, "Hagrid, who is this Mr. Noah they mentioned?" Hagrid took a sip from his drink and replied, "Oh, how should I explain this to you? Well, Mr. Noah is the eldest son of the Noah family, one of the 4 great families of the magical world, and the inventor of light magic. His light magic even cured the Lombardons, a couple whom St. Mungo's Hospital could not help. Goodness, we owe him so much. Furthermore, he is the only wizard in the current magical realm to have experienced a surge of magical power since birth. Oh, and by the way, he is also a master of the silent force. What does 4 great families mean? What is light magic? Who are the Lombardons? What is a surge of magical power? And what is the silent force?" Harry inquired, his face a portrait of confusion as he unleashed a barrage of questions. "Oh, very well. In the realm of magic, lineage is held in high regard. The so-called 4 sacred families represent the most illustrious bloodlines in contemporary magical society, having existed since the era of Merlin, during which they fought alongside him. Although they do not partake in the affairs of the magical world, their status remains unparalleled. As for light magic, I must confess my ignorance. It is an entirely novel magical system, known only to Mr. Noah in this day and age. Even Professor Dumbledore attempted to learn it, but found himself utterly unable to grasp its complexities. The Lombard couple were once members of the Order of the Phoenix, who valiantly opposed the Dark Lord. and they are dear friends of mine. Tragically, they were tortured into a state of forgetfulness by a member of the Dark Lord's circle, leaving them as mere shadows of their former selves. It was Mr. Noah who restored them to health. The phenomenon known as magical surges is an experience endured by every young wizard. It is the bewildering occurrence that first manifests within oneself. Some young sorcerers encounter it earlier, while others later, but none are born into a state of magical surge. As for the entity known as Moros, it embodies a profoundly malevolent despair. I have only glimpsed its records from an old friend, so my knowledge is limited. However, its power is immense, truly formidable. After responding to young Harry's inquiries, he felt an overwhelming dryness in his throat and drained his cup of ale, murmuring softly, "By Merlin's beard, I have never articulated my thoughts so coherently." He then pointed to the scar on his forehead and asked, "Is the mysterious figure you mentioned the one who killed my parents and left me this scar? What is his name?" Despite the passage of over a decade, uttering the name of that enigmatic figure remained a daunting task. Voldemort, Hagrid attempted to say, struggling to voice the name several times. Empathetic. Harry nudged his cup forward and suggested, "You can write on the table." Hagrid waved his hand in resignation, replying, "I cannot spell." Finally, he took a deep breath and whispered, "His name is Voldemort." Harry instinctively echoed, "Voldemort." Before he could finish, Hagrid hurriedly interjected, "Do not speak that name." Chapter 3. Ancient Rituals and Heritage. Meanwhile, within the confines of Noah Castle, an exceedingly significant ritual was about to commence. Andrew Noah strode forward with a grave expression, trailed by two exquisitely delicate children resembling porcelain dolls, the renowned inventor of light magic, Phosphor Noah, and his sister, Artemis Noah. In contrast to his younger years, Phosphor Noah now possessed tousled, silvery hair that curled slightly and adorned his head. His fair visage, with well-defined features and sharp eyebrows that resembled gleaming swords, was framed by strands of silver hair. His enchanting blue-gray eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, would ensnare the heart of any beholder. The aristocratic nose complemented his subtly rosy lips, while the faint traces of baby fat on his cheeks evoked exclamations of delight. How adorable! Beside him, Artemis Noah epitomized the quintessential little girl, her long silver tresses dancing freely behind her. Upon her jade-like visage, the eyebrows arched gracefully like elegant bows. Her cerulean gray eyes, almond-shaped, were bright and round, exuding an irresistible charm, while her petite, delicate nose and cherry-red lips harmoniously adorned her face as if crafted by divine hands. Dressed in a white pullover sweater paired with a blue skirt and black knee-high socks, her feet were fitted with dainty black leather shoes, giving her an enchanting playfulness. Artemis Noah quietly approached Phobos Noah, gently poking the slightly chubby cheek with her slender fingers, inquiring, "Phobos, where's father taking us?" Phobos Noah, with a hint of exasperation, evaded her fingers and replied, "How many times must I say this? Call me brother, not Phobos, okay?" Artemis Noah pouted, displaying her discontent. "All right, I understand. You're only a little over an hour older than me, so why must you be brother and I sister?" Observing his rebellious sister, Phobos Noah was filled with resignation. Hey, you still haven't told me. Where's father taking us? What are we going to do? Are we going to play? But there's nothing fun around here." Artemis Noah lightly nudged him. "Enough. My little sweetheart, come here," Andrew Noah said with a beaming smile directed at Artemis Noah. "Huh, a daughter's slave." Phobos Noah, he thought to himself, feeling discontent. Why was he unhappy, you ask? Have you ever witnessed your father standing by, watching his daughter tear apart his beloved ancient magical tomes, while reproaching his son for not keeping an eye on his sister? Have you seen your father tossing the vegetables his daughter dislikes into his son's bowl? Alas, no more words, only tears. "Father, where are we really going? The acceptance letter from Hogwarts has arrived, and I still need to go shopping," Artemis Noah said, her lips pursed in displeasure. "My little darling, what we are about to do is 1,000 times more important than shopping." Andrew Noah replied with a grave expression. "What is it?" Artemis Noah, observing her father's serious demeanor, ceased her protests and asked with curiosity. Phobos Noah, following closely behind, shared the same bewilderment. Thus, the trio continued forward until they arrived at a small hill. Andrew Noah drew his wand and uttered a lengthy incantation in a language unfamiliar to the others. The well-read Phobos Noah recognized it as ancient runic, intensifying his curiosity as he had never encountered this phrase in any of his books. The incantation abruptly ceased, and a rumbling sound echoed in their ears. Before them, the hill rose 5 meters from its base, and a passage capable of accommodating 5 adults slowly emerged from the center. The once pitch-black corridor illuminated with flickering candlelight every meter, extending into the depths. Andrew Noah meticulously adjusted his attire, and seeing their father-esque formality, both Phobos Noah and Artemis Noah instinctively straightened their own clothing. Observing the actions of the two, Andrew nodded with satisfaction, extending his hand and offering them a slight smile as he said, "Let us proceed." The dim candlelight failed to illuminate the dark passage fully. The deeper they ventured, the colder it became. Phobos Noah noticed that Artemis ahead was shivering slightly from the chill. Just as he intended to step forward and offer her his coat, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Before them lay a vast expanse filled with sunlight, where lush green grass and vibrant flowers thrived. Towering trees stood neatly aligned on either side, and a path carved between them led the eye forward for 1,000 meters, culminating in a majestic palace that rose over 20 meters high and stretched over 30 meters long, imbued with a sense of history. Approximately 10 minutes later, the trio stood before the palace steps. Andrew's complexion flushed with excitement as he gradually calmed himself and spoke. "You both are aware that our family is known as the Chelan clan, capable of communicating with and commanding magical creatures, correct?" The two nodded in affirmation. He continued, "However, you may not know why our family possesses such abilities, do you?" They nodded once more. "It is because our lineage carries the blood of the Chelan," Andrew proclaimed with pride. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Andrew smiled gently and addressed them, "Behold." With that, he closed his eyes, and in an instant, they flew open. His once blue-gray irises transformed into a brilliant gold, exuding an aura befitting the lord of all beasts. Artemis's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement as she tugged at Andrew's arm, exclaiming, "Daddy, Daddy, how magnificent! I want to learn. I want to learn." Though equally astonished and eager to learn, Phobos Noah, being in his 30s, maintained a calm demeanor. Hearing her words, he raised an eyebrow, thinking, "You? Not a chance. A true daughter's slave." Artemis quieted at Andrew's words, though her fluttering fingers betrayed her excitement. "Let us proceed. Remember, within the palace resides the ancestor of the Chelan, a colossal being. Do not panic upon seeing it. Approach with respect and heed my instructions, understood?" Andrew said earnestly, and the two nodded in agreement. This time, Andrew did not take Artemis's hand, but walked ahead alone. Ascending the steps, they were still a few meters away from the palace door when it swung open slowly without any apparent force. Contrary to Phobos Noah's expectations, no dust billowed forth. The three stepped inside, and a massive figure loomed before them. With the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, the form of a deer, and a tail resembling that of an ox, the Chelan ancestor lay there like a small mountain, adorned with multicolored fur and a yellow underbelly. Just as Artemis was about to gasp in awe, she recalled Andrew's warning and swiftly covered her mouth. Phobos Noah, equally taken aback. Couldn't he help but think how closely this creature resembled the Chelan from ancient Chinese mythology. Addressing the newcomers, the Chelan ancestor spoke. "Ah, has the time come once more?" Andrew knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed, uttering, "May the progenitor of the Chelan bestow blessings." The majestic head of the Chelan progenitor nodded slightly, prompting Andrew to rise and stand reverently beside it. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the Chelan progenitor, and the two began to ascend slowly into the air. As Artemis felt herself drifting further from the ground, an involuntary gasp escaped her lips. The Chelan progenitor reassured, "There is no need for fear." Instantly, a warm magical aura enveloped them, soothing their spirits. In the next moment, they found themselves uncontrollably extending an arm, where crimson lines appeared on their wrists. A blood droplet, the size of a ping-pong ball, emerged from each wrist and hovered in the air. Simultaneously, two similar blood droplets, also the size of ping-pong balls, burst forth from the Chelan progenitor, merging with those of the two individuals, coalescing into a singular form. At that moment, the voice of the Chelan progenitor resonated in Phobos Noah's mind. "I detect a familiar ancient essence within you. Thus, I bestow upon you a drop from my heart's blood. I hope you wield it wisely." "What essence do you speak of?" Phobos Noah inquired, puzzled. Just as the Chelan progenitor's words faded, another ping-pong-sized blood droplet surged into their wrists, unleashing an indescribable agony throughout their bodies. Phobos Noah felt beads of sweat form on his brow, gritting his teeth to suppress any sound of distress. Not to be outdone, Artemis persevered through the torment, her once porcelain complexion turning ghostly pale. Observing this from a distance, Andrew's heart ached for his daughter, his fists clenched so tightly that blood seeped from his palms without his notice. After what felt like an eternity, the searing pain receded like the tide, and they gently descended to the ground, gasping for breath. Andrew rushed over. Concern etched across his face as he gazed at his daughter, wiping the sweat from her forehead while exclaiming, "Oh, my little darling, you are truly remarkable. Enduring such pain is simply extraordinary." Witnessing this, Fupius Noah couldn't help but question, am I truly their biological child? At that moment, an unassuming pedestal beside the Chelan progenitor began to tremble. In the next instant, a beautifully crafted wooden box sprang open, and a silver bracelet shot forth, soaring toward Fupius Noah's left wrist, where it fastened itself. Andrew and Artemis stood frozen in astonishment. Yet Andrew pondered, why has this treasure chosen my son instead of my beloved daughter? Meanwhile, Artemis marveled, what a beautiful bracelet. Fupius Noah simply shook his head. At that moment, Andrew gazed at the now slumbering Chelan progenitor, a wistful expression in his eyes, and remarked, "This is the fabled sword of King Arthur, shattered and fused with the tail hair of the Chelan progenitor, crafted into a remarkable magical wand. The sword was originally divided into 4 parts, bestowed by King Arthur to the 4 saints, each of whom transformed their portion into unique artifacts through their own means, binding them into their family legacies with a blood pact. The bracelet in our family is known as Shinchi. Apart from our ancestor Noah, no one else has been able to wield it. Now that it has chosen you, you must embrace the responsibilities it entails." "What responsibilities?" Forcefist Noah inquired, examining the bracelet adorned with Chelan patterns on his wrist. "I have no idea," Andrew earnestly replied, gazing at Forcefist Noah. "Huh?" Forcefist Noah raised an eyebrow, fixating his gaze on Andrew. Feeling somewhat guilty under his scrutiny, Andrew helplessly said, "Please don't look at me like that. Since the days of our ancestor, Noah, this item has been preserved here untouched. Over a millennium has passed, and the responsibilities it bears have long been forgotten. However, one thing I know for certain is its immense power." "All right then," Forcefist Noah conceded with a hint of resignation. Meanwhile, Artemis gazed enviously at the bracelet on Forcefist's wrist. She trotted over, clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, and implored, "Brother, may I please play with it?" Seeing Artemis's earnest expression, Forcefist Noah indulgently removed the bracelet from his wrist and handed it to her. Artemis cherished it as if it were a treasure, donning it upon her wrist, eager to test the power of this ancestral artifact. Andrew, standing nearby, grew curious, wondering if the one chosen by the bracelet could indeed transfer its power to another. With a dramatic flourish, Artemis pointed her palm towards a distant stone and uttered an incantation, yet not even a speck of dust was disturbed. It is worth noting that Artemis is quite the prodigy. Since she learned to speak, she has absorbed various knowledge under Andrew's tutelage. Logically, such a simple spell should not fail. Undeterred, Artemis attempted dozens of spells, conjuring flames and chaos, yet to no avail. Andrew shook his head, embodying the essence of inevitability. After a lengthy pause, Artemis, her face clouded with disappointment, returned the bracelet to Forcefist Noah, who smiled gently at her demeanor before placing it back on his wrist. Noticing his daughter's discontent, Andrew took her hand and said, "It's all right, let's go. It's time for some shopping, my little sweetheart." Upon hearing this, Artemis's frown transformed into a radiant smile, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "Okay." Thus, the 3 of them made their way out of the palace. As the grand doors slowly closed behind them, Forcefist Noah cast a lingering glance back, inexplicably sensing that there were still treasures of great utility within. Chapter 4. Shopping. The afternoon sun was warm, and a gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, providing an exquisite sense of comfort. Amy hurried towards the trio, directly approaching Forcefist. She lovingly caressed his slightly chubby cheeks and asked, "Oh, my little darling, how do you feel? Are you well?" Standing nearby, Artemis smirked slightly, feeling a tinge of jealousy as she remarked, "Indeed, mother loves brother the most." Andrew, hearing his daughter's soft murmurs, gently patted her head. He felt helpless in such a situation. Although he and his wife loved their 2 children equally, much like Andrew's preference for Artemis, Amy adored Phobos even more. "Well, it's getting late. Although Hogwarts has sent you your acceptance letters, I must ask you both, are you certain you wish to attend? If not, our Noah family has its own esteemed lineage of education, which is no less remarkable than that institution. After all, I myself was educated within the family. What do you think? Perhaps you should consider it?" Andrew inquired with a smile. "Of course, I want to go. I am determined to become the best Quidditch player in the world." "I can't do that at home," declared Artemis Noah, proudly puffing her chest. "I wish to go as well. The restricted section holds the materials I require," Phobos Noah stated, albeit with a thought lingering in his mind. How could he not go? If he didn't see Hogwarts, wouldn't that render his journey futile? "Very well. If that is your decision, Then I shall respect it, Andrew replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Seeing Andrew's demeanor, Amy patted his shoulder and reassured him. It's all right. Hasn't T. Phobos already mastered most of the family's magical inheritance? Artemis has learned quite a bit too. Besides, when we have grandchildren in the future, teaching them will be just the same. One T it. Upon hearing Amy's words, Andrew's spirits lifted considerably. He took her hand and gazed at her tenderly, saying, "Oh, my dear, you are absolutely right. I was being rather obstinate. What would I do without you?" He then leaned in and shared a passionate kiss with Amy. Phobos and Artemis exchanged glances, shrugged, and sighed in exasperation. Clearly, they were accustomed to such scenes. Moments later, as their lips parted, Andrew showed no embarrassment as he addressed Phobos and Artemis. "Let's be off. It's time for shopping." Hand in hand, the four vanished in a flash of light. The next moment, the bustling sounds of street vendors filled their ears. They stood upon the streets of Diagon Alley. Artemis gazed at the vibrant thoroughfare, her face alight with excitement. "All right, my little sweetheart. Quickly take out the letter and let us see what we need to purchase," Andrew cheerfully urged Artemis. Hastily, Artemis retrieved a folded letter from her pocket, opened it, and read aloud. Uniforms. First-year students are required to have 1. 3 plain work robes, black 2. 1 plain pointed hat for daytime, wear black 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, made from dragon hide or similar materials, 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note, all student attire must bear a name tag. All students are required to prepare the following books: Standard Spells, Beginner by Miranda Goshawk, History of Magic by Bashida Bashard, Theory of Magic by Abby Wavlin, Guide to Beginner Transfiguration by Emeruz Weasley, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philetus Spore, Potions and Elixirs by Arseny Jig, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, Dark Magic, A Self-Defense Guide by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment: a wand, a cauldron, tin lead alloy, standard size number 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass scale, and students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are particularly reminded that first-year students are prohibited from bringing their own flying broomsticks. Oh, just like the things I needed when I was in school. How nostalgic. Amy remarked with a smile. Doesn't my brother already have a wand? Does he need to buy another one? Upon hearing the term wand, Artemis appeared somewhat irked. Already have one? What do you mean? Amy inquired, puzzled. Andrew patiently explained. Fergus has inherited the family relic, the Chelan. Oh, Amy exclaimed, turning to Fergus. Is this true? Fergus nodded, pointing to the bracelet adorning his wrist. Amy, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Oh, truly my little treasure, this is splendid. However, the Chelan's power is immense and not suitable for daily use. He requires a wand for everyday purposes." "All right, let us go," Andrew said, pulling the visibly unimpressed Artemis along. Soon, under Madame Moke's enthusiastic praises for the 4 holy families, Fergus and Artemis awkwardly received their uniforms. Navigating through the bustling crowd filled with parents gathering school supplies, the 4 arrived at a shabby little shop, Ollivander's wand shop. Fergus Noah scrutinized this most magical establishment from Harry Potter, noticing the golden sign on the door was peeling, revealing remnants of glue that faintly suggested it once read, Ollivander, since 382 BC, crafting fine wands. In the shop's window, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple velvet cushion. How could the only wand manufacturer in the British magical community be in such disarray? Fergus pondered. It has been ages since I last visited. Everything remains unchanged. Amy chuckled. The 4 pushed the door open. The shop was small, with little more than a long bench in the corner. Countless slender boxes containing wands towered from the floor to the ceiling, all covered in a thin layer of dust. Oh, what a marvelous day. No wonder the magpie was incessantly cawing outside this morning. Look who it is. Our magical world's rising star, Mr. Noah. An elderly gentleman with graying hair and silvery eyes emerged from the narrow passage filled with wand boxes, revealing himself to be Garrick Ollivander, the wand maker. Ollivander approached the 4 individuals and bowed respectfully to Andrew, exclaiming, "It has indeed been a long time, Mr. Noah. Ah, yes, you purchased your very first wand for me. Made of elm, measuring 14 inches with a core of phoenix feather. How has it fared?" Ollivander inquired. "Oh, that sounds simply marvelous. Do remember to take good care of it," Ollivander reminded with a smile. Andrew nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Amy, standing nearby, smiled at Ollivander and asked, "Mr. Ollivander, I wonder if you still remember me?" "Of course. Hollywood, heartstring of a fire dragon, 10 3/4 inches. Quite the spirited one. You are Amy Voigt, correct? But now, you must be addressed as Mrs. Noah." Ollivander responded with a chuckle. Amy nodded happily and said, "Indeed, Your memory remains as sharp as ever. Ollivander laughed heartily, a spark of excitement gleaming in his silver eyes as he turned to Phobos and Artemis, stating, "However, this is not the time for reminiscing. We should assist young Mr. Noah and Miss Noah in selecting their wands, shall we? Who shall go first?" Artemis eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, "I will." Observing her enthusiasm, Phobos stepped back a couple of paces to stand beside their parents, creating space for her. "No problem. I wonder which hand young Miss Noah prefers to use?" Ollivander asked with a smile. "My right hand," Artemis replied excitedly, raising her right hand, nearly poking Ollivander's nose. He swiftly dodged back and said, "Oh, all right. My apologies." Artemis sheepishly retracted her arm. "It's quite all right. I completely understand. Mr. Noah and Mrs. Noah were just as excited as you once were." Ollivander winked at her, his wand swirling in his hand, while a soft measuring tape flitted around Artemis's arm, nose, mouth, and head. After a moment, the tape paused, hovering in the air. "Why are we measuring those?" Artemis asked, puzzled. The two adults exchanged knowing glances and nodded. "Oh, found it," Ollivander declared as he produced a slender box. Approaching Artemis and opening it to reveal a wand, which he handed to her, saying, "You would phoenix feather, 12 1/3 inches. Give it a try." Artemis accepted the wand and recited a spell, Scourgify. However, nothing happened. She repeated this process multiple times, her initial excitement gradually waning into frustration as her small face reflected her discontent. "Ah, this time I must be right." Ollivander confidently handed a wand to Artemis. With a bittersweet smile, she waved the wand and uttered the incantation, Scourgify. As her words echoed, the dust on the floor and shelves vanished in an instant. A joyful smile spread across Artemis's face as she gazed at the sleek black wand in her hand, overwhelmed with delight. Indeed, the ebony wood, the feather of the Thunderbird. In a length of 12 1/4 inches, ebony is suited for those courageous and opinionated wizards, while the Thunderbird's feather is ideal for the art of transformation. Over the years of crafting wands, I have discovered 3 materials that serve best as cores: the hair of a unicorn, the tail feather of a phoenix, and the heartstring of a dragon. This is the sole wand I have fashioned using a Thunderbird's feather as its core. You shall achieve great accomplishments, Miss Noah. Mr. Ollivander said with a smile. Artemis expressed her gratitude and stepped back, making way for Phobos. Phobos approached, exclaiming, "I have long awaited the chance to meet you. Mr. Noah, throughout history, few in the magical realm have been able to create their own spells, and you are the youngest of them all." Mr. Ollivander unabashedly expressed his admiration. "You're too kind, Mr. Ollivander. I merely possess a modicum of talent and fortune," Phobos replied modestly, his smile radiating warmth akin to a gentle sun. "Extend your dominant hand." Mr. Ollivander's admiration deepened. Phobos extended his right hand, and after a brief dance of the measuring tape, Mr. Ollivander selected several wands from a pile and presented them before him. Noticing Phobos' astonishment, Mr. Ollivander chuckled. "There are quite a few suitable for you." He then opened one of the boxes, retrieving a wand and offering it to Phobos Noah. To everyone's astonishment, the moment Phobos Noah grasped the wand, it emitted a sound of shattering, breaking inch by inch until it lay in fragments on the ground. "Oh, Merlin's beard!" Mr. Ollivander exclaimed in distress. "I'm terribly sorry," Phobos Noah said, looking at the broken wand. "No matter, it seems not every wand can withstand your magical prowess." Mr. Ollivander waved his hand dismissively, though a touch of sorrow lingered, for each wand was like a child to him. "What are you doing?" Mr. Ollivander inquired, stopping Phobos Noah as he reached for another box of wands. No, that won't do. None of those are suitable for you," he said protectively, cradling the remaining wand boxes as he stepped back. "Surely not. Could it be that someone might truly leave without a wand?" Artemis chimed from behind, playfully shaking her own wand. Observing her playful demeanor, the shepherd smiled faintly and waved the bracelet on his left wrist at her. In the next moment, Artemis crossed her arms, pouting slightly, and turned her head away in displeasure. Finding her adorable, Phobos Noah chose to cease his teasing and stood quietly, awaiting the outcome. The sound of clattering wands echoed from the pile, and after a considerable time, Mr. Ollivander's voice emerged. "Ah, at last, I found it. Yes, that is the one. It should be able to handle it." Mr. Ollivander's face bore a look of nostalgia as he spoke. "The Elder Wand, akin to the ancient Wand of Yore, possesses a core derived from the heart's nerve of the Eastern mythical beast, the Iron Eater. This remarkable artifact was acquired by my ancestor during his travels in the distant eastern lands, from a Chinese sorcerer who claimed descent from the legendary Chiyu. The veracity of this claim remains uncertain to me. The wand, measuring 13 1/4 inches in length, signifies a transcendence over death. Crafted by my forebear as the finest wand in existence. For over a millennium, each generation of Ollivanders has sought a worthy owner for it, yet none have succeeded. I sincerely wish for you to become its rightful master. Upon concluding his words, Ollivander extended the wand to Fupus Noah. Grasping it firmly, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. Fupus Noah radiated a brilliant golden light and involuntarily uttered, "Expecto Patronum." A silvery mist erupted from the wand, coalescing midair into a towering iron eater, which roared silently with formidable majesty. "Oh, amazing! Truly a match made in heaven," Ollivander exclaimed, tears of excitement glimmering in his eyes. After a moment, the golden light gradually receded, and the iron eater dissipated softly. With a sigh of relief, Ollivander remarked, "The Ollivander family's long-cherished dream has finally been fulfilled. I believe my ancestor would be immensely pleased. Mr. Noah, I hope you will not let it down." Fupus Noah nodded earnestly, gazing at the wand in his trembling hand, which conveyed his exhilaration. He mused, "It seems my ability to wield it is indeed linked to the fact that my guardian spirit is the Iron Eater." Chapter 5, an incredibly concise system. Night enveloped the ancient castle, as the magical creatures nurtured by Andrew Noah engaged in lively activity. Fupus Noah summoned his system panel for a meticulous examination. Host, Fupus Noah, Divine, Bloodline, Chelan, Wand, Divine Chelan Material, Sword of Stone, Tail Hair of the Chelan Ancestor, Elder Wand, 13¼ inches Material, Elder, Heart's Nerve of the Iron Eater, Patronus, Iron Eater, Panda, Chelan, Hidden, Magical Items, Noah Family's Magical Creature Ring, Magical Abilities, Light Magic Divine, Prophet Divine, Beast Mastery, Inheritance, Silent Master, Negative Divine Power, Brain Blocker, Spellcasting Talent. 9. Wow. All spells are as effortless to you as eating and drinking. Transfiguration Talent. 85. Becoming an animagus is no longer a challenge for you. Potions Talent. 90. You are destined to be the next potion master of the magical realm. Herbology Talent. 3. Promise me, stay far away from those herbs. You demon. Defense against dark arts talent. Max Cool. You are the bane of darkness, my friend. Alchemy Talent. 8. Perhaps with some effort, you could create the Philosopher's Stone. Note, talent cap is 10. Inventory. 1 rainbow key, 2 golden keys, 2 silver keys, 5 copper keys, 3,721 gallons of gold. 5935 silver seacos, 1981 3 copper gnats, 7 white fresh seeds, 11 guardian tree saplings, 3 peppermint seeds, 5 mandragrass saplings, 13 rose seeds, 17 ounces of 8-eyed giant spider venom, 3 unicorn horns, and 9 feces stones. Indeed, you have read correctly. It is a system. Much like many other traversers, our protagonist possesses a system, albeit one of remarkable simplicity. Indeed, extremely simple. It is a lottery system wherein he receives 1 copper key each day, a silver key each week, a golden key each month, and a rainbow key each year. These keys are utilized for lottery draws, corresponding to 4 distinct wheels. The rainbow wheel is the most extravagant, capable of yielding talent points, while the golden wheel ranks next, offering wondrous creature offspring. The silver wheel follows, with the potential for rare magical materials and seeds, and the copper wheel, the least favorable, can only grant coins, with a maximum yield of a single gallon of gold. The panel displays all the achievements accumulated since Fupus Noah received the system on the 2nd day of his birth, spanning 11 years. The Noah family's magical creature rings, depicted on the panel, are possessed by every member of the Noah lineage. As a family adept in guiding magical creatures, they naturally require a haven for these extraordinary beings. Thus, the ancestors of the Noah family crafted this ring, enchanted with an eternal, seamless expansion spell, providing a space of over 100 acres. However, initially, it was merely a barren wasteland. The choice of magical creatures to nurture, magical plants to cultivate, herbs to plant, or even the expansion of the space to construct a dwelling, lies solely in the hands of the members, resembling a nurturing game. The absence of magical creature eggs, hatchlings, and offspring in Fupus Noah's inventory is due to their residence within the ring. You may wonder why the seeds and saplings are so few. With a mere 3 points in herbalism, how many can you expect to thrive? Were it not for the abundance of lottery rewards, Fupus' ring would still be a desolate expanse. Closing the panel, the shepherd let out a long yawn, curling himself into the soft, cotton candy-like blankets, and drifted into a deep slumber. After all, tomorrow marks the day of enrollment at Hogwarts. Chapter 6, The Cunning Fupus Noah. The morning sun always bears a warmth that makes it difficult to awaken from dreams. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Fupus Noah's abdomen. Fupus Noah cried out in anguish. Sitting upright, the culprit was a white cat-like creature, nurtured by Artemis, who sat innocently beside him, occasionally licking its paws. "Oh, Gigi, you have grown plump," Fupus Noah remarked, stroking its soft fur. "You are the one who has gained weight. Gigi, Kiki, is in splendid shape." Artemis leaned against the doorway, resembling an irate little lion as he spoke. "I knew it was you who put it there. Otherwise, how could it be? Just look at the time. We still need to catch the 11 o'clock Hogwarts Express. If we miss it because of you, I shall divulge every embarrassing story from your childhood to all our classmates." Artemis threatened, her nose scrunched in annoyance. "Oh, have you forgotten that I can apparate?" Fopus Noah replied with a smile. "So what? Is that supposed to impress me? Enough chatter. Get up quickly. Father and mother have prepared breakfast downstairs for us." Artemis haughtily turned her head, muttering softly, "You wretched brother. Aren't you worried about me walking alone?" Of course, Fopus Noah did not hear this remark. Had he would have protested vehemently. After a brief wash, he donned a white pullover sweater paired with black British trousers, presenting himself as a proper young gentleman. After breakfast, Andrew and Amy each took Fopus and Artemis by the hand, preparing to apparate to platform 9 3/4. Artemis glanced at Fopus's empty hands and then at her large suitcase, puzzled. "Where's your luggage?" Fopus raised his hand, the family ring glimmering as he waved it slightly. Realization dawned on Artemis as she slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, damn, I completely forgot." She promptly stored her suitcase within the ring. Andrew and Amy exchanged amused glances and remarked, "Time is running short. Let us depart." Cats of various colors scurried beneath the feet of the crowd, while the incessant hooting of owls filled the air thick with the smoke of the trains. Occasionally, those unfortunate enough to be graced by bird droppings muttered curses under their breath, as the majority of passers-by were Hogwarts students pushing their suitcases. Andrew, unable to hide his concern, gently stroked Artemis's silvery hair and said with a heavy heart, "Oh, my little sweetheart is leaving her father for such an extended period for the first time. Remember to write home often, and most importantly, do not fall in love." "Dad, I'm only 11. You're worrying too much," Artemis replied with exasperation. Fopus smiled faintly and shrugged. The train let out a long, impatient whistle. The two bid farewell to their parents and stepped into the carriage. Although members of the 4 sacred families seldom attended Hogwarts, the carriage was reserved for them with 4 of the most comfortable compartments. The pair located the Noah family S compartment and entered, where an undetectable extension charm had been cast. Within the spacious area of over 20 square meters lay 2 exceedingly soft English mahogany sofas, with a red solid wood table between them. The table was adorned with an array of snacks, chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, licorice wands, and cauldron cakes, while a small teapot floated above, pouring steaming tea into cups below. Adjacent to the compartment door was a quaint restroom of about 4 square meters. Artemis skipped over to the sofa, reclined upon it, released Gigi from her confines, and cradled her in her arms, gently grooming her fur. Fupus Noah gazed at her with a resigned shake of his head, quietly settling on the opposite sofa, extracting a tome titled Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells from the Family Library. The scenery outside receded at varying speeds, while the whistle of the steam train harmonized with the rhythmic clatter of its wheels to compose an imaginary melody. Over the course of an hour, Artemis engaged in no fewer than a dozen antics, such as biting off a leg from a chocolate frog and watching it hop across the table, transforming the tea mint for Fupus into ink, and teasingly brushing his cheek with her silvery hair. It was evident that her boredom had reached a peak. "Why don't you go out for a stroll?" Fupus suggested, flipping through the pages of his book. "Ah, you're absolutely right. I shall take my leave." With that, Artemis bounced out of the compartment, leaving Fupus in peace to enjoy his reading. However, the tranquility was short-lived. Mere minutes later, Artemis stormed back in, arms crossed defiantly across her chest, nostrils flared, and her expression clearly conveying her discontent, having been the cherished daughter of her father all her life. Fupus had never witnessed her so irate. "What troubles you?" he inquired, closing his book in bewilderment. "I never imagined that the current magical realm harbored such arrogant individuals. Just moments ago, while I was meandering through the carriage, I encountered that boy, Harry Potter, who is often compared to you in the wizarding world, the one rumored to have survived great peril. Initially, I intended to ascertain his abilities, but before I could engage in meaningful conversation, a fellow named Draco Malfoy barged in, boasting about wanting to befriend Harry Potter, all the while belittling other magical families and deriding muggle-born wizards. Oh my goodness! Had I not feared that a single spell from me could obliterate him, I would have given him a proper lesson," Artemis exclaimed, shaking her fist emphatically. After listening quietly, Fupius rose and made his way towards the door. Observing his retreating figure, Artemis curiously inquired, "Where are you headed?" She followed him out of the compartment. Upon hearing her question, a smirk slowly spread across Artemis's lips, for she was aware of her brother's cunning nature and hurried to witness the unfolding drama. She glanced at him, nodded, and refrained from asking how he knew, for her brother had always possessed an uncanny awareness of everything. Fupius opened the compartment door slightly, extracted a seedling of mandrake from his system, and tossed it through the opening before firmly closing the door behind him. Artemis watched in delight as the occupants within the compartment erupted in chaos, startled by the cries of the mandrake. "What? You claim the others, aside from Draco Malfoy, are innocent? Huh, you are sorely mistaken. They are far from blameless." Moments later, the compartment door swung open, revealing a girl with a mane of thick brown hair and prominent front teeth, accompanied by a round-faced boy standing at the threshold. Before the girl could finish her words, she was interrupted by the exclamation of a round-faced boy. "Oh, Mr. Noah, you are also going to attend Hogwarts?" "Oh, of course. I do not mean to imply otherwise. I mean, yes." This round-faced boy is none other than Neville Longbottom, affectionately known as the Sword of Gryffindor. Fawkes discerned his nervousness and awkwardness and smiled gently, saying, "Indeed. Neville, I hope your parents are in good health." "Oh, they are splendid, and it is thanks to your Lumos spell that they have recovered. Without your assistance, I might never have been able to live with my parents as I do now. They have expressed their desire to thank you in person if the opportunity arises." Neville exclaimed with enthusiasm. "No need for thanks. The purpose of magic is to aid others." Fawkes replied with a smile. Neville wished to say more, but was interrupted by the girl beside him. "Oh, I know you. You are Fawkes Noah. I know all about you. In a few extra reference books I purchased, such as Modern History of Magic, Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century, and Great Wizards of the 20th Century, your name appears. You have many titles, such as the only one who has completely mastered the art of silence, and the sole genius who invented entirely new magic in centuries. Oh, it is simply overwhelming. Could you teach me how you learn magic? What is the principle behind Lumos? May I learn from you?" According to the noble wizarding family tree, you are the heir of the Noah family, one of the 4 sacred families in the magical world. Your family can command magical creatures, correct? That must be incredibly cool. Could you demonstrate it for me? Goodness, thinking about it, I feel so inadequate. I hope I won't be expelled. A barrage of questions poured from the girl's lips, and as she spoke, her expression grew increasingly distressed. Noticing the gaze of the 3 in the room, her face gradually flushed. "I apologize. I'm simply too excited. I mean, I have never been exposed to magic before, so I couldn't help myself. My name is Hermione Granger. You may call me Hermione." "Hello, Miss Granger." Fawkes responded with a gentle smile, showing no signs of impatience. "Oh, you, hello, Mr. Noah." Hermione Granger replied, brimming with excitement. "But do you have business with us?" Fawkes inquired. "Oh, right, Neville's toad is missing, and we are searching for it," Hermione said. "It must dislike me, which is why it keeps running away." Neville lamented. "Really? That is simply wonderful. Its name is Trevor. It is about the size of my head. Dark green, with rather large webbed feet," Neville described earnestly, clearly showing his affection for his pet toad. After listening quietly to Neville's description, Fawkes waved his wand, and a distant black shadow flew over, landing in Neville's embrace. "Oh, Trevor." Neville joyfully rubbed his cheek against Trevor's rough back. Meanwhile, Hermione gazed at Fawkes with wide eyes. "Mattering, non-verbal spellcasting." It was undoubtedly the studious Hermione, mused Fupius with a faint smile. Chapter 7. The Deal with Dumbledore. First year students, come this way," Hagrid bellowed, holding aloft a lantern. "Wow." The new students gasped in awe at the towering figure before them. Hagrid, with his beetle-like black eyes scanning the crowd, soon spotted Fupius and approached him, whispering, "Greetings, young Noah. Professor Dumbledore has instructed me to inform you to proceed directly to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. He wishes to speak with you. The barriers of Hogwarts have been lifted, allowing you to apparate directly inside." Fupius nodded in confusion, pondering what business the old man, who seemed to have 1,000 eyes, might have with him. In an instant, he vanished from sight. A child from a wizarding family exclaimed, "Wow, that first year can apparate." "Of course, that's young Noah." Another child chimed in. "No wonder. I often hear my parents mention him." The child from the wizarding family remarked. "All right, children, we must be on our way," Hagrid announced. Meanwhile, Fupius reappeared in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. He looked at Dumbledore, who was seated and smiling warmly at him. A chill ran down Fupius's spine. After all, this man was known to be rather flamboyant. "Oh, the last time I saw you, you were but a newborn. Please, have a seat. Would you care for something to drink? Tea or orange juice?" Dumbledore offered with a smile. "You're too kind. Orange juice will suffice. My father has recounted tales of the past. Had it not been for your assistance, I might not be here today. Fuppus replied as he took a seat across from Dumbledore. Please do not say such things. In truth, it was your own mastery of the quiet power that brought you here. I had little to do with it. Dumbledore waved his wand, filling Fuppus's cup with orange juice. Fuppus smiled slightly, but refrained from further comment, instead asking, May I inquire, Professor, why you have summoned me? Oh, indeed, I wish to request your assistance, Dumbledore replied. Request my help? Surely you jest. Is there a problem you cannot resolve? Fuppus questioned, perplexed. Thank you for your kind words, young Noah. However, I have grown old and find myself unable to contend with certain matters. This year is particularly unique, aside from you and your sister. Heirs from the other 3 families of the Sacred 28, the Weasley and the Wellington families, have also enrolled, a situation unprecedented in history. I am uncertain of the cause. Additionally, young Harry has started this year, and considering that Voldemort has yet to meet his demise, he is in considerable danger. Therefore, I would like to ask you to protect him. If you would be so kind, Dumbledore implored, his eyes beseeching. Am I to be a babysitter? Why not enlist the professors? Fuppus inquired. Certainly not a babysitter. The professors cannot communicate as seamlessly with him as you can, and if I am not mistaken, your abilities likely surpass those of most professors, do they not? Dumbledore said playfully, winking at him. Very well. You certainly do not resemble an 11-year-old child. What is it that you desire, young Master Noah? Inquired Professor Dumbledore. Fuppus lightly tapped his temple, pondering for a moment before responding. I seek permission to freely enter the restricted section. I wish to explore the tomes that are absent from my family's collection. Additionally, I request the subject notes from several professors, and most importantly, I wish to be exempt from attending classes. You see, it is quite unnecessary for me. Moreover, the defense against the dark arts teachers of the past 2 years have been utterly ineffectual, Fuppus thought to himself. Oh, you have quite a list of demands. I can grant you the subject notes and allow you access to the restricted section, but promise me you shall not be swayed by the allure of power. As for not attending classes, well, I concede that you present a valid argument. Dumbledore replied. Rest assured, I am not one to be obsessed with power. I merely wish to conduct some research. Shall we strike a deal? Fuppus said with a smile. Yet behind their smiles, neither knew what the other truly contemplated. Oh, time is of the essence. We must head to the Great Hall to arrive in time for the sorting ceremony. Dumbledore rose and said to Fuppus, nodding in agreement. The pair made their way out of the office. Approaching the entrance to the Great Hall, they parted ways. Dumbledore entered through a side door, while Fuppus joined the throng gathered at the entrance. What did Professor Dumbledore want with you? Artemis inquired curiously. However, Artemis did not press further. Chapter 8. The Sorting. Before long, a tall, black-haired witch clad in a splendid emerald green robe emerged from the Great Hall. It was Professor McGonagall. Addressing the new students, she commanded, now form 2 lines and follow me. The assembly followed McGonagall through the grand double doors, revealing a magnificent sight. Students from other years were already seated at 4 long tables. Above them, thousands of candles floated in mid-air, illuminating the entire hall, while the tables were adorned with gleaming golden platters and goblets. At the head of the hall, a long table was set for the professors, and sitting right in the center, Dumbledore winked at Fuppus. Professor McGonagall instructed the new students to stand at the foot of the dais before ascending the steps alone, stopping beside a peculiar 4-legged stool, upon which sat an exceedingly tattered, patched, and filthy pointed wizard's hat. The hat twisted and opened a wide seam, resembling a mouth, and began to sing. You may find me unappealing in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more comely than I shall consume myself whole. You may polish your top hats until they shine, or make your tall hats sleek and pristine, yet I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, far surpassing your hats in grandeur. Any thoughts concealed within your mind shall not elude my keen sight. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. You may belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within the heart. Their bravery, boldness, and chivalry set Gryffindor apart. Perhaps you belong to Hufflepuff, where individuals are honest and loyal. The students of Hufflepuff are steadfast and sincere, unafraid of arduous labor. If you possess a keen intellect, you may find your place among the wise of Ravenclaw, where the learned and sagacious gather. Or maybe you will join Slytherin, forming genuine friendships in pursuit of your ambitions. Come with me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, though I lack even a hand, you are utterly safe, for I am a sentient sorting hat. When the song concluded, the hall erupted in applause, and after bowing to each of the 4 tables, I became still. At this moment, Professor McGonagall grasped the sorting hat in one hand and unfurled a scroll of parchment with the other, declaring, "I shall call forth a name, and that individual will don the hat and take a seat to await their house assignment." Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled from the line, placing the sorting hat upon her head, its brim just covering her eyes. "Indeed, steadfast Hannah." Fawkes smiled slightly. "Hufflepuff," the hat proclaimed. The table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming her into Hufflepuff. "Susan Bones, Hufflepuff," the hat announced once more and again. Cheers rang out from the long table on the right. The students of Hufflepuff are always sincere in their welcome, and Susan promptly rushed to sit beside Hannah. Tally boot. Ravenclaw. The sorting ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, and Artemis, much like her mother Amy, joyfully joined Gryffindor. "Fawkes Noah," Professor McGonagall called loudly. In an instant, the students below erupted like boiling water poured into hot oil. Could it be the young Mr. Noah? Oh my goodness. I must write to father and mother. I am in the same year as young Noah. The older students managed to maintain a semblance of composure, yet they whispered amongst themselves, eager to witness young Noah's brilliant magic. It is indeed his own creation, known only to him in the entire magical realm. Yes, furthermore, he is the only silent master in the current magical world. Fawkes made his way slowly to the stage amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Observing the grimy sorting hat, he muttered to himself, "Indeed, I still cannot tolerate this." A stream of water cascaded over the sorting hat, cleansing it of dirt and grime, followed by a warm breeze that dried it. Fawkes nodded in satisfaction, noticing the blackened water left upon the ground by the sorting hat. He cast another spell with a flick of his wrist, and the dirty water vanished in an instant. At the Gryffindor long table, the Weasley twins exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "How do we not think of that?" Fuppus placed the hat upon his head, and the voice of the sorting hat resonated in his mind. "Thank you, esteemed descendant of the Noah family. For a millennium, no one has thought to give me a bath. No need for thanks. Do you recognize me?" Fuppus inquired. After a pause, the sorting hat replied with a hint of exasperation, "Could you possibly lower the defenses of your mind? I am unable to read anything." "Oh, my apologies." Fuppus lifted the mental barriers he had erected. "Ah, remarkable courage, extraordinary wisdom, steadfast loyalty, and a keen intellect. Oh, this is quite difficult." After a considerable time, the sorting hat declared, "You might as well choose which house you prefer. Should you be the one to decide?" Fuppus asked, "Though I am reluctant to admit it. I truly cannot make a determination. Wherever you go, you will undoubtedly shine as the brightest star in the magical realm. So the choice is yours." The sorting hat conceded. "Then I shall choose Ravenclaw," Fuppus proclaimed. "May I inquire why?" The sorting hat asked curiously. "I enjoy residing at great heights," Fuppus replied. "Indeed, that is a splendid choice. So be it." The sorting hat announced loudly, "Ravenclaw," amidst a chorus of cheers and the disappointed sighs of the other 3 houses. Fuppus took his seat at the Ravenclaw table. In truth, there was another reason for his choice of Ravenclaw, but what that reason was shall be revealed in due course. Subsequently, in a manner reminiscent of the original text, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were sorted into Gryffindor, devoid of any novelty. It was not until the names of 2 individuals were called that Fuppus became intrigued. They were Cassandra Wurr and Ivy Worthington. Indeed, they were characters from the previous Life S game, Harry Potter, Magic Awakened. This world bore a semblance of a fusion with that game. Cassandra Wurr and Ivy Worthington, like Fuppus, were heirs of the 4 sacred families, hailing from the Wurr and Worthington families, respectively. Cassandra Wurr was a witch with flowing golden hair, striking emerald eyes framed by delicate phoenix-like lashes, a small mole beneath her left eye, and long fingers adorned with white silk gloves, exuding an air of nobility and elegance, though her often raised chin conveyed a certain haughtiness. Ivy Worthington, on the other hand, had a slightly rounded face, ethereal gray hair, and an expression that hinted at innocence. A nearby first-year remarked, "She got lost on her way here." Both were sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall gathered the parchment list and removed the sorting hat from the table, signaling the commencement of the feast. The sumptuous roast lamb, beef, sausages, and Yorkshire pudding tasted like wax to Fuppus, for an unsettling gaze had been fixed upon him throughout the meal, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. As one follows the line of sight, the owner of that gaze is none other than Cassandra, who delicately savors the morsels on her plate, occasionally dabbing at the corners of her mouth with a nearby napkin to remove any remnants. Her movements are fluid and exceptionally graceful, yet her eyes remain fixated on Fawkes with an intensity that is both fierce and perplexing, leaving him utterly bewildered. Even the adorably naive Ivy steals glances in his direction from time to time, The entire dinner is tinged with a sense of unease. Once all the students have feasted, Dumbledore rises, gesturing with his hands, causing the food on the table to vanish as if it had never existed. He proclaims, before the new term commences, "I wish to address a few important matters. First-year students, take heed. The wooded area on school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students. Our upperclassmen must also bear this in mind." Dumbledore's wise gaze deliberately rests on the Weasley twins. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to practice magic in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any student wishing to represent the house should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution those who wish to avoid unforeseen mishaps and untimely demise. Please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Fawkes thought to himself, bemused, surely, your words imply a rather welcoming invitation, urging us to come forth? Now, before we retire for the night, let us join together in singing the school song, Dumbledore announced with a resonant voice. However, apart from the first years, the expressions of everyone else shifted to one of concern. With a gentle wave of his wand, a long golden ribbon undulated through the air, forming lines of text. Each of you may select your preferred melody, Dumbledore instructed. Ready? Sing. The entire faculty and student body erupted into song. Hogwarts, 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 please grant us knowledge, whether we are bald old men or children with scraped knees. Our minds can embrace intriguing things for now. They are empty, filled only with air, dead flies, and trivialities teach us valuable wisdom. Return to us what we have forgotten. Just do your best. The rest we shall handle ourselves. We shall strive to learn until we turn to dust. As the song commenced, Fawkes felt his ears assaulted, employing a silencing charm until the prefect led the Ravenclaw students toward the dormitories, at which point he lifted the enchantment. It took nearly half an hour for their group to reach the entrance of the tower. "Where have the vanished items gone?" inquired the bronze eagle-shaped knocker. "Would anyone care to take a guess?" asked Prefect Penelope Clearwater. "In the hands of a goblin," exclaimed a little girl, raising her hand. "Incorrect," replied the knocker once more. A succession of varied answers from the new students was met with rejection by the knocker. Penelope smiled faintly at the first years, reminiscent of her own initial days at the school. At that moment, through the gaps between the crowd, Penelope noticed Phobos standing calmly, observing the disheartened freshman before him. "Mr. Noah, would you like to give a try?" Penelope inquired. The freshmen synchronously turned their heads towards Phobos, shifting their feet to clear a path for him. Phobos, unpretentious, stepped forward and declared, "To become void is to transform into all things." Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Phobos was the first to venture inward. The Ravenclaw common room was a circular grand space, incredibly enchanting, with a white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw nestled in a niche opposite the entrance. The ceiling was adorned with a multitude of stars. The arched windows were draped with silk curtains of blue and bronze, allowing a clear view of the surrounding picturesque landscapes. The floor was covered with a deep blue carpet, and the room was furnished with sofas, tables, chairs, and bookshelves. As the crowd entered the common room, Penelope clapped her hands to attract the wandering freshmen, stating, "Boys, follow Prefect Anthony. Girls, come with me." Much like a luxurious compartment on a train, Phobos' dormitory was a single room, exceeding 60 square meters, equipped with everything necessary. A 2-meter-long 8-meter-wide 4-poster bed rested against the wall, adorned with linens and drapes in a harmonious blend of blue and bronze. To the left, a row of empty bookshelves lined the wall, while a desk with parchment and quills occupied the space between the shelves and the bed. To the right of the bed was a grand arched window that nearly spanned the entire wall, with curtains tied back in a blue and bronze combination. Between the bed and the window stood a solid blue wooden wardrobe, and in front of the window, a single sofa and a tea table offered a space to enjoy tea and the splendid view. A bathroom was conveniently located to the right of the entrance, equipped even for bathing. Phobos was exceedingly pleased with his accommodations. After shedding his school uniform and organizing his belongings, Phobos indulged in a comforting hot shower and changed into his pajamas. He lay on the thick blue and bronze feathered duvet, stretching luxuriously. He picked up a book from the table to read, a bedtime ritual he had cultivated over the years. Chapter 9. Celebrating Little Blue's birthday. Outside the window, the bright moon hung high, its light filtering through the clouds, gradually becoming obscured. A wave of drowsiness washed over Phobos, and his eyelids began to flutter shut. However, before long, he felt a tickling sensation on his cheek, as if a feather were brushing against him. Phobos opened his eyes to find a plump, fluffy ball bird, its back a deep blue, nuzzling his face repeatedly. "What is it, little Blue?" Phobos asked, The bird emitted a series of dissatisfied chirps. Oh, I remember. Of course I do. How could I forget? Phopos replied, a hint of guilt in his tone. The bird tilted its head, casting a skeptical glance at him. It's true. How could you doubt me? Come, let us celebrate your birthday right now. Phopos exclaimed, rising swiftly and feigning sadness. Ah, it's all right. Acknowledging your mistakes is what makes a good child. But what delicious treat would you like? Phopos cradled Little Blue in his arms and inquired, chirp chirp. Little Blue flapped his wings, which were utterly incapable of flight, and exclaimed with excitement. Worm cake? A splendid idea. But you had that last year. Won't you grow weary of it? Phopos asked. Chirp chirp. The kitchens of Hogwarts lie directly beneath the Great Hall, adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room, bustling with over 100 house elves. Whenever a student ventures into the kitchen and expresses a desire for food, the elves are delighted to fulfill the request. The entrance is quite simple. A gentle scratch on the pear depicted in the fruit bowl-esque portrait will cause it to giggle and transform into a green doorknob. Phopos entered, holding Little Blue, as the house elves paused their tasks, watching them with wide, expectant eyes. May I find some food for myself and my friends? Phopos asked with a smile. Of course. I am at your service. No, I shall serve. I will do it. Let me. Observing the commotion among the house elves as they bickered over who would serve, Phopos called out, Stop. The house elves ceased their movements, some with fingers still lodged in the nostrils of their companions. How about we all serve together? Phopos proposed, well aware of the ingrained servitude of the house elves, presenting them with an ideal solution. Their eyes widened with delight, sparkling with the realization that it was indeed a splendid notion. An elder house elf approached Phopos and said, Esteemed Mr. Noah, may I inquire what you and your friends wish to eat? For my friend here, a worm cake with happy birthday, Little Blue inscribed on it. As for myself, do you know how to prepare Chinese cuisine? Oh, if you are unsure, fret not. I possess a recipe book. Could you assist me in preparing it? Phopos produced a thick, leather-bound volume, inscribed with the title Comprehensive Chinese Cookbook. Oh, certainly, I will be delighted. The elder house elf took the hefty tome, its weight causing him to stumble slightly. This book had been a prize from a lottery, long untouched and gathering dust in the system inventory. The elder house elf waved his wand, quickly flipping through the pages, and soon memorized the dish names and preparation methods, exclaiming with excitement, Oh, I never anticipated there would be such an abundance of delicious dishes. What would you like to eat? How about skewers? Phopos suggested. Absolutely my pleasure. Please hold on. With that, he and the other house elves busied themselves. Phopos patiently waited on a bench with Little Blue. Before long, a large platter of fragrant beef skewers, redolent with cumin and chili, alongside a cake writhing with worms, was placed before them. Phopos inhaled deeply the aroma of the beef skewers, exclaiming involuntarily, This is the flavor. Little Blue bounced eagerly on the table. Yes, the candles. Rest assured, I have not forgotten. Phopos took out his wand and transformed a dining knife on the table into a lit, slender candle, delicately placed atop the cake. All right, make a wish. Little Blue pretended to close his eyes, taking quite a while before finally opening them and blowing out the candle from his pointed mouth. What did you wish for? Phopos inquired with curiosity. Little Blue, with a haughty demeanor, turned his head away and uttered a sound. Well, if you don't want to share, that's fine. Let's quickly savor the cake. Upon hearing this, Little Blue eagerly indulged in the cake before him, while Phopos picked up a skewer of beef and savored it slowly. The aroma burst forth as the tender, juicy beef mingled with the fragrant spices of cumin and chili, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. The sound of swallowed saliva reached Phopos' ears. Turning towards the sound, he noticed a bashful house elf lowering its head. Observing the house elves whose eyes gleamed with a desire to eat, Phopos offered the skewer to them, saying, Please, help yourselves. No need to be shy. The house elves exchanged glances, tears welling in their eyes, and chorused, Thank you, noble Mr. Noah. With that, they raised their hands to receive the plate, sharing the feast among themselves. Oh, this is truly delicious, exclaimed a young house elf. Indeed, chimed in another nearby house elf. An elderly house elf, holding a cookbook, approached Phopos once more and, with great care, said, Esteemed Mr. Noah, might I ask if you could lend us this cookbook for a few days? We wish to learn the recipes within and prepare them for the other professors and students to enjoy. Oh, of course it is yours, Phopos replied with a gentle smile and a wink. However, if I find myself hungry in the future, may I come here to have a bite? Oh, thank you ever so much for your generosity. It is our honor, the old house elf said, tears of joy in his eyes as he bowed deeply. Chapter 10, The Phoenix Fox. After a night of sweet dreams, the morning sun bathed him in warmth, making it hard to open his eyes. Fortunately, Fuppus did not need to, as he had no classes and could relish the joy of staying in bed. Yet, in the next moment, Fuppus's vision darkened, prompting him to open his eyes in confusion. Before him stood a magnificent bird, roughly the size of a swan, adorned with a long, shimmering golden tail. Alongside its elongated beak and claws, all radiating a brilliant red. "Oh, good morning, Fox. Did Professor Dumbledore send you to find me?" "Indeed," the splendid bird Fox signaled with its claw. "Ah, did he write me a letter? Very well, let me see." It was only then that Fuppus noticed the letter hanging from Fox's claw. He got out of bed and took the letter. A burst of flames enveloped Fox, causing it to vanish from Fuppus's room. As Fuppus opened the letter, it read, "Dear Mr. Noah, good morning. I hope that fox did not disturb your slumber. I have informed several professors that the subject notes you requested are ready. You may collect them directly from them. The permission for the restricted section is also enclosed with this letter, although you're no longer required to attend classes. I sincerely hope you can find the time to listen and make friends. After all, you are still an 11-year-old child." Furpose raised an eyebrow, his gaze reflecting understanding, as he extracted another piece of paper from the envelope. It bore the authorization for entry into the restricted section, complete with Albus Dumbledore's signature. After tucking the permission slip away, Furpose quickly freshened up and soon found himself at 9 o'clock. Breakfast in the Great Hall had long since concluded. He partook of his morning meal in the kitchen, where the house elves eagerly prepared an array of dishes from the comprehensive Chinese cookbook for him to sample. However, the capacity of a child's stomach is ultimately limited. In light of the house elves' slightly disappointed expressions, Furpose managed to finish only the buns and the fried dough sticks. Oh, and he also had a cup of soy milk before departing. The library at Hogwarts is vast, truly immense, filled with thousands of shelves and countless tomes. Within its hallowed halls, one often encounters a witch resembling a vulture, her countenance stern. This is Madame Pants, the librarian. Furpose approached her, brandishing the permit for the restricted section. After she nodded in acknowledgement, he ventured into the restricted area, gradually browsing the shelves until he discovered a tome he had never read before, The Most Malevolent Magic, and settled at a desk to study. When one immerses oneself in a task, time invariably slips away swiftly. Furpose felt a heavy pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Artemis and Hermione standing behind him, observing. "What's wrong?" Furpose inquired. "What's wrong? You dare to ask me that? Why aren't you attending class?" Artemis demanded, hands on her hips, like a little adult. They exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment, as Artemis took Hermione's hand and sat across from Furpose, clearly having forged a close friendship. "It's so unfair. Why do I not receive the same treatment? I can also keep up with what is taught in class." Artemis exclaimed with a hint of pride. "Indeed, I had no idea that Al was such a genius. Her silver needle was simply exquisite," Hermione praised. "Oh, please don't say that. I've merely been exposed to magic under my father's guidance from a young age, which makes me somewhat proficient. You are the true genius. Transforming a toothpick to gleam like metal on your first encounter with Transfiguration is remarkable. I only managed to achieve that on the second day," Artemis replied. Hermione, feeling a bit bashful at the compliments, replied, "It wasn't that impressive. I did attempt it several times during holiday. That is still quite commendable. Let us not forget that even young wizards from magical families do not possess your prowess." Furpose observed with a gentle smile as he watched the two exchange compliments. "Oh, by the way, have you had lunch yet, brother?" Artemis inquired with concern. At home, Fuppus often forgot to eat while engrossed in his reading. "Oh, not yet. What about you?" he inquired. "We have already finished. I'm going to explore Hogwarts with Hermione. You should eat quickly before it's all gone," Artemis replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fuppus and Artemis walked hand in hand out of the library. Chapter 11. Teasing Quarrel. The hall was abuzz with chatter, the simplicity of childhood friendships evident. Lunch consisted of a classic English fare, with roasted sausages being the most favored by the students. The slightly charred meat exuded a savory aroma, leaving traces of grease on the lips of each student. Seated on the Ravenclaw bench, Fuppus selected the most charred sausage from his plate and savored it delicately. Before long, he had finished his meal. Despite the allure of English cuisine, he found himself yearning for the diverse delicacies of Chinese food. Hence, he resolved to communicate with the house elves to request a change to Chinese dishes. Speaking of which, a small incident occurred during his meal. The senior Ravenclaw, named Zhang Xiao, approached him with a question. She was an extraordinarily beautiful Asian woman, nearly rivaling his sister Al in charm. With familiar black hair and dark eyes, Fuppus felt an instant kinship and patiently provided her with answers. In the school corridors, most were newcomers, chatting and laughing as they explored the place where they would reside for the next 7 years. However, Fupus lacked interest. His desire was to gather notes from various professors. For the study of magic was his true passion. His first stop was Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor of the castle. The fire burned brightly within, and through the window, the Quidditch pitch was visible, clearly indicating her devotion to the sport. I was wondering when you would arrive, Mr. Noah. Please have a seat. I have prepared some orange juice for you. Hoping you would enjoy it, Professor McGonagall greeted him with a smile. Thank you, Fupus. Here are my notes. I hope they prove helpful, she said, producing a somewhat worn, yet well-preserved leather-bound notebook. I greatly appreciate it. I will read them diligently. I must take my leave now, as I have other professors to visit. Fupus replied, Certainly. If you have any insights, feel free to share them with me. Absolutely, Professor. The defense against the dark arts professor was Quirinus Quirrell, a wretched soul possessed by Voldemort. Wrapped in a turban, he emanated a pungent odor of garlic. One could only wonder if he aimed to suffocate Voldemort with it. Good day, Professor. I have come for my notes. S.S. Small Noah. Yes. Dumbledore mentioned you to me. I have prepared them for you here. Quirrell stammered, handing Fupus a notebook. Expressing gratitude, Fupus turned to leave. Keep your distance from him. He carries an odor I detest. Voldemort's feeble voice echoed from the back of Quirrell's mind. Oh, yes, my master. Quirrell replied with utmost respect. Do not even think of seeking assistance. No genius will ever be my match. Voldemort warned. I would never. I respect. Before Kylo could finish his sentence, the door was abruptly pushed open, and Fopper returned, addressing Kylo. By the way, Professor, I once came across a phrase in a book that resonated with me, and I wish to share it with you. Would you care to listen? Oh, of course. Kylo replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The book stated, Resignation is humanity's greatest sorrow. After uttering these words, Fopper exited the room, leaving Kylo with slightly reddened eyes, lost in thought. Fopper, glancing at Kylo's notes in his hand, ignited them into ashes with a flick of his wrist. Professor Flitwick was a diminutive wizard, yet do not underestimate him for his stature, as he was a master duelist. Upon Fopper's entrance, Professor Flitwick warmly invited him to take a seat and poured him a cup of steaming tea. Professor, I have come to retrieve my notes, Fopper said with a smile. Of course, they are right here, Flitwick replied, pushing the notes that had been resting on the table towards Fopper. The sight of the thick tome, measuring nearly 30 centimeters, filled Fopper with excitement, as it would greatly aid in his development of light magic. After bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, Fopper made his way to the herbology greenhouse located outside Hogwarts Castle, where Professor Sprout, who taught herbology, often tended to her plants. Professor Sprout was a short witch, adorned with a patched hat, her attire often speckled with dirt. Upon Fopper's arrival, she was busy trimming the leaves of a mandrake. Oh, you've come, dear young Noah. Please hold on a moment while I finish pruning this mandrake, Professor Sprout exclaimed. No voyez, Professor. I am in no rush, Fopper replied, taking the opportunity to observe and learn from Professor Sprout in nurturing her herbs, hoping to gain some experience to benefit his modest talents. Before long, Professor Sprout removed her gloves, dusted off her notes, pulled from her apron, and handed them to Fopper with a gentle smile. Thank you very much, Professor, Fopper said, bowing in gratitude. No need for thanks. It is our duty as professors to assist our students, Professor Sprout replied, patting his shoulder. No. Your notes hold immense significance for me, Fopper said as he exited the greenhouse under Professor Sprout's puzzled gaze. Professor Severus Snape's office was located underground, the room somewhat chilly and filled with the scent of potion ingredients. When Fopper arrived, Snape was preparing to leave for class. Oh, I thought our brilliant young Noah would look down upon the notes of his potions professor, Snape remarked sarcastically. How could I? You are a master of potions. Many would envy the chance to see your notes, Fopper replied, maintaining a gentle smile, harboring admiration for this tragic figure. Snape, with a stoic expression, grabbed a notebook from the table and thrust it into Fopper's arms, stating, You may leave now. I must attend class. As Fopper gazed at the pristine notebook in his arms, realizing it was not the annotated potions textbook, he mused, so that is the privilege of a beloved child. Chapter 12. The Transformation of 3 into 4. Fupus was well aware of the happenings within the school, for Al shared every detail with him daily. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect stemming from their time travel, but many events had unfolded quite differently than originally anticipated. For instance, Neville had not suffered a broken arm. Instead, he was rescued by Al, who rode in on a broomstick. Moreover, Harry had not become the seeker for Gryffindor. Rather, he had taken on the role of the chaser, while Al had assumed the position of seeker. Fupus vividly recalled the expression on Al's face when she became a seeker. Her excitement was palpable, her eyes sparkling. as she exclaimed that this was her first step towards becoming a remarkable female Quidditch player. She also mentioned to Fupus that she had encountered a three-headed dog behind a door in the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor, finding it utterly adorable. Though it seemed to be guarding something, Fupus merely smiled in response, choosing to remain silent. The letter read, "Dear Fupus and my little sweetheart, with love from your father and mother." Fupus tucked the letter away, muttering to himself, "So, parents are true love, and children are merely unexpected, are they?" The hall was adorned with hollowed-out pumpkin shells that sheltered flickering candles. A sumptuous array of delicacies was laid out upon the tables. Fupus scanned the room, but did not spot Al or Hermione. He sensed that the butterfly's wings had once again begun to flutter. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed. It was merely a giant after all, seated upon the Ravenclaw bench. Fupus lightly tapped his wand upon the table, conjuring an assortment of Chinese dishes, spicy boiled beef, stir-fried beef, and a medley of 3 vegetables, accompanied by a fragrant bowl of rice. This was a secret signal between him and the house elf. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, enticing the surrounding young wizards, who craned their necks in curiosity. However, they dared not approach, for they were unfamiliar with this renowned prodigy of the magical realm, and were uncertain if their overtures might be met with disdain. With a flick of his wand, Fupus transformed his fork into chopsticks, savoring each bite. He tapped the table once more, and the same delectable dishes appeared before the other students. Enchanted by the enticing scents, they expressed their gratitude effusively. In the next moment, Quirrell burst into the hall, his face a mask of terror. Fupus could not help but smile, thinking to himself, "What a fine performance." Quirrell leaned against the table, panting heavily, and exclaimed to Dumbledore, "A giant! A giant is in the castle. I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted in cries of alarm. Fupus cursed under his breath, "Damn Voldemort." It was imperative to note that giants and trolls were not of the same caliber. Though Al was indeed a genius, proficient in many spells, and more than capable of handling trolls, facing a giant would require more than mere self-defense, especially with Hermione in tow. As Dumbledore conjured a few red fireworks above, signaling the prefects to escort the students back to their dormitories, Fupus cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, rendering his form invisible as he ventured through the castle. He could not ascertain whether the events would unfold as in the original story, where they found themselves in the girls' bathroom. Yet, as fate would have it, they were indeed in the girls' bathroom, facing numerous obstacles ahead. Thunderous explosions echoed around them. Al continuously recited incantations to thwart the giant. "Be careful, Al," Hermione exclaimed. The giant lunged at Al, wielding a massive fork. Just as the two believed their demise was imminent, Fupus appeared before them, his elder wand raised high, forming a magical shield that deflected the giant's attack. "Brother," Al shouted in delight. A stream of golden flames erupted from the wand's tip, engulfing the giant, whose piercing shrieks reverberated in their ears. To the astonishment of Hermione and Al, the giant collapsed to the ground, reduced to charred remains. "Oh, this is wonderful. You're safe." At that moment, Harry and Ron stood at the doorway, breathless from their frantic dash. "Splendid. You two fools. If it weren't for you, Hermione wouldn't be so distraught and crying. We nearly perished. Do you realize that?" Al exclaimed, hands on his hips, directing his ire at them. The two hung their heads in silence, apprehensive to respond. After a moment, feeling parched, Al inquired, "What brings you here?" "Oh, Professor Quirrell mentioned that a giant had entered the castle, and Ron and I were worried about your safety, so we came to inform you." Harry replied, "At least you have a conscience." Al remarked. "Thank you," Hermione said, standing beside Al as she addressed them. Just then, the professors rushed in. "What on earth are you playing at?" Professor McGonagall bellowed angrily. Upon noticing the enormous charred figure behind them, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Consider yourselves fortunate. It didn't claim your lives. Why weren't you simply staying in your dormitory?" The group was momentarily dazed by Professor McGonagall's reprimand, without puzzling over her words. "For apologies, Professor. They came looking for me." Hermione mustered the courage to respond. "Miss Granger, I sought the giant because of my belief that I could confront it. I have studied it extensively in books. Had they not found me, I fear I would have perished." Before Hermione could finish, Snape interjected. "I hardly believe you possess the capability to reduce a giant to cinders, Miss Granger." Al quickly clarified. "That is because my brother taught me a powerful spell of his own invention. I was astonished by its strength." Snape's eyes, shadowed with skepticism, remained silent. If that is the case, it is not surprising. However, Miss Granger, how could you ever presume that your petite stature could contend with a giant? Regrettably, I must inform you that Gryffindor will lose 5 points for this incident." Hermione lowered her head. unsure whether to feel sorrowful for the lost points or ashamed of her earlier deception. As for the three of you, I must say, you were quite fortunate. Had it not been for Miss Noah's timely mastery of such a potent spell, I would have had to commemorate your demise. The four hastily exited the restroom, clearly aware that shared experiences forge bonds among individuals. They exchanged glances, smiles gracing their lips. Chapter 13, AL's first Quidditch match. Outside the window, snowflakes danced in the air, and before long, November had arrived. The mountains surrounding the school were draped in a shimmering white cloak, and the black lake had frozen over with a thick layer of ice measuring over 10 centimeters. Just yesterday, the four of us approached Fawkes to inform him. Snape had sustained a bite on his leg while attempting to seize something guarded by the three-headed dog. Oh dear, poor Snape, perpetually burdened by unjust accusations. Could it be that his constant donning of black robes rendered him less appealing? The more Fawkes pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Today, the weather was exceptionally fine, the sky a brilliant blue. Aside from the biting cold, there were few drawbacks. However, this was no concern for Fawkes, as every piece of his attire was enchanted with a temperature-regulating charm. Harry, you must consume more sustenance. As a seeker, you need the energy to chase the quaffle. Lacking stamina is not an option. Hermione admonished him like a doting mother. Even a slice of bread would suffice. Look at Elle. She understands the importance of maintaining her strength, Hermione pointed out, gesturing towards Elle, who was unabashedly shoving bread into her mouth with one hand while spearing 3 sausages with a fork in the other, alternating between mouthfuls of bread and sausage. A rather endearing sight. Wow, Harry, you really ought to take a page from her book. Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Harry appeared exceedingly anxious. Although he had undergone rigorous training with Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and had become quite familiar with the game, he could not shake off his nervousness. By 11 o'clock, it seemed that every student and faculty member had congregated in the stands of the Quidditch pitch, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Many students wielded either monoculars or binoculars, and Fawkes, Hermione, and Ron made their way to the stands, standing beside Neville, the explosive genius Seamus Finnegan, and the football enthusiast Dean Thomas. Upon spotting Fawkes, Neville's round face lit up with joy. The group had even crafted a banner for Al and Harry, emblazoned with the words, Queen Noah and Knight Potter shall prevail. Clearly, I was thriving in the house, Fawkes mused. Dean had illustrated a lion representing Gryffindor on the banner, and Hermione had cast a spell on the paint to make it shimmer in various colors. In the next moment, the crowd erupted in cheers as the Gryffindor team, clad in vibrant red Quidditch robes, and the Slytherin team, donned in green, soared through the entrance. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, stood in the center of the pitch as the referee, broomstick in hand, addressing the players gathered around her. Listen, I expect this match to be fair and honest. It was evident that this statement was directed at the Slytherin team, known for their underhanded tactics. And now, the match commenced. Madame Hooch mounted her broomstick, placing the silver whistle to her lips. With a sharp blast of the whistle, she sent the quaffle soaring into the sky before exiting the field. Oh, truly our savior star, Harry Potter, has seized the quaffle with remarkable agility and precision, and as a first year, he is indeed worthy of Professor McGonagall's selection. Jordan. Oh, my apologies, Professor. Lee Jordan, a black man with a long hair bun, possesses an immense passion for Quidditch, yet lacks any remarkable talent, relegating him to the role of commentator. The ball has been scored. Harry Potter has made the first goal. Congratulations to him for securing 10 points for Gryffindor. What is that? Like a gorilla, Marcus Flint has seized the quaffle. Jordan, Professor McGonagall said with a hint of exasperation. Oh, my apologies, Professor. I couldn't help myself. Jordan explained. Excuse me, coming through. Hagrid maneuvered his massive form towards them. Mr. Noah, it's been a while. Indeed, Hagrid. Fawkes replied with a warm smile. How's everything going? I was just using my telescope in the hut, but I couldn't see anything clearly. Hagrid patted the telescope hanging around his neck. Harry has already scored. Ron exclaimed excitedly. Oh, really? That is splendid. Hagrid chuckled. Oh no, look, Hermione exclaimed. The group turned to follow Hermione's pointing finger. Meanwhile, Jordan's commentary echoed throughout the field. Oh, our Queen Noah has spotted the golden snitch and is in hot pursuit at remarkable speed. What is that gorilla doing? He intends to attack our queen. That scoundrel. Jordan, Professor McGonagall said, somewhat irate. Professor, he is deliberately charging. That essay foul. Jordan clarified. Aldudja Marcus Flins unsloth. Visibly enraged, as the golden snitch vanished from sight, Madame Hooch reprimanded Flint in anger, awarding Gryffindor a free shot at the goal. However, the Gryffindor team was far from pleased, especially Dean, who had grown up in the Muggle world. He believed such behavior warranted a red card and expulsion from the game. Unfortunately, the wizarding world lacked such regulations. The match continued, and suddenly, Harry's broom began to shake violently. He gripped the handle tightly, striving to maintain his balance and prevent a fall. Fawkes noticed Quirrell on the professor's balcony, casting a curse at Harry, pondering. Indeed, Voldemort's desire for Harry's demise remains unquenched. Yet he chose not to intervene, as Hermione and the others would handle it without his involvement. Oh, if it weren't for Harry's evident talent, I would certainly think he was losing control of his broom. The spectators noticed Harry's precarious situation. He was now nearly thrown off, clinging to the broom with but one hand. At that moment, Hermione glanced towards Fawkes, but he had vanished. She took Hagrid's telescope and scanned the crowd repeatedly. "It's him," Hermione declared. "Who?" Ron inquired. "Snape, he is cursing Harry." Hermione handed the telescope to him. Ron took a quick look and asked, "What should we do?" "Follow my lead," Hermione replied before descending from the stands. Al, brandishing the golden snitch triumphantly in his hand, shouted, "I've got it." Elated, he spun joyfully in the air on his broom, while Harry felt a twinge of frustration, realizing he had played a minimal role in this match. Chapter 14. The Angry Owl. The walls of the hall were adorned with vibrant garlands made of holly branches and mistletoe, while 12 majestic Christmas trees stood proudly within. Fupus was assisting Professor Flitwick in hanging ornaments on the trees. In the next moment, Al, wearing a cheerful smile, approached Fupus with Hermione, Harry, and Ron trailing behind him. "Brother, may I ask you a question?" Al inquired with a glimmer in her eyes. Fupus felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. "What question?" he asked. "Brother, do you know who Nicole May is?" Al asked expectantly. Fupus glanced at the trio behind her and understood, nodding with a smile. "Could you share with us?" "Al promptiv." Fupus gently tapped her forehead, saying, "You should read more instead of just playing. Now you're stumped, aren't you?" Al rubbed her forehead where he had tapped her and replied, "Reading is so boring. Not everyone shares your passion for books. Come on, good brother. Just tell us directly to save us the trouble of searching." "I'm afraid not. This is something you must discover on your own." Fupus chuckled, shaking his head. "Why not?" Al asked, her face a picture of confusion. Unable to extract an answer, she pouted and declared, "Stinky brother, I'm ignoring you." With that, she turned to leave, the other three following suit, dejected. Fupus sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, muttering, "Looks like I have to placate them again." It wasn't he that he was unwilling to share. Rather, he was apprehensive about the consequences that might ensue from revealing too much, especially since the last incident with the troll had made him more cautious. This year, alongside their gifts, Fupus had received many from others, including those from Hermione, Ron, Harry, and various professors like Dumbledore. As he rummaged through the pile of presents, he sought Al's gift, but, regrettably, found none. Alas, Fupus sighed. He began to unwrap the gifts, most of which from pureblood families were mundane items like shop deeds and property titles, offering no novelty year after year. Hermione had gifted him an encyclopedia of the Muggle world, perhaps hoping he would gain insight into their realm. Ron's present was a cozy white sweater, adorned with a large black F, knitted by Mrs. Weasley, which was both warm and well-fitting. Harry gifted him a set of wizard chess, the most expensive kind, demonstrating his uncertainty about what to present. Dumbledore had sent him a pair of pink woolen socks, a rather peculiar taste, which he tossed aside. Professor McGonagall gifted him a detailed commentary on Animagus, likely due to his expressed interest in learning that skill. Professor Flitwick bestowed upon him a set of wand maintenance tools, a standard for dual champions. Professor Sprout presented him with an apron identical to her own, truly a genuine Hufflepuff. Professor Snape gave him a vial of Felix Felicis, living up to his reputation as a potions master. What a generous gift. Among all these presents, the most special was a stack of photographs from his parents' travels, radiating warmth and affection. Fupus hung those pictures prominently on the wall of his dormitory. The gifts he had prepared for others had long been dispatched. The Christmas banquet at Hogwarts was a lively affair, with over 100 roasted turkeys and heaps of roasted meats adorning the long tables. Large platters of sausages and boiled potatoes surrounded them, while young wizards held colorful magical crackers, which erupted with loud pops, revealing unexpected delights. Some emerged as butterfly bow ties, others as small green frogs. Dumbledore, donning a comical pink floral hat, added to the merriment. Fawkes sampled only a little, losing his appetite. Every Christmas prior had been spent with Al, and her absence left an undeniable void. He searched high and low, yet found no trace of her throughout the day. Chapter 15. A Simple Wish. In the stillness of midnight, illuminated by the moonlight, Fawkes reclined on his bed, engrossed in the detailed account of Animagi gifted by Professor McGonagall. Suddenly, a figure leaped onto his bed, Gigi, clutching a letter in her mouth. Elated, Fawkes affectionately petted Gigi's fur and took the letter from her. It bore only 3 words. 4th floor, see you. Hurriedly, Fawkes donned a garment, scooped up Gigi, and dashed toward the 4th floor. There, Al, bored, was idly kicking at the stone bricks. Upon seeing Fawkes approach, her expression turned uncertain. Fawkes gently placed Gigi on the ground, exchanging a knowing glance. Gigi nodded in understanding and scampered toward Al, nuzzling her affectionately, eliciting peals of laughter from her. As Fawkes stood before Al, a warm smile graced his face. Their eyes met, and simultaneously they spoke, the air thick with a moment of silence before they both erupted into laughter. "Brother, I'm sorry. I should have ignored you for so long." Al confessed, her voice laced with guilt. No, it's my fault. Had I told you who Nicodemus was, none of this would have happened," Fawkes replied with a smile. "Oh, how could that be? It's certainly not your fault. You've always protected me since childhood. I trust you, even if I don't fully understand why. I'm just sorry it took me this long to realize." Al responded earnestly. Fawkes shook his head, caressing her cheek as he embraced her gently, murmuring, "There's no need to apologize. You never have to apologize." With a blissful smile, Al wrapped her arms tightly around Fawkes, resting her head against him. Gigi, caught between them, emitted a plaintive meow. They quickly separated, only to find Gigi glaring at them, which sent them into fits of laughter. Al retrieved a delicate little box from her pocket and handed it to Fawkes. "What is this?" he inquired, puzzled. "A Christmas gift," Al declared. "Oh, I thought I wouldn't receive anything," Fawkes exclaimed joyfully. "How could that be?" Al replied with a smile. "What's inside?" Fawkes asked, curiosity piqued. "Open it and see," Al said with a mysterious grin. Fawkes slowly opened the box, revealing a dozen vibrant green seeds nestled within. "Did you cultivate these?" Fupos inquired, showing no surprise, for compared to him, Al's herbalism talent was at its zenith. Indeed, this seed was remarkably resilient, capable of yielding a vast array of herbs from a single specimen. "I have named it the food sow, given that you have always struggled to cultivate herbs. With this, your troubles are over." Al-Chakil. "Wow, this is truly the finest Christmas gift I have ever received," Fupos replied with a grin. Al beamed with delight. "Did you receive the Christmas gift I sent you?" Fupos asked. "I did. I was just about to ask you. Where did it come from? Did Nini give birth to it?" Alinguayev. Fupos had gifted Al a rare, pure, white sniffle. "Yes, Nini had 3, and only this one is pure white." Fupos explained. "I see. I absolutely adore it. It is simply adorable." Al exclaimed. Fupos smiled at her and then asked, "Did you call me here solely to present me with a gift?" "Oh, I almost forgot. Follow me," Al exclaimed, smacking her forehead in annoyance, and then took Fupos' hand to lead him forward. They entered a door guarded by an armored figure. The room resembled a neglected classroom, thick with dust, and at its center stood an enormous, impressive mirror, adorned with an opulent golden frame supported by claw-like feet. Engraved at the top were the words, "Aristra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi," the mirror of Arist. Fupos exclaimed. "You know it?" Al asked. Fupos nodded, replying, "This is the mirror of Arist. It reveals one's most fervent and profound desires." "I see. No wonder," Al remarked, stroking her smooth chin. "What did you see within?" Fupos inquired. "Ah," Al said, a hint of panic in her voice. "I saw myself as the Quidditch world champion." Fupos nodded, his expression one of understanding. "Brother, you should take a look too. See what yours reveals," Al urged, tugging at Fupos' sleeve as they approached the mirror. Fupos was also curious to discover the deepest desires of his heart. Standing before the mirror, a scene gradually materialized within its depths, a family portrait, where Andrew and Amy appeared more mature than now, smiling as they sat in chairs, while a grown-up Alan Fupos, handsome and beautiful, stood behind them, their faces radiating joy. Beside Fupos was a woman, the one he cherished in his heart, cradling a small girl, gazing at him with love in her eyes. "What do you see?" Al peered into the mirror, but perceived nothing. "Family, our family, and my beloved, along with my child," Fupos said with a smile. Al's expression suddenly darkened, though Fupos remained oblivious. "What a splendid desire," came a voice from the shadows of the room, the words of Dumbledore, heard only by himself. Chapter 16. The Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon. On this day, I was filled with exuberance. "What is this? Are you confident about today, as Quidditch match?" Fopus inquired with a smile. "Oh, what brings about such confidence?" Fopus asked, puzzled. "Because we have identified Nicodemus. He is the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a master of alchemy, and that 3-headed dog is guarding it," exclaimed Al, pride glimmering in his eyes as he looked at Fopus. Fopus nodded noncommittally. Soon, the second Quidditch match of the semester commenced, with Snape officiating. This filled Harry with dread, as he believed Snape was perpetually antagonizing him and would undoubtedly favor the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. However, Al reassured Harry with a pat on her chest. "Worry not. As long as I can catch the golden snitch swiftly, there will be no opportunity for bias." Harry's spirits lifted slightly, just as Al had predicted. The match began, and she spotted the golden snitch immediately, darting after it, deftly evading several bludgers hurled by Hufflepuff chasers. Within 5 minutes, she successfully caught the snitch. "Noah! Noah! Long live Queen Noah!" The Gryffindor students erupted in jubilant cheers. Phobos smiled faintly, noting Snape's dark scowl from the sidelines. In the ensuing weeks, life remained relatively tranquil, save for the frequent sight of Al, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stealthily investigating Snape. Al often complained to Phobos, "Oh, goodness, Hermione has already begun preparing her revision schedule. There are still 10 weeks until the final exams." Each time, Phobos would chuckle and respond, "Oh, how unfortunate. But I do not need to take exams." This would infuriate Al, who would exclaim indignantly, "Unfair." In a letter, it was written, "Dear young Mr. Noah, greetings. I realize this may be somewhat presumptuous, but I am genuinely concerned. Could you visit my little hut? It is located at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Please, Hagrid." Phobos speculated about the reason behind Hagrid's letter. As the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, Hagrid's abode was a sturdy little hut made of stone. Phobos knocked on the door, and a rugged voice echoed from within. "Who's there?" "It's me, Phobos Noah. Mr. Hagrid." A clattering sound followed, likely from pots and pans falling. Hagrid swung the door open, his face lighting up with an uncontainable grin as he exclaimed, "Oh, young Mr. Noah, I'm absolutely delighted you could come. Do come in." Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him, akin to stepping into a sauna. The room was modest, yet fully visible, with hams and wildfowl hanging from the ceiling, a massive table and chairs positioned before the hearth, and a blackened egg nestled in the fire's embers. Phobos mused to himself. Indeed, Hagrid invited Fawkes to take a seat, pouring him a cup of steaming tea accompanied by a rock cake, a rather hard morsel that only a giant's lineage like Hagrid's could manage to bite into. Hagrid, visibly awkward and fidgeting, sat across from Fawkes, unsure of how to initiate the conversation. Fawkes offered a slight smile and remarked, "You wish to inquire about the care of a fire dragon, do you not?" "Ah, you are truly remarkable, Mr. Noah," Hagrid exclaimed, his large, dark eyes wide with astonishment. "There's no need for formalities, Hagrid. Simply call me Fawkes." "And there it is." Fawkes gestured towards the dark, murky egg. "Indeed, Fawkes. I have perused many texts stating that most fire dragons hatch in warm environments, so I decided to give it a try. But I cannot ascertain its effectiveness. I fear that if I mishandle it, this little life may perish. Thus, I thought to consult you. After all, the Noah family is quite adept." Hagrid confessed. Fawkes approached the egg, inspecting it closely. Originally black, the shell had taken on a slight gray hue from the smoke of the hearth. Turning to Hagrid, Fawkes stated, "This is a Norwegian ridgeback egg, is it not? Your method of incubation is indeed correct. Norwegian ridgeback eggs must be roasted in the fire. In the wild, their mothers breathe warmth upon them. However, why not consult Al? As far as I know, you are good friends, are you not?" Hagrid thumped his chest, producing a resounding echo, causing Fawkes to fear for his safety. Hagrid, somewhat bashful, admitted, "Recently, those 4 little rascals, upon seeing me, keep asking about the mechanisms guarding that thing, the Cerberus. I'm truly terrified. Oh, by the way, Cerberus is a 3-headed dog," Hagrid added, fearing Fawkes might not know who Cerberus was. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Hagrid let out a resigned sigh, saying, "It must be them. I heard Harry mention that they would see me shortly." He stood and approached the wooden door, filled with hope, and inquired, "Who is it?" "It's us, Hagrid." Hearing the voices from outside dashed Hagrid's hopes. Al, Harry, Hermione, and Ron entered the room, their expressions filled with surprise upon seeing Fawkes. "What are you doing here?" Al asked. "Hagrid invited me," Fawkes replied with a gentle smile. "You have questions for me, do you not?" Hagrid looked at the 4 youngsters, resigned to their inquiry. "Indeed, we wish to know if you can tell us what other mechanisms, aside from Cerberus, guard the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry asked. Hagrid glanced at Fawkes, conveying, "See, I told you. I certainly cannot divulge that information. First, I do not even know what else there is." Hagrid's tone was laced with disdain for the pixies. "Oh, Hagrid, do not be so disheartened. How many matters at school could escape your notice?" Hermione sweetly complimented, clearly effective in softening Hagrid's resolve. "We merely wish to know who else designed the mechanisms. Who does Professor Dumbledore place his trust in?" Hermione pressed on. Upon hearing this, Hagrid's chest puffed slightly, and he conceded, "Very well. It would not be amiss to share my thoughts with you. Apart from Lu Wei, I have enlisted the assistance of several esteemed professors. including Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and, of course, Professor Dumbledore himself, along with Professor Snape. Snape! The four exclaimed in unison. Indeed, do you still harbor doubts about him? He aided Dumbledore in safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. How could he possibly be involved in theft? A grave silence enveloped them as they exchanged concerned glances. Fawkes, observing the scene, could not help but mourn for Snape once more. You are the sole individual who knows how to handle Lu Wei, correct? You haven't disclosed this to anyone else, have you? Harry inquired eagerly. Ah, certainly. My lips are sealed. Aside from Dumbledore and myself, no one is privy to the means of dealing with Lu Wei. Hagrid assuredly pounded his chest. Fawkes slightly shook his head, musing internally. Lips sealed? Is it a reference to growing up on Veritasrum? The four of them released a sigh of relief. Just then, a commotion echoed through the air. Following Hagrid's gaze, Harry puzzledly asked, "What is that?" Hagrid hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the secret. "That is, a dragon egg," both Al and Ron exclaimed simultaneously. "And it's a Norwegian ridgeback egg." Al approached the egg, inspecting it closely. "Where did you acquire it?" "I want it," Hagrid proudly declared. "Yesterday, while drinking in the village. I played cards with a stranger who seemed eager to rid himself of it. But what will you do when it hatches?" Hermione asked, concern etched on her face. "Oh, I consulted Fawkes about it. And look, once it hatches, all it requires is a bucket of chicken blood and brandy every half hour." Hagrid held up a book titled Raising Dragons for Pleasure and Profit. "Moreover, as you have heard, this is a Norwegian ridgeback, quite a rarity. Hagrid, it will grow rapidly. Soon enough, your abode will not be able to accommodate it," Hermione warned. However, Hagrid was completely absorbed in the joy of the dragon's impending hatching, dismissing her concerns. That morning, Fawkes received word from Hagrid that the dragon was about to emerge, inviting him to witness the event. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, Fawkes found Al and Harry already present. They watched in awe as the shell slowly cracked open, accompanied by a series of snapping sounds. The little dragon struggling to break free. They held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene. In the next moment, the shell shattered. A pitch-black dragon emerged, adorned with numerous sharp spines on its wings, its body wrinkled and unsteady. Its large, bewildered eyes scanned its surroundings, and sparks of fire erupted from its nostrils. "Oh, it is simply exquisite, is it not?" Hagrid extended his large hands, yearning to stroke its tiny head. However, the little dragon seemed indifferent to his affection, instead darting towards Fawkes and Al with an affectionate demeanor. "Oh, I am its mother." Hagrid looked utterly forlorn, and in the next moment he exclaimed, "Who goes there?" A shadow flitted past the window, prompting Harry to rush to the window to catch a glimpse of the figure. "It was Malfoy, he saw us," Harry exclaimed in a state of alarm, convinced that the detestable figure was none other than that insufferable Malfoy. Hagrid's eyes widened in distress. "We must release it. Malfoy will surely inform on us," Harry insisted. "Oh no, it's too young. It will perish," Hagrid lamented, his face awash with concern. "Norbert? Alinguayir Basiv. Oh, that is the name I gave it. Does it not suit him well?" Hagrid gazed at Norbert with affection. "Yet she is a female. Is that name truly appropriate?" Aldemart. A girl? How do you know?" Hagrid's large eyes brimmed with confusion. "She told me. Our Noah family can communicate with magical creatures. My brother heard it too, right?" I'll cast a glance at Fawkes. Fawkes nodded, affirming indeed. "Oh, then we cannot call her that. What shall we name her?" Hagrid pondered. "Are you truly still considering this? If Malfoy squeals, Hagrid will be expelled." Hermione shouted urgently. Hagrid bit his lip, torn with indecision, and said defensively, "I know, but I cannot simply abandon her, can I?" But Hermione began, yet was interrupted by Al. "Calm down, Hermione. It's all right. If necessary, we can leave her with my brother. You must know he has 3 dragons in his ring." "Huh?" Hagrid, Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged bewildered glances at Fawkes. As members of the Noah family, it is quite reasonable to have a few dragons, is it not? Fawkes shrugged. "A few? Reasonable? Wow!" exclaimed Harry, Hermione, and Ron in succession. "That is hardly reasonable. I have no dragons in my ring, nor do I know where you acquired them." Al expressed enviously. "Splendid. In that case, Hagrid, you must promptly entrust the dragon to Mr. Noah." Harry declared joyfully. Can I keep her for a few more days? Let me care for her a bit longer," Hagrid said, looking at Norbert frolicking on the table. But before Harry could finish, Fawkes interjected. "If that is the case, then let us keep her a few more days. I can always store her in my ring." Upon hearing this, Hagrid felt a surge of happiness. Harry, too, could not bear to see Hagrid distressed and agreed to the arrangement. Chapter 17. The Resurrection of the Unicorn. Thus, after a week, Norbert had grown nearly as large as the hut itself. Despite his reluctance, Hagrid knew he must relinquish her to Fawkes. That night, the group gathered in Hagrid's small abode. "Oh, Norbert, you must take good care of yourself," Hagrid said, cradling the little dragon's head. "Norbert? I'll question." I muttered softly. "Your naming skills rival my brother's." "What?" Hermione asked. I glanced at Fawkes, exhaling lightly, and replied, "It's nothing." "All right, Hagrid. Worry not. She will fare wonderfully," Fawkes assured. Hagrid's face was streaked with tears as he nodded, distancing himself from Nora, turning his head away, unable to bear the sight. Fawkes approached Nora, who gently nuzzled his face. With a slight smile, Fawkes said, "All right. Be good when you get there. No fighting and no bullying others, understood?" Nora seemed to comprehend and nodded in response. Fawkes raised his ring-adorned hand towards Nora, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. "Cool," Ron exclaimed in awe. However, the following day, Al informed Fawkes that they had been caught and were to be confined, with Gryffindor penalized by a full 200 points. That detestable Malfoy. If it weren't for his betrayal, we wouldn't have been caught. Just wait until I get the chance. I'll make him understand why roses are so red. Goodness. The gazes of all the students in Gryffindor felt as if they were piercing through me. A week before the exams, Al constantly vented her frustrations to Fawkes, making it clear how much she despised Malfoy and how deeply troubled she felt. That night at 11 o'clock, Al, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Malfoy, under the guidance of Filch, set off to meet Hagrid, their confinement location deep within the Forbidden Forest. Fawkes cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, following closely behind to protect his sister Al and Harry. For one must honor their commitments. What a pity. They had abolished the old-fashioned punishment of hanging you by your wrist from the ceiling and starving you for days. I truly miss those times. I still have those tools in my office. Filch's eerie voice echoed around them, sending shivers down Al and the other spines. However, Fawkes remained unfazed, for he knew Filch to be a mere bluster, someone born into a wizarding family, but unable to wield magic. Years of humiliation had twisted his spirit, fueling his jealousy as he sought to assert some pathetic sense of existence by chastising them. "Hurry up, the time is nearly upon us. I've been waiting for almost half an hour. How about it, Al? Harry? Hermione? Ron?" Hagrid, wielding a massive crossbow and carrying a quiver filled with arrows, was followed by a large dog named Fawn. "There's no need to be so courteous to them, Hagrid," Filch's icy voice interjected, for they were indeed there to face punishment. "So that's why you were delayed for so long? For teaching them a lesson, right? This isn't your concern. Your task is complete. You may leave." Hagrid had always held disdain for Filch. "By dawn, I'll come and deal with their remains," he declared fiercely, turning towards the castle. Fawkes muttered an incantation, casting a curse upon Filch. Minor, yet would leave him incessantly itching for at least a week. "How dare you curse my sister?" Fawkes glared at Filch, thinking, "I will not enter that forbidden forest. There are werewolves there." Draco Malfoy, pale with terror, trembled as he spoke. Just as he finished, a wolf howl echoed ominously from the depths of the forbidden forest. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be facing detention," Al exclaimed, exasperative. "I'm truly sorry, Miss Noah. I never intended to involve you." Malfoy murmured, his head bowed and a hint of trepidation evident on his countenance. Albus cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to remain silent. "Very well. The Forbidden Forest is exceedingly perilous. If you wish to survive, it is imperative that you stay close to me," Hagrid declared. The group ventured along a narrow path bordering the Forbidden Forest, the flickering light of their lanterns offering little solace. After a short while, Hagrid gestured toward a distant spot. "Do you see that pool of silvery blood on the ground? That is the blood of a unicorn. This marks the second occurrence this week. I discovered it dead one last Wednesday. We must hasten to locate that unfortunate creature, lest we face dire consequences. What if the one who harmed the unicorn finds us first?" Malfoy's voice quivered with panic. "As long as you remain with me and Fawn, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest shall not harm you," Hagrid reassured him. "Now, we must divide our numbers. There are bloodstains everywhere, and that poor creature is evidently gravely injured. It has lingered here for an extended period. Then I shall accompany Fawn." Malfoy pointed at the large dog beside Hagrid. "Oh, very well, but I must caution you. He's quite the coward," Hagrid responded. "So, Al, Hermione, Ron, and I will proceed one way, while Harry and Malfoy accompany Fawn the other. If anyone spots the unicorn, they must send up green sparks. If danger arises, red sparks shall be the signal. Understood?" Observing the two factions splitting to the left and right, Fawkes chose to accompany Harry's group. The depths of the Forbidden Forest were shrouded in darkness, with the trio relying solely on the dim light from Harry's lantern to illuminate their path, barely extending a couple of meters ahead. The silver bloodstains became increasingly frequent, vividly illustrating the unicorn's immense suffering. "Look over there," Malfoy exclaimed. Following his finger, they beheld the unicorn's slender legs involuntarily bending. Its pristine body collapsed upon the leaf-strewn ground, a steady stream of silvery blood oozing from one side as it gasped for breath, its eyes filled with helpless despair. Harry cautiously approached, intent on aiding the creature, but as he took a step forward, a rustling noise erupted from the nearby underbrush. Fear gripped Harry as he swallowed hard. Rooted to the spot, unwilling to move. In the next instant, a hooded figure emerged from the thicket, clad in black and crawling upon the ground. Both Harry and Malfoy stood frozen in terror, paralyzed by fear. The figure reached the unicorn's side, bending low to drink from the blood seeping from its wound. Malfoy shrieked in horror, turning to flee, with Fong also bolting into the distance. The figure raised its head to regard Harry, silver blood still staining its lips, and charged toward him. Harry felt an unprecedented agony radiate from the scar on his forehead, and in sheer fright, he began to retreat, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Just as he believed his end was nigh, Fawkes materialized before him, wand outstretched, conjuring a protective barrier that sent the dark figure sprawling away. The shadowy figure cast a fleeting glance at the two of them before swiftly fleeing. "Mr. Noah," Harry exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "Greetings, Harry. Are you all right?" Fawkes inquired with a gentle smile. "I am fine, but what about you? I mean, how did you come to be here?" Harry asked, puzzled. Before Fawkes could finish, a voice echoed from a distance. "Brother." Al and Hagrid approached. "Harry, are you unharmed?" Hagrid asked. "Oh, I'm fine. It was Mr. Noah who saved me." Harry replied. "That is splendid news. I'm immensely grateful to you, Mr. Noah." Hagrid bowed respectfully to Fawkes. "No need for thanks." Fawkes responded with a slight smile. Just as they were conversing, the sound of hooves resonated nearby. 3 figures emerged before them, led by a centaur with a silver-maned body and platinum hair. "Are you all safe?" he inquired. "Oh, Firenze, you've arrived. Rest assured, we are unharmed. An uninvited guest has entered the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid explained. Firenze scrutinized Harry and then turned his gaze to Fawkes, bending his forelegs alongside the 2 other centaurs. Offering a deep bow, "Esteemed Mr. Noah, the Centaur clan, Firenze, Bane, and Ronan extend their highest respects to you." Fawkes, slightly perplexed, asked why. It is known that centaurs and wizards have historically been at odds. Even though Fawkes belonged to the sacred lineage, such reverence was unexpected. He glanced skyward, but discerned nothing amiss. "Oh, poor creature, it has passed." Hagrid knelt before the unicorn, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with sorrow. Fawkes, disregarding the centaur's words, approached Hagrid, patting his back reassuringly. "Do not fret, Hagrid. I can heal it." "Really? Mr. Noah?" Hagrid exclaimed, filled with joy. "Oh, it's certainly no trouble." Hagrid stepped aside, allowing Fawkes to approach the unicorn. With his elder wand pointed at the creature, he uttered an incantation, Lumos. A brilliant white light emanated from the wand, enveloping the unicorn. The once still chest visibly resumed its rise and fall, and the wounds at its side healed completely. As the white light merged into the unicorn's form, its eyes gradually opened, and it stood up slowly, emitting a joyous whinny. Fawkes gently stroked its pristine coat, saying, "There you go. You're all right now." "Oh, by Merlin's beard, it has come back to life. Mr. Noah, your light magic is truly wondrous." Hagrid praised. Al, Hermione, Harry, and Ron gathered around. "Did you ask Malfoy?" Al inquired eagerly. "Can I touch it?" "Of course," Fawkes replied. Ael's face lit up with excitement as he dashed over. After all, who could resist a beautiful unicorn? "Mr. Noah, may I?" Hermione asked shyly. "Certainly." Fawkes smiled gently. "Mr. Noah, we wish to try too." Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. "Well, the boy should ask the unicorn if it consents," Fawkes stated. "Why?" The two questioned, puzzled. "For the unicorn only permits the approach of pure-hearted witches." Al, stroking the unicorn's mane, raised an eyebrow and proudly addressed the two. Observing the unicorn's wary demeanor, they regrettably abandoned their desire to reach out and touch it. "Harry, you must leave this place. The forest is not safe for you, especially now. Warned Firenze. Silence, Firenze. We cannot defy the dictates of the stars. You speak too much." Bas retorted Angridi. He glanced at the sky, still somewhat displeased with Firenze's actions, yet chose not to voice any further complaints. Fupus regarded the centaurs, sensing they concealed some secret. The unicorn approached Fupus, gently nudging him and whinnying softly. "Are you certain? You wish to come with me? But don't your kin reside here?" Fupus inquired. The unicorn's expression was filled with sorrow, emitting a mournful whinny. "Oh, I apologize, I did not know." "Very well, then come with me," Fupus said with a slight smile. The unicorn joyfully raised its front hooves, excitedly whinnying and circling around Fupas. With a gentle smile, Fupas stored it within a ring and made his way out of the forbidden forest. Farewell, young Mr. Noah. May you forever radiate the light of the stars, the three centaurs said, bowing in respect. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic. What did the centaurs mean by the stars? Was it the primordial power of Apollo? Or something else entirely? Fupas was left utterly perplexed. Chapter 18. Confrontation with Voldemort. Final examinations. A monumental burden upon students, whether in China or the United Kingdom. However, for Fupas, it was of little concern, for he was exempt from examinations. His days were languid, spent either perusing texts in the restricted section or attending to Nanla, the name of the rescued unicorn. Yet, such carefree days are fleeting. One evening, a week after the exams concluded, a burst of flame heralded the arrival of Dumbledore in his room. Long time no see, Fupas. How is life at school treating you? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Quite well, filled with intrigue. Is there something you need from me, Professor? Fupas replied. Indeed, Harry, your sister, and the other two little ones have embarked on an adventure. I believe it is time for you to join them. Dumbledore stated. With your presence, is my assistance truly necessary? Fupas asked. I must visit the Ministry of Magic. I wish to ascertain who among us remains Voldemort's minion. Therefore, understood, I shall leave it to you. You know where they are, correct? Dumbledore winked at him, and then, in a flash of flames, was whisked away by the Phoenix, Fawkes. What do you know? Fupas murmured to himself as he stepped out the door. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he found the door ajar. Casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, he boldly entered. Al, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were leaping towards the trapdoor, while the three-headed dog, Fluffy, snored quietly nearby. Fupas followed suit. The four individuals found themselves ensnared by the devilish web. Had it not been for A.L.'s proficiency in herbalism and Hermione's diligent attentiveness in class, they might have been forever trapped. Fawkes swiftly followed behind them, gradually advancing as the sound of what resembled wings fluttering echoed from the end of the corridor. They entered a brightly lit chamber, where keys with transparent wings flitted about in the air. The four exchanged glances between the door and the soaring keys, coming to a realization. We must seek an antiquated key, one that appears rather old. Hermione declared. I shall find it. Al exclaimed, seizing a nearby broomstick and mounting it, soaring into the air in search of the described key. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of the very key Hermione had depicted, and she darted towards it, its speed astonishing despite its mere nature as a key. Al maneuvered skillfully in the air, exerting considerable effort to grasp it. Upon passing through the door, darkness enveloped the room, but in the next instant, the lights blazed to life. Before them lay an enormous wizard's chessboard, with black pieces larger than Hagrid himself, while on the opposing side stood the white pieces, their faces devoid of features, exuding an unsettling aura. Tentatively, they advanced, only to be halted by the chess pieces. What should we do now? Harry inquired. Clearly, we must engage in a game of chess to proceed. Ron stated. How do we play? Hermione questioned. We shall become the pieces. Ron replied, eyeing the towering black piece beside him. No offense intended, but among us four, I am the best at chess, Ron admitted, somewhat sheepishly. Oh, you are indeed correct. Please tell us what to do. We are out of time. Harry urged anxiously. All right, Harry, you shall represent the bishop. Hermione, you move there as the castle. Al, you will be the queen. And what about you? Harry asked. I shall be the knight. The four positioned themselves beside the pieces. Harry appeared somewhat apprehensive, for they could not afford defeat. The white pawn advanced 2 squares. Ron nervously swallowed and instructed Harry move right 4 squares. Soon after, the opposing white queen decisively toppled another black knight to the ground, shattering it. After a flurry of exchanges, the chessboard's remaining pieces dwindled. There is no other option left. I must be sacrificed, Ron whispered. Al, Harry, and Hermione chorused, no, I must do this. It is the only way for Harry to checkmate the king. Yet Harry's expression was fraught with concern, clearly unwilling to see his friend sacrifice himself. You have more pressing matters to attend to. You cannot remain here, Ron shouted. Hearing this, Harry ceased to protest. Prepare yourselves. Remember to flee swiftly once we win. In the next moment, Ron's knight was brutally smashed by the opposing queen, fragments striking Ron's head and rendering him unconscious. The remaining 3 dared not move, and Harry took 3 steps to the left, declaring, checkmate. The king removed his crown and cast it at Harry's feet. They had triumphed, and the white pieces yielded passage. The 3 glanced at the unconscious Ron on the ground and continued toward the next room. Hermione couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. The professor's traps won't kill anyone, don't worry. Al reassured her. I don't know if he's dead or just fainted. Oh, thankfully, we don't have to battle giants this time. My brother isn't here, Al said, still shaken. Fuppus smiled faintly upon hearing this. The trio cautiously stepped over the giant and entered the next chamber. The mechanism here was simple, a table adorned with 8 bottles of varying sizes and shapes. As they entered the room, flames blocked the doorway, a peculiar purple hue. Black flames flickered at the entrance ahead, trapping them in between. Look at this, Hermione exclaimed, pointing at a scroll of parchment on the table. It read, "Danger lies ahead. Safety is behind. Among us, 3 can assist you. Drink from them. 1 will lead you forward, 1 contains nettle wine, and 3 are deadly poison, waiting in line. Choose wisely, unless you wish to remain here forever. We offer 4 clues to aid your selection. First, no matter how cunningly they hide, they all stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends differ. If you wish to advance, they will not benefit you. Third, you will notice the sizes of the bottles vary. Neither the giant nor the gnome conceals the Grim Reaper. Fourth, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right appear different, yet taste the same. What does this mean? How we solve it? Harry asked. Just follow the hints on the parchment. Hermione replied, as she studied the scroll, gesturing towards the bottles. All right, I understand. You and Al should drink the one that allows you to pass through the purple flames, while I take the one that permits passage through the black flames. Harry declared. That won't do. I can't let you take risks alone. Al pretestif. Indeed, Hermione echoed. No. Listen to me. Ron is still outside. You must take him to the infirmary and seek assistance from Dumbledore or Mr. Noah. Do you understand? Harry insisted. Hermione and Al exchanged a glance and nodded. Fuppus waved his wand, and the black flames parted instantly, allowing him to stride forward. Harry gazed at the figures in the room, utterly astonished. But Fuppus had long been aware. How can it be you? Harry stammered in disbelief. Quirrell let out a cold laugh. Yes, it is I. Surprised, aren't you? But it shouldn't be Snape? Harry stuttered. What deep-seated grudge do you have against him? Fuppus pondered, hand on his forehead. Snape? Indeed, with his cold demeanor. Who would suspect the stuttering Quirrell? You agree, don't you? Quirrell cackled maniacally. But wasn't Snape trying to kill me during the Quidditch match? Harry questioned, bewildered. Oh, no. It was I who sought to harm you. He was merely reciting the incantation to break the spell. Had it not been for him, you would have perished long ago. Quirrell exclaimed. Snape intends to save me? Harry's worldview shattered momentarily. What do you think? Otherwise, why would he officiate the Quidditch match for a second time? It was to protect you, Quirrell asserted. So the giant was also your doing? Harry inquired. Indeed, I never anticipated that Artemis possessed such abilities. I must admit, her brother is truly a genius. An extraordinary genius, Quirrell replied. Enough. I have squandered too much time in this conversation. I must hasten to see what lies within this mirror. Quirrell bound Harry in place. It shouldn't be. The Philosopher's Stone should be within the mirror. Why isn't it there? I see the stone, but how to retrieve it? So the figure in the Forbidden Forest was also orchestrated by you? Harry thought of stalling for time. Of course. But alas, were it not for that wretched Noah boy, I could have slain you. His presence is truly bothersome. Quirrell retorted. Utilize that boy, you fool. A voice emanated from Quirrell that was neither Harry's nor Quirrell's. Quirrell released Harry from his bindings and said, Come now, Harry, see what you can perceive. Harry cautiously approached and declared, I have won the House Cup for Gryffindor. He lies. The voice erupted again, bellowing. Let me confront him face to face. But, Master, your strength has yet to be restored. This little energy is of no consequence. Quirrell gradually removed his scarf, gazing back at Harry with the back of his head. Harry's eyes widened in horror as a face emerged from Quirrell's nape, grotesque and terrifying, with nostrils elongated like a serpent. Harry Potter, behold my current form. It is all your doing that I am condemned to share this body like a parasite. Should you not take responsibility? Hand over the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket. Harry recoiled in terror. Do not attempt to flee, or you shall meet the same fate as your parents, struggling in vain before begging for mercy. You lie, Harry shouted defiantly, turning to flee towards the black flames. Seize him. At that moment, Fawkes realized he could wait no longer and revealed himself, looking at Quirrell. Young Noah, Harry exclaimed with delight. Fawkes Noah, it is you again. Voldemort's voice resonated ominously. Fawkes smiled slightly and replied, Indeed, it is I again. Had you not fled swiftly back then, you would have been extinguished long ago. Ridiculous. I am the Dark Lord. What can you, a mere child, do? Surrender your body to me. Voldemort roared. The next moment, Quirrell raised his wand, unleashing a green beam towards Fawkes. Fawkes similarly raised his wand, and a brilliant white light collided with the green beam, resulting in a standoff. Harry was rendered unconscious by the surge of magic from their duel. Professor Quirrell, do you recall the words I spoke at the beginning of the term? Suddenly, Quirrell's body began to convulse. Damn it! How dare your wretched soul resist? Voldemort bellowed in fury. Furpose seized the opportunity to amplify his magical output, unleashing a radiant white light that completely shattered the green glow, striking Chilo and reducing his form to fragments. Simultaneously, a wisp of black mist and a beam of white light erupted forth. The black mist fled outside, while the white light coalesced into the silhouette of Chilo, who bowed deeply to Furpose before dissipating into the ether. Furpose turned his gaze to the unconscious Harry nearby, feeling somewhat helpless. In the next instant, a flash of fire appeared beside Furpose, and Dumbledore emerged from its depths. Professor, might I suggest you arrived a tad late? Furpose inquired with a slight smile. Dumbledore returned the smile, saying, my apologies. Age has rendered me somewhat less spry. Furpose scoffed, his expression betraying skepticism. Dumbledore then regarded the unconscious Harry and retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket. Furpose, are you familiar with alchemy? Dumbledore asked. Indeed, Professor. What of it? Furpose replied, puzzled. Do you possess an interest in alchemy? Dumbledore continued. What do you mean? My old friend, Nicholas Flamel, has resolved to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, but worries that his alchemical knowledge will go unpassed. He has entrusted me with the task of finding a successor. Would you be interested? Dumbledore proposed. Furpose paused, recalling his innate talent for alchemy, and exclaimed joyfully, certainly. It would be my honor, Professor. That is splendid news. I can finally fulfill my promise. After the summer break, you may spend a week with your family, and then I shall take you to learn from Nicholas. Furpose nodded eagerly. However, for now, we must escort young Harry to the infirmary, Dumbledore declared, lifting Harry and vanishing in a flash of fire. Yeah, Professor. Have you forgotten there is still another person here? Furpose lamented, standing in place before stepping outside. Chapter 19. The covenant and responsibilities of the four sacred clans. Furpose stood at the threshold of the infirmary, listening to the conversation between Dumbledore and Harry within. Good afternoon, Harry. Dumbledore greeted. Sir, the Philosopher's Stone. Chilo is attempting to seize it. Mr. Noah is trying to stop him. Harry exclaimed in a panic. Do not fret, dear child. Rest assured, Chilo did not succeed. Mr. Furpose has thwarted him. Dumbledore reassured. Oh, that is a relief. Harry sighed. Sir, how long have I been lying here? He inquired. Oh, 3 days now. Look around you. These are gifts sent by well-wishers. Though this matter is a secret, secrets have a way of spreading, do they not? Dumbledore chuckled. What became of the Philosopher's Stone? I mean, Voldemort will surely try to steal it again. Harry queried. We shall refer to him as Voldemort. The fear of uttering his name only strengthens it in one's heart, Dumbledore responded. As for the Philosopher's Stone, I have already destroyed it. Destroyed it? But Mr. Flamel and his wife were supposed to. Oh, you are quite well informed. Indeed. However, they have retained some elixir of immortality, sufficient for them to manage their affairs. Moreover, I have found them an exceptional successor. Yes, indeed, very exceptional. Dumbledore concluded. Harry's face was filled with confusion. So, sir, even without the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will rise again, right? He hasn't vanished, has he? Indeed, evil always finds a way to return. Well then, Harry replied, you still need to rest, Harry. Some things will become clearer to you in due time. All right, I understand. As he watched Dumbledore exit the infirmary, Fawkes inquired, Professor, I wish to ask, just how much have you prepared? How much do you know? A little bit. Dumbledore winked at him. The old enigma, Fawkes thought to himself, then followed in Dumbledore's footsteps as they departed. At the end-of-year feast, the students of Slytherin wore beaming smiles, a stark contrast to the grim expressions of Gryffindor, who could hardly bear to witness Slytherin's triumph. Another year has passed, Dumbledore exclaimed with joy. Before we indulge in a sumptuous feast, I wish to share a few words. I trust your minds have been filled with knowledge during this remarkable year. Over the summer, I hope you will assimilate what you have learned and make room for the knowledge of the upcoming term, for magic knows no bounds. Now, as far as I know, it is time to award the House Cup. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 262 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. 1st place, Slytherin, with 472 points. A deafening cheer erupted from Slytherin's table, while the Gryffindor students looked increasingly dismayed, especially Al, whose face was dark enough to drip water. Yes, indeed, splendid work, Slytherin, Dumbledore said with a smile. However, recent events must also be taken into account. Firstly, Mr. Ron Weasley, who has just played the most spectacular game of wizard chess in many years. Therefore, I shall reward Gryffindor with 50 points. The roar of Gryffindor's cheers nearly shook the ceiling of Hogwarts, causing even the floating candles to sway violently. Secondly, Miss Hermione Granger, who maintained her composure and logical reasoning in the face of flames, shall earn Gryffindor another 50 points. Hermione lowered her head shyly, while her Gryffindor peers erupted in jubilant celebration. Thirdly, Miss Artemis Noah, who utilized her exceptional flying skills to seize the key and unlock the door, will grant Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Oh, Queen Noah, Queen Noah. The Gryffindor students cheered in unison. Al turned her head to look at Fawkes, who smiled at her and applauded in celebration, filling her with immense joy. Finally, as silence enveloped the great hall, all awaited Dumbledore's next words. Due to his extraordinary courage and valor, I shall award Harry Potter 60 points. The Gryffindor students roared with hoarse voices, proclaiming that their score had equaled that of Slytherin. Dumbledore proclaimed with great conviction, it requires immense courage to confront adversaries, and even greater bravery to stand firm in one's beliefs among allies. Thus, in closing, I shall award Mr. Neville Longbottom a full 10 points. The students of Gryffindor erupted in jubilant cheers, tossing their wizard hats high into the air, while Neville's face flushed with embarrassment and uncertainty. Now, if my calculations are correct, it appears the decorations here are in need of a transformation. With a clap of his hands, Dumbledore summoned the Slytherin banners above the Great Hall to shift into those of Gryffindor. I hope you are not displeased by my decision not to award you points, Mr. Fawkes. The voice of Dumbledore echoed near Fawkes' ear. Days later, the Hogwarts Express pulled into the station. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. "Come in," Fawkes called out. The visitor was none other than Cassandra Valery, whom he had met at the start of the term. "Miss Valery, what brings you here?" Fawkes inquired with a gentle smile, despite their limited previous interactions. "Shouldn't you invite me to take a seat, Mr. Noah?" Cassandra responded with a serene expression, her chin slightly raised. "Oh, my sincerest apologies. That was my oversight. Please, take a seat, Miss Valery. By the way, would you care for a drink?" Fawkes stood, adjusting his cuffs, still wearing a warm smile. Cassandra gracefully settled onto the sofa opposite Fawkes and replied, "Pumpkin juice will suffice. Thank you." With a flick of his wand, Fawkes transformed the teacup before Cassandra into a goblet, from which pumpkin juice materialized until it neared the brim. Cassandra, her hands adorned with white silk gloves, gently clapped and remarked, "Truly, you are a genius of the magical realm, having invented the Lumos charm. You flatter me, Miss Valery. However, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Fawkes asked with a smile. Fawkes' pupils contracted slightly, for he alone was aware of his prophetic abilities. Sensing the confusion in his gaze, Cassandra Valery stated, "Do not be alarmed. I alone possess the ability to discern that you are a seer." "How did you come to know this?" Fawkes queried, intrigued. "Surely, Mr. Fawkes, you are aware that each of the 4 sacred families possesses unique abilities. Your Noah family has the gift of communicating with and commanding magical creatures. Our Valery family excels in the art of prophecy. Not only is our foresight precise, but we can also predict lifespans. The Worthington family commands formidable weather magic, while the Kales family specializes in unique combat spells, imbuing them into their weapons for close encounters. Moreover, our Valery family's prophetic gift allows us to sense others who share this power, a unique perception inherent to our lineage." Cassandra Valery declared proudly. "Ah, I see. No wonder." Fawkes nodded. "You sought me out to inform me that you know I'm also a seer?" "Certainly not. You must be aware of the pact and responsibilities binding our 4 sacred families, correct?" Observing the puzzled expression on Fupus's face, Cassandra Valery remarked, "You mean to say you are unaware? Did your elders neglect to inform you?" "Ah, they must have forgotten," Fupus replied with a hint of resignation. "Well, it is somewhat understandable, considering that the heirlooms of your Noah family have not been wielded by anyone for quite some time," Cassandra Valery continued. "What does that have to do with the heirlooms?" Fupus inquired. "Long ago, the ancestors of the 4 holy clans jointly aided King Arthur in warfare, earning considerable accolades. Thus, after the sword and the stone shattered, King Arthur divided it into 4 parts, bestowing them upon the ancestors of the 4 holy clans. Each ancestor crafted their own heirloom from their respective portion of sword. The Valery family's heirloom is this prophetic crystal earring," Cassandra stated, pointing to the green earring adorning her ear. According to the historical records of the Valery family, the Noah clan's heirloom is a bracelet named Shin-Chi, Cassandra indicated, gesturing to the corner of the bracelet peeking from Fupus's hand. Fupus glanced down, remaining silent as he patiently listened. "The Wollington family possesses a pendant, while the Kale family has a gauntlet," Cassandra continued. "Since the time of King Arthur, the 4 holy clans have been at odds with one another, particularly after the affair between Lancelot, the foremost knight of the Round Table, and Queen Guinevere was discovered by King Arthur, leading to a confrontation between the ancestors of the Warry, Noah, and Wollington families against that of the Cale family. However, with King Arthur's death, their conflict was abruptly halted, leading to an agreement that the descendants inheriting the heirlooms would determine who among them is the strongest. Yet a millennium has passed, and only today have the heirlooms of the four saints found their rightful bearers. This signifies that the four of us, the inheritors, are destined to clash. Cassandra proclaimed. Therefore, have you come to challenge me? Fuppus asked, somewhat perplexed. Cassandra shook her head. The Cale family's war magic was deemed the most formidable back in the day, and now, with your invention of light magic and mastery of the silent strength, you undoubtedly surpass me. Although I do not believe the prophetic power of the Warry family is inferior. I shall not engage in a duel without certainty. Then why are you here? Fuppus probed, observing the terror that flickered across Cassandra's perpetually graceful visage. She trembled as she spoke. Upon receiving my family's heirloom, a prophecy emerged in my mind, vague yet harrowing. I witnessed blood, an abundance of it, and various lights. Is there anything else? Fuppus inquired urgently. The prophetic power has indicated that you are of great significance, immensely so. Thus, I wish to caution you to safeguard yourself. Fuppus nodded in acknowledgement. After Cassandra departed, Fuppus felt as if his mind was in disarray, the advantage of foresight now eluding him. Gazing out at the sprawling fields of wheat, he found it difficult to achieve tranquility. It was only upon arriving at the station and seeing his father Andrew and mother Amy that he felt slightly better. Chapter 20. Teacher Nico. On the very first day, upon returning home, Fuppus informed his parents that he could only stay for a week before embarking on his studies in alchemy with Nicholas Flamel. The reactions of the three were distinctly varied. His father, Andrew, expressed joy, relishing the absence of competition for his wife Amy's affection. In contrast, his mother, Amy, wore a countenance of reluctance, lamenting the imminent separation after just a week of reunion. His sister, Al, was predominantly filled with curiosity about the art of alchemy. A week later, Fuppus bid farewell to his family and followed Dumbledore to a street in France. The passers-by were intrigued by the sight of Dumbledore, who resembled Gandalf standing beside Fuppus. Could he not don a more ordinary attire, Professor? Fuppus remarked with a hint of exasperation. You make a valid point. Next time, I shall certainly consider it. Dumbledore responded, guiding Fuppus forward. They arrived at a muggle shop, entering to find it devoid of customers. Dumbledore led Fuppus through a series of twists and turns until they stood before a wall, from which a door slowly materialized. As a master of alchemy capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone, one can never be too cautious, Dumbledore declared. Fuppus offered a slight smile in agreement. Upon entering, they were greeted by an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a frail appearance, who stood waiting with a welcoming smile. Ah, Dumbledore, you finally arrived. After keeping me waiting for an hour, Nicholas exclaimed. Oh, my dear old friend, there is no need for such a wait. Dumbledore replied. Finding a worthy apprentice is no simple task, Nicholas remarked, his eyes sparkling as they settled on Fuppus. Indeed, with that, I entrust little Fuppus to your care, Dumbledore concluded, and in a flash of fire, he departed with Fuppus. Nicholas hurried over, panting slightly after just a few steps, prompting Fuppus to worry that he might collapse from exertion. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, young Mr. Noah, Nicholas said, extending his frail hands. Fuppus took hold of them, producing a sharp crack from Nicholas's grip. Oh dear, Nicholas exclaimed in pain. My apologies, Mr. Flamel, but you may simply call me Fuppus, Fuppus replied, somewhat embarrassed, as he drew his wand and cast a healing spell on Nicholas's hand. No harm done, no harm done. Longevity always comes with its price. Fortunately, this discomfort shall not last long, Nicholas reassured him. Fuppus, your talent for alchemy is truly remarkable. You can discern my aptitude? Fuppus questioned, astonished. Well, having lived for so long, one tends to acquire a bit of wisdom, Nicholas replied. Just call me Master Nicholas. I consider myself fortunate to have such an exceptional disciple before my time runs out. You flatter me, Master Nicholas. Fuppus responded. No. But before Nicholas could finish, a voice emerged from the kitchen. Very well, Nickel, let the child have something to eat first. Compliments can be offered at any time. Speaking of which, my wife Perenelle, let us go. Time for a meal. Nickel ran ahead with a brisk pace, while Fuppus followed closely behind. And together, they made their way to the kitchen. Perenelle, a strikingly beautiful woman with raven black hair, appeared to be in her 30s. One would hardly believe she had lived for over 6 centuries if they were not already aware of it. How unexpected that teacher Nickel appreciates this tone. Fuppus mused inwardly. Oh, What a charming little boy. Surely, he hasn't had a meal yet. I prepared some baked rice. You simply must try it. Perenelle exclaimed. Certainly. I wouldn't dream of refusing, Sister Perenelle. Phoebus responded with flattery. Really? You call me sister? Goodness. Nickel, did you hear that? I truly remain as lovely as ever, Perenelle said, gazing at Nickel. Indeed, little Phoebus must be absolutely correct. You are still youthful and beautiful, my dear, Nickel replied, his eyes filled with affection for Perenelle. Witnessing the love between them, Phoebus felt a twinge of envy. Before long, Perenelle brought forth the fragrant baked rice to the table. Do give it a try, little Phoebus. After you finish, have a good rest. We shall commence our alchemical studies tomorrow, Nickel said with a smile. Very well, I shall indulge, Phoebus said, his senses awakened by the aroma of the dish as he began to savor it. The rice was impeccably cooked, each grain distinct and chewy, with diced carrots, cucumbers, and peas mixed in for nourishment. The rich cheese had been baked to a slight crisp, and together it created a delightful experience that made one almost want to bite their own tongue in pleasure. After the meal, Phoebus was assigned a room on the second floor, where he fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 21, The Novice Alchemist. The following morning, after breakfast, Nickel led Phoebus into his workshop. The spacious room was filled with alchemical apparatus, with silver and gold gleaming everywhere. Various gemstones, in hues of blue, red, and green, were stacked in corners. Alchemical creations, such as time-turners, were displayed prominently on shelves. The essence of alchemy, in truth, comprises two components. One involves shaping alchemical products using materials such as silver or gold, while the other entails using a magical engraving tool to inscribe runes upon them. Shaping the materials into desired forms is relatively simple. Novices can melt them with fire and pour them into fixed molds, waiting for them to set, whereas those with greater magical prowess can compress them directly into the desired shape with their magic. The challenge lies in inscribing the runes, which come in various forms, each possessing distinct effects. One must be wholly focused and uninterrupted while inscribing. The fewer the runes, the weaker and more singular the effects of the alchemical item. For instance, a magic stone may contain millions of runes inscribed upon it, Nickel explained. Phoebus nodded, contemplating. Alchemy is indeed not a pursuit for the faint of heart. A loud thud startled Phoebus awake. He saw a rather hefty, time-worn tome, measuring over 30 centimeters in length and 20 in width, being placed upon the table by Nickel. Exhausted, Nickel was panting heavily. What is this, Teacher Nickel? Phoebus inquired. These are all the alchemical materials and the methods for inscribing magical runes along with their functions. You must memorize them, Nickel stated with a smile. Memorize them? Phoebus exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, what do you think is the purpose of having you come here so early? Alchemy is not a simple discipline, young Phoebus. Nickel continued with a grin. Very well. You make a compelling point, Teacher Nickel. Phoebus replied as he approached his notes to begin reviewing them. All right then, I shall not disturb you further. Do not forget to eat, young Phoebus, Nickel reminded him. After saying this, Nickel left the room, leaving only the sound of Phoebus flipping through his notes. Indeed, one must be grateful for the rigorous educational system of China, which bestowed upon Phoebus a formidable memory. As evening approached, with a resounding thud, Phoebus closed his notes. He rubbed his temples, his mind a chaotic jumble of the content, and it took him quite some time to organize his thoughts. Dinner consisted of roasted beef and boiled potatoes. How are you, young Phoebus? Is it painful to remember all those notes? Goodness, such a hefty tome, Perenelle inquired. Oh, Merlin's beard. Is this true? Both Perenelle and Nickel gazed at Phoebus, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yes. What of it? Phoebus responded. I believe you may have underestimated young Phoebus's talent, Nickel, Perenelle remarked, casting a glance at Nickel. I think you are right, Perenelle. Nickel agreed. Young Phoebus, what is the function and smelting method of mithril? Nickel's eyes sparkled with excitement. How many speed runes are there? And what do the patterns look like? There are 3, usually inscribed in the shape of lightning, though some are also. Wow, amazing. You are destined to become an even greater alchemist than I, young Phoebus. Nickel praised. You flatter me, Teacher Nickel. I merely have a good memory. Phoebus grinned. Oh, it's far more than just a good memory. Young Phoebus, you are a super genius, even more brilliant than Nickel, Perenelle exclaimed with a smile. Phoebus bashfully scratched his head, clearly unaccustomed to such direct compliments. Thus, a month passed, and under Nickel's guidance, Phoebus transformed from a novice in alchemy into a practitioner capable of crafting simple alchemical products. Chapter 22. Furuin Delacour and Gabrielle Delacour. In early August, France basked in the height of summer, the weather exceptionally warm. Yet within the confines of the studio, Fuppus felt none of the heat, for it housed a silver box resembling an air conditioning unit from his previous life, inscribed with wind and winter runes, which Fuppus affectionately referred to as the air conditioning box. With the press of a button, one could control the airflow and cooling intensity, providing remarkable comfort. He recalled a day when Perenelle had seen it and requested one for himself, now spending his days nearby, unable to part with it. Fuppus was diligently tinkering with a pile of components on his table, meticulously inscribing runes upon them. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. "Young Fuppus, come out for a moment." The voice of Nicolim echoed from the first floor, with a slight tremor of the carving knife in his hand. The intricate magic rune he had just etched dimmed and lost its brilliance, rendering the component utterly useless. Fopperis cast the failed piece into a large box nearby, which was overflowing with discarded parts and materials. This box, like many others lining the wall, was a testament to the month of practice that had seen Fopperis squander numerous attempts. Were it not for Nicolim's status as a master alchemist, blessed with ample wealth, Fopperis would likely find himself devoid of resources for his endeavors. Tidying up his workbench with minimal effort, he exited the workshop, fully aware that Nicolim would not intrude upon him unless it was truly necessary. "Nicole, you've made me ruin a piece of material. You owe me for that," Fopperis remarked while descending the stairs. "Huh, no problem at all. If you could just craft me an air conditioning unit, that would be splendid. Perenelle treasures it so much that I hardly get a chance to use it." Nicole's voice carried a hint of grievance. "Of course, it's no trouble at all, especially for you, my dear teacher," Fopperis replied as he reached the ground floor. In the room stood 3 ladies, one tall and imposing, even surpassing Hagrid in stature. With olive skin, large dark eyes glistening with moisture, and hair swept back, attired in an elegant black satin gown adorned with splendid opal jewelry, none other than Madame Maxim, the headmistress of Busbatten School of Magic. Accompanying her were 2 other ladies. One, a couple of years older than Fopperis, possessed striking azure eyes and cascading silver hair, while the other appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, bearing a striking resemblance to the elder. They shared a common trait. Both were exceptionally beautiful, being Furuin Delacour and Gabri Delacour, heirs of the enchanting Vila lineage. "Come here, young Fopperis, allow me to introduce you. These 3 are Madame Maxim and her 2 disciples, Furuin Delacour and Gabri Delacour." Nicolim gestured towards the trio. Fopperis offered a slight bow. "Greetings. I am Fopperis Noah. It is a pleasure to meet you all." "Oh, young Mr. Noah, I have heard of you. No wonder Mr. Nicolim speaks of you as a successor," Madame Maxim remarked. "You know of me?" Fopperis inquired. "Indeed, your name has spread throughout every corner of the magical world. Not everyone can create their own magic," Madame Maxim responded. "You flatter me, Madame Maxim." Fopperis replied with a modest smile. "It appears we truly have no chance left. My dear, let us depart," Maxim said to Furuin Delacour. Furuin nodded, casting a lingering glare at Fopperis that left him perplexed. Madame Maxim smiled faintly and proceeded towards the door, with resolute determination in her eyes. Furuin Delacour turned to Fopperis and declared, "I shall prove that, even without Mr. Nicolim's guidance, my alchemy will surpass yours." Having spoken, she hurried to catch up with Madame Maxim. Fopperis furrowed his brow, pondering, why does she harbor such animosity towards me? "I sincerely apologize. My sister has always regarded Mr. Nicolm as her idol, and this time she came specifically to request him to take her as his apprentice. However, you have already become Mr. Nicolm's disciple, which has left her somewhat discontented. She is not a bad person, so please do not take offense." Gabrielle de Lacour tugged at Fufu's sleeve and, gazing at him with her bright, sparkling eyes, he was reminded of his sister Elle. Thus he bent down, gently patted her head, and retrieved a small crystal ball from his pocket, presenting it to Gabrielle. "Rest assured, I bear no ill will. This is a gift for you. Although it is my first alchemical creation and has some imperfections, it holds significant sentimental value. Just give it a gentle shake, and it will illuminate with various colors." Gabrielle de Lacour's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she shook the small crystal ball in her hand. It transformed into a vibrant red. With another shake, it turned blue. Gabrielle was utterly delighted and bowed to Fufus, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Noah. I truly love it." "Gabrielle, what are you doing? Do not approach that person." The voice of Furon de Lacour echoed from behind her. Gabrielle de Lacour stuck out her tongue slightly and waved at Fufus, saying, "I shall take my leave now, Mr. Noah. Farewell." Fufus smiled gently, waved back, and replied goodbye. Observing Gabrielle de Lacour and Furon de Lacour bouncing out of the door, Fufus shrugged slightly. "Gabrielle, why have you been in the room for so long? What were you up to?" "Furon de Lacour inguayeth." "Oh, nothing much. Mr. Noah gifted me his first alchemical creation, Look, isn't it beautiful? Gabrielle de Lacour exclaimed, shaking the crystal ball in her hand. His first creation? Let me see. Gabrielle handed the crystal ball to Furong. Furong examined it closely, remarking, the material is perfectly refined, and the magical patterns are etched smoothly. Is this truly his first creation? That's a lie. I refuse to believe such a flawless alchemical product is his first. Just then, Madame Maxim's voice came from ahead. This is indeed Mr. Noah's first alchemical creation. Mr. Nakalm has mentioned it to me. Moreover, here is another piece of news. He has only been studying for a month, and this was made 7 days into his studies. Upon hearing this, Furong appeared utterly deflated. Madame Maxim, noticing her despondency, consoled her, Furong, do not dwell on it. Remember, every era has its brilliant prodigies. You are already remarkable, my dear. After hearing this, Furong's spirits lifted significantly, and she nodded with a smile. Chapter 23, The Departure, a gift from Mr. Nakalm. In the blink of an eye, it was already mid-August. Fufus had been studying alchemy for over a month. On this day, he was diligently engraving a long silver pipe in his workshop. Numerous, intricate magical patterns had already been etched upon its surface. Holding a carving knife, Fufus was entirely focused on inscribing the final magical pattern at the end of the pipe. Sweat beads trickled down his forehead, clearly indicating that this was no easy task. At last, as the chisel was lifted, the entire tube began to glimmer. Furpass exhaled a long sigh, wiped the perspiration from his brow, and a joyful smile graced his lips as he exclaimed, I have finally completed it. He took the tube and placed it on a small cart resembling a wheelchair beside him. Glancing at his creation, Furpass nodded in satisfaction. A gentle touch on the button transformed the cart into a model the size of a ring. He tucked it into his pocket and descended the stairs. Oh, who do we have here? Our tireless little Furpass from the studio? Perenelle jested. My dear sister Perenelle, please spare me your teasing. Where's Master Nico? Furpass inquired. He is in the kitchen, Perenelle replied. In the kitchen? Master Nico? Why? Furpass expressed his surprise. Oh, my dear little Furpass, have you forgotten what day it is today? Perenelle remarked. What day? Furpass pondered, his brow furrowing in confusion. You bear an uncanny resemblance to a young Nico. Today is your birthday, my dear little Furpass, Perenelle stated, exasperated. Birthday? Oh, that's right, today is August 16th. Furpass exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, that is why Nico insisted on cooking for you, to prepare a delightful feast. Perenelle declared. Oh, it's really not necessary. It's just a birthday. Furpass replied. At that moment, Nico LeMay dashed out from the kitchen, a steaming bowl of unknown delicacy swirling beside him. That simply won't do. A birthday must be celebrated properly. When you reach my age, you will understand the sheer joy of celebrating a birthday. Nico LeMay said with a smile. Well, I find your words to be most reasonable, Master Nico. Furpass responded with a grin. Please take a seat. This is my first attempt at making this dish, so do taste it. Nico LeMay said as he settled into a chair, waving his hand, and the steaming bowl gracefully landed on the table. Furpass sat at the table, gazing at the food before him, utterly astonished. Looking at the two elders, his eyes glistened with emotion as he spoke this. Ah, yes, longevity noodles. I heard from your father that you eat this every birthday. Although I don't quite understand the significance, I learned to make it anyway. Do try it. How is it? Nico said with a laugh. Furpass nodded and took a fork to sample the dish. To be honest, the flavor was rather ordinary. Yet Furpass felt a warmth in his heart. Before long, he had devoured the entire serving, tears unbidden streaming down his cheeks as he said to the two before him. Delicious. Truly exquisite. Seeing Furpass in tears, Perenelle spoke tenderly. Oh, my little darling, do not cry. It is merely a bowl of noodles. Furpass shook his head with a smile, then recalled something and pulled out the small card from his pocket, saying, by the way, I have a gift for you both. Look, Perenelle gazed at the minuscule card with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Ah, by Merlin's beard, a perfect alchemical creation. Nico took the small card, examining it closely, and remarked, it is crafted entirely from mithril, with gold used in the bends for enhanced flexibility. Each component is inscribed with at least 1,000 magical runes. Let me take a closer look at the retractable runes, the wind power runes, the protective runes, and the temperature-regulating runes. A masterpiece of genius. Am I right? Nico LeMay's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked. Indeed, Master Nico, you are absolutely correct. Fopus replied with a smile. This is a gift for you both. It can take you on a journey around the world. Oh, my dear little Fopus, you are truly thoughtful, Perenelle said, pinching Fopus's cheek playfully. Please do not mention it. It is my honor to do something for you, Sister Perenelle. Phopus responded with a grin. Thank you, Phopus. Nico LeMay expressed gratefully. I should be the one thanking you. Master Nico, knowledge is the most precious treasure. Phopus declared. Huh? Yes. Since you have given us such a wonderful gift, we must certainly give it a try. Moreover, today is not just your birthday, dear Mr. Phopus. Nico winked at him. Oh, how could I have forgotten? After saying this, Phopus flickered and vanished from the spot. Once he disappeared completely, Nico LeMay and Perenale exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 24. AL's Birthday Gift. My annoying brother, today is my birthday, and he hasn't even sent me a letter to wish me well. Al lamented, resting her head on the table with a frown. Andrew and Amy looked at their daughter with a resigned smile. Andrew turned to Al and said, All right, my sweet little one. Your brother is busy studying alchemy and can't break free. Let us enjoy some cake, shall we? No, he clearly forgot. You don't need to defend him. Alpotev. That annoying brother. I will never talk to him again. In the next moment, Phopus's figure slowly appeared behind Al, signaling Andrew and Amy to remain silent. He then walked up quietly and covered her eyes, asking, Will you really never speak to me again? That would make me quite sad. A smile spread across AL's face as she removed Phopus's hand and turned around, joyfully exclaiming, Brother. She then leaped into his embrace like a koala. Andrew and Amy exchanged a glance, filled with happiness. Phopus stroked AL's head and said without a hint of embarrassment, How could I forget my sister's birthday? I knew you were the best brother. Al replied, nuzzling against Phopus. But what about my birthday gift? I have one. Of course I do. Just wait a moment, Phopus said, his mind racing for ideas. He then pulled out a flying broomstick from his ring and proclaimed, This is a flying broomstick I crafted myself, named Moonlight. It is faster than any broomstick available on the market and far more comfortable. I hope you can fulfill your dream of becoming the best Quidditch player in the world. Al took the Moonlight, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. And what about my gift? Phopus asked with a smile. Of course it's ready. Just wait. I'll go get it. After Al finished speaking, he dashed towards the room. Oh, my darling. Come here and let mother see how much you've slimmed down. With a beaming smile, Amy approached Phopus and embraced him warmly. By the way, didn't Team Mr. Nicolamay and Ms. Perenale come together? Amy inquired, glancing behind Phopus. They did not. Mr. Nicole and Sister Perenale are off on a trip. Phopus replied. Wow, I can't believe they're still so romantic at this age. Amy remarked enviously. My dear, there's no need for envy. When we are older, I shall take you on a journey as well. What do you say? Andrew, having overheard his wife, walked over and enveloped her in his arms. Really? That would be wonderful, Amy exclaimed with excitement. Of course it's true, as long as you desire it. Andrew gazed deeply into Amy's eyes. Oh, Andrew, the two locked eyes, the fiery glow within them seemingly capable of melting one another, and they slowly drew closer, sharing a tender kiss. Phopus held his forehead, internally lamenting, Goodness, when will this day ever end? Brother, look at the birthday gift I prepared for you. Al's voice broke the moment. Phopus lifted his head to see Al cradling a black and white bundle, a panda. Wow, where did you get that? Phopus exclaimed with enthusiasm as he rushed over and embraced the panda. The soft, plush sensation felt delightful against the skin. Thank you so much, Al. I truly adore this gift, Phopus said, holding Al tightly. I'm glad you like it. Al replied, hugging Phopus back. All right, children, it's time for cake. Amy's voice chimed in from behind them, carrying a towering three-tiered cake. Let's go eat cake, Phopus said, one arm cradling the panda while he took Al's hand with the other. Make a wish, my little darlings, Amy said as she inserted 2 candles into the cake. Phopus and Al exchanged smiles, closed their eyes, and silently made their wishes. After a moment, they opened their eyes simultaneously and blew out the candles. Amy sliced the cake, and the sweet aroma filled the air. That night, with the lingering taste of cream still on his lips, Phopus drifted into slumber, the panda nestled in his arms. Chapter 25. The Riken Bookstore, Voldemort's Sole Object Notes. Brother, you must see this, Al huffed, slapping a letter onto the table in front of Phopus. What is it? Phopus asked as he opened the letter. You'll find out once you read it. It's so infuriating. Al's little face was flushed with indignation. Phopus glanced at her and smiled slightly before beginning to read. The letter read, Al, I have successfully contacted Harry. I can hardly believe it. He was locked up by his aunt and uncle. But do not worry. He will be staying at our home until school starts. Oh, by the way, Hermione has invited us to Diagon Alley next Wednesday to buy textbooks. How about we meet there? Your friend, Ron. You're quite mistaken to accuse them of such things. The letter was intercepted by a house elf named Dobby. Fawkes thought to himself, some individuals are enamored with magic, while others are not. It is quite normal. Fawkes shrugged and remarked to Al, Goodness. Can it be true that someone does not appreciate magic? Is flying not impressive? Al said, puzzled and somewhat discontented. You know, if you devoted half the energy you spend on flying to your studies, you would be first in your year rather than second. Fox gently ruffled Al's hair. Oh, come on. I simply adore flying. Spells and such are nowhere near as exhilarating as flight. As long as I can manage, that's sufficient. Al cooed while clinging to Fox's arm. That cannot be the case. What if danger arises one day? Mastering spells could safeguard you. Fox replied earnestly. Hee, but you are here, brother. You will protect me. One to you? Al said with a beaming smile directed at Fox. That is a valid point. Fox chuckled, affectionately tousling Al's hair, his eyes gleaming with a hint of light. On the morning of next Wednesday, after breakfast, the four of them disapparated to Diagon Alley to procure their textbooks for the new term. The bustling street was alive with people. Marking the arrival of another year for the new students, faces of young wizards from Muggle families filled with anticipation. Yet, their Muggle parents appeared utterly bewildered. After all, humanity often harbors fear of the unknown. Oh, there they are. Al joyfully pointed towards the entrance of Flourish and Blots. A large crowd had gathered outside, all eager to rush in. A banner hung from the second floor of the bookstore, proclaiming, Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography, Me, the Magical, today from 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. What a fraud, Fox thought to himself. As they approached, Hermione exclaimed with excitement, We can meet him in person. Nearly all the books on our list are authored by him. Good morning, Hermione, Al said, wrapping his arms around her. Good morning, Al. It's been ages, Hermione replied, her face lighting up at the sight of him. How did you manage to get so grimy? Harry, Al remarked, noticing the dust covering Harry's face and clothes. Oh, you would believe where Harry just emerged from? Nocturne Alley, Ron exclaimed, mouth agape with excitement. I'm just not quite accustomed to using flip powder, so I ended up in the wrong place. Harry admitted sheepishly. Mr. Noah, it's a pleasure to meet you. Harry, Hermione, and Ron said, looking at Fox. Likewise, Fox replied with a warm smile. Ladies, please remain calm and be cautious around the books. The clerk at Flourish and Blots was diligently maintaining order at the entrance. The area was filled with witches of similar age to Mrs. Weasley. Let us go inside and seek his autograph, Hermione said excitedly. I truly don't understand why you admire this person. My brother is far more renowned, Al said, a look of confusion on his face. Hermione glanced at Fox, somewhat embarrassed. Fox smiled and said, Who you choose to admire is your own prerogative. There is no need to feel bashful. I am merely an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Hermione beamed, and with that, she pulled Al, Harry, and Ron into the bookstore. Ferpus followed closely behind them. The group arrived at the spot where the Weasley family and the Grangers were queuing, and Andrew and Amy were engaged in a lively conversation with them. Both shared a curiosity about the Muggle world, akin to Mr. Weasley. Oh, you have finally arrived. How splendid. We shall soon meet him. Mrs. Weasley, a warm and amiable woman, was radiating excitement. Before long, a wizard clad in a robe the hue of forget-me-nots, with striking blue eyes and cascading golden waves of hair, emerged, flashing 8 gleaming white teeth. The store erupted into cheers. Journalists from the Daily Prophet clamored forward to capture his likeness, cameras exhaling white puffs of smoke. Gilderoy Lockhart waved to his adoring fans, but in the next moment, his gaze fell upon Ferpus. Oh, little Noah Lockhart began, but his words were curtailed by the piercing look from Ferpus. Lockhart swallowed hard, seemingly reading a warning in Ferpus's slate-gray eyes. Do not even think of using me to elevate your fame, or you shall face dire consequences. Oh, Harry Potter. Lockhart shifted his focus to Harry, who stood at the forefront. A leopard cannot change its spots. Ferpus sighed, shaking his head. Lockhart stepped forward, enveloping Harry in a friendly embrace, posing for the cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, what a marvelous day it is. I never anticipated that even the famed Mr. Harry Potter would be among my admirers. Hence, I have decided to gift him a complete set of my works, free of charge. After his proclamation, Lockhart paused, seemingly awaiting the surrounding applause, which, of course, was forthcoming. Furthermore, I have another delightful announcement. This September, I shall assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The crowd's cheers intensified, and the sound of clicking cameras filled the air. Oh, that must be dreadful, Al muttered softly, ensuring Hermione, a fan of Lockhart's, did not hear him. I imagine you relish this, Potter, being the center of attention wherever you go. Malfoy's voice echoed from the staircase on the second floor of the bookstore. Harry watched as he approached, the illustrious Harry Potter, even commanding the front page in a bookstore. Stop talking nonsense. He doesn't want that, Ginny Weasley, small yet fierce, stepped protectively in front of Harry. "Oh, Potter, is this your girlfriend?" Malfoy asked with a mocking grin. Ginny's cheeks flushed with youthful emotion. Andrew and Amy, accompanied by the Weasley and Granger families, made their way over, prompting Furpus to join them. "Mr. Malfoy," Andrew greeted with a nod, "it is a pleasure to see you." "Indeed, Mr. Andrew, the pleasure is mutual. However, I hope my daughter's friends have not caused you any trouble?" Andrew replied with a friendly smile. "Oh, not at all. I merely wish to exchange pleasantries." "Mr. Malfoy," he said with a hint of flattery, "since the pleasantries have concluded, I shall take my leave." Andrew nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Malfoy hastily exited the bookstore with his son. "What a father, what a son! Alquemplant." Andrew gently ruffled Al's hair and smiled faintly. Fawkes glanced into Ginny's cauldron, noticing a black notebook added to its contents, yet he refrained from speaking. "All right, children, let us not allow such individuals to dampen our spirits. Let us depart," Mr. Weasley declared. Chapter 26. Luna Lovegood. A week later, the summer holidays came to an end. Fawkes and Al boarded the Hogwarts Express alone. As soon as they settled in, Al sought out Hermione and her friends to play. Fawkes was left alone in the compartment, entertaining himself with the food provided by his chubby companion, the Niffler. The fields of wheat flashed by outside, while the carriage resonated with the joyful laughter of the new students. In his arms, the Niffler wriggled restlessly, reaching out with its plump little hands for the snacks on the table. Fawkes chuckled helplessly, lifting the creature and saying, "Little one, you mustn't eat any more. Do you have any idea how many magical creatures have complained to me about you consuming their food?" The Niffler gazed up at Fawkes with its adorably dazed eyes. "Very well, go ahead and eat." Fawkes placed the Niffler on the table, allowing it to indulge in the magical treats, observing the creature skillfully tearing open the packaging. Fawkes mused, "Just how much have you eaten?" This continued until they disembarked. Second-year students no longer needed to take the boat, instead opting for the carriages drawn by Thestrals, those eerie, skeletal creatures with bony wings and gray eyes, visible only to those who have witnessed death. Fawkes approached one, gently stroking its cool body, and the Thestral affectionately nudged him in return. At that moment, Al and Hermione approached. "Brother, have you seen Harry and the other two?" "Alinguayirth." Fawkes shook his head, though he was aware of their whereabouts. "I wonder where they have gone?" Hermione asked with concern. "By the way, brother, I sense the presence of many magical creatures around here, yet I cannot see them," Al remarked, looking around in confusion. "They are right here. They're called Thestrals, and only those who have experienced death can see them." Fawkes took Al's hand and guided it towards the Thestral. Al felt the creature's icy temperature and exclaimed, "It's really here, but why can you see it, brother?" Upon hearing Al's question, Fawkes paused briefly and then smiled at her, saying, "I'm simply more skilled than you." With that, he took a seat in the carriage. "Umph." Al huffed in dissatisfaction before joining Hermione in the carriage. This year's opening feast was much like the last, save for a new, less melodious song from the Sorting Hat. Fawkes deviated from his usual demeanor, choosing a seat near the front of Ravenclaw, leaving only one space beside him, quietly awaiting its occupant. "Colin Creevey," Professor McGonagall called out. A small boy with gray hair, slender in build, eagerly dashed to the front of the stage and sat down on the chair. Professor McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat upon his head, and moments later, called out the name of Gryffindor. Ginny Weasley, adorned with the signature red hair of the Weasley family and a lovely girl who had previously crossed paths with Fawkes, approached the stage. Her fidgety demeanor revealed her nervousness. As soon as the Sorting Hat was placed upon her head, it boisterously declared Gryffindor. A girl brave enough to step forward to protect Harry certainly possessed courage. The sorting ceremony continued at a leisurely pace, with Fawkes's gaze fixed upon a certain figure in the crowd of newcomers, until Professor McGonagall announced the name, Luna Lovegood. She had somewhat disheveled, golden hair cascading down to her waist, with eyebrows of a lighter golden hue. Her eyes were a soft blue, and she wore a necklace made of butterbeer corks, with a dirigible plum earring adorning her ear. Her fair skin gave her a sweet appearance. The Sorting Hat had barely touched her head before it proclaimed Ravenclaw. She trotted over, sitting beside Fawkes as he had wished. As for who would be sorted next, Fawkes had lost interest. He turned to Luna and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Fawkes Noah. I know you, Mr. Noah. My father always speaks highly of you. He mentioned that he would love to conduct an interview with you." Luna replied with a faint smile, her voice ethereal. "It would be my honor, but you may call me Fawkes," he said kindly, gazing at her with a gentle smile. "Oh, all right, Fawkes," Luna responded, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Just as their conversation unfolded, the sorting came to an end. "Finally, I must say to everyone, fools, crybabies, dregs, and twists. Please enjoy your feast." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he raised his hands, and the table was laden with food. "Do you know what that means?" Luna asked Fawkes. "It refers to the evaluations each house has of the others. Ravenclaw believes the others are fools, Gryffindor thinks the others are crybabies, Slytherin views the others as impure dregs, Hufflepuff believes the others are all too twisted." Fawkes explained. "Moreover, when this phrase is written in Latin and the order is altered, it translates to 'May Merlin bless you.'" Fawkes waved his wand in the air, inscribing the words and rearranging them, proving his point. "Is that so?" Luna nodded, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Fawkes. You're welcome. I'll share whatever you wish to know." Fawkes replied with a slight smile. A blush crept onto Luna's face as she lowered her head to savor the food on the table. Out of the corner of his eye, Fawkes noticed Dumbledore on stage, smiling at him and raising a glass in salute, leaving him puzzled about its significance. "Oh, my brother has never been so gentle with me," Al remarked, looking at Fawkes. "How could that be, Mr. Phopus has always been protective of you and has treated you quite well," Hermione remarked. "Indeed, yet I still feel quite disgruntled," Al pondered thoughtfully. "Good night, Miss Luna," Phopus said with a smile. "Good night, Mr. Phopus," Luna replied with a gentle smile in return. As soon as the door was pushed open, a chill breeze swept from within the room, causing the elderberry wand to slip out from his sleeve. Upon entering, Phopus beheld a ghost floating in his chamber. It was the specter of Helena Ravenclaw. "Very well, I shall assist you, Lady Helena Ravenclaw." Phopus nodded, offering a slight smile. "Thank you immensely, young Noah." Helena Ravenclaw bowed her ethereal form slightly in gratitude. Phopus nodded again, then cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and exited the room. He was aware that the diadem of Ravenclaw was concealed within the room of requirement on the 8th floor. This room lay opposite the tapestry depicting the giant beating the foolish Barnabas. It would only reveal itself when one focused intently on their needs and walked past it thrice. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Phopus thought, "I require a place to conceal something." He paced in front of the tapestry 3 times, and a portal gradually materialized. Drawing his wand, he cast a Lumos charm, the tip of his wand emitting a brilliant light. As he pushed open the door, a cloud of dust erupted forth, mingled with the acrid scent of decaying wood. The room was cluttered with antiquated tables and chairs, broken cauldrons, and worn-out broomsticks. "Diadem, come to me," Phopus commanded, waving his wand. Yet there was no response. Frowning slightly, he raised his wand higher and proclaimed, "Diadem, come to me." Amplify the magical output. The clattering sound of falling objects echoed as the old furniture scattered to the ground, and a streak of light darted towards Phopus. He reached out to catch it. In his hand, a silver crown embedded with a ruby appeared, its base inscribed with the words, "Exquisite wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." Examining the crown closely, Phopus discerned that it was, in fact, a finely wrought alchemical artifact, intricately designed, with countless magical runes etched within the ruby. The crown's frame was composed of abundant mithril and several materials that even Phopus had never encountered. From within the diadem emanated whispers reminiscent of demons, luring one into the abyss. Pointing his wand to the crown, Phopus intoned, "Light dispel." A radiant golden light burst forth from his wand, illuminating the diadem. In the next moment, a dense black mist erupted from the crown, emitting a wretched wail that gradually dissipated into the air, vanishing completely. Beholding the crown's restored gleam, Phopus smiled faintly and attempted to place it upon his head. A refreshing sensation coursed through his mind, sharpening his thoughts, which had previously been chaotic, into a more coherent order. As he removed the crown, he murmured, "So, this is the true meaning of the diadem, enhancing one's wisdom." Helena Ravenclaw remained present, as Fawkes handed her the diadem from his pocket, stating, "The magic upon it has been dispelled. It is yours once more." Helena gazed at the diadem in Fawkes's hand, her face suffused with nostalgia. She shook her head and replied, "I can no longer claim it. Please keep it. I hope you will use it wisely. According to my mother's dying words, it should still serve as the key to her alchemical studio, where her notes on alchemy are kept. I have not confided this to that person. I hope you can find it." With that, Helena drifted out of the dormitory. A key? Alchemical notes? They must be invaluable. Fawkes carefully placed the diadem away, planning to search again the next day. Chapter 27. The Quest for Ravenclaw's Alchemical Studio. Early the next morning, Fawkes and Luna were enjoying breakfast at the Ravenclaw table when an enraged shout erupted from behind them. "Ron Weasley, how dare you? Stealing the car. I wouldn't be surprised if you were expelled. Do you have any idea how your father and I felt when we discovered the car was missing?" Ron's face turned crimson as he stared blankly at the red envelope before him, which was furiously shouting. "When we received Dumbledore's letter last night, your father was nearly mortified. We raise you not to engage in such antics. You and Harry could have perished. With that, the tone shifted as he turned to Ginny and exclaimed, "Dear Ginny, congratulations on joining Gryffindor. We are all so proud of you." Then, he fixed an intense glare at Ron, ready to tear him apart. "Brother, did you know that they arrived in the flying car last night and even crashed into Whomping Willow? I'm just relieved they didn't meet their demise." Al, who had taken a seat beside Fox at some point, remarked. "Perhaps they had no choice," Fox replied with a smile. "Oh, you are indeed correct." Harry said that the entrance to platform 9 3/4 was sealed, thus they came this way. But how could that be? Who would be so cruel as to leave 2 students outside? Al questioned, perplexed. "Who knows?" Fox said with a slight smile. "Perhaps it was a prankster." Luna speculated from his side. Al rolled his eyes at Luna and turned away. Fox shook his head at Al's demeanor and said to Luna, "Apologies. She's just been spoiled by me. Al's a good kid. It's quite all right." Luna responded with a gentle smile. After a while, Luna departed for class, and Fox commenced his search for Ravenclaw's alchemical studio within the halls of Hogwarts. His first stop was the Ravenclaw common room. Observing the empty blue chamber, Fox drew his wand and intoned, "Accio reveal." Scanning the surroundings, he found nothing amiss. He then recited, "Revelar." Once more, the room appeared unchanged. Logically, whether through spells or concealed spaces, traces should manifest under the might of Fox's formidable magic. Fuppus was somewhat perplexed, and then he retrieved Ravenclaw's diadem. Pacing slowly around the room, yet he experienced no magical connection. Reluctantly, he conceded defeat and sought his fortunes elsewhere. As night fell, Fuppus had searched much of Hogwarts, but had yet to locate Ravenclaw's alchemy studio, which left him somewhat despondent. It was not until he arrived at the Great Hall and observed Al and Luna engaged in cheerful conversation that a smile broke across his face. "What are you discussing?" Fuppus inquired as he approached the two. "Brother, you have no idea that Luna is also fond of magical creatures. She has shared countless fantastical beings with me that I had never even heard of. I even invited her to come and play in my ring one day." Al replied with a grin. "Is that so? How delightful." Fuppus chuckled. "Oh, Hermione is calling me, so I must be off. Farewell, brother Luna." Al waved slightly to Luna as he departed. Luna smiled back and waved goodbye, Al. Watching Al's receding figure, Luna remarked to Fuppus, "She is truly delightful." "Indeed," Fuppus agreed. Gazing after Al. Chapter 28, 2 Riddlers. After dinner, the two followed the throng towards the Ravenclaw common room, but when they reached the corridor's corner, a crowd was blocking the way. Fuppus maneuvered through the mass and found Al, Harry, Hermione, and Ron standing there, utterly bewildered. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was petrified and dangling upside down from a wall sconce, while a message scrawled in red ink proclaimed, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemy." Malfoy opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing Al and Fuppus, he sulkily closed it again. Filch, seething with rage, grabbed Harry by the collar and exclaimed, "I'm going to kill you. You're the one who..." Before he could finish, Professor Dumbledore, accompanied by Professor McGonagall and Snape along with several other professors, arrived and intervened. After addressing the situation, he pointed at Al, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, saying, "You 4, stay behind." Then, recalling something, he added, "Young Mr. Fuppus, could you please wait a moment as well?" Fuppus nodded and bid farewell to Luna. Soon, the others dispersed, and Lockhart approached Mrs. Norris, assessing her condition. "If I had been here at the time, I surely could have cured her," he declared, but no one paid him any mind. "Then we must inquire about Harry Potter. It must be his doing." Filch growled, "It wasn't me. I didn't even touch Mrs. Norris." Harry protested. Snape leaned closer to Dumbledore and remarked, "This is not something a child could accomplish, yet I did not see Mr. Potter during dinner." "Why are you here?" Dumbledore asked. "And what about you?" Dumbledore turned to the other three. "What do you mean?" Snape inquired. "I said I was hungry and wanted to get something to eat," Harry replied. Snape refrained from further questioning, instead casting a penetrating gaze at Harry. "Brother, can your Lumos charm save Mrs. Norris?" Al turned to Fuppus and asked. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the crowd converged upon Fuppus, whose discomfort grew under the intense scrutiny of Furchy. Fuppus shook his head and stated, "The light magic can only mend wounds inflicted by curses or hexes. I have already attempted this. Madame Loris's petrification is not caused by any curse or hex." A wave of disappointment washed over the assembly. Nodding, Fuppus followed closely behind Dumbledore. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat back in his chair with a smile, saying, "Please take a seat, young Mr. Fuppus, and share what you know." Fuppus replied with a slight smile, "How about you tell me what you know first?" Dumbledore, returning the smile, responded, "I only know that the Chamber of Secrets was certainly not opened by Harry." Fuppus, with a nearly imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth, gazed at Dumbledore for a long moment before saying, I only know of one magical creature capable of petrifying animals or humans, and that is the basilisk. Moreover, it cannot be stared at directly. Ah, I see. It must be the one bred by Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore remarked. Is there anything else, young Mr. Phopus? Oh, very well. In that case, could you please protect Harry as you did last semester? Of course, there will be a reward. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his lips curling into a smile. Phopus, intrigued, inquired, what kind of reward? Oh, I haven't quite thought that through, but feel free to express your desires. Dumbledore replied. Phopus pondered momentarily before tentatively asking, I wish to know the whereabouts of Ravenclaw's alchemy workshop. Upon hearing this, Phopus felt a tinge of regret. Then, Dumbledore continued, I can help you find a phoenix hatchling, but whether it chooses to accompany you depends on your own efforts. A glimmer of excitement shone in Phopus's eyes. That sounds splendid. No problem at all, Professor. Phopus exclaimed before stepping out the door. Dumbledore gazed at Phopus's departing figure with a faint smile. Chapter 29. Gilderoy Lockhart's Bone Removal Curse? The petrification of Madame Loris had instigated a degree of panic among the students, which persisted until the arrival of the first Quidditch match of the semester, when a joyous atmosphere unfolded. Once again, it was the old rivals Gryffindor and Slytherin. Al rode the moonlight, a gift from Phopus, drawing envious gasps from those around. As the match commenced, the competition was fiercely intense, with Slytherin's team, sponsored by the Malfoy family, equipped with the Nimbus 2001 brooms, far outpacing Gryffindor's players. Except for AL's Moonlight, which could surpass their speed, nearly all were unable to catch up with the Slytherin team. Soon, Slytherin's score soared well beyond that of Gryffindor, with a staggering lead of 60 points, while the bludger relentlessly pursued Harry, forcing him to flee in every direction. Oh, it seems as if the bludger has been tampered with, relentlessly targeting Harry. Hagrid remarked, I shall deal with it. Ron declared, brandishing his broken wand, wrapped in tape. No, not only is there a risk of accidental harm, but your wand is also unusable. Hermione interjected. What should we do then? Ron inquired. May Al apprehend the golden snitch swiftly? Hermione exclaimed. A gasp of terror erupted from the stands as Harry's arm was struck by a bludger, causing him to grimace in pain, appearing as though he had sustained a fracture. He exerted every ounce of strength to maintain control of his broomstick, but in a desperate attempt to evade the bludger, he tumbled off. At that moment, the commentator Lee Jordan declared loudly, Congratulations to Artemis Noah, our Queen Noah, for capturing the golden snitch. Gryffindor emerges victorious. Hermione and Ron hurried down from the stands, rushing towards Harry, while Al leapt from his broom, also sprinting to Harry's side. The bludger, relentless, continued its assault on Harry, resulting in a thunderous explosion. With Hermione's incantation, the bludger shattered. A crowd gathered around Harry, and Lockhart, feigning sympathy, remarked, Oh, poor child, a fracture, but fear not, I can mend it. Fawkes shook his head, internally lamenting, No, it's unnecessary, Professor. Harry, his face etched with fear, stammered, Oh, look at the poor child, so frightened he can hardly speak. Lockhart said, pointing his wand at Harry's arm. In the next instant, a soft white glow emanated from Lockhart's wand. He discarded it, flashing a self-satisfied smile as he manipulated Harry's arm, which now appeared as pliable as putty, with no bones in sight. Well, at least it will never fracture again, will it? Lockhart defended himself with an awkward grin. Fracture? He has no bones left. Hagrid bellowed in anger. Unable to endure Lockhart's farce any longer, Fawkes drew his own healing wand, approached Harry, and softly said, Healing charm. A golden light enveloped Harry's arm, eliciting a cry of pain. Don't worry, the growth of bones can be painful. It's quite normal. It will be fine shortly. Fawkes reassured him with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Noah, Harry expressed gratefully. Sure enough, in a short while, Harry's bones had mended, and he tested his fist, moving it around as if it were perfectly normal. The onlookers gasped in awe. Oh, that spell is truly convenient, Luna remarked, gazing at Fawkes with her enchanting eyes. That last spell was also one of your inventions from the Lumos magic, right? I've never heard of that incantation. Luna's ethereal voice resonated in Fawkes' ears. Impressive, he thought. Sitting on the dormitory sofa and admiring the mountainous landscape outside, Fawkes held Ravenclaw's diadem, pondering the location of Rowena Ravenclaw's alchemical workshop. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 30. The Bullied Luna. The following evening, the great hall buzzed with chatter, students' faces reflecting palpable anxiety. For this marked the second case of petrification. Colin Creevey of Gryffindor had been petrified. In the bustling corridors of Hogwarts, Marietta Edgecombe, a third-year student of Ravenclaw, addressed Autumn Zhang with conviction. I dare say, it must be Harry Potter, Ernest Macmillan asserted confidently. Well, one cannot say that definitively. Harry is quite a decent fellow. Isn't he? Hannah Abbott attempted to defend him. Oh, Hannah, spare him your justifications. Have you forgotten he is a Parselmouth? Ernest remarked. Justin, if I were you, I would be cautious lately. It's best to remain in the dormitory. He warned, glancing at a boy with curly hair. I will. Justin Finch-Fletchley stammered in a panic. What a surprise. Uncertain of Hogwarts' atmosphere, Fawkes scanned the surroundings for Luna, but found no trace of her, so he settled down to have his dinner. I truly do not comprehend. So what if he can converse with snakes? Our family can communicate with various magical creatures without any issues. I'll sat beside Fawkes, defending Harry. It is not the same. After all, in the legends of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin was indeed a Parselmouth and a staunch supporter of pure blood supremacy. Furthermore, let us not forget Voldemort, another Parselmouth. Their fears are entirely justified, Fawkes replied nonchalantly. By the way, brother, we suspect Malfoy is the heir, the one who opened the chamber and attacked students. We plan to investigate. Al whispered conspiratorially into Fawkes' ear. Feeling the gentle breeze from A.L.'s words, Fawkes merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Understanding his brother's aversion to trouble, Al continued, we wish to brew the Polyjuice potion. But the recipe is only found in the restricted section of powerful potions. Hermione suggested we speak to Lockhart to obtain permission, but I truly detest flattering that fool. Therefore, dear brother, could we possibly borrow the permission slip that Professor Dumbledore issued to you? Al gazed at Fawkes with wide, sparkling eyes. Fawkes produced the permission slip and handed it to Al. Remember to return it after use. Absolutely. No problem. Love you, brother. Al exclaimed joyfully, planting a quick kiss on Fawkes' cheek before bouncing off to find Harry and the others. After breakfast, Fawkes resolved to continue his search for Ravenclaw's alchemical workshop. He had thoroughly explored the interiors of Hogwarts Castle and decided to venture outside. Thus, he made his way to the Forbidden Forest, hoping to uncover some clues. With Ravenclaw's diadem in his left hand and his wand in his right, he muttered, seek and find. This was a spell of Fawkes' own invention, quite effective for locating objects. However, it was evident that Ravenclaw's workshop was not situated there. Just as he was about to depart, he heard a faint rustling from deep within the forest. Curious, Fawkes approached the sound and discovered Luna standing barefoot, with a large and a small thestral devouring the meat she had tossed to them. The two thestrals, upon spotting Fawkes, emitted cheerful whinnies and dashed towards him. With a gentle smile, Phopos caressed the two nightmares before approaching Luna, inquiring, why are you not wearing shoes? Oh, I don't know why. My belongings always seem to mysteriously vanish. Luna replied with a smile. Phopos furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. It appears Luna has been bullied once again. With a flick of his wand, he transformed two fallen leaves on the ground into a pair of shoes, crouching down to gently lift Luna's delicate white calf and help her into the shoes. Thank you, Luna said, her face slightly flushed. There's no need for gratitude. Do you mind if I cast a spell for you? Phopos asked, holding up his wand. What spell? Luna inquired. Sure, I don't mind, she responded with a faint smile. Phopos waved his wand around Luna, chanting incantations. Thank you very much. Luna exclaimed. What is it you are holding? Are you referring to this? This is Ravenclaw's diadem. Phopos lifted the diadem in his left hand. No wonder it looks somewhat familiar, Luna remarked as she examined the diadem. Familiar? Phopos asked, puzzled. Yes, I have seen it in my mother's notes. She discovered that Ravenclaw's bronze eagle knocker was an alchemical artifact with a mind of its own during her studies. However, it requires a key to open, which my mother speculated to be Ravenclaw's diadem. Yet, she never found it before her graduation. Luna explained. No wonder. I searched the entire school and found nothing. So it's the knocker. I'm going to give it a try. Would you like to come along? Phopos asked. Luna shook her head. All right then. Take care not to catch a cold. Phopos said. Luna offered him a slight smile and nodded. Chapter 31. The Knocker. Entrance to Ravenclaw's alchemical laboratory? Upon gazing at the knocker before him, Phopos failed to notice any differences at first. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered numerous minuscule magical runes etched upon it, some of which were not even recorded in Nicalm's notes. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved Ravenclaw's diadem. As the diadem approached the knocker, it instantly morphed into a small eagle resembling the emblem of Ravenclaw House. The eagle bore traces of a teleportation spell. Phopos' fingers gently brushed against the eagle. In the next moment, a whirlwind of sensation engulfed him, and he found himself in a vast chamber. The primary hues of the room were blue and gold, with rows of display cabinets showcasing an array of alchemical creations, the most recognizable of which was the time turner. A massive table occupied roughly 1/5 of the room, laden with parchment and several thick volumes, yet remarkably free of dust. There are no doors surrounding the room, only a skylight above that allowed light to filter through. In one corner stood a pensieve, with a cabinet nearby filled with crystal vials, each containing silvery strands floating within. The vials were also labeled with symbols representing time. Phoops strolled over, casting a glance at the crystal vials within the cabinet. In the farthest corner, he discovered a peculiar crystal bottle, devoid of any temporal label. He extracted it, uncorked the bottle, and poured the silver threads within into the meditation basin, instantly transforming the clear liquid into an inky black. Dipping his head into the basin, he found himself enraptured. Before him stood Rowena Ravenclaw, as if she could perceive his presence. Offering him a gentle smile, captivating in its beauty, she spoke, "Seeker of knowledge, I am delighted by your arrival. Though I know not your name, you must be a scholar of great curiosity. You are aware that this is my sanctum for the study of alchemy, and the parchment notebook upon the table encapsulates my life's work. I hope you will utilize it wisely. Furthermore, if fate allows, I implore you to seek out a girl named Helena Ravenclaw at Hogwarts and convey to her that her mother has never held her in blame. She shall forever be the wisest girl in my eyes. I beseech you, Seeker." As Rowena Ravenclaw bowed her head, Phoops withdrew from the scene, lifting his gaze from the basin filled with the inky liquid. "Oh, the depths of a parent's heart," he sighed. Approaching the table, he picked up the parchment notebook and began to read intently. It contained numerous magical runes he had yet to study, including those of space, time, and even life. Thus, he became engrossed in his reading, only to close the notebook reluctantly when the light streaming through the skylight had vanished. He tucked it under his arm, brushed his fingers against the small eagle statue on the wall, and stepped outside. To his astonishment, though he had entered in the morning, it remained morning even after such a passage of time. Ah, a rune that slows the flow of time? Truly ingenious, he mused with a faint smile, setting off to find Helena Ravenclaw. Chapter 32. "The little phoenix, I have located your mother's alchemy workshop," Phoops announced to Helena Ravenclaw, who was gazing skyward from outside the tower. After a moment, he continued, "Your mother wishes for you to know that she has never blamed you. In her eyes, you shall always be the most astute girl." Upon hearing these words, Helena's ethereal form began to fade, tears glistening in her silver eyes as she murmured, "Forgive me, mother. I should not have. There is no need for such sorrow." Lady Ravenclaw spoke with a smile. Phoops replied with warmth, "You are indeed correct. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Noah." Helena Ravenclaw curtsied graciously. "Not at all. It is my honor, Miss Ravenclaw." Phoops beamed in response. "Simply call me Helena, Mr. Noah," she insisted. "And you may call me Phoops, Miss Helena," he replied. They exchanged smiles, savoring the azure sky in a comfortable silence. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. Meanwhile, anxiety gripped the school as students clamored to secure tickets for the Hogwarts Express, eager to escape this haunted place. Students often traveled in groups of 3 or 5, wary of potential threats. Early that morning, a silvery phoenix guardian flew through the window of Fawkes' dormitory. With its mouth agape, it conveyed Dumbledore's voice, "Dear Mr. Fawkes, I hope my message does not intrude. The little phoenix you requested has been found. Please come to the headmaster's office to see if it acknowledges you. The password is buzzing honey candy." After delivering its message, it soared out of the window. A smile graced Fawkes' lips as he murmured to himself, "At last, it has arrived." Following the spiraling staircase, Fawkes arrived at the door of the headmaster's office, which was guarded by a colossal stone statue. The statue spoke password. Taken aback, Fawkes noticed that intricate magical runes were carved into the statue's beard, identical to those recorded in Ravenclaw's alchemical notes. Just as he was captivated by the sight, the statue chastised him. "How rude. Speak the password." Fawkes, noticing a mischievous grin on its face, replied, "Buzzing honey candy." The statue slowly turned, revealing an automatic spiral staircase behind it. Fawkes ascended the staircase, which moved upward as he heard the statue murmur, "This boy must be thinking something nefarious." Amused, Fawkes reached the top, where a radiant oak door adorned with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin awaited him. Before Fawkes could knock, the door creaked open, and Dumbledore's voice echoed from within the office. "I was just wondering when you would arrive. Come in, dear Fawkes, and meet this little creature." Upon entering, Fawkes beheld Dumbledore, who was playfully interacting with a tiny phoenix, no larger than a fist, covered in black fluff, while another slightly larger one gently nuzzled its head. "Oh, little Fawkes, do take a look at this adorable creature. It is truly the most beautiful being in the world," Dumbledore exclaimed with a warm smile. As Fawkes approached the baby phoenix, it chirped in a sweet, high-pitched voice. "Oh, the Noah family possesses such enviable talents. This little one merely glanced at you and desires to accompany you. My goodness. Back in the day, Fox and I. Before Dumbledore could finish, he was interrupted by a loud squawk from the larger bird. Caw, caw. I apologize. Fox, that was not my intention, you know. Dumbledore explained to the larger bird. Fox smiled slightly. You see, phoenixes tend to be a bit temperamental right after their rebirth. Dumbledore confided in Fox in a hushed tone. Please take a seat, young Fox. This juvenile phoenix is a close relative of Fox's. Let them spend some time bonding. How about we enjoy some hot chocolate? Dumbledore suggested cheerfully. That sounds delightful. Sweets always uplift the spirits, don't they, Professor? Fox replied, settling into a chair with a smile. Oh, it has been such a long time since I encountered someone of like mind. Everyone else claims I indulge in too many sweets and have dulled my wits. As he spoke, Dumbledore conjured a steaming cup of hot chocolate, filling it to the brim before Fox. Indeed, I believe they have little understanding of you. Professor, you are far from someone whose mind is clouded, remarked Fopperas with a subtle smile. Who can say? It matters not, does it? Replied Dumbledore, his bright eyes glimmering as they peered over the semicircular frames of Fopperas, accompanied by a gentle smile. Fopperas, smiling faintly, mused to himself, Old Fox. Beside him, a small phoenix lightly hopped to Fopperas' side, affectionately nudging his hand with its still blunt beak. Ah, the phoenix! What a wondrous species! Dumbledore exclaimed, gazing at the little creature. Have you thought a name for it? Rose, perhaps? Fiery and passionate like the rose. Fopper suggested. What a splendid name, particularly fitting for a phoenix. Dumbledore applauded. The little phoenix chirped joyfully, celebrating the birth of its name. Chapter 33. The Radiant Magic Pattern. A phoenix? Oh, my dear brother, might you enlighten your sister on where you acquired such rare magical creatures? How did you come by so many? Al inquired, gazing at Fopperas with a hint of indignation. Fopperas smiled helplessly. These were gifted to me by Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore? Why, Alprist. Fopperas, with a smile upon his lips, chose silence. Very well. I understand. Al conceded, somewhat risainth. What troubles you? Why seek me out? Where's Hermione? Aren't you inseparable? Fopperas questioned. Well, Hermione is in the hospital. Al estutereth. In the hospital? What happened? Fopperas asked. Fortunately, the potion wasn't too perilous. Fopperas reassured with a mild smile. Indeed, however, we have made significant discoveries. We found that the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets was not Malfoy. Alguisper conspiratoriae. Oh, pray tell. Fopperas urged. Malfoy claims he knows nothing of it, but he overheard his father mention that the chamber was opened 50 years ago and a girl had perished, Al replied, his gaze fixed ahead, brimming with intensity. Observing Al's expression, Fopperas smiled faintly. Yet Ron discovered Tom Riddle's Special Contribution Award in the Hogwarts Trophy Room. If he hadn't apprehended the culprit from 50 years past, how could he have received such an accolade? And poor Hagrid was expelled. It's utterly dreadful. Oh, Luna, Al exclaimed, waving enthusiastically towards the entrance of the Great Hall, his previous despondency evaporating. Fopperas watched Luna, noticing that her belongings had ceased to be lost. Ever since a few reckless Ravenclaw students had attempted to pilfer and hide her things, only to face dire consequences, no one dared to meddle with her possessions again. Fopperas quietly observed the two sisters engaged in conversation, feeling that all was remarkably well. Time had swiftly passed. Over 5 months had elapsed. Fopperas had remained in the Ravenclaw alchemy studio, delving into Ravenclaw's memories, studying the remnants of notes left behind, and meticulously cross-referencing with those of Professor Flammel. This led to a remarkable surge in Fupers' alchemical prowess. He mastered all the magical runes inscribed in his notes, and even devised a novel rune, which he dubbed the Rune of Radiance. The Rune of Radiance serves as a formidable protective barrier, capable of enveloping oneself in a shield during perilous situations to avert harm. With utmost diligence, Fupers etched the Rune of Radiance onto a secret silver casing and a teardrop-shaped sapphire pendant using divine power, ensuring that even in the face of a deadly curse, he would remain safeguarded. I hope I won't hold it against me for forgetting her Quidditch match. Fupers mused with a faint smile as he scrutinized the pendant. Content. He placed the pendant into his pocket and exited the workshop. The sun had already set, and at this hour, dinner should have been underway. The castle ought not to be so eerily silent. Has it come to this? Fupers pondered, dismissing the thought. For surely nothing grave would transpire. Harry would not perish. He would go protect him shortly. He then proceeded towards the Great Hall. Chapter 34. The anger of Fupers as he ascended to the second floor. He encountered Professor McGonagall, who was hurrying along. Just as Fupers intended to greet her, she spoke first. Oh, young Mr. Fupers. At last, I have found you. You must know that I bear unfortunate news. Tears welled in McGonagall's eyes. This filled Fupers with an ominous premonition. Could there be another calamity? Miss Noah. She has been petrified. Upon hearing this, a flicker of shock crossed Fupers' gaze, swiftly replaced by a surging tide of rage, the tempest of his emotions radiating a surge of magic that nearly toppled McGonagall. Gradually regaining his composure, Fupers apologized. My apologies. Professor McGonagall. She gazed at the vastness of the castle and reassured him. Fear not. The school will not close. Fupers replied with an unusual calmness, then turned and strode towards the infirmary, leaving Professor McGonagall in a state of bewilderment, gazing upon his sister, who lay upon the hospital bed. Her anxious expression frozen in a silent scream. Fupers' heart burned with fury. Rest assured, sister, he shall die, he declared, gently caressing Ael's cold cheek before delicately placing the crafted pendant around her neck, then exited the infirmary. His elderberry wand slipped from his sleeve and into his grasp. On the second floor, in the abandoned lavatory of the Weeping Myrtle, the sink had been opened, revealing a dark passageway. Oh, hello, handsome. A bespectacled female ghost with a face marred by blemishes floated above the washroom, smiling cheerfully. Greetings, madam. Someone has entered, has he not? Fupers replied with a slight smile. Indeed, 3 individuals inquired how I met my demise, and then leapt inside. I believe they wished to become ghosts to keep me company. Myrtle giggled with delight. Thank you ever so much. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Fupus smiled faintly and transformed into a golden mist, soaring into the corridor. This was the flight spell, a remarkable invention of Fupus. Oh, what an enchanting smile it was. In the background, one could hear the shy praises of Murdy. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, but Fupus's wand emitted a radiant light, illuminating the path ahead. After a few steps, he stumbled upon a large, shed skin of a serpent. Continuing forward, 2 figures appeared before him. One, a taller silhouette, stood dazed, while the other was busily digging at something. As Fupus approached, he recognized them as Lockhart and Ron. Ron exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, Mr. Noah, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." And about Al, before he could finish, Fupus interjected, "I already know. Has Harry gone in?" "Yes, but I'm worried about my sister Ginny. She is still inside." Ron replied, his face etched with concern. "Do not fret. She'll be safe. I shall escort you out." With a burst of flames, Rose materialized before the trio. "Oh, what is this? She is truly beautiful." Lockhart marveled foolishly. "Rose, please take them outside." After more than 5 months, Rose was now adorned with crimson feathers, her claws gleaming like gold, no longer the little bird cloaked in black fur. She nuzzled Fupus's face before grasping Ron and Lockhart, soaring out. Fupus pressed onward, the distant roars echoing in his ears, prompting him to quicken his pace. Entering a passageway, he spotted Harry confronting the basilisk, wielding Gryffindor's sword. An old, ghostly figure with a monkey-like face and a scraggly beard draped down to its robe's hem stood beneath a colossal statue, watching the scene with derision, while a small girl lay beside it, Ginny. Light blade. With a flick of his wand, Fupus unleashed a massive golden blade that sliced through the basilisk's neck, crimson blood staining the floor. Both the ethereal figure and Harry turned to Fupus in unison. "Mr. Noah," Harry called joyfully. "You again. Damn, the Noah family heir. Here to thwart my plans." The spectral figure seethed with rage. "I had no intention of intervening. However, you should not have harmed my sister, Voldemort." Fupus advanced calmly, though beneath his serene facade lay a tempestuous fury. "Huh, I thought the members of the 4 sacred clans were formidable. Yet, your sister appears quite ordinary. I believe you have exaggerated her worth." With that, a green light shot forth from Voldemort's wand. Fupus waved his wand, conjuring a golden shield that deflected the lethal light. Voldemort's expression was one of shock. Fupus swung his wand once more, summoning a golden flame that transformed into a Chelan, charging toward Voldemort. Voldemort raised his wand, and the water behind him began to rise, transforming into a curtain of water before him in an attempt to fend off the golden flames. However, it proved futile, as the water curtain instantly vaporized under the onslaught of the flames, igniting upon contact with Voldemort. The excruciating pain caused him to drop his wand to the ground. Fox, I shall not spare you." Voldemort's menacing voice resonated within the chamber, but before he could finish, his words dissipated into the air. "She'll be all right, won't she?" "Little Noah," Harry inquired, "what has happened to me?" Ginny slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Nothing. You were simply taken by a villain." Harry kindly explained. "Chirp, chirp." The calls of 2 phoenixes echoed as Fox and Rose flew in. "Chirp, chirp," Rose proudly proclaimed. "Oh, indeed, you are the best." Fox smiled. "Chirp, chirp. Is that so?" Very well, I understand. After Fawkes spoke, he turned to Harry and said, hand Ginny over to Rose. She will take her to the hospital wing. Dumbledore is looking for us. All right, Harry replied, picking up the sorting hat and helping Ginny to her feet. After a gentle nudge from Rose, she grasped Ginny and led her out of the chamber. Hold on to my arm, Fawkes cheerfully instructed Harry. Though somewhat bewildered, Harry complied and grasped Fawkes's arm. In the next instant, Fawkes landed on Fawkes's shoulder, and in a flash of fire, their figures vanished, reappearing in the headmaster's office. The dawn light streamed through the window, and Harry knelt nearby, retching repeatedly. Dumbledore chuckled. The first time is always bound to be difficult, Harry. Taking a deep breath, Harry replied, I feel much better, Professor. Professor. I know, Harry hastily explained, not wishing to spend the rest of his life at his uncle's house. Thus, you shall receive a special contribution award from the school, in gratitude for your service and the unwavering loyalty you demonstrated in the chamber. Otherwise, Fawkes would not have rushed to aid you. Dumbledore mischievously winked at him. Really? Truly? Professor? Harry asked. Of course. However, I sense that something is troubling you. Am I correct, Harry? Dumbledore inquired. Yes. I feel a connection to Tom Riddle, a certain similarity, Harry admitted, his words tinged with uncertainty. I understand, Harry. Your ability to speak Parseltongue is indeed due to Voldemort being a Parselmouth. If I'm not mistaken, when Voldemort left you that scar, he also imparted a portion of his power into your being. Dumbledore elucidated. Voldemort left his power within me? Harry questioned, perplexed. Yes, that is indeed the case, albeit not by his own volition. So the sorting hat was correct. I should have been sorted into Slytherin. Indeed, Harry, you possess qualities akin to Voldemort's, determination, cunning, and a penchant for defiance. But why did the sorting hat place you in Gryffindor? Dumbledore asked. Because it was my own choice. Harry replied. Indeed, you are correct. This is the distinction between the two of you. Voldemort embraces the darkness, while you aspire towards the light. Of course, if you wish to ascertain whether you truly belong to Gryffindor, you may examine this sword. Dumbledore gestured towards the sword in Harry's hand. Godric Gryffindor's sword. Yes, only a true Gryffindor can draw this sword, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Fawkes rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, what a master of deception. At that moment, Lucius Malfoy burst in, accompanied by the house elf Dobby. Upon surveying the occupants of the room, he first inclined his head to Fawkes, saying, Mr. Noah, good day. Fawkes ignored him, as it was Lucius who had placed the diary in Ginny's cauldron, resulting in A.L.'s injury. However, Lucius did not seem to mind. Dobby, you are the Malfoy family's house elf, Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Dobby cautiously glanced at Lucius. We'll settle this later. Lucius Malfoy glared at Dobby menacingly. How ridiculous. Malfoy hissed under his breath. It is worth noting that the board members informed me that if they do not agree to expel me from Hogwarts, you will curse their families, Dumbledore stated. How dare you? Malfoy retorted sharply. What did you say? Dumbledore leaned forward, seemingly unable to hear clearly. Lucius Malfoy took half a step back, then stepped forward, declaring, I have always prioritized the interests of this school and its students. I believe the true culprit has been identified, correct? Indeed, Dumbledore replied, reclining in his chair, watching him intently. Who is it? Malfoy inquired. Voldemort. Dumbledore answered, however. This time he chose to tempt others with the diary. Oh, I see. Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Malfoy's complexion paled slightly as he spoke. Just then, Fawkes interjected, Mr. Malfoy, one must choose their allies wisely. Otherwise, the consequences could be devastating. Upon hearing this, Malfoy hurriedly exited, kicking Dobby a few times along the way, seemingly venting his frustrations. As he receded into the distance, Harry picked up the notebook from the table and asked, Professor, may I take this? Dumbledore nodded, smiling, certainly. Harry tucked his socks in the notebook and dashed out after him. Oh, such a kind-hearted child, isn't he? Dumbledore remarked, gazing at Harry's retreating figure. Indeed. However, Professor, what are your thoughts on that notebook? Fawkes inquired with a slight smile. A Horcrux, correct? I have long suspected as much, yet I have been unable to ascertain precisely how many Voldemort possesses. Dumbledore sighed softly. How do you know? Dumbledore asked. His eyes glimmered beneath his glasses as he inquired. Where are these Horcruxes located? The diary is one. I've already destroyed it using light magic. The diadem of Ravenclaw is another, which I similarly obliterated with light magic. Fuppus produced the crown and said, the remaining 4 are the rings of the Gunter family located in the Gunter Manor. The Hufflepuff gold cup housed in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The Slytherin locket located at number 12 Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family. And the last one, I believe you should be aware of, right? Yes. The most dreadful outcome, Harry himself. Dumbledore sighed softly. So, what do you intend to do, Professor? Fuppus inquired. You know, don't you? Young Mr. Fuppus. Dumbledore replied with a slight smile directed at him. Perhaps, Fuppus returned the smile, shrugging lightly. Thus, the two figures, one large and one small, conversed in the headmaster's office, discussing matters utterly incomprehensible to others. Chapter 35. Who is the heir of the Wellingtons? The great hall buzzed with chatter, and upon Professor McGonagall's announcement that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets had been slain, the students' fears accumulated throughout the semester dissipated into thin air, replaced by joyous expressions. Brother, Al's silvery voice reached Fuppus's ears. He turned to see Al and Hermione standing at the entrance of the hall. Rising leisurely, Fuppus noticed Al's radiant smile as she hurried toward him with exuberance. A sudden embrace ensued. Brother, you scared me. I thought I would never see you again. Al's words were tinged with a whimper. Feeling the dampness on his shoulder, Fuppus experienced a twinge of guilt, pulling Elle closer and gently patting her back in a soothing manner. After a while, Elle's sobs gradually subsided, and she wiped her tears, a smile returning to her face as she lifted the pendant from around her neck, asking, Brother, did you give this to me? Indeed, this is a pendant inscribed with my newly created luminescent magic runes. It will protect you in times of danger, even shielding you from the killing curse. You must not remove it, understand? Fuppus said, ruffling Al's hair. Okay, I knew you were the best, brother, Al replied, snuggling into Fuppus's embrace like a kitten. Giggling as she did so, Fuppus smiled gently, stroking Al's silvery hair. Seated on the sofa of the Noah family's compartment aboard the Hogwarts Express, Fuppus gazed out the window, lost in thought. His mind wandered back to the conversation he had a couple of days prior with Ivy Wellington. It was a clear afternoon. Miss Ivy Wellington, I wonder what brings you to seek me. Are you here to duel? Fuppus asked, wearing a warm smile. No, that's not it. And besides, I lack the qualifications. Ivy Wellington hastily replied. Lack qualifications? Fuppus queried in confusion. Ivy lowered her head, a hint of despondency in her demeanor, and said, Yes, I am not qualified to challenge the other heirs of the four sacred families, for I am not the heir of the Wellington family. My sister, Winnie Wellington, is. However, when we were children, I accidentally cast a disappearing spell, and since then, my sister has been missing. We have yet to find her. Ivy Worthington was engulfed in profound sorrow. One could only imagine the immense blow a child would endure after having caused her sister to vanish without a trace. For a moment, Fuppus found himself at a loss on how to console the bewildered little girl. After a lengthy silence, Ivy gradually emerged from her despair. Fuppus inquired, So, what brings you to me? I seek your assistance in locating my sister. Ivy's eyes brimmed with pleading earnestness. Fuppus paused momentarily, responding, You wish for me to help? Would it not be more prudent to approach Professor Dumbledore regarding this matter? Why come to me? Professor Dumbledore has already attempted to find her. Yet he too could uncover no trace. He suggested that perhaps you might possess a solution, which is why I sought you out. How flattering, Fuppus mused, pinching the bridge of his nose and letting out a soft sigh. What a magic? At this mention, a spark of intrigue ignited in Fuppus's gaze as he looked up at Ivy. In that instant, Ivy's expression brightened with joy. Yet in the next moment, Fuppus lowered his gaze again, murmuring to himself, But if even that old coot Dumbledore cannot assist, what can I do? Upon hearing Fuppus's mutterings, Ivy rushed forward, grasping his arm and exclaimed, You will surely find a way. Professor Dumbledore himself believes you can help. You can aid me in finding my sister, right? Fuppus winced at Ivy's grip, forcing a smile as he replied, Do not fret. You shall do me utmost. I promise. Upon hearing this, Ivy released her hold, apologizing. I'm so sorry, it's quite all right, I understand. If my sister were lost, I would be even more anxious than you. Fuppus responded with a faint smile. However, considering the time that has passed, I will need some time. Please be patient and await my news, if you will. Ivy recognized the urgency of the situation, but also understood that it could not be rushed, having lingered for so many years. Very well. I entrust this to you, Mr. Noah. With that, she bowed deeply to Fuppus. This encapsulated the entirety of their exchange. What are you pondering? A voice jolted Fuppus from his reverie. Gazing at Luna, who appeared ethereal, he smiled and replied, Nothing much. Really? But there seems to be a flurry of thoughts buzzing around your head, Luna remarked, her striking eyes fixed on him. Faced with Luna's penetrating gaze, Fuppus struggled to find an excuse, finally admitting, All right, I am indeed perplexed by certain issues and am contemplating solutions. Is that so? Sometimes, if one is unable to find clarity, it might be beneficial to seek a tranquil place to clear one's mind. Perhaps the answers will present themselves, Luna suggested with a smile. In that very moment, Inspiration struck Phopos like a bolt of lightning. He mused, a quiet place? Despite countless efforts over the years, no one has found Ivy Worthington. It seems unlikely. Could it be that she is trapped in another realm, hence the inability to locate her? The more he pondered, the more plausible this theory appeared. Overjoyed, he embraced Luna. Exclaiming, "Luna, you are absolutely brilliant." Luna's face flushed slightly as she fumbled for words, timidly saying, "I'm glad to be of help. It's perfectly fine. I understand. My mother used to be like that too." With a smile, Luna continued her conversation. Thus the two sat on the sofa, engaging in delightful chatter until the moment they reluctantly parted ways at platform 9 3/4. Chapter 36. The Development of Spatial Spells. The Search for Vinnie Worthington. "My dear, do you have any plans for this holiday?" Amy inquired cheerfully as she placed beef on a Phopos' plate. "Huh?" Andrew, Amy, and Al looked on in bewilderment. With no other option, Phopos extended his hand and, using magic inscribed in the air, "I am preparing for Animagus." Andrew and Amy nodded in sudden understanding. Al, shaking Phopos' arm with excitement, exclaimed, "I want to learn too. Transforming into an animal must be so cool." Phopos, smiling with a hint of resignation, nodded and replied, "Then you should just hold a piece of mandrake in your mouth. Brother, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. If one does not think carefully, it's truly incomprehensible." Altiste. Phopos shot her a glance, but remained silent, cautiously eating his meal, fearful of inadvertently consuming the mandrake as well. "My sweet darling, are you truly intent on learning Animagus? It is a highly advanced form of transformation and quite perilous." Andrew cautioned with a concerned expression. "I've already begun. Why don't you try to dissuade me?" Phopos thought to himself, "Indeed, my dear, although you are quite remarkable, Animagus can indeed be dangerous. Any mishap could lead to dire consequences." Amy added, her worry evident. Phopos chuckled and shook his head at Amy. Seeing this, Amy understood that her son was confident enough, and she ceased her objections. "Brother isn't afraid, so I shan't be either. It will surely be fine." Aldimart nonchalantly. Noticing this, Andrew held his tongue, though the look of concern on his face remained unchanged. This evening coincided with a full moon, and Phopos instructed Al to hold the mandrake in her mouth without swallowing or spitting it out, or they would have to start over. Al eagerly nodded and placed the mandrake in her mouth, her expression contorting. Phopos smiled gently and patted her head. The mandrake must be held for a month, during which Phopos had another matter to attend to, investigating which realm the vanishing spell might transport individuals to. Generally, when the vanishing spell is cast on an object, it merely reappears in another location within the same realm. However, Vinnie Worthington was evidently an exception. Nestled on the sofa, Phopos perused the family records, finding nothing of use. The documents contained no more than what Phopos already knew, alluding to occurrences within the same space. With nothing elusive to discover. Vanishing spell. Phopos tapped his wand lightly, releasing a subtle surge of magic that caused the apple on the table to vanish abruptly, only to reappear on the floor moments later. Phopos nodded thoughtfully, having utilized merely a strand of magic, causing the apple to vanish from the table and land on the floor. This incident demonstrated the correlation between the distance of the disappearance spell and the output of magical energy. Judging by the magical force employed by Ivy Worthington, it should not exceed a distance of 100,000 kilometers from its original location. Thus, the remaining challenge lay within the realm of space. Several spells, such as the non-trace expansion charm, apparition, and manifestation charm, pertain to spatial manipulation. However, the non-trace expansion charm expands space laterally, while apparition and manifestation involve vanishing from one location and reappearing at a location envisioned in one's mind, without engaging additional spatial dimensions. How to proceed, then? Phopos lowered his head in contemplation, the flavor of mandrake root tantalizing his palate. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with insight. He murmured to himself, "If I were to modify the manifestation charm into one that brings forth an apparition beside a person envisioned in my mind, perhaps I could directly locate Worthington." Resolute in his decision, Phopos retreated to his private chamber, embarking on the task of transforming the manifestation charm into his desired incantation. This endeavor consumed nearly a month of diligent research, culminating in the development of a rudimentary prototype. Chapter 37. Phopos' Animagus. 2. Gazing at the luminous full moon outside, Phopos placed the mandrake root he had been chewing into a small, transparent vial. The moonlight glimmered upon the vial as he added a strand of his hair. A silver teaspoon of dew collected from a place devoid of sunlight and human contact for a full week, in a pupa of a ghost moth. After gently mixing the contents, he placed the vial in a quiet, darkened space, ensuring it would remain undisturbed and unseen, patiently awaiting the arrival of the next storm. However, Furpose did not need to wait, for he possessed the ability to summon the Tempest himself. He would retrieve the transparent vial upon sensing another heartbeat, whether strong or weak. At that moment, the contents would transform into a blood-red potion. Finding a spacious and safe location, he would recite the spell once more and consume the potion, enduring intense pain and a fierce dual heartbeat. With visions of the animal form he was destined to assume flooding his mind, resistance would be futile for success to be achieved. As dawn broke the following day, Furpose rubbed the sleep from his eyes, having risen earlier than ever before. Facing the rising sun, he drew his wand, pointed it at his heart, and intoned the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. In the next instant, a stronger and more powerful heartbeat resonated alongside his original heartbeat. A faint smile crept across Furpose's face, for he had long anticipated the form he would take, a pangolin, as it is customary for one Animagus form to mirror that of their Patronus. Yet in the next heartbeat, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A third, faster, and louder heartbeat joined the two. Furpose felt a twinge of confusion, for individuals possessing multiple Animagus forms were typically born of the African Wakanda school of magic. However, for Furpose, this was of little consequence. Having an additional form was not unwelcome. He was merely curious about what the other form would be. On a night of a full moon, the mandrake herb in Al's mouth had also completed a month. She removed the leaves of the mandrake from above her mouth and placed them into a transparent bottle. "Oh, at last I can take this out. I've nearly suffocated for a month. Speaking has been a struggle, and eating has been a chore. Such a nuisance," Al exclaimed with a look of relief. Fopus smiled gently. It was indeed a challenge for someone as lively as Al to keep a foreign object in her mouth for an entire month. He added a strand of Al's hair, a silver teaspoon of dew collected from a place untouched by sunlight or humanity for 7 consecutive days, and a pupa of a ghost moth, blending them slightly before placing the mixture in a quiet, dark spot. "Now, don't forget to recite the incantation at sunrise and sunset. Do you remember it?" "Fulpas instructidad." "Of course. It's Amato, Animo, Animato, and Animagus," Al proudly declared, patting her slightly rounded chest. Very well, Al, you are the best," Fopus said indulgently. Hearing this, Al beamed and then asked, "When can we transform?" "How exciting. Do you know what I will turn into, brother?" She gazed at Fopus with eager eyes. Fopus chuckled helplessly, tapping her forehead with his finger. "I tell you to read more, yet you refuse to listen, and you still ask me such simple questions. Oh, isn't that why have you? Good brother. Just tell me," Al said, snuggling against Fopus's arm, her delicate face brushing against his shoulder in a playful manner. "A lion. Wow, that must be so cool." Upon receiving the answer, Al immediately released Fopus's arm, her eyes filled with visions of herself as a lion. Observing her excitement, Fopus smiled faintly. The following morning, Al rushed into Fopus's room, exclaiming, "Brother, did I mess up my incantation?" Fopus, puzzled, asked what happened. "This morning, after I recited the incantation, I felt 2 additional heartbeats alongside my own," Al said, holding up 2 fingers to illustrate her point. Fopus's eyes widened in surprise. "You have 2 extra heartbeats?" "Yes. However, aside from those who graduated from the African Wagadu School of Magic, no one else has ever exhibited such a phenomenon. But there is no need to worry. Having an additional form isn't necessarily bad," Fopus reassured her. Upon hearing Fopus's words, Al stroked her smooth, snow-white chin, adopting a detective-like demeanor. "Could it be that we have African ancestry?" Fopus rolled his eyes. "Our Noah family has resided here since our ancestors and has never changed." "Where would African ancestry come from? What if one half has African ancestry?" "Al counter. Impossible. According to our family tree, there has never been anyone of African descent in our lineage." "Very well then," Al conceded, no longer wishing to dispute the matter. "Now that you can sense your heartbeat, take a moment to rest. After dinner tonight, we shall prepare for transformation," Fopus declared. Upon hearing this, Al leaped up joyfully, exclaiming, "Oh, we can transform. We can transform." After dinner, on the vast lawn in front of Noah's castle, Andrew and Amy stood ready with their wands, prepared for any potential rescue. Fopus glanced at Al, who nodded in response. With his wand raised high, Fopus summoned the elements. The previously clear sky darkened as clouds gathered, fierce winds howled, thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour commenced. Fopus exchanged a knowing look with Al. In unison, they pointed the tips of their wands towards their hearts, chanting Amato, Animo, Animato, and Animagus. Upon completing the incantation, they consumed the crimson potion in their other hands. A wave of intense pain radiated through every corner of their bodies. Visions of two animals emerged in Phopus's mind. One, a robust creature adorned in black and white, resembling a panda. The other, a mythical beast with the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, the stature of a deer, and the tail of an ox, cloaked in golden fur. So, my alternate form is that of a Qilin. Phopus mused. Focusing on the image of the black and white panda, Phopus felt his body transform. Black and white fur sprouted. Limbs grew sturdy, claws elongated and sharpened, while his face became rounder, revealing formidable fangs, an overwhelming sense of strength enveloping him. Curiously, he examined his hands. His massive paws thudded against the ground, creating a resounding echo, while his belly rounded adorably. Turning to the distance, Phopus spotted Owl, who had also completed her transformation. She appeared elongated, her fur a soft shade of brown, as she frolicked freely. Their eyes met, and Phopus nodded at her. Owl, understanding the unspoken cue, calmed her excitement and began her next transformation. With the image of the Qilin in his mind, Phopus felt the characteristics of the panda fade, morphing into a small Qilin. Its head like a dragon, body like a horse, stature of a deer, and a tail akin to that of an ox, cloaked in dark fur. Phopus sprinted a few steps to acclimate himself, and then leaped lightly into the air, not touching the ground as pure white clouds billowed beneath his hooves, supporting his weight. Elated, Phopus recalled the saying, "The Qilin treads upon clouds," dispelling worldly tribulations. He reveled in the joy of soaring through the air for a moment before landing and gazing at Owl. At that moment, Owl had just completed her transformation, now resembling a three-headed dog. However, unlike Hagrid's Cerberus, Owl's three-headed form sported drooping ears, more fittingly described as a three-headed droopy-eared dog. Is it because of her? Phopus pondered. Approaching Owl slowly, he inquired, "How do you feel? Can you speak?" "Oh, I can speak too. I'll be brave. It must be because our second forms are quite special." Phopus explained. "Brother, you look so imposing. A dark Qilin." Owl circled around Phopus admiringly. "Unlike me, turning into a dog. It's not as majestic as a lion, but it's not fair to say that. After all, it is rather rare to encounter someone capable of transforming into a magical creature." "I assent it," Phopus reassured. "I was already astounded to learn of your various animagus forms, but I never anticipated that your second form would also be a magical being, capable of articulating human speech. How extraordinary!" Andrew and Amy approached from a distance, their faces reflecting astonishment as they chuckled. Amy cradled Phopus's head, gently stroking his inky fur, exclaiming, "What a delightful texture! Oh dear, what is this?" Amy pouted. Phopus cast her a sidelong glance, choosing silence. Chapter 38, The Lottery. Phopus's bedroom was enveloped in tranquility as he scrutinized his system panel, his mind awash with confusion and curiosity. Host, Phopus Noah, Divine. Bloodline, Qilin Bloodline. Wand, Divine Qilin. Material, broken sword of the sword in the stone, tail hair of the progenitor Qilin. Elder Wand, 13¼ inches. Material, Elder Wood. Heart nerve of the Iron Eater. Patronus, Iron Eater, Panda, Qilin, Raven. Magical items, Noah Family's Magical Creature Ring. Magical abilities, Light Magic, Divine, Prophet, Divine, Beast Mastery, Heritage. Silent Master, Negative Divine Power, Brain Lock. Spellcasting talent, 9. Wow. All spells seem as effortless to you as eating and drinking. Transfiguration talent, 85. Animagus transformation is no longer a challenge for you. Potions talent, 90. You are the next master of potions in the magical realm. Herbology talent, 3. Promise me, stay far away from those herbs, you little devil. Defense against the dark arts talent. Max, cool. You are the bane of darkness, my friend. Alchemy talent, 8. Perhaps with a little effort, you might create the Philosopher's Stone. Note, max talent level is 10. Inventory, 3 rainbow keys, 26 gold keys, 102 silver keys, 685 copper keys, 3,721 gold galleons, 5935 silver sickles, 19813 copper nuts, 7 white fresh seeds, 11 guardian tree seedlings, 3 peppermint seeds, 5 mandarin seedlings, 13 rose seeds, 17 ounces of 8-eyed giant spider venom, 3 unicorn horns, 9 dungstones. I possess a third animagus form. Phopus murmured, a raven. It must be a gift from Apollo. I have amassed such a plethora of keys. Let's draw a prize. First, the copper wheel. Here we go. All 685 copper keys enter the wheel. And in the next moment, the prizes materialized before Phopus. 335 gold galleons, 1150 silver sickles, 1800 copper nuts. Alas, money that is tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. Phopus sighed softly. Soon after, the lottery for the silver wheel commenced, accompanied by a flicker of silver light. The details of the prize appeared before Fupas. 10 ounces of bobwhite tuber pus, 3 seeds of angelica, 5 seeds of airship plum, 5 seeds of white ash, 9 saplings of protector tree, 2 seeds of peppermint, 13 lumps of dung stone, 3 pairs of bat wings, 5 fire ash snake eggs, 20 ounces of dragon S blood, 5 bottles of forgotten river water, 5 moonstone, 2 bags of unicorn tail hair, 60 gold galleons, 120 silver sickles, and 150 copper gnats. Aside from the fire ash snake eggs, the rest seem rather insignificant. Let's proceed. I hope the golden key brings me some surprises. Observing the golden wheel gradually accelerating, Fupas felt a twinge of nervousness. Amidst a glow of golden light, he discerned several exceptionally radiant golden spots, and a thrill of joy surged within him. There is a treasure. 3 fluff balls, 2 giant scarabs, 1 unicorn cub, 1 coiled wing magic egg, 1 invisible beast cub, 15 daffodil seeds, 500 gold galleons, 600 silver sickles, and 2,500 copper gnats. Splendid. Nala has a unicorn companion now. Fupas exclaimed with delight. Finally, the most valuable rainbow key awaited. With his hands clasped in prayer, Fupas offered his respect and began to draw one by one. Upon placing the first rainbow key into the wheel, a burst of vibrant light ensued, revealing the reward, 1 talent point. Oh yes, Fupas celebrated with a clenched fist. He placed another key, and the reward remained, 1 talent point. Today's luck is commendable. Previously, it was only a fraction, and today it peaked at 1 full point. Splendid indeed. Striking while the iron is hot. Let us continue. Accompanied by the last burst of rainbow light, he received 5 talent points. Upon seeing this outcome, Fupas remained undeterred, for it was already quite commendable. He allocated 1 point to the spellcraft talent, 1 point to the potions talent, and the remaining 5 to the transfiguration talent, resulting in his panel now appearing as follows. Spellcraft talent, max spells. Child play. Transfiguration talent, 9. Shall we attempt mass transfiguration? Oh, potions talent, max. Wow. A master of potions indeed. Herbology talent, 3. Promise me. Keep your distance from those herbs. You fiend. Dark magic defense talent, max. Cool. You are the bane of darkness. My friend. Alchemy talent, 8. Perhaps with some effort, you might even create a philosopher's stone. Inventory, 4,616 gold galleons, 7,805 silver sickles, 2,426 copper gnats, 13 rose seeds, 10 ounces of babwa tuber pus, 3 angelica seeds, 5 airship plum seeds, 17 ounces of 8-eyed giant spider venom, 3 unicorn horns, 22 lumps of dung stone, 3 pairs of bat wings, 5 fire ash snake eggs, 20 ounces of dragon S blood, 5 bottles of forgotten river water, 5 moonstone, 2 bags of unicorn tail hair, 3 fluff balls, 2 giant scarabs, 1 unicorn cub, 1 coiled wing magic egg, and 1 invisible beast cub. Quite impressive, but it seems I must manage the inventory. Fupas remarked while assessing the system panel. In the next moment, he lightly tapped his ring, causing his entire being to vanish from the bed. Chapter 39. The enchanted animal ring of Fupas. As Fupas descended the staircase, he found himself in a vast, elegantly furnished living room where 2 cats, 1 black and 1 white, were engaged in a playful scuffle. Xiaobai, zhuang, must you 2 always be at odds? Every time I arrive, you seem to be in a brawl, Fupas remarked with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing his voice, the 2 feline creatures immediately ceased their antics and scampered over to nuzzle his calves, their faces adorned with expressions of contrition. Fupas smiled faintly, shaking his head as he said, "You 2 always resort to this." Alas, the space he occupied was a combination of a resting chamber and a workspace nestled within the magical ring. The first floor was sparsely decorated, featuring merely a writing desk and a chair, upon which lay notes regarding the habits, lives, and breeding of magical creatures, records that Fupas had diligently maintained since childhood. The hardwood floor was polished with wax to facilitate the frolics of the enchanted animals. The entire room was bathed in a bluish-gray hue, with 2 meters of solid wood installed along the walls to guard against moisture. The walls were adorned with photographs capturing joyful moments with magical beings. Some depicted him soaring atop a fire dragon, others galloping on a chimera, engaging in a playful tussle with a niffler over galleons, assisting a bird snake in childbirth, or being covered in protective tree crickets. Each photograph radiated laughter and delight, gracefully framed. Perched on the banister, the phoenix Rose was lost in a reverie, while 5 fluffy pink creatures stood in a row at the writing desk, their round eyes fixed intently on Fupas. The second floor was primarily dedicated to storing potions, performing surgeries on magical creatures, and housing rooms filled with magical ingredients, including those won from lotteries or acquired from the creatures themselves. Stepping outside, the sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars, with a full moon hanging overhead in a cloudless expanse, enveloping the space in a magical aura, perfectly synchronized with the passage of time outside. Below, a garden unfolded, bordered by low shrubs, with upside-down airships hovering above. Roses, daffodils, and lavender bloomed sporadically amidst lush green grass, separated by a pebble-strewn path. Two wagging-tailed spaniels joyfully regarded Fupas, while a swarm of tiny fairies flitted among the blossoms. At that moment, a fairy alighted on Fupas's shoulder, pouting with arms crossed, exuding an air of indignation. "What troubles you, May? Why the glum demeanor?" Fupas inquired gently. Bizitzit, I am upset." May responded. Hua and the others are bullying you. "Why is that?" Fupas pressed. Just as May was about to voice her grievances, a flurry of fairies arrived, fluttering and buzzing animatedly. Fupas listened intently to their chatter, gradually piecing together the situation. Over time, no one wished to play with May anymore. With a resigned smile, Fupas addressed Hua and the others. "My affection for each of you remains unchanged. You are all dear friends. Let's not foster discord." Upon finishing his words, Fupas plucked a handful of grass from the ground, waved his wand, and transformed the grass into a myriad of resplendent little dresses, which he distributed among all the fairies. With their eyes gleaming with joy, they donned the enchanting garments and flitted merrily among the blooms. Subsequently, in an orderly fashion, they bestowed a gentle kiss upon Fupas's cheek before frolicking away in delight. Fupas shook his head with a smile, exclaiming, "What a bunch of little children!" To the left of Fupas's chamber stood a tall, bushy whomping willow, which he had secretly cultivated from a branch snipped from the whomping willow at Hogwarts. On the right were two adjacent small houses. Although their exterior appeared modest, the interiors were surprisingly spacious. One room served as a herbarium, housing an array of herbal plants, where Fupas stored all the seeds and seedlings he had won through lottery over the years. After a decade of diligent cultivation, the room was finally filled to capacity. With a 3-point aptitude in herbology, Fupas couldn't help but marvel at his own gardening prowess. The other room was dedicated to caring for the smaller, shyer creatures. Upon entering, Fupas was greeted by a warm and expansive space, illuminated by moonstone, which banished the night's darkness. Inside, magical trees such as the guardian tree, ash, cedar, holly, and sequoia flourished alongside a sprawling bamboo grove. Each magical tree was home to a branch of tree guardians, while a round creature indulged in bamboo within the grove. Too engrossed in its meal to notice Fupas's arrival, it was a true gourmand. In front of the trees and bamboo, a wooden hanging basket served as the dwelling for the elderly invisible beast, who at that moment was tending to Nini's two younglings, playfully teasing them with galleons. Meanwhile, Nini's husband, Zhuang, was busy counting his own coins in another nest. Fupas approached and grasped Zhuang by the neck, admonishing, "If you neglect your wife and children any longer, I shall confiscate all those shiny objects in your nest." Zhuang, with his small paws pointing towards the elderly creature, protested, "He is helping you." Fupas replied sternly, "That does not excuse your laziness. If you take good care of Nini and your children, all of this will belong to you." He then took Galleon's sickles and nuts from his inventory and piled them into a small mountain on the ground, enticingly suggesting, "Look." Zhuang nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with determination. Fupas placed him beside Nini, and Zhuang affectionately nuzzled her, his gaze inevitably drawn to the glittering pile. With a slight smile, Fupas waved his wand, transferring the coins into Zhuang's nest, asking, "Is this sufficient?" Zhuang excitedly nodded his little head and then earnestly began to care for the babies. On the other side, within a nest woven from bamboo strips, resided 9 serpentine birds. Among them, the 2 larger ones were named Princess and Prince, their bodies adorned with shimmering blue scales that reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, captivating in their beauty. The remaining 7, their offspring, were affectionately referred to by Fupas as Big Baby, Second Baby, Third Baby, Fourth Baby, Fifth Baby, Sixth Baby, and Seventh Baby. After feeding them some small insects, Fupas departed the room, following a pebble path that led out of the courtyard. Not far ahead lay a vast expanse of lake, where the head of a horse-like water creature, a young horse, emerged, often peeking at Fupas with curiosity. Within the lake also dwelled a rare long-horned water snake, from which Salazar Slytherin's wand core was crafted. The waters were teeming with magical fish, such as the lamora and hillock, alongside various ordinary fish that serve as sustenance. Opposite the lake, a forest loomed, where glimpses of several Tepo warthogs and tree monkeys could be seen flitting about. Occasionally, one might spot a wicked old bird or a billywig darting through the trees. At this moment, Fupas found himself surrounded by an array of wondrous creatures. The quibbler bird, a little blue, flitted about with its companions, while a group of moonstruck beasts gazed at Fupas with their adorably large eyes, perhaps hoping to nuzzle against him. The unicorn, Nala, approached affectionately, nudging him with its gentle presence. Fupas tenderly stroked Nala's pristine body, surveying his surroundings. The area encircling his abode was characterized by a blend of plains and hills, bordered by a vast forest. In addition to the magical creatures gathered around him, a few giant dung beetles could be seen laboriously pushing the dung of the horned creature along, while herds of cattle, sheep, and deer roamed the grasslands, serving as food for the larger magical beings. The chimera, Mai the cat leopard, Meow Meow, the venomous horned beast, Jiao Jiao, the boggart Bao Bao, and the horned creature Fei Fei, all wandered anxiously not far from Fupas, yearning for a touch of affection. Fupas, ever generous, approached them, gently caressing their forms and offering them delectable treats. Lying upon the ground, leaning against Nala, Fupas found himself surrounded by a multitude of magical creatures, gazing up at the luminous moon and the bright stars twinkling in the sky. From the lofty mountains behind the forest came 4 resounding roars, belonging to the 4 fire dragons Fupas had raised. Among them was Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback, Nola. The other 3 included an Australian pearl-eyed dragon, known for its shimmering, rainbow-hued scales, aptly named Little Color for its lack of pupils. The remaining 2 were a couple, the Hebridean black dragons, characterized by their coarse scales, purple eyes, and a row of sharp spines along their backs, with pointed tails resembling arrows and bat-like black wings. The male was called Little Black, while the female was named Little Ink. Their roars were a joyful response to the scent of Fupas, though he refrained from allowing them to take flight due to their sheer size and the potential for unintended harm. As time slipped by, a profound drowsiness enveloped him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 40. The Youthful Grindelwald? With merely 5 days remaining until the holiday's conclusion, the list of required texts for the new term at Hogwarts had been released. Al wished for Fopas to accompany her to Diagon Alley to procure her books. However, Fopas, hindered by the slow progress of his studies in spatial spells, declined her invitation. Though somewhat disheartened, Al understood and did not press the matter further. As the 5 days swiftly passed, Fopas' spatial magic could only transfer an object the size of a basketball into another realm and retrieve it again. It was insufficient for rescuing a child. Moreover, after so many years, no one could ascertain whether Vinnie Worthington could still be alive in another dimension. Amidst the swaying carriage, Ivy Worthington inquired with hopeful eyes, "Mr. Noah, how goes it? Do you have any solutions?" Fopas closed the book in his hands and nodded slightly, saying, "There's indeed a method. However, what is it? Is there an issue?" Ivy's hands clenched, her expression tense. Fopas offered a reassuring smile. "Do not be anxious. It is not a grave matter. I have devised a plan. Given that after all these years, you have not located Miss Vinnie Worthington, I surmise she may have transcended to another realm. Thus, I have been diligently researching a spell to transport myself to another space, and I have made some progress, albeit not yet sufficient." "Are you suggesting that Vinnie is in another realm?" Ivy queried. "Indeed, if even Professor Dumbledore has failed to find her, I believe this to be the only plausible explanation." Ivy nodded in agreement, clearly inclined to accept this theory. "Then, when do you think you will perfect the spell, Mr. Noah?" Ivy asked cautiously, for Fopas was her sole beacon of hope. "Uncertain. However, I should be able to accomplish it before this term concludes." Fopas contemplated briefly. A radiant smile illuminated Ivy's face as she exclaimed, "Really?" "Of course." Fopas replied with a slight smile. "That is splendid. Thank you so much, Mr. Noah. You can rest assured that I—" Before Ivy could finish her sentence, an oppressive chill enveloped the carriage, frost creeping onto the window sills, and a wave of sorrow surged from within. Fopas instantly comprehended the situation. Anger surged within him as he drew his wand and exited the carriage, encountering several ghostly figures shrouded in black cloaks drifting ominously, Dementors, bred by the Ministry of Magic. Expecto Patronum. Fopas raised his wand, and a silver Patronus, a majestic pangolin, burst forth, charging at the Dementors, dispersing them with powerful strikes. The remaining creatures fled the carriage in haste. As the Patronus gradually dissipated, Fopas understood the reason for the Dementors' arrival. Upon returning to the carriage, Ivy asked, "Dementors, are they?" Fopas nodded in affirmation. "The audacity of the Ministry is astounding." Ivy scoffed. clearly harboring no fondness for the ministry. Fopus smiled faintly, taking a seat on the sofa without uttering a word. Fawkes gave a slight nod and said, "All right." Accompanied by the sound of wheels, Ivy Worthington exited the room. Fawkes's long fingers tapped lightly on the table as his gaze drifted out the window, pondering how to refine his spatial enchantment. Before long, he heard Alice's voice, "Brother, did you see? A Dementor has entered the Hogwarts Express. I heard they seem to be searching for an escaped convict from Azkaban." The spark of gossip burned brightly in AL's eyes as he looked at Fawkes. "Oh, really?" Fawkes replied with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That convict seems to be named Sirius. Sirius Black, yes. He was also one of Voldemort's most loyal followers back in the day. I exclaimed. "Alas, such a tragic tale." Fawkes mused. "It's highly likely they are after Harry. Poor Harry. Enduring torment at his aunt's house during the holidays, forced to retaliate only to, but fortunately, the ministry." Al rambled on enthusiastically beside Fawkes. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, an unexpected visitor arrived, leaving Dumbledore utterly astonished. Gellert. Dumbledore gazed at the man before him, impeccably dressed in a sharp black coat with golden slicked-back hair, astonished to see him in the guise of their youth. "Yes, my dear. Surprised, are you? Do you wish to become like me?" Gellert Grindelwald said with open arms and a smile. Dumbledore suppressed his excitement, his expression turning grave as he replied, "You have escaped from Nurmengard, Gellert. This contradicts our agreement." "Ah, I know, worry not. I left a decoy in Nurmengard." Gellert Grindelwald nonchalantly responded. "Gellert, you know that is not what I meant." Dumbledore's tone grew increasingly cold. Gellert conjured a chair out of thin air and sat before Dumbledore, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling. Upon witnessing this, Dumbledore's pupils constricted, waves of turmoil surging in his mind, conjuring objects out of thin air. How could this be? "Albus, the world has changed. Our ideals can now be realized." A flicker of blue light passed through Gellert's eyes, almost imperceptible. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Dumbledore's eyes before fading into melancholy as he said, "Gellert, you should know I no longer desire such things." "But what if Ariana could be revived?" Gellert Grindelwald said earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore. "What did you say?" Dumbledore pressed his hands on the table. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Gellert. "I knew it. You still care." Gellert Grindelwald observed Dumbledore with a knowing grin. "What do you mean by that?" Dumbledore's eyes glinted with a piercing intensity. Gellert Grindelwald smiled subtly and said, "Albus, do you believe in the divine?" Dumbledore gradually regained his composure, chuckling softly as he replied, "Gellert, when did you come to believe in such matters?" Dumbledore remained silent, his gaze somewhat dazed, as an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He sensed that matters were far from simple. Gellert Grindelwald, perceiving Dumbledore's perplexity, smiled and remarked, "I shall grant you ample time for contemplation, my love. When you have made your decision, do not hesitate to share it with me." With that, Grindelwald positioned himself on the windowsill of the headmaster's office. After a brief moment, he leaped into the void, vanishing from sight. Dumbledore gazed out the window at the fading silhouette, murmuring to himself, "What lies beyond the bounds of power?" At the precise moment of Grindelwald's disappearance, Fawkes, the Phoenix, cast a watchful eye from outside, a flicker of white light shimmering in his gaze. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Black Patterns. "Mr. Fawkes, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, but could you please make your way to the headmaster's office?" The voice emanating from the silvery figure of the Phoenix was laden with fatigue, rousing Fawkes from the brink of slumber. A sense of perplexity enveloped him, as his prophetic abilities hinted at a monumental shift in the world. Yet each vision was shrouded in a veil of obscurity, akin to a dark cloth obscuring clarity. Dressing hastily, Fawkes made his way to the headmaster's office. Upon entering, he observed Dumbledore and felt an inexplicable aura of twilight surrounding him. Additionally, Fawkes noted that Dumbledore seemed utterly oblivious to his arrival. "Ah, you have come, young Fawkes. Please forgive an old man for his sluggish reactions." Dumbledore greeted with a smile that bore an undercurrent of forced cheerfulness. "What has transpired, Professor Dumbledore?" Fawkes inquired. Dumbledore lifted his gaze slightly, meeting Fawkes's eyes, and replied, "Nothing of consequence. Merely an encounter with an old friend, reminiscing about times gone by, filled with nostalgia." "An old friend? Could it be one who wields that divine power?" Fawkes pondered silently. He took a seat and examined the ring from the Gunther family. "Is this the resurrection stone?" "Indeed, it exudes a feeble, perilous essence of the Grim Reaper's power. Thanatos, may you rest in peace," he mused inwardly. "Professor, you have used it, have you not?" Fawkes asked, directing his gaze at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's pupils contracted slightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Indeed, ultimately, one cannot resist temptation. There remains a residue of the curse upon it. So, Professor Yu. Dumbledore languidly extended his hand, revealing dark, inky patterns adorning his palm. Yes, I find my time grows ever shorter. Fawkes shook his head with a sigh, reflecting indeed, who among us can withstand the allure of resurrecting the deceased? The Elder Wand slipped from his sleeve, aimed at Dumbledore's hand as he uttered, healing light. A radiant white glow enveloped Dumbledore's hand, causing the black patterns to gradually dissipate until only a stubborn remnant the length of a finger remained. Fawkes furrowed his brow, intensifying his magical output, yet the black patterns stood resolute, impervious to his efforts. How can this be possible? Fawkes set down his wand, filled with uncertainty. The healing properties of light magic were typically most effective against curses, yet this proved intractable. This curse is unlike anything I have ever encountered. The moment it manifested upon me, I realized that the light magic you devised might not be of any assistance. However, fret not. Your mentor, Nicholas, once remarked that death is merely another grand adventure. Moreover, I sense that your light magic has significantly slowed its progression. I might yet live for several more years. Dumbledore remarked with a smile. At that moment, Fawkes's gaze was fixed intently on the dark markings, which emanated a faint yet distinctly repugnant aura, a divine presence, without a doubt. Could it be that Voldemort has come into contact with a deity? Which one could it be? Little Fawkes, just as Fawkes was lost in thought. He was interrupted by Dumbledore's call. Huh? What is it, Professor Dumbledore? Fawkes replied. Dumbledore chuckled. What occupies your mind so deeply? His gaze transcended the frame, scrutinizing Fawkes. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Fawkes affirmed with conviction. Very well. Might I request a favor? Given my impending demise, Dumbledore said with a self-deprecating smile, I would like to ask for your assistance in destroying a few more of Voldemort's Horcruxes, if you would be so kind. Fawkes pondered for a moment. Now that divine power had emerged, perhaps it would be prudent to confront Voldemort first. He then turned to Dumbledore and replied, Certainly, Professor. I will locate and obliterate the remaining Horcruxes. But Harry? Fawkes smiled slightly and nodded. Chapter 42. The Rescue of Ukraine's Iron Stomach. The following morning, Diagon Alley was eerily quiet, bereft of the bustling voices that once filled it during the start of the school year, with only a few souls meandering about. Fawkes stood before a towering, pristine marble edifice known as Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the official bank of the wizarding world. Mr. Noah, what a rare visitor. How may I assist you today? A diminutive goblin, clad in a black suit adorned with gold trim, approached Fawkes with a slight bow. His long limbs and rounded head slightly reminiscent of a house elf, albeit larger. Nothing much. I merely wish to visit the Noah family's vault. Fawkes responded with a slight smile. Very well, please follow me. The goblin turned, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his features, yet he concealed it expertly. Truly avaricious. Fawkes mused inwardly, trailing leisurely behind. Upon entering the bank, he observed counters towering at least 2 meters high on either side, where numerous goblins meticulously weighed gold and gems. Their expressions were serious. But upon noticing Fawkes's arrival, they greeted him with obsequious smiles. What intriguing species, Fawkes thought with a hint of sarcasm. As he traversed the grand hall of the bank, he descended into a pitch-black underground cavern. Illuminated by the goblin's lantern, he saw a small cart awaiting on the tracks. Not only greedy, but these goblins are also miserly. This rickety cart, even the children of my aunt wouldn't deign to play with it. Fawkes reflected. Mr. Noah, please take a seat. The fairy opened the small cart's door for Phopus, bowing slightly as he did so. Phopus nodded and took a seat inside the cart. The dilapidated vehicle creaked and groaned along the iron tracks, swaying side to side and jolting up and down, causing Phopus considerable discomfort. It is no wonder that the transportation system of the Goblin Bank is deemed excruciating. Phopus struggled to suppress the rising wave of nausea in his stomach. The cart meandered downwards for an extended period before finally reaching level ground. The treasury of the Noah family, ranking second among the 4 sacred clans, boasted a grand entrance crafted entirely of gold, adorned with intricate anti-theft and identity recognition enchantments. Phopus had only visited once as a child alongside his parents. He lightly traced his left hand over his right index finger, causing golden blood to seep forth. With a flick of his hand, he allowed the golden droplets to fall upon the door, which gradually absorbed the liquid with a resounding rumble, slowly revealing the dazzling golden light that made it difficult to see. Inside the cavernous treasury, comparable in size to a football field, not a single silver sickle was in sight, while heaps of gold galleons, the least valuable currency, were piled high in the corners. The nearby fairy gazed hungrily at the wealth within the vault, saliva nearly pooling on the floor. Phobos smiled faintly and entered the treasury, feigning nonchalance as he browsed through the riches. A ring on his hand glimmered, and the figure of Nini appeared before him. As Phobos spoke, he traced the shape of a golden cup in the air for Nini to see. Nini nodded and quickly scurried towards the exit of the treasury. The fairies seemed to have noticed Nini's presence, but thought little of it, as they believed the Goblin Bank to be the safest place in the world. After a considerable time, Nini climbed up Phobos's pant leg and onto his hand, nodding at him. Phobos evaded the fairy's gaze and gently patted Nini's fuzzy little head, murmuring, "Well done." To prevent any future complications, Phobos cast a forgetting charm, ensuring the fairy would remember nothing. Phobos nodded and said, "All right, let's go. Help me. Help." "It must be the Ukrainian iron belly that guards the treasury for the Goblin Bank," Phobos murmured softly. "It's nothing," he replied with a slight smile. "Roar, roar, let me out," grumbled the foolish dragon. "If it weren't necessary to guard the Goblin Bank, who would keep such a creature here?" the fairy complained. Upon hearing the fairy's words, Phobos's expression turned icy. It is essential to note that magical creatures are considered allies in battle by the Noah family. Fiery wrath, Phobos silently intoned, and a stream of golden flames erupted from him, reducing the fairy to ashes. You might wonder why they transformed into black smoke? Phobos had no qualms about causing trouble for Voldemort, shifting the ensuing events onto the Death Eaters. Before Phobos appeared a battle-scarred Ukrainian iron belly, bound by massive iron chains, now retreating in fear from a throng of fairies wielding ringing bells. Phobos charged towards the fairies, knocking them all to the ground. He then flew to the side of the Ukrainian iron belly and said, "Wait a moment, I shall set you free." With that, Phobos transformed into a cloud of black mist and shattered the chains binding it. A resounding roar erupted from the Ukrainian iron belly, filled with joy and exhilaration. It flapped its wings, marred by several bloodstains, and soared into the sky. Perhaps due to its long absence from flight, it struggled initially but gradually fanned its white wings, generating a powerful gust that pierced through the ceiling of Gringotts. At that moment, the guard arrived, unleashing spells against it. Phobos charged at several guards, knocking them down, and then followed in the wake of the Ukrainian iron belly, ascending into the heavens. Phobos revealed himself, appearing on the back of the Ukrainian iron belly. "No need for formality, my dear sir," Phobos remarked with a slight smile, and then, using healing magic, restored the iron belly's wounds. Feeling the injuries within dissipate, the Ukrainian iron belly flapped its wings with renewed vigor, its speed increasing manifold. After a considerable time, it settled upon an unnamed mountain. Phobos slid off its back, and the Ukrainian iron belly gently nudged him, cautious not to topple him, emitting a few more roars. After a prolonged silence, the Ukrainian iron belly nodded, nuzzled Phobos once more, and soared into the sky, heading towards the horizon. Watching the departing figure of the Ukrainian iron belly, Phobos smiled and remarked, "Magical creatures are indeed more trustworthy than wizards." With that, he flickered and vanished from his spot. Chapter 43. The Savage God of War Ares and the Remnants of Voldemort. With a soft thud, Phobos placed the golden goblet before Dumbledore. "That was quite swift. However, it seems you found yourself in quite a predicament, young Phobos," Dumbledore said with a smile. Phobos's eyes darted nervously, responding, "I had no choice. It called for help. Besides, the Noah family never abandons any magical creature." Dumbledore nodded, saying, "Nevertheless, it's of little consequence, for you've managed to implicate the Death Eaters in this matter. The public is in a state of anxiety, and Fudge has been inundated with letters from me, asking what to do." Phobos glanced at the envelope in Dumbledore's hand and remarked, "Isn't that fortuitous? A sense of impending crisis is a good thing." "Indeed, a good thing indeed." Dumbledore gazed intently at the golden goblet. Phobos sensed that Dumbledore's notion of a good thing was not quite aligned with his own. After a moment, Dumbledore inquired, "Have you yet vanquished the remnants within?" "Not yet. An unexpected incident occurred, but there is still time." Phobos replied, drawing forth the Elder Wand and pointing it at the goblet, proclaiming, "Light this spell." A blinding white light illuminated the goblet, and dark mist rose from it, emitting a haunting wail. "It's you again, Phobos Noah." Phobos maintained a calm demeanor, channeling more magical energy, swiftly dissipating the mist. At that moment, a wail echoed from the distant forests of Albania. Alas, the fragile soul dares to fracture itself, foolishly aspiring for immortality. A towering figure clad in obsidian armor, exuding an extraordinary presence and formidable power, gazed down with disdain upon the emaciated form of Voldemort, who knelt upon the ground. As Voldemort endured the excruciating agony of his disintegrating soul, He bowed his head, too fearful to rise or retort. For the specter before him had effortlessly dispelled his most prized killing curse with a mere flick of the wrist. He remained utterly oblivious to the identity of this formidable being and the source of its strength. Do you yearn for power? Do you desire true immortality? The imposing figure beckoned with outstretched arms. Voldemort trembled, a fervent roar escaping his lips. Indeed, I desire it most fervently. Excellent. The towering figure waved a hand, and a strand of crimson energy surged into Voldemort's being. A searing pain, piercing deep into his soul, coursed through him, eliciting a scream of anguish. The figure, reveling in Voldemort's torment, cackled with a wicked delight. Scream. Suffer. To gain what you seek, a price must be paid. After what felt like an eternity, Voldemort gradually acclimated to the soul-deep agony. A newfound, unprecedented power enveloped his form, and as he clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles resonated with a sense of invigoration. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort, his infantile body rising slowly, extended his diminutive hand toward the distant peaks, proclaiming loudly. A beam of emerald light, half a meter wide, shot forth, obliterating a vast cavity into the mountainside. A smile of exhilaration crept across Voldemort's lips, madness gleaming in his eyes as he marveled at his tiny hands. Immediately, he knelt before the towering figure, bowing respectfully. May I inquire your name? Voldemort stands ready to serve you. I am Ares, the figure replied with a smile. Voldemort's pupils constricted in shock. You are a deity? The god of war, Ares. Indeed. Mortal, Ares proclaimed, casting a condescending gaze upon Voldemort. Humbled by Ares' affirmation, Voldemort prostrated himself further, his tone laced with reverence and longing. Thank you, god of war, for bestowing this power. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. Bestowing you strength comes at a cost. You must find a being imbued with the power of light. Keep watch over them, and await my arrival in at least 3 years, Ares commanded. Power of light? How am I to find such a being? In my current state? It seems nearly impossible. Voldemort pondered anxiously. Huh, Ares scoffed coldly, sending a shiver through Voldemort's frame. You now possess my war power. You will sense it when you encounter the right individual. As for your current appearance, you must devise a means to remedy it yourself. I am but a specter. My capabilities are limited. If I were to reshape your form, I could not grant you my war power. Mortal, remember to exercise restraint. Voldemort nodded vigorously in agreement. What a troublesome affair. Mortal, I hope you locate that individual before my return. When the time comes, I shall grant you even greater desires. With that, Ares' form gradually dissipated into the ether. Voldemort knelt on the ground for a while longer, until silence enveloped him completely, before he finally rose to his feet. His fingers curled slightly, and an overwhelming surge of magical power coursed through him, causing the trees around him to shatter and fall. A mad smile gradually spread across his face as he murmured, "It is truly not a dream." Subsequently, he pointed a finger skyward, and a skeletal mark, spewing forth a colossal serpent, materialized in the heavens. It was the emblem the Death Eaters used to summon Voldemort. Dumbledore picked up the golden chalice from the table and scrutinized it carefully. After a moment, he praised, "Indeed, it is the magic of light. The remnants of the soul have completely dissipated." Fawkes smiled faintly. "Now, only Slytherin's locket and Harry remain," Dumbledore remarked, seated comfortably in his chair. Gazing at Fawkes with a smile, Fawkes nodded, responding, "Indeed. Slytherin's locket is currently located in the ancestral home of the Blacks, which is under the unbreakable vow. Although I know its whereabouts, I cannot access it at the moment. As for Harry," Fawkes looked at Dumbledore and shrugged. "The ancestral home of Sirius Black?" Dumbledore mused aloud, leaning back in his chair. "Do you genuinely believe that Sirius betrayed the Potters?" Fawkes ventured cautiously. That worthless descendant. Not only the sole member of the Black family to have entered Gryffindor, but also entangled with the Potter family. What a disgrace. Phineas Nigellus Black, the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, declared angrily. Hearing this, Dumbledore smiled slightly, explaining Sirius's great-great-grandfather had always esteemed Slytherin. Fawkes smiled faintly in agreement. Indeed, the old man clearly did not believe that Sirius would betray the Potters. Yet why did he not defend Sirius? Fawkes pondered. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Professor McGonagall rushed into the headmaster's office, accompanied by Al and Harry. "Professor Dumbledore, you must see this child. I do not know what has happened to him." Professor McGonagall exclaimed anxiously, her face etched with worry. Dumbledore's expression turned serious as he stepped forward, and Fawkes curiously followed. Harry appeared as if he had encountered something extraordinarily terrifying, his face pale as a ghost. Harry! Dumbledore gently shook Harry's shoulder, calling out to him. However, Harry seemed oblivious, continuing to mumble incoherently. Dumbledore produced his ancient wand and recited various healing spells over Harry, yet none proved effective. Brother, Harry can't be daft, can he? Al approached Fawkes, tugging at his sleeve with a worried expression. Fawkes smiled reassuringly, ruffling Al's hair, saying, "He will be fine, do not worry." After a considerable time, Dumbledore had tried numerous methods, all to no avail. "Mr. Fawkes, it seems we must rely on you." Dumbledore turned to Fawkes with a resigned smile. Fawkes nodded, walked to Harry's side, and brandished his elder wand, pointing it at Harry. Light of healing. A brilliant white light emanated from the tip of the wand, illuminating Harry, whose pale face visibly flushed. After a few minutes, Harry ceased trembling, sitting in his chair, gasping for breath, visibly shaken. The others were bewildered, and Fawkes furrowed his brow, pondering. A phantom? Do not rush, Harry. Speak slowly and tell us what transpired, Dumbledore gently reassured. Oh my goodness, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Dumbledore, his expression grave, inquired, Who was that phantom? I do not know. The apparition spoke its name, but for some reason, I cannot hear it. However, Voldemort treated him with a sort of reverence and fear. Harry gesticulated, struggling to find the right words. Who could instill fear in Voldemort? Could it be a deity? Fawkes contemplated, discreetly invoking his prophetic powers. Yet, all he perceived was a shroud of darkness, signifying a shift in the future. McGonagall nodded and led the group toward the exit. Professor, Harry said, his face etched with concern as he glanced at Dumbledore, hesitating to speak. As the door closed, Dumbledore's countenance grew increasingly serious, contemplating the youthful visage of his old friend and the apparition that confronted Voldemort. He sensed an immense transformation unfolding in the world, one that was unfathomable. Turning to Fawkes, who also appeared deep in thought, Dumbledore asked, Mr. Fawkes, what are your thoughts on that phantom? Fawkes hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge matters concerning the divine to Dumbledore, considering that Dumbledore's current state would render him unable to offer substantial assistance. After a moment, Fawkes shook his head and replied, I have nothing to share. Alas! Dumbledore sighed as he sat in his chair, his frail fingers rubbing his temples. In that case, let us rest early. Mr. Fawkes, I shall also endeavor to uncover the nature of that apparition, Dumbledore said. Fawkes nodded and stepped outside. Sitting on the sofa in his dormitory, Fawkes' mind whirled with thoughts, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Gazing out at the evening sky, he suddenly recalled the words of the centaurs from earlier. He mused, perhaps their starry prophecies might reveal something. Thus, under the cover of night, he made his way toward the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 44. The Centaur Firenze's Starry Prophecy. The pitch-black Forbidden Forest swallowed the silvery moonlight. Fawkes' wand tip shone brightly as he ventured deeper. The occasional rustling sounds around him infused the dark night with a sense of dread. The rhythmic sound of footsteps approached from a distance. The Centaur Firenze emerged, bending his forelegs in greeting, and said, Mr. Noah, it has been a while. Fawkes smiled slightly, replying, Indeed, it has been some time. Firenze, I have come to inquire about what you meant when you spoke of the sun, still shining brightly. Firenze fell silent for a moment, gazing at the sky, before responding, I am afraid, Mr. Noah, that centaurs cannot defy the dictates of the stars. I cannot tell you, not even a little. Fawkes pressed once more. Firenze hesitated for a moment, glancing at Fawkes before saying, Very well. The stars are twinkling. I can only say this much, Mr. Noah. My sincerest apologies. After speaking, Firenze bent his forelegs and bowed deeply to Fawkes, a look of profound regret on his face. It's quite all right. You have done well. Fawkes replied with a slight smile, then turned his gaze to the sky. After a considerable pause, Firenze bowed his head again, remaining silent. Watching Fawkes' retreating figure, Firenze murmured, The sun is gradually dimming. Mr. Noah, I wish you good fortune. As the days passed serenely, the aura of divinity did not reemerge, and the magical world experienced no peculiar events. Fawkes no longer dwelled excessively on matters of the divine. Within Hogwarts, anxiety permeated the air. The portrait of the fat lady at the entrance to Gryffindor Tower had been slashed by Sirius, leaving everyone fearful that they might be the next victim of such a gruesome fate. Of course, Fawkes was unconcerned, for he had no need to worry, especially knowing that Sirius's target was the rotund Peter Pettigrew, who had transformed into a rat. To Fawkes, Pettigrew was merely a cowardly, timid soul. It was baffling that the Sorting Hat had placed such a character in Gryffindor. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunder and lightning erupted above the Quidditch pitch, and torrential rain poured down, clearly indicating that it was not an opportune day for a Quidditch match. Yet what of it? No inclement weather could dampen the fervor of the players and spectators. With Madame Hooch's whistle blowing, the players surged onto the field like a stream of light, while Al soared above, focused intently on spotting the elusive golden snitch. As the rain intensified, a curtain of droplets formed in the air, severely obstructing visibility. Al, filled with urgency, scanned his surroundings, fearful of missing the snitch-esque glimmer. At last, a flash of gold darted before Al, filling him with joy as he hastily pursued it. The seeker from Slytherin, noticing the commotion, joined the chase. Amidst the flashes of lightning in the sky, a look of concern crossed Fawkes's face. Just as Al ascended approximately 30 meters above, a swarm of Dementors surged toward him with malevolent intent. Alarmed, Al quickly attempted to summon his wand, only to realize it was absent, left behind in his dormitory due to the match. Oh no, I've forgotten my wand because of the game, Al thought, his brow furrowed in apprehension. Noticing Al's failure to produce his wand, Fawkes felt a rush of urgency and swiftly drew his own wand, murmuring, Expecto Patronum. A silvery Patronus, resembling a panda, danced through the air, charging at the Dementors. Within mere moments, it vanquished the horde of Dementors. Al seized the opportunity to catch the golden snitch, securing victory for his team. Chapter 45. Minister Fudge covered in sweat. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office today was particularly lively, with not only Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall in attendance, but also several officials from the Ministry of Magic. Standing at the forefront, a man named Cornelius Fudge incessantly dabbed at the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. He was the current Minister of Magic in Britain, a man of little capability yet abundant servility. Fawkes, with a sardonic smile, leaned against a pillar, observing the seemingly authoritative minister. Mr. Noah, I sincerely apologize. I assure you this must be a misunderstanding. How could the Ministry of Magic possibly target a member of the Sacred 28? Minister Fudge explained, his face adorned with a forced smile. Oh, is that so? Because what I witnessed was a Dementor heading straight for my sister, Al. Fawkes's gaze was piercing, each word articulated with precision. As Fudge met Fawkes's sharp stare, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and he furiously wiped them away, desperate to maintain his ministerial composure. It must be a misunderstanding. Surely, there has been a malfunction with the Dementors. After all, their intelligence is rather dubious. The ministry is prepared to offer compensation. Fudge hastily clarified. Compensation? Huh, Fawkes scoffed. What kind of compensation could possibly equate to my sister? Indeed, the woman in question was none other than Dolores Umbridge, a figure loathed by countless Harry Potter enthusiasts. Upon hearing this, Fudge's pupils constricted, and he barked at Umbridge, silence. Umbridge, taken aback by the reprimand, dared not utter another word and retreated. However, Fawkes was not one to let the matter rest easily. The ministry? Huh, the current ministry does seem quite formidable, doesn't it? Minister Fudge? He taunted. Forgive me, Mr. Noah, my subordinate is simply inexperienced. Fudge stammered, his anxiety palpable. The onlookers gasped as Umbridge began to convulse, collapsing to the ground, emitting chilling cries of despair. What is happening? Fudge looked at Fawkes, his face etched with panic, unable to form a coherent sentence. What is the matter? Did you not think me an easy target? Fawkes replied with a subtle grin, though to Fudge it appeared devilish. After a moment, Umbridge gradually lost her voice, her complexion paling as her limbs twitched on the ground, resembling someone on the brink of death. With a flick of his wand, Fawkes ceased her convulsions, allowing her to slowly turn over, propping her hefty frame up with her arms, standing in a daze, devoid of expression. Upon seeing Fawkes, she instinctively recoiled, clearly traumatized. Fawkes smirked coldly. He harbored no fondness for this woman. Were it not for the presence of so many witnesses, he would not hesitate to rid the wizarding world of such a menace. Mr. Noah, since you have already reprimanded my capable subordinate, and Miss Noah has remained unharmed, might I inquire if this matter can be laid to rest? Fudge asked, a trace of fear evident on his face. Hearing this, Fudge sighed in relief, but his respite was short-lived. However, I have something to convey to our esteemed Minister of Magic, Fudge, Fawkes said, his smile laced with ominous undertones. Fudge gulped, stammering. What is it? Professor McGonagall, could you kindly bring Ron over, along with his pet rat? Fawkes remarked to Professor McGonagall. After her departure, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Before long, Professor McGonagall returned with Ron, accompanied by Harry. Harry was anxious that something might happen to his friend, so he insisted on coming along. I had no choice, Professor McGonagall informed Dumbledore. No matter, this matter concerns Harry as well. Fawkes replied with a slight smile, glancing at Ron's rat, Scabbers. With a wave of his wand, he removed Scabbers from Ron's hands. Scabbers, Ron exclaimed in alarm. Do not worry, Ron. You shall thank me later. Fawkes assured him with a gentle smile, placing Scabbers on the ground and petrifying him in place. Fawkes addressed the gathered crowd. I am certain you are all puzzled as to why I am taking action against a mere rat. Yes? The crowd nodded in confusion. Fawkes smiled slightly. That is because this is no ordinary rat. This is a human. Oh my goodness. An animagus. Professor McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Indeed, yes. This is an animagus, and his name is Peter Pettigrew. Fawkes spoke slowly. This cannot be. He is dead. Fudge exclaimed loudly, clearly incredulous. Fawkes smiled at him, then cast a revealing spell on the rat. The creature's body began to enlarge, its limbs transforming into arms and legs, gradually morphing into that of a balding middle-aged man. My heavens, what have I been holding on to all this time? Ron said, his face contorted with bitterness. Perhaps we should ask the individual in question, Fawkes declared, then released Peter Pettigrew from his petrification. Pettigrew, looking panic-stricken, scanned the crowd before hastening towards Ron, seeking a semblance of comfort. Observing this, Professor McGonagall quickly shielded Ron and Harry behind her, her expression stern as she regarded Pettigrew. Wormtail, Peter, would you care to explain why you are still alive? Fawkes inquired with a smile. Peter Pettigrew's small eyes darted about, searching for an escape. Fear not, I shall articulate it for you. Fawkes interjected. Once, it was Sirius Black who served as the Potter's secret keeper, tasked with safeguarding their location. However, Sirius deemed his situation too perilous and suggested you take on the role instead. Little did he know that your cowardice led you to betray the Potters out of fear of Voldemort, revealing their whereabouts and resulting in their tragic demise. Upon discovering this, Sirius sought to hunt you down and ultimately captured you in the Muggle world. Yet, in a desperate bid for survival, you sacrificed a finger and triggered a massive explosion to escape. Sirius, seeing your severed digit, assumed you had perished, thus avenging his grievances, while simultaneously feeling guilt over the Potter's fate. When the Ministry apprehended him, he offered no resistance and was sentenced to a lifetime in Azkaban. It was not until the Weasley family's vacation photograph appeared in the newspaper that he learned you were still alive. Thus, it was to escape from Azkaban that he sought to end your life. Am I correct in my assertion? What? Yes, he betrayed my parents, Harry exclaimed with fervor. I had no choice. He threatened me, declaring that my life would be forfeit if I did not comply. Peter Pettigrew explained, tears streaming down his face. My parents placed their unwavering trust in you, yet you betrayed them, Harry shouted, unleashing years of pent-up resentment for his orphan state. Professor McGonagall, her expression tinged with sorrow, gently placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, offering him solace. It appears we have unjustly accused an innocent soul. Fudge, Dumbledore rose from his seat, declaring, It certainly seems that way. However, further investigation is warranted. Fudge replied, No need for that. Let them confront one another. Forky suggested, Confront? Do you know where Sirius Black is? Fudge inquired of Forky. Naturally, Forky replied with a slight smile, waving his wand to summon a Patronus. Bring him forth, little one. Forky commanded his Acromantula Patronus. The silvery guardian soared out of the window, darting into the distance. What magnificent Patronus! Fudge complimented, though the bewildered expression on his face revealed his unfamiliarity with the Acromantula. It seems our subject has arrived, Dumbledore said, waving his hand with a smile gracing his lips. Creak! As the door swung open, a gaunt figure entered, his pallid complexion and tattered garments telling a tale of woe. His disheveled, dark hair hung low, nearly obscuring his eyes. This man was none other than Sirius Black, wrongfully imprisoned for 12 years. Upon entering, he scanned the room, and upon spotting Peter Pettigrew on the ground, he lunged at him like a ravenous wolf, intent on shattering him, only to be restrained by the Ministry officials. Fury burned in Sirius's gaze, yet the torment endured in Azkaban had left him frail and weakened, compelling him to momentarily spare the traitor before him. Sirius's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately locking on a Harry, a mixture of panic and exhilaration evident in his expression. It has been far too long. Sirius, 12 years have passed, and you have suffered greatly, Dumbledore remarked. Sirius shook his head, stating, had I not suggested replacing the secret keeper with this traitor, James and Lily would still be alive. As he spoke, his eyes bore into Peter Pettigrew with a fierce intensity. Meeting Sirius's gaze, Peter trembled, his eyes darting away, and it became clear to all present that he was indeed the architect of the Potter's tragic demise. It appears that we need not confront one another any further. I shall take Peter Pettigrew into custody and bring him to justice for his crimes. Simultaneously, I propose the exoneration of Sirius Black. What say you, Mr. Forky? Fudge inquired with a smile. I have no objections. However, I believe it would be no great loss if Peter Pettigrew met his end. What do you think? Forky responded with a smile, directed at Fudge. Having been entrenched in the workplace for many years, Cornelius Fudge could hardly miss the insinuations of Phineas Nigellus. He eagerly replied, I believe so too. I shall take him away. I can also command the Dementors to withdraw from Hogwarts. After uttering these words, Fudge thought to himself, I must never offend this young master again. Thus, Peter Pettigrew was escorted away by officials from the Ministry of Magic, while Sirius Black was graciously invited by Dumbledore to spend a night at Hogwarts, happily engaging in conversation with Harry. However, no one noticed that Phineas had attached a white seed to Peter Pettigrew. In the headmaster's office, only Dumbledore and Phineas remained. You have saved an innocent life, dear Mr. Phineas, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. Even if I hadn't intervened, would not someone else have come to his aid? Phineas inquired. Who can say? Dumbledore chuckled lightly. Please, give me a definitive answer. Do you believe Sirius is innocent? Phineas asked curiously. Dumbledore sighed softly and replied, Indeed. I had my doubts back then and sought evidence to prove Sirius's innocence, but ultimately found nothing, leaving him to bear the burden of his unjust accusation until now. Phineas nodded and remarked, No matter, the outcome is quite favorable now. That is true, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Just as they were conversing, Fudge and the ministry officials had begun escorting Peter Pettigrew towards Hogsmeade. Yet, only a few steps into their journey, Peter let out a pained wail. Fudge and his companions drew their wands, retreating a few paces from Pettigrew, ready for any eventuality. In mere seconds, Peter Pettigrew exploded into a shower of fragments, reminiscent of a bursting balloon. The ministry officials looked at Fudge, their expressions filled with confusion. It appears Mr. Noah has little trust in ministry, Fudge sighed. Minister, this is provocation. Umbridge, the toad-like figure, incited from the sidelines, evidently harboring resentment towards Phineas. Silence. You fool. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall have you expelled from the ministry. Fudge shouted angrily. Umbridge quickly bowed her head and retreated, recognizing that retaining her current power was of utmost importance. All right, let us proceed swiftly. Remember, during the escort, Peter Pettigrew attempted to resist and was executed on the spot. Understood? Fudge said sternly to the officials beside him. Yes. The following day, the Daily Prophet retracted the charges against Sirius Black and issued a statement. Thus, the matter was satisfactorily resolved, and the wrong man could finally walk into sunlight once more after 12 long years. Chapter 46, Another Space. 8-year-old Vinnie Woolington. Several months had flown by in the blink of an eye. The snow-covered landscape outside sparkled under the golden rays of sunlight. Among the gifts he received, the most delightful was the latest model of the broomstick, the Firebolt. While it could not compare to AL's Moonlight, it was enough to excite him for quite some time. Spatial teleportation. With a flick of Phineas's wand, a black hole capable of accommodating one individual materialized before him. Fupus felt a surge of joy. His prolonged research had finally borne fruit. The spatial rift was closing. With a flourish of his wand, the fissure gradually sealed. Glancing out the window, he noted it was already noon, and all the students would be dining in the hall. He turned and exited his chamber. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was bustling with life. At the Slytherin table, he quickly spotted the silver-haired Ivy Worthington. Approaching her, he said, Miss Worthington, I require your assistance to take me to the place where your sister vanished, to open a spatial portal and seek her out. The duo did not pause until they reached the grand entrance of Hogwarts. Fupus chuckled helplessly. Miss Worthington, why are you in such a hurry? Ivy, realizing she was still grasping Fupus's hand, hastily released it. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, I apologize. I am just overly excited. Not a problem. It is entirely understandable. Let us proceed. Fupus replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. Ivy nodded, drew her wand, and pointed it skyward, conjuring a burst of red fireworks that formed the letters of Worthington in the air. Shortly thereafter, 5 Isolans and 5 Graylings, a breed of winged horse, surged toward them in 2 rows, pulling a carriage that came to a smooth halt before the pair. Noticing Fupus's puzzled expression, Ivy explained, the Worthington estate is rather far, and using apparition would deplete our magical energy. It is more comfortable to travel by carriage. Fupus nodded in agreement. They climbed aboard the carriage, which possessed an expansive interior adorned with 2 gray fabric sofas flanking a black coffee table, complemented by several rows of wine cabinets, indicating it was frequently used for entertaining guests. Please take a seat, Mr. Noah, Ivy said with a smile. Fupus made himself comfortable on the sofa. Would you care for some hot tea? Ivy inquired, holding a delicate steaming teapot. Certainly, Fupus replied. Ivy expertly poured the steaming tea into a cup before him, one hand on the handle and the other steadying the pot. Fupas took a sip and smiled, asking, "Are you not concerned that I may fail? Others might falter, but I firmly believe that you, Mr. Noah, will succeed." Ivy asserted confidently. "Oh, you have such faith in me? Why is that?" Fupas asked, intrigued. "My grandmother said that if anyone in this world could rescue my sister, it would undoubtedly be you, Mr. Noah." At this revelation, Fupas raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued about this elder. As their conversation continued, they arrived at the Worthington family estate. Stepping down from the carriage, Fupas noted that the location was entirely distinct from the Noah family's, situated on a vast island in England, shrouded in dark clouds with thunder rumbling ominously. Towering waves surged from the distance, akin to a lion pouncing, but as Fupas brandished his wand in preparation, a visible protective barrier enveloped the island, keeping the waves at bay. The Worthington family chose this location to practice meteorological magic. While it may be perilous, we have grown fond of it over time, Ivy remarked with a smile. Embracing nature, indeed. Indeed, the enchantment of meteorology possesses its own unique charm. Fupas nodded and remarked. Ivy Worthington exclaimed in astonishment. "Your words echo those of my grandmother." "Oh, is that so?" Fupas found himself even more curious about the elderly lady. Under Ivy Worthington's guidance, Fupas entered the castle, which, though modest in size, stood at a height of only 20 to 30 meters, retaining the architectural style of the Arthurian era. The castle was eerily quiet, devoid of any inhabitants. Ivy Worthington explained, "The Worthington family has not had a male heir for a long time, leading the women of the family to seek marriage outside, resulting in the gradual decline of the Worthington lineage. Now, only this castle and a meager fortune remain." "No wonder." Fupas nodded, pondering this revelation. Following Ivy Worthington's lead, they ascended to a room on the upper floor, where a silver-haired matron stood gracefully by the window, gazing out at the frothy waves. "Grandmother," Ivy Worthington called softly. The elderly lady slowly turned, revealing herself in a flowing white gown, her complexion slightly pale, with the passage of time etched upon her cheeks, reflecting her rich life experiences. She exuded an air of dignity and elegance, unmistakably a beauty in her youth. The matron smiled at the two of them and turned her gaze to Fupas, saying, "I never expected you to have grown so much. I remember when I first met you. You were just this big." As she spoke, she gestured with her hands. "Oh, I recall now. You are the grandmother who held me during my first-month celebration." Fupas chuckled. "Truly a prodigy of the magical realm, to remember such events from childhood." The matron replied with a smile. "You flatter me." Fupas bowed his head respectfully. "I cannot guarantee with absolute certainty, but I am 80% confident that if we go to the place where Vinny disappeared, we may find answers." Fupas contemplated before stating, "Really, that is wonderful. Ivy, please take young Noah there at once." The matron exclaimed with excitement. Ivy Worthington nodded, leading Fupas downstairs to a small garden outside the castle. A shadow of sorrow crossed Ivy's features as she spoke. "If it hadn't been for me back then, my sister would not have vanished. You were just a child at the time. There is no need for guilt." Fupas reassured her. Hearing this, Ivy's spirits lifted slightly, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Fupas then instructed, "Just wait for me outside. Do not wander off, understood?" Ivy Worthington nodded earnestly. Spatial transference. Fupas brandished his wand, waving it forward as a dark fissure, spacious enough for a single person, gradually materialized. The tip of Fupas's wand glimmered as he stepped inside. As he entered, he was engulfed by an overwhelming darkness, a sense of desolation enveloping him. Were it not for the faint light from his wand, he surely would have been lost in this abyss. Utilizing the illumination, Fupas surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of trepidation. This expanse appeared boundless, making the search for anyone a daunting task. Fortunately, Fupas had his own methods. Seeking traces. With a delicate flick of his wand, Fupas summoned a slender thread of shimmering light from the tip, which stretched forth into the distance. He promptly followed the direction of the thread. After a brief while, he heard a pitiful voice calling out, "Sister, sister, where are you? Please don't hide, okay?" Winnie is scared. Fupas quickened his pace, racing toward the source of the sound. Through the glow, he discerned a petite figure groping about in the darkness. "Miss Winnie Worthington?" Fupas inquired softly. As soon as the words left his lips, the small figure slowly turned around and timidly replied, "It's me. Who are you?" A wave of joy surged within Fupas, and he rushed forward. However, upon seeing Winnie's appearance, he was taken aback. She still appeared as a child. "Brother, who are you?" Winnie asked, noticing Fopas's silence. "Really? Winnie has been here for 5 days. Winnie can't find her sister. Winnie is so hungry." she lamented, tears welling in her eyes. 5 days. Could it be that time flows differently here? 1 year for each year outside? No wonder she still looks like a child after such a long period. Phobos retrieved some biscuits from his ring and offered them to Winnie. Here, have some biscuits. Shall I take you to find your sister? Winnie's eyes sparkled with longing as she eagerly accepted the offering, munching away while mumbling, good. Phobos smiled gently, taking her hand as they began to walk out, oblivious to the faint pink glimmer that flickered in the depths of Winnie's dark eyes. Yet, she soon nestled into his embrace, tearfully saying, I'm sorry. Winnie, it's Sister's fault. Winnie blinked her big, sparkling eyes and gently patted Ivy, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, It's all right, sister, but can you come to find Winnie a bit faster next time? Winnie is almost starving. All right, sister will take Winnie to eat something delicious right away. Ivy wiped her tears away and smiled at Winnie, then bowed deeply to Phobos before leading Winnie toward the castle. Close the space, Phobos commanded, sealing the rift behind him, as he watched the two figures recede with a heartfelt smile. Thank you so much, little Noah. As he noticed a figure approaching from the side, Phobos bowed his head respectfully, saying, You are too kind, Grandma Worthington. Is truly unexpected. 5 years have passed, and Winnie still looks just like she did back then. Is it a distortion of time? Grandma Worthington remarked, observing their silhouettes. Phobos accepted her words with both hands, bowing once more. Grandma Worthington continued, Within, it contains records of insights and improvements on meteorological magic for generations of the Worthington family. I hope it proves helpful to you. It certainly will. Phobos replied with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, little Winnie tugged at his sleeve, her eyes slightly red as she implored, Brother, can you not go? Winnie wants to play with you. Phobos wore a gentle smile as he affectionately patted Winnie's head, saying, When you start school, come find your brother. I will play with you. Shall we? Really? Winnie's large eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Phobos replied with a smile. All right. School. Winnie's going to school. Watching Winnie joyfully bounce around, Phobos chuckled, summoning the Phoenix Rose, disappearing in a blaze of fire. A natural leader indeed, Grandmother Worthington remarked, gazing in the direction where Phobos had vanished. Is young Norwood truly deserving of such high praise, Grandmother? Ivy Worthington asked, leading Winnie to her side. Absolutely. Grandmother Worthington nodded. Oh, Brother Phobos is the greatest. Brother Phobos is the best. Winnie exclaimed, her small fists raised in delight. If an alliance could be formed with this little one, breaking the tradition of betrothal might not be such a bad idea. Grandmother Worthington mused, her gaze shifting to Ivy. Ivy, meeting Grandmother Worthington's eyes, felt her cheeks flush and exclaimed, Grandmother, what are you saying? Winnie wants to marry Brother Phobos. Winnie wants to marry Brother Phobos. The innocent Winnie chimed in. Grandmother Worthington, witnessing this, laughed heartily, ruffling Winnie's hair. Very well, very well. You shall marry, you shall marry. After a considerable time, Phobos closed the parchment scroll in his hands, murmuring, harnessing the natural forces of heaven and earth, supplemented by magic, to create a disaster-level destruction. Indeed, the power is formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, Phobos opened the scroll once more, delving into it meticulously, striving to master all meteorological magic in the shortest time possible. Chapter 47. The Invitation from Newt Scamander. Brother. Did you know? Hogwarts has admitted a mere 8-year-old. Ow! Hermione and Luna approached Phobos. I know, Phobos replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of the wontons in front of him. You know? How do you know? Alinguayer Basiv. Guess. Phobos smiled, looking at Al. Oh, come on, just tell me. Al pleaded, clinging to Phobos' arm. So this was what you were researching during the holidays. Brother, what is the other dimension like? Al asked curiously. It's astonishing that such magical places exist. Hermione marveled. Indeed, I've never heard of it. My previous experiences were limited to port keys, fireplaces, and apparition, Luna remarked, blinking her beautiful eyes. How marvelous. So, if one could live inside, wouldn't that be akin to immortality? Al pondered, stroking his smooth chin as he looked at the trio. But would you be willing to live in a dark, lifeless place just for the sake of immortality? Phobos asked with a smile. Al shivered at the thought of Phobos' words and quickly replied, No. I wouldn't want that. That sounds terrifying. The three of them laughed heartily at his response. As the three engaged in conversation, Vinnie Wellington bounded over, flashing a sweet smile at Phobos. Phobos, I've finally seen you again. Phobos responded with a gentle smile, ruffling Vinnie's hair and inquiring, Which house did you join? Are you enjoying Hogwarts? I joined Slytherin. Just like my sister, it's not fun at all. Vinnie pouted. What's wrong? Why do you say that? Phobos asked with a smile. Vinnie glanced around before leaning in close to Phobos' ear and whispering, Phopos, our headmaster Snape, looks just like a big bat, and he's so fierce. During class today, I merely switched the potion ingredients on his desk, which caused an explosion. He got so mad at me. Wow, you truly are a brave one. Phopos thought to himself. When I get the chance, I'll definitely burn all his materials. Vinny huffed, her cheeks puffed up with indignation. Professor Snape, you're in for it. Phopos silently mourned for him and reassured Vinny. There are still other enjoyable places. You'll understand once you stay a bit longer. Vinny nodded. In just a few days, the third term would come to an end, and with Vinny around, Phopos found himself accompanying her to classes frequently. Although she was actually 13 years old, she appeared and behaved like an 8-year-old, reveling in the joys of childhood. The entire Hogwarts community was powerless against this little troublemaker, aside from Phopos. No one could manage her. Even her sister Ivy could only control her temporarily. If she ever slipped up, chaos would ensue. Ultimately, amidst Vinny's playful antics, the third term at Hogwarts concluded with a flurry of excitement. Phopos, will you come and play with me during the holidays? Vinny asked, clinging to Phopos' arm and pleadingly. Of course, Phopos replied, affectionately patting Vinny on the head. Then it settled. Vinny's big eyes sparkled with joy. Phopos nodded with a smile. Across from them, Al, feeling a twinge of jealousy, whispered to Hermione, why does it seem like she's my brother's sister? Al muttered a few discontented comments that no one else could quite decipher. Phopos collapsed onto his small bed, utterly exhausted. Managing an 8-year-old was truly a daunting task. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks jolted Phopos from the warm comfort of his bed. Come in, he called out, as a fragrant breeze wafted through the door. Phopos felt a soft presence against his face, almost taking his breath away. Mom, what is it? He asked helplessly. Mr. Newt Scamander? Phopos inquired. Yes. Well, I got married. Mr. Scamander attended the banquet. He was such a shy yet lively gentleman. Amy replied. All right, I understand. Phopos nodded, eager to meet this legendary figure. Then let's get ready for dinner. Mom made your favorite, Amy said, playfully rubbing Phopos' cheek. With a sigh of resignation, Phopos managed to wriggle free from his mother's affectionate grasp and nodded in agreement. Chapter 48. A visit to the Scamander residence. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular noon, the 4 family members stood in the living room, impeccably attired, exuding an air of formality. Are we all prepared? Andrew inquired with a smile. The 3 assessed their attire, finding no discrepancies, and nodded in agreement. Then let's be off, Andrew declared, and as soon as he finished speaking, the 4 joined hands and vanished without a trace. Dorset, England, is a locality adjacent to a forest, and a Scamander family resided in the town's closest vicinity to the woods, a testament to Newt Scamander's profound affection for his creatures. A series of knocks echoed at the door. From within, an elderly woman's voice chimed, Do refrain from teasing Hobbs, Millie, and Muggle. I trust you do not wish to cook for yourself in the future, do you? Ah, yes. I'm on my way. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a venerable gentleman of approximately 90 years, his hair a striking white. Though his visage bore the marks of age, he radiated vitality and vigor. Ah, you have arrived. Mr. Noah, come in, please, the elder exclaimed. It has indeed been a long time. Andrew responded with a broad smile. Indeed, it has been over a decade since we last met. The elderly man before them was none other than the renowned magical zoologist, author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and the first to capture the dark wizard Grindelwald, affectionately known as Little Freckles, Newt Scamander. As the 4 entered the abode, Fawkes surveyed the surroundings. The space was modest, approximately 70 square meters, with the upper floor presumably serving as bedrooms. The interior was impeccably clean, brimming with the warmth of life. Oh, Amy, it has been ages. An elderly woman burst forth from the kitchen, making a beeline for Amy. Oh, Mrs. Scamander, how lovely to see you. Amy joyfully embraced the matron. In truth, I prefer you call me Tina, as it makes me feel youthful. The woman chuckled. It has indeed been a while since I have seen Tina so joyous. Newt Scamander remarked. What can one expect when they are kindred spirits? Andrew interjected. Indeed, both possess rather fiery tempers. Newt Scamander whispered. Perhaps Tina caught wind of this, as her gaze turned sharply towards Newt, her eyes glinting with a hint of danger. You shall go fetch Rove. Under Tina's scrutinizing gaze, Newt scampered upstairs. Do not mind him. He has been rambling on about his magical creatures since before you arrived, and now Rolf is constantly tinkering with them. Tina lamented. One can hardly blame him. After all, he is a magical zoologist. Amy consoled, grasping Tina's hand. Tina rolled her eyes in exasperation. Then her attention fell upon Fawkes and Al, her face lighting up with surprise. They must be Fawkes and Al. Indeed. Amy beckoned the 2 boys forward. Tina, Grandma. Fawkes and Al greeted her with cheerful smiles. Oh, what truly delightful and charming young lads. When you initially wrote to me, sharing the delightful news of your twins' arrival, I was utterly astonished. I had intended to visit you, yet at that time, Newt and I were far away in America, and thus I could not make it. It is truly remarkable how quickly they have grown. Tina gently caressed the cheeks of Fox and Al. Indeed, they grow so fast. Amy responded with a smile. Grandma, is it time to eat? A youthful, cheerful voice rang from above, accompanied by the sound of slippers clattering against the staircase. A slightly chubby little boy dashed into Tina's embrace. Soon, dear. First, greet our guests. Tina lovingly patted the boy's head. It was then that Rolf noticed the presence of 4 unfamiliar faces in their home and timidly hid behind Tina, saying, Hello, I'm Rolf. Rolf Scamander. The Scamander lineage is indeed a legacy of social awkwardness. Fox mused to himself. Hello, young Rolf. I am Amy. You may call me Aunt Amy. That over there is your Uncle Andrew, and these 2 children are named Fox and Al, Amy introduced with a warm smile. The 3 also greeted Rolf with cheerful nods. Andrew, could you come help me, please? At that moment, Newt Scamander's voice echoed from upstairs. Oh dear, here we go again. Tina sighed in exasperation. Andrew smiled faintly and ascended the stairs. Truly, he is the epitome of Newt Scamander, Fox thought. However, he soon noticed Rolf's gaze fixated on Al, causing Fox to furrow his brow and subtly position himself between Al and Rolf. Rolf appeared momentarily taken aback by the obstruction and offered Fox an awkward smile. Fox reciprocated with a friendly grin. Tina and Amy busied themselves in the kitchen preparing lunch, while Andrew and Mr. Scamander remained upstairs, engaged in conversation. Al sat idly on the sofa, stroking the fur of the raccoon cat, Millie, while Hobie and Moira lounged beside her, eyes half closed in feigned slumber. Rolf, emerging from somewhere with an assortment of snacks, approached Al and placed them on the coffee table, saying, I wasn't sure what you liked, so feel free to choose. Upon finishing, Rolf's face flushed with embarrassment as he settled into the corner of the sofa. Oh, thank you. I enjoy everything, Al replied with a smile, selecting a snack and popping it into her mouth. Clearly, this boy harbored ulterior motives towards Al. Fox scrutinized Rolf with a knowing smile, contemplating his intentions. After a considerable time, the aroma of delectable food wafted from the kitchen, and Andrew and Mr. Scamander descended the stairs, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Amy emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes that exuded an enticing fragrance, placing them on the table with a cheerful announcement. Everyone, get ready. It's time for lunch. The group nodded in agreement, promptly taking their seats at the dining table. Welcome to our home. Tina joyfully raised her glass of red wine in a toast to the guests. Thank you, Amy, Andrew. Phopos and Al hastily raised their glasses in gratitude towards Tina and Mr. Newt Scamander. Phopos delicately savored a piece of beef, finding it not only tender, but also bursting with flavor, silently marveling at Grandma Tina's culinary prowess. What? You wonder why it wasn't Amy who cooked? Huh? Do you wish for a perforated intestine? You should have sent little Phopos and little Al to Ilvermorny. It truly is the finest magic school in the world. Tina proudly declared. We always bicker about this. Such was our youth. Tina chuckled, shaking her head. Oh, I almost forgot. Amy, you are the little firecracker of Gryffindor. Tina jested. Sister Tina, please do not tease me. Amy replied, feeling embarrassed. The others burst into hearty laughter at the scene. By the way, Sister Tina, how old is little Rolf this year? Is he attending Ilvermorny? Amy inquired. He is the same age as Phopos and Al. How wonderful. You all must keep in touch. Amy smiled at the 3 little ones. Absolutely. Rolf nodded excitedly. Confirmed. This lad harbors ill intentions. Phopos thought to himself. Amidst the joyful laughter, the group's lunch proceeded smoothly. Yet the smoother it went, the more obstacles seemed to loom ahead. Chapter 49. The Uninvited Guest. What a difficult place to find. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, a stranger's voice echoed from the doorway. The newcomer, clad in a black trench coat, surveyed the surroundings with a defiant demeanor. Sir, it is quite impolite to intrude upon another's residence without the owner's consent, Tina said with anger. I never imagined that after decades apart, you would still possess such a temperament, Tina. The man replied with a slight smile. Sir, we seem to have never met. If you have no business here, please leave, Newt stated. Newt, you remain just as you were back in the day. Yet it seems Dumbledore is no longer here to assist you. The man's smile vanished, his expression turning exceedingly bland. Newt felt a jolt of shock, rising to his feet to scrutinize the man before him, becoming increasingly convinced of his familiarity. He questioned in confusion, You're Grindelwald? What? Tina gasped in surprise, stepping forward to confirm. Phopos and the others also stood up, wary of the stranger's potential for violence. Phopos felt an overwhelming sense of power emanating from the man, causing his expression to grow serious. Sharp eyes indeed. Newt, Grindelwald remarked with a smile. Newt was utterly astonished, pointing a trembling finger at Grindelwald, stammering, "But how have you become so young?" Grindelwald opened his arms, laughing as he replied, "I had no idea such power existed in the world. It is truly mesmerizing. However, do you know the cost I paid for this? All of this is because of the two of you." Grindelwald's gaze suddenly turned cold and fierce. Still the same as before, truly righteous. Grindelwald scoffed, "But do you really think that you lot stand a chance against me? It cannot be said so lightly, for you still have a new star in the magical realm." Grindelwald's gaze turned to Fawkes, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Fawkes, with furrowed brows, regarded Grindelwald, his wand poised and ready for battle. Newt pointed his wand at Grindelwald, shielding Rolf behind him, and declared, "Please leave. Grindelwald, we have grown weary and wish to refrain from further involvement in the affairs of the magical world." "That is not for you to decide," Grindelwald retorted, extending his hand as azure flames surged forth like a raging torrent towards the group. Tina, Newt, Amy, and Andrew quickly crouched to the ground, directing their wands towards the earth and shouting in unison, "End all spells." A transparent barrier emerged, staunchly blocking the blue fire, which raged upwards, incinerating half the roof into ashes. Within mere seconds, the barrier began to crack, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Fawkes thought to himself, "It seems our parents are no match." At that moment, as the barrier shattered, Fawkes shouted, "Mom, Dad, protect Al." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a brilliant white mist, charging towards Grindelwald, pulling him away into the distance. "Fawkes, brother." Amy, Andrew, and Al called out in unison. Young Fawkes, daring to confront Grindelwald alone, must possess confidence in his ability to contend with him. Even if he could not prevail, escape would surely be an option. "We must promptly inform the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. The situation has grown complicated," Newt stated gravely. Everyone nodded, initiating contact, their faces etched with concern. With a resounding crash, Fawkes and Grindelwald descended upon a wasteland. "That rascal Apollo even granted you the essence. It seems he is truly gone," Grindelwald remarked. "Who exactly are you?" Fawkes inquired coldly. "Me? I am Grindelwald, Gellert Grindelwald." Grindelwald replied with a smirk. "Impossible. You possess divine power. Who are you truly?" Fawkes demanded, his wand aimed at Grindelwald. How utterly dull. Discovered so easily." Grindelwald's eyes glimmered with a deep blue light as he declared, "You may call me Poseidon." Fawkes' pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face. "The sea god Poseidon. I thought you were dead." That fool Hades truly believed he could perish alongside me? Yet, he was ruthless enough to self-destruct his essence to thwart me. Had I not split my divine essence at a critical moment, he might have succeeded. Grindelwald spoke with a fierce tone. It seems Grindelwald's spirit had not faded, and Poseidon's power had dwindled to its nadir. No wonder a man of over 100 years appeared so youthful. Grindelwald must have wielded considerable divine power, Fawkes pondered. Before he could finish his thought, Grindelwald waved his right hand, conjuring colossal waves that surged towards Fawkes with ferocity. With a flick of his wand, Fawkes unleashed a golden flame that transformed into a fire dragon, charging towards the towering wave. At the moment of collision, a thick cloud of steam erupted from the point of impact. Observing this, Grindelwald summoned a torrent of water from the wave, morphing it into countless water arrows directed at Fawkes. Unfazed by the rapid approach of the arrows, Fawkes raised his hand and conjured a radiant shield of light to block the impending attack. Seeing this, Grindelwald extended his arms, causing the surrounding boulders to levitate and soar into the sky, hurtling towards Fawkes. To prevent Fawkes from intercepting the stones, Grindelwald also cast a chain forged from divine power to restrain him. In an instant, Fawkes performed a vanishing spell, reappearing beside Grindelwald, and unleashed a deadly curse, radiating a green glow towards him. Grindelwald turned, conjuring a sea blue barrier that deflected the curse, and then levitated into the air, looking down upon his adversary, remarking, "The magic of this world is truly insufferable." No sooner had he spoken than numerous figures appeared around them, wands in hand, gazing at him with solemn expressions. "Are you all right, young Fawkes?" Dumbledore inquired, gently patting Fawkes on the shoulder with a smile. In the next moment, Amy, Andrew L., as well as Mr. Newt Scamander and Tina, accompanied by Rolf, materialized behind Fawkes. Tears streaming down her face, Amy rushed to embrace Fawkes tightly, while Andrew and Al approached him, their faces etched with worry and urgency. "Darling, let me see that you're unhurt," Amy exclaimed, anxiously inspecting Fawkes. occasionally lifting his clothing to check for injuries. Fawkes took a small step back, sheepishly covering his pants as he reassured her, "Don't worry, mother. I'm perfectly fine." As they surveyed the uneven terrain marred by the battle between Fawkes and Grindelwald, a turbulent wave of emotions surged within them. Newt and Tina exchanged glances, their eyes filled with gratitude as they regarded Fawkes. "Grindelwald, lower your weapon and come with us to face judgment," commanded Barty Crouch, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, pointing his wand at Grindelwald. "Huh, ignorant mortals," Grindelwald scoffed, gesturing with his hand, unleashing a torrent that swept away a significant portion of the Ministry personnel. Observing this, Dumbledore wielded the Elder Wand, transforming several boulders into a wall to shield the Ministry workers from the oncoming deluge. Seeking death, Grindelwald glared fiercely at Dumbledore, his palm glowing blue as he prepared to strike. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, muttering under his breath, "Cursed mortal souls." After casting a glance at the onlookers below, he vanished into a burst of blue light. Fawkes murmured as he watched Grindelwald's retreating figure, "GGAD truly is love." "What are you talking about, brother?" Al inquired, puzzled, standing beside Fawkes. Gazing at the partially destroyed houses, Newt's commander wore a bitter smile, with no materials at hand. The remnants of the buildings had turned to ash, rendering immediate repairs impossible. "Thank you, young Fawkes, for saving us," Newt's commander said with a warm smile directed at Fawkes. "Thank you nonetheless. Please hold on a moment while I present you with a gift." Newt's commander smiled mysteriously before making his way toward a small door amidst the ruins. Forpus gazed at the little creature in his arms, its large, dark eyes fixed upon him, and, with a serious expression, turned to Newt's commander and said, "Grandfather Newt, this gift is far too precious for me." Before Forpus could finish his sentence, Newt shook his head and replied, "Truth be told, I hadn't intended for this little one to be a gift for you. However, my larger companion insisted that I deliver it to you. Rather than presenting you with a gift, I would say I am merely performing a favor." Upon hearing this, Forpus, puzzled, inquired, "But why?" Magical creatures would never abandon their young. He looked down at the little creature in his arms, pondering the words of the progenitor of the Qilin, murmuring to himself, "Could there be some secret about me? Brother, could you let me hold Hong Hong?" Al, clinging to Forpus's arm, pleaded sweetly. Hong Hong was the name Forpus had given to the little creature. "What, have you taken a liking to my Hong Hong?" Forpus chuckled. "Oh dear, isn't it simply because Hong Hong is adorable? Please, dear brother, let me play with Hong Hong for a while. I beg you." Al gazed at Forpus with her big, watery eyes, her expression one of innocence and longing. Forpus, indulgently ruffling Al's hair, released Hong Hong from his ring and handed it to her, saying, "Go and play. But do not forget to feed him." "All right, I understand," Al exclaimed joyfully, running toward the castle with Hong Hong in her arms. Forpus watched her retreating figure with a gentle smile. Was the scene foretold by Cassandra truly destined to unfold? But why had it escaped my own foresight? Could it be because I am the protagonist of the prophecy? Why would the Qilin progenitor entrust such important matters to me? Forpus rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the riddles piling upon him, leaving him weary. It felt as though an enormous web was enveloping him, cutting off all avenues of escape, intent on ensnaring him. Rising, Forpus approached the window, clasping his hands behind his back, and clenched his fists tightly, murmuring, "No matter who it may be, none shall harm my family." From that day forth, during the holidays, Forpus devoted considerable time to studying the meteorological magic of the Warrington family, striving to merge it with his own light magic to create even greater spells. Chapter 50, The Quidditch World Cup. In truth, even if Hermione had not sent a letter, Al was determined to attend and had prepared well in advance. Oh! The Quidditch World Cup campsite buzzed with cheers, being one of the grandest events in the wizarding world, bustling with people. At the closest point to the competition grounds stood 4 double-decker cottages, specifically prepared for the 4 noble families. "Father, mother, brother, you all go to the cottage first. I will go find Hermione and the others," Al declared before dashing into the campsite. "You can invite them all over too," Andrew said to Al. "All right, I understand." Al waved her hand in response. Upon entering the 2-story cottage, one is greeted by an expansive interior augmented by enchantment of spatial extension, adorned with luxurious decor, encompassing a kitchen, bathroom, and workshop among other amenities. After exchanging greetings with his parents, Foppers ascended to the second-floor bedroom to rest. Moments later, the cheerful sounds of laughter echoed from downstairs. Rising to his feet, Foppers made his way down the staircase. As he reached the stairs, he observed Al engaged in lively conversation with Hermione, while Ginny, a year their junior, chimed in occasionally. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins were fervently debating which team would triumph in the upcoming match between Bulgaria and Ireland. Arthur Weasley was conversing with Andrew and Amy. Percy Weasley stood nearby, occasionally contributing to the conversation, recognizing that aligning with the four holy families could significantly benefit his career. Bulgaria boasts Victor Krum. Just look at those muscles. He is bound to win, Ron exclaimed, his fist raised in jubilant anticipation as if he were the one about to take the field. Oh, have you developed a crush on him, Ron? Teased Ginny. It must be so. Ron is indeed a fan of Victor Krum, remarked George Weasley. Ron is Krum's little follower. Fred Weasley chuckled. Hearing their banter, Ron's expression darkened momentarily, prompting peals of laughter from the others. Brother, come here, Al called out, noticing Foppers standing on the stairs, waving his hand. Fopper smiled faintly at Al and descended the staircase. Hey there, mate. Which team are you backing? Care to place a bet? Fred and George Weasley casually draped their arms over Fopper's shoulders, grinning. Foppers had always held a fondness for the Weasley twins, as they consistently brought joy. Despite their occasional mischief and penchant for teasing, their hearts were in the right place. Fortunately, with Fopper's presence, they wouldn't repeat past mistakes. I think I'll pass on the betting. However, I advise you to lower the stakes on Ireland. Foppers replied with a smile. Why is that? Do you have insider information? Fred and George asked in unison. Foppers, with a knowing smile, shook his head, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. The twins exchanged puzzled glances, scrutinizing their betting ledger as if making a significant decision. Brother, do you believe Ireland will prevail? How do you know? Al inquired as Foppers approached him. Even though the other Bulgarian players are not particularly strong, Krum's prowess as a seeker should grant them a greater chance of victory. As long as they manage to score more than 150 points before he catches the golden snitch, it won't team matter if he succeeds. Foppers explained, spreading his hands. Is that really a possibility? Ginny whispered from the side. That would be for the best. I've always thought this scoring system was flawed. It's practically a solo performance. Such a competition is far from the fairness of our world. Hermione remarked. The rules of Quidditch have undergone countless revisions since their inception. The regulations you are familiar with are infinitely improved compared to those of the past. Al explained to Hermione with a smile. It's utterly brutal, Hermione exclaimed. Thus, the group continued their conversation until the evening when the match commenced. The vast arena was teeming with spectators, the air resonating with excited chatter. As members of the four sacred families, they enjoyed certain privileges, seated in the four upper stands, where large windows offered a clear view of the entire field. The structure solidly built from fine timber. Initially, Andrew had invited the Weasley family along with Harry and Hermione to watch the match from the stands. But Arthur Weasley graciously declined. This, however, was anticipated by Foppers. Although the Weasley family lived in modest circumstances due to their numerous children, they were steadfast in their principles. Al accompanied them, but Foppers chose to stay behind, unable to endure the raucous atmosphere. Observing the Quidditch players soaring across the field left Foppers indifferent. As predicted, although Victor Krum caught the golden snitch, his team ultimately lost to Ireland. Later that night, in the Noah family's cozy abode, oh my goodness, did you see Krum's movements? They were incredibly fluid. Ron, clad in the Bulgarian team S attire, exclaimed excitedly, but they still lost. Fred and George Weasley chuckled. That was due to his teammates' lackluster performance. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly won, Ron retorted, waving his hat at Fred and George. Indeed, but you are truly his devoted fan. Are you really considering marrying him? Harry teased, glancing at Ron. Shut up, Harry, Ron replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. The group erupted into raucous laughter at Ron's discomfort. They continued their merriment into the late hours, and only reluctantly did Al bid farewell to Hermione, Harry, and the Weasley family. Who was that? Foppers inquired, furrowing his brow. I don't know. I didn't see clearly. A rush of black mist surged towards us, and then Harry disappeared. Mr. Weasley has gone after him, Hermione said, her face etched with worry. Don't panic. We'll search together. Al reassured her with a gentle pat on the back. After a considerable time, when Mr. Weasley returned to inform everyone that he had found Harry, they discovered him unconscious, a long scar marring his arm and blood pooling around him. Foppers gazed at Harry's condition, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Chapter 51. The Complete Resurrection of Voldemort. Master, we have procured Harry Potter's blood. A man knelt before the grotesque infant, whose size was no more than half a meter, speaking with utmost reverence. Excellent, young Barty Crouch. My loyal servant. In that case, let's begin. Voldemort replied coolly. After speaking, Barty Crouch Jr. led Voldemort into a room reeking of peculiar potions. He gently placed Voldemort upon a sofa and approached a massive cauldron emitting steam. As he poured Harry Potter's blood from a glass vial into the cauldron, he fervently uttered, "The blood of an enemy, forced to be given, can bring your foe back to life." No sooner had he finished speaking than he severed his own arm with his wand, letting it fall into the cauldron, perspiration glistening on his forehead as he madly declared, "The flesh of a servant, willingly offered, can restore your master." In an instant, the potion within the cauldron began to bubble violently, with streams of blood cascading around him. Enduring the agony of his severed limb, Barty Crouch Jr. gently lifted Voldemort and placed him into the cauldron, which gurgled ominously, enveloping Voldemort in a watery sphere. Moments later, the sphere exploded, shattering the cauldron into fragments, revealing Voldemort clad in a gray robe, his skin pallid, and his bald head adorned with two hollow nostrils resembling a serpent's face. Voldemort raised his hand, gazing at the crimson mist emanating from it, and obsessively proclaimed, "Such formidable power." He beckoned Crouch Jr. closer. Crouch Jr. knelt before Voldemort, his eyes ablaze with fervor, and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Master. It is thanks to you." Voldemort lifted him with one hand, gently brushing his palm over the site of the severed arm, for which a metallic glimmering limb began to regenerate. Observing his newly restored arm, Crouch Jr. bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Master. This is a reward for your loyalty," Voldemort replied. "Master, what are your plans next?" Crouch Jr. inquired. Suddenly enlightened, he revealed the dark mark on his wrist, pointing his wand at it. The mark writhed like a serpent, and the next moment, he directed his wand toward the sky, summoning a colossal skull from which a gigantic serpent emerged, evoking terror. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Snape, troubled, displayed the writhing dark mark on his wrist to Dumbledore, stating, "He has returned. He is summoning me. Go, Severus." "You know what to do," Dumbledore replied calmly. Snape frowned, retorting, "That will only hasten your demise." "Death is merely another grand adventure," Dumbledore chuckled. Upon hearing this, Snape fell silent and turned to exit. Dumbledore glanced at the dark markings on his palm, inhaled deeply, then exhaled, staring out the window in silence. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy observed the writhing dark mark on his wrist, his face paling. Narcissa Malfoy, noticing her husband's distress, gently touched his shoulder and inquired, "What is it?" Upon hearing his response, Narcissa's pupils dilated in fear as she trembled. "Has he summoned you?" Lucius nodded. "Go. That man is nothing but a madman." Narcissa Malfoy spoke with a visage marked by fear. Lucius Malfoy appeared poised to articulate a thought, but refrained from doing so. "What is it?" Narcissa inquired. Nodding gravely, she cautioned, "Be careful." Lucius acknowledged her concern with a nod before departing. Within the headmaster's office of Durmstrang Institute, Igor Karkaroff felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Rolling up his sleeve, he was met with a look of sheer panic in his eyes. "What troubles you, my deputy?" Grindelwald, seated in his office chair, directed his gaze toward Igor Karkaroff. With a quirked brow and a charming smile, Grindelwald inquired about that little fellow who follows me. "Then go ahead. But do not forget to whom you owe your loyalty," he added nonchalantly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Karkaroff's forehead as he replied, "I understand, my lord." With that, he exited the headmaster's office. Grindelwald, gazing toward the door, murmured, "I hope you truly comprehend." On a small island in the heart of the North Sea, surrounded by crashing waves, a multitude of Dementors patrolled the vicinity. This was the wizarding world's prison, Azkaban. In one of the seaside cells, a cacophony of manic laughter echoed. Following the sound, one would find a disheveled woman, intently observing the writhing dark mark on her wrist, licking it lightly and erupting into fits of crazed laughter. Such scenes unfolded in various corners of the magical realm. With a whoosh, the air split as Voldemort was encircled by a throng of cloaked figures, each bearing a myriad of expressions. Some exhibited frenzied adoration, others anxiety, while a few displayed excitement. "Oh, my companions, how joyous it is to see you. Welcome back," Voldemort exclaimed, extending his arms in a gesture of embrace. "Oh, really? Yet why is it that only young Barty is putting forth the effort?" he questioned, approaching Lucius Malfoy with an air of superiority. Cold sweat beaded on Lucius's brow as he explained, "My lord, it is that Dumbledore and certain individuals within the ministry are watching me too closely." "Is that so?" Voldemort replied with a slight smile, turning his attention to others. "Karkaroff, I hear your status has risen considerably?" Voldemort remarked. Igor Karkaroff bowed deeply, stating, "My lord, I am merely trying to ensure my own survival." Upon hearing Voldemort's words, the gathered throng began to disapparate, setting forth to execute his commands. Chapter 52. The Defiant Heir of the Kales Family. In the new year, Hogwarts once again welcomed a delightful array of fresh students. The Sorting Hat burst forth with a new song, crafted over the past year to usher in this influx of new blood. It was over 1,000 years ago, as I was woven into existence, that 4 illustrious wizards emerged, their names echoing through time. The brave Gryffindor, hailing from the desolate marshes, the beautiful Ravenclaw, from the tranquil riverbank, the kind-hearted Hufflepuff, from the expansive valley. The astute Slytherins, hailing from a mire, shared a singular dream, a heartfelt wish, and a bold ambition to cultivate young wizards. Thus, Hogwarts School was founded. Each of the 4 eminent wizards established their own houses, valuing different talents and ideas in the students they taught. Gryffindor believed that the bravest should receive the highest honors. Ravenclaw maintained that the most intelligent would always achieve the most. Hufflepuff felt that the most diligent were the most deserving of entry, while the power-hungry Slytherin favored those ambitious youths. During their lifetimes, the 4 founders personally selected their promising students, but upon their eternal rest, it was Gryffindor who devised a method for identifying talent among the students. He removed me from his own head, and the 4 founders infused me with their thoughts, entrusting me with the task of selection and evaluation henceforth. Now, firmly placed upon my rightful position, I have never erred in judgment. I shall discern your minds and determine to which house you belong. After the Sorting Hat song, it was evident that many students, relieved, lowered their hand from their ears. As customary, Professor McGonagall presided over the sorting ceremony. Once the last newcomer joined their house amidst applause, Dumbledore stepped forward and proclaimed, "Now that everyone is settled, I have an announcement to make. This term, Hogwarts is not only your home, but also the home of a special group of guests. Our Hogwarts has been chosen to host a highly prestigious competition, the Triwizard Tournament. Some may not be aware that the Triwizard Tournament consists of a series of magical contests between 3 schools, each selecting one student as their champion. I must clarify that the chosen individuals must face this challenge alone. I solemnly advise that those with weak hearts should refrain from participating. Further details will be discussed later. Now, please join me in welcoming the lovely young ladies from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and their headmistress, Madame Maxime." As Dumbledore's words echoed, a group of elegantly attired girls clad in cerulean uniforms, adorned with matching hats and black stockings, gracefully entered the hall. Their movements were fluid, and, as they walked, blue butterflies seemed to materialize in their wake, led by the enchanting Fleur Delacour and her sister Gabrielle. Gabrielle, noticing Fupus, discreetly waved at him, while Fleur cast a reproachful glance, perhaps still vexed by a past failure in mentorship. Dumbledore kissed Madame Maxime's hand and invited her to sit at the head table, while the Beauxbatons students took their reserved seats. Next, let us welcome the students from the Northern School, Durmstrang Institute, and their headmaster, Mr. Grindelwald. Upon Dumbledore's declaration, astonishment spread across the faces of all the teachers who had lived through that era. To everyone's astonishment, Grindelwald had become the headmaster of Durmstrang. Was it his own decision? Fuppus murmured. "What did you say?" Luna asked, looking at Fuppus with curiosity. Fuppus smiled gently and replied, "Nothing." Luna did not press further and, glancing towards the auditorium, remarked, "I never expected to see Grindelwald again. Have you heard of Grindelwald?" Fuppus inquired, turning his gaze to Luna. "Indeed, Grindelwald possesses a remarkable charisma, though regrettably, he has chosen the wrong path." Fuppus pondered to himself. The grand doors of the auditorium swung open with a resounding bang as Victor Crumb entered, accompanied by a group of Durmstrang students clad in brown fur coats, wielding metallic staffs. Each staff struck the ground, sending sparks flying and producing a resounding clang. Leading the procession was Grindelwald, followed by the vice principal Igor Karkaroff and an unnamed boy of Fuppus's age. They advanced slowly, and soon the front runners dashed forward, performing somersaults in midair before landing gracefully on the platform, conjuring a fire dragon from their wands. The trio traversed the fiery spectacle toward Dumbledore, embracing tightly. "It is a joy to see you again, my beloved," Grindelwald exclaimed with a smile. At that moment, the boy trailing Grindelwald turned to Fuppus, flashing a grin. Fuppus met his gaze and observed that the boy was clad in a black training outfit, wielding a long knife, with raven black hair and bright brown eyes. He approached Fuppus and said, "Greetings, heir of the Noah family. I am Elvis Kale, heir of the Kale family. Your reputation as a genius precedes you. Yet I remain skeptical and wish to test your abilities." With that, Elvis Kale smirked. Fuppus, upon hearing this, stood up with a smile and replied, "Very well." In an instant, the two faced off, an invisible spark igniting between their gazes. Chapter 53. The Battle of the Four Sacred Clans. A dark wand slipped from Elvis Kale's sleeve. In the next moment, he pointed his wand at Fuppus, unleashing a beam of red light that hurtled toward him. Fuppus swiftly drew his wand, extending his arm forward with the tip raised, conjuring a transparent shield that deflected the crimson light. The collision of their magical energies sent shockwaves that scattered the Hogwarts students around them. Dumbledore was about to intervene when Grindelwald, embracing Dumbledore's shoulder from behind, whispered in his ear, "It is perhaps best that we do not involve ourselves in the affairs of the four sacred clans. Wouldn't you agree, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald, who wore a charming smile and gazed at him with deep affection. Dumbledore pressed his lips together, ultimately refraining from voicing a response. Observing the chaos caused by their magical clash among the surrounding students, Fuppus waved his hands, pushing them away to safety. "You truly are kind, Mr. Noah," Elviskale remarked with a playful smile. Fuppus returned the smile, saying, "This battle is between the two of us. There is no need to involve the innocent. Very well. Let us engage in a proper duel. Let us see if your title of genius is truly well-deserved," exclaimed Elviskale, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. He then smiled slightly and addressed his opponent. "This space is too confined for our duel. Dare you to step outside for a true battle?" With a slight lift of his chin, Elviskale replied, "What is there to fear?" No sooner had he spoken than Fuppus transformed into a stream of golden mist, soaring outward, with Elviskale swiftly following suit, enveloped in a crimson haze. The young wizards present, witnessing the spectacle, eagerly rushed outside after the two. For such wizarding duels were a rarity, especially among prodigies. The hall erupted into a cacophony, yet fortunately, no stampede ensued. The young wizards trailed the two mists to the playground, where they found the combatants positioned approximately 10 meters apart, wands held before them. They bowed to one another in a gesture of respect for the duel, their gazes locked, an oppressive atmosphere of tension enveloping them. In the next moment, Elviskale waved his wand toward Fuppus, unleashing a sphere of white light that sped toward his adversary. With a flick of his wand, Fuppus deftly deflected the white orb, sending it soaring into the sky with a thunderous crack. Unrelenting, Elviskale flicked his wand again, sending several white orbs hurtling toward Fuppus. Yet each was effortlessly dismissed by Fuppus's calm demeanor. "Mr. Kale, spare us the trivial spells. You know they are futile." Fuppus chuckled. "Indeed," replied Elviskale, a grin upon his face. In the next heartbeat, Elviskale pressed his hands to the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and from it emerged two towering earthen giants, each standing nearly 3 meters tall, charging directly at Fuppus. "Wow, incredible," gasped the young wizards, awestruck by the emergence of the colossal figures. This Elviskale is rather formidable. Surely, Mr. Fuppus will prevail?" Hermione remarked, concern etched on her face as she watched the giants advance. "Fear not. This is but child's play for my brother," Al scoffed, gesturing dismissively at the distant giants. Just as they conversed, Fuppus traced a crescent shape in the air with his wand, summoning a blade of light that swiftly cleaved the two giants in half, sending debris scattering across the ground. Yet, in an astonishing turn, the remains transformed into 4 smaller giants that charged anew at Fuppus. "How can they reform after being shattered?" Hermione exclaimed in disbelief. "I hadn't anticipated that this Elviskale possessed such prowess," Al murmured, observing the unfolding spectacle. Fuppus paused momentarily, then a smile crept to his lips as he murmured, "Interesting. I shall see if you can withstand the flames." With that, he directed his wand forward, unleashing a dragon of fire that surged toward the 4 diminutive giants. The unbearable heat incinerated them instantly, reducing them to crystalline fragments that fell to the ground. Elviskale rose to his feet, gazing at Fuppus with an excited smile gracing his lips. "It appears that ordinary magic has lost its efficacy. Mr. Noah." He picked up a blade embedded in the earth and approached Fuppus slowly, drawing the sword with his silver-guarded right hand and casting the scabbard aside. "House Kale, the magic of warfare, I seek your guidance." No sooner had he spoken than his once brown irises transformed into a vivid crimson, and a torrent of scarlet magic flowed over the dark blade in his grasp. Fuppus regarded Elviskale, understanding that this was no mere duel. It was a battle of honor between the legacies of 2 families. "House Noah, the magic of beast mastery, I seek your guidance," Fuppus declared with a resonant voice. The crimson light in Elviskale's eyes flared brilliantly as he raised his long sword and struck towards Fuppus. Good heavens, how has it come to this?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Brother," Al called out anxiously, witnessing the imminent clash between the two. In the next moment, the long sword met the divine steed, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. A tremendous surge of magic erupted between them, swirling dust into the air and obscuring the vision of onlookers. Their eyes locked, filled with fervor for battle, In an instant, they separated, and a beam of red light shot forth from the divine steed towards Elvis. Elvis positioned his sword upright, cleaving the crimson beam cleanly in half, which detonated upon impact with the ground behind him, creating 2 deep craters. With astonishing speed, he advanced, leaping and tracing a lightning-like trajectory towards Phobos, the force of his descent leaving a small crater in the earth. Phobos's divine steed unleashed a barrage of colorful spells, attempting to repel Elvis, but he deftly evaded or deflected each one. In mere moments, he was but 2 steps away from Phobos. Suddenly, he leaped high, gripping the long sword with both hands, its red glow intensifying, revealing its formidable power. A smile crept onto Phobos's lips. Just as the blade was about to descend upon him, he transformed into a golden mist, evading the blow. With a resounding crash, a vast pit formed where Phobos had stood. Oh! The distant crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of the chasm. Chapter 54. Professor Moody uncaught. With a thunderous roar, the young wizards beheld a cloud of smoke rising before them. As Elvis knelt, propped by his sword, his face flushed and breathing heavily, appearing utterly spent. In contrast, Phobos stood nonchalantly, a smile on his face as he regarded Elvis. Truly impressive, heir of the Noah family. Elvis finally rose, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Phobos. You too. Had it not been for your insufficient magic, you might not have fallen so soon. Phobos replied, his gaze fixed intently on Elvis. No need to make excuses for me. A loss is a loss. The Kale family does not fear defeat. However, on the arena of the Triwizard Tournament, I am certain that I shall surpass you. Elvis declared with unwavering determination in his eyes. At that moment, Barty Crouch emerged from the throngs of the crowd, addressing the two with a resounding voice. Gentlemen, I mean no offense, but the regulations for this year's Triwizard Tournament stipulate that students under the age of 17 are ineligible to participate. Silence. Dumbledore, witnessing the commotion among the crowd, rose and proclaimed. Instantly, the young wizards fell silent, standing obediently in place. Elvis cast a glance at Barty Crouch, then turned to Phobos and said, You will find a way. One to you? You are in the same boat. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Dumbledore stood upon the platform, beside him a golden, tower-like object, towering even above him. With a hand resting upon the structure, Dumbledore addressed the young wizards below. Please, everyone, I have a few words to share. Noticing the gazes of the young wizards fixated upon him, Dumbledore glanced at the towering object beside him and continued. Eternal glory. It awaits the student who will triumph in the Triwizard Tournament. However, that student must first complete 3 tasks. 3 exceedingly perilous and arduous tasks. In light of this, the Ministry has instituted a new regulation, which, although previously mentioned, I would like to invite Mr. Barty Crouch, Director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, to elaborate further. Barty Crouch stepped forward to the podium. Looking at the young wizards below, he spoke with a hint of nervousness. After careful consideration, the Ministry has ultimately decided that, for safety reasons, all students under the age of 17 are prohibited from entering this year's Triwizard Tournament. This is the final decision. Although the young wizards were already aware of this ruling, their vanity led them to express their dissatisfaction with hushed curses directed at the Ministry. Before long, the murmurs subsided, and Dumbledore approached the tower-like object, gently sliding his ancient wand downwards. The outer shell of the tower gradually dissolved, revealing a magnificent goblet within, from which blue flames flickered above the rim. The Goblet of Fire. Students wishing to enter the tournament, please inscribe your names on parchment and deposit it into the goblet by this Thursday evening. Enter with caution, for once chosen, there is no retreat, as the Triwizard Tournament shall commence from that moment forth. Dumbledore stated with utmost seriousness. You will participate. One to you? Luna inquired calmly, gazing at Phobos. Of course. I cannot back out, can I? Phobos replied with a smile directed at Luna. Luna nodded, her gaze fixed on her toes, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she looked up at Phobos with a smile and said, Just be careful, though I don't think you will lose. Phobos chuckled in response, affirming, All right. The following day at noon, Phobos was in his room, pondering the potential amalgamation of weather magic and light magic, when a series of knocks echoed from the door. Filled with curiosity, Phobos was perplexed, for no one had ever knocked on his door since the beginning of the school year. He approached the door and opened it. Surprised? Al, Luna, Hermione, and Vinnie Wallington appeared before Phobos. What brings you here? Phobos inquired. Vinnie missed you, but since you weren't attending classes with us, Luna brought us along to find you. I'll explain. Phobos smiled gently, ruffled Vinnie's hair, which was sparkling with joy as she looked at him, and said, Come in. Then, As Al, Luna, Hermione, and Vinny entered, they gasped at the spacious room. "Why does your room look better than mine, brother?" Al remarked, surveying the surroundings with envy. Phobos smiled slightly and replied, "Perhaps it's because I reside on a higher floor." Al pouted, clearly skeptical of this explanation. "Brother Phobos, when I grow a bit older, I shall help you teach that fellow named Elvis Kale a lesson," Vinny declared, clenching her little fists while gazing at Phobos. "Why is that?" Phobos chuckled. "Because he so foolishly challenged you," Vinny replied, her lips curling defiantly. "Don't worry, Vinny. Even if that Elvis Kale practices magic endlessly, he shall never be a match for your brother," Al said nonchalantly, fiddling with a quill on Phobos' desk. "That's true, mister. Phobos seems to be far superior to that Kale fellow." Hermione nodded in agreement. "He might even surpass the professors," Luna asserted confidently while looking at Phobos. Phobos smiled at Luna, but did not refute her claim. "Oh, speaking of professors, our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Moody, is truly remarkable. He is far more reliable than the professors from the past 2 years, although Professor Lupin was excellent as well." Aldemart. "Indeed, Professor Moody is a formidable auror with extensive combat experience. He imparts invaluable insights and magical techniques that are not found in textbooks." Hermione enthusiastically nodded. "It seems that Professor Moody is not merely a result of Barty Crouch Jr.'s polyjuice potion," Phobos mused. Thus, the group conversed in Phobos' room until it was time for afternoon classes, and Al, Luna, Hermione, and Vinnie Wallington eventually departed. Chapter 55. See you at the arena. On Wednesday evening, heavy rain fell upon Hogwarts, turning the ground into a muddy mess, leaving many students drenched as they attended their classes. In a great hall, a crowd of students gathered, eagerly watching as each student cast their name into the goblet of fire, met with enthusiastic applause. "Brother, have you put your name in yet?" Al asked Phobos, who was seated beside him. "Not yet. Why? Aren't you going to do it? It's already Wednesday," Al said impatiently. "All right, you certainly are composed," Al remarked with a hint of resignation. At that moment, gasps erupted from the crowd as Fleur Delacour, accompanied by Gabrielle Delacour, approached the goblet with a graceful stride, followed by Madame Maxime, who elegantly tossed a parchment into the goblet and cast a challenging glance at Phobos. Phobos shook his head with a resigned smile. Gabrielle Delacour broke free from Fleur Delacour's grasp and joyfully ran towards Phobos, exclaiming, "Brother Phobos, it has been so long. I have missed you so much. The gift you gave me, I have kept it with me always." Phobos gazed at the crystal orb produced by Gabrielle and smiled gently as he tousled her hair, replying, "I have missed you too, Gabrielle." Seated beside Phobos, Vinnie Wellington frowned upon hearing this, leaning closer to him, draping her arm over his, her eyes glinting with hostility as she regarded Gabrielle. Phobos turned his head, casting a puzzled glance at Vinnie, but thought little of it as he turned back. Fleur Delacour, having heard Gabrielle's words, slightly rubbed her forehead and hurried forward to take Gabrielle's hand, her gaze resolute as she addressed Phobos. "I shall certainly triumph over you in the Triwizard Tournament." Phobos smiled faintly, saying, "I await your performance with great anticipation." With a huff, Fleur Delacour led Gabrielle out of the hall. "It has been a long time, young Mr. Noah. Fleur is simply competitive. I hope you do not take offense." "Mrs." Maxim smiled gently at Phobos. Rising, Phobos nodded respectfully to Mrs. Maxim, affirming, "Not at all, Mrs. Maxim. That is good to hear." Upon concluding her statement, Mrs. Maxim followed the others out of the hall. Just after their departure, the Weasley twins burst into the hall, jubilantly brandishing a glass vial. "Ha! Marvelous! We have finally succeeded. Freshly brewed this morning," they shouted, celebrating with high fives amongst their peers. "Is that so? I doubt it," Hermione remarked with a skeptical smile. "Really? How do you know it won't work?" George Weasley countered. Fred Weasley followed with, "What makes you so sure?" Hermione pointed towards the glowing lines encircling the goblet of fire, explaining, "Do you see this? It signifies the age limit, drawn by Dumbledore himself." "And so?" George Weasley inquired. "Thus, a genius like Dumbledore would not be deceived by such a feeble ploy as an aging potion," Hermione asserted. "But that is precisely what makes it interesting," George Weasley declared. "The more foolish, the more potential for success." Fred Weasley chimed in. Phobos, reluctant to shatter their illusions, remarked, "Perhaps it might indeed be feasible. Are you ready, Fred?" "Ready, George." They then uncorked the glass vial simultaneously, declaring, "Bottoms up," and down the aging potion, leaping into the circle. After a second or two, seeing no immediate effect, the two rejoiced and applauded with their classmates. "It actually works." Al exclaimed in astonishment. "How could this be?" Phobos ruffled Al's hair, saying, "But there truly seems to be no consequence. Al pointed at the twins, puzzled. Look further down, and you shall understand, Foopos replied calmly. George Weasley and Fred Weasley simultaneously produced their parchment, inscribed with their names, and cast it into the goblet of fire. Upon witnessing their success, they erupted in joyous cheers. But in the next instant, the goblet's blue flames surged, unleashing two slender fire tendrils that struck the pair, propelling them out of the circle. The two fell to the ground, crying out in pain as their hair and beards visibly lengthened and turned white. They exchanged glances, their tempers flaring, and soon found themselves in a heated scuffle, shouting accusations at one another. It's all your fault. No, it's yours. Do you want to fight me? Who is afraid of whom? Fawkes observed their antics with a wry smile, slowly rising and approaching them. His wand pointed at the duo as he pronounced, separate. In an instant, they were pulled apart, glaring at each other with fury. Regrowth. Fawkes murmured softly. Thank you, mate. They replied in unison. No sooner had the words left their lips than they exchanged disdainful huffs, turning away from one another in silence. At that moment, Albus Dumbledore entered through the hall's entrance, followed closely by Igor Karkaroff. Dumbledore unsheathed his long blade and waved it lightly toward the circle. A luminous, circular gap appeared, wide enough for a single person to pass through. He stepped inside and cast his name-laden parchment into the goblet of fire, directing a glance at Fawkes, saying, See you in the arena. Fawkes waved his wand, enveloping himself in a golden protective shield, and gradually strode into the circle, tossing his parchment into the goblet as well. Declaring to Dumbledore, See you in the arena. A smile crept across Dumbledore's lips as he made his way out of the hall. Fawkes returned to his bench, where Al approached him with a sycophantic grin. Brother, could you help me toss my name into the goblet too? I want to participate. Absolutely not. Don't be foolish. Fawkes chuckled at Al. All right then. Al pouted, wearing a discontented expression as he gazed at Fawkes. In response, Fawkes affectionately ruffled his hair, choosing to ignore the matter. Chapter 56. The Annoying Rita Skeeter. On Thursday evening, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was alive with a festive atmosphere, as the time had come for the announcement of the Triwizard Tournament champions. As the last words echoed, the young wizards settled quietly on the benches, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. Dumbledore raised his hand toward the candelabra on the wall, dimming the lights until the hall was illuminated solely by the flickering flames of the goblet. Now is the moment we have all been anticipating. We shall select our champions, he proclaimed, placing his hand upon the goblet. In the next heartbeat, the blue flames roared to life, soaring skyward, transforming into red. A parchment, its edges still ablaze, was expelled from the goblet. Dumbledore reached out to seize the parchment and, upon reading the name inscribed upon it, announced, the champion of Beaux Batons is Fleur Delacour. Amidst the resounding applause of the young wizards, Fleur Delacour, adorned with a smile, embraced Dumbledore before making her way to the chamber prepared for the contestants. The goblet of fire erupted once more in a brilliant crimson glow, as Dumbledore seized the parchment that had flown forth, proclaiming loudly, the champion from Durmstrang is Victor Krum. Cheers erupted from the Durmstrang seats, and Krum approached Dumbledore for a gentle embrace before turning to Fleur and declaring, I shall await your presence. With that, he strode towards the contestants' quarters, casting a discreet glance at Cassandra Vori. That fellow truly is insufferably arrogant, Al muttered, his expression sour as he watched Krum's retreating figure. Fleur cast a disapproving look at Al, while he could barely suppress a smile at her vexation. As the goblet of fire flared with intense red light once again, anticipation filled the air, even though the answer was already known. The champion from Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory, Dumbledore announced, and the jubilant cheers nearly threatened to pierce the ceiling of the Great Hall. Amidst the applause, Cedric stepped forward, embraced Dumbledore lightly, and proceeded towards the small room designated for the contestants. Krum, observing the figure entering the door, smirked and remarked, Only you are worthy of facing me. Fleur, overhearing this, bristled with indignation, her eyes narrowing at Krum as she retorted, What do you mean by that? Even if you are the heir of the 4 great houses, you are not invincible. I assure you, I am no less formidable. Krum regarded Fleur with a dismissive smile, replying coolly, You? He then turned away, gazing out the window, ignoring her further. Fleur, hands on her hips, her chest rising and falling with indignation, was clearly incensed. Cedric chuckled at Fleur's reaction. She shot him an annoyed glance and snapped, What are you laughing at? Cedric quickly composed himself, waving his hand in dismissal. Before long, Dumbledore and his entourage entered the room. Barty Crouch addressed the 3 champions, saying first and foremost, Congratulations to each of you for representing your schools as the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Your first task will commence shortly. and the Daily Prophet will be here to interview you. May you achieve great success. The next day, Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet arrived at Hogwarts to interview Cedric, Victor, and Fleur. With a click of her camera, Rita, with her gaudy red nails and wild curls, approached the three with a sly smile, coiling her body as she said, "What a charming trio we have here. Hello, everyone. My name is Rita Skeeter, and I contribute reports to the Daily Prophet. This, of course, is well known to you all. However, aside from Mr. Noah, I'm unfamiliar with the rest of you. You are the epitome of journalism." As Rita spoke, she winked at Fox, causing him a sense of revulsion. Previously, when Fox had treated the Lombard couple, Rita had reported on the incident, profiting handsomely from it, which deeply irked him. What secrets lie beneath this alluring exterior? Rita Skeeter gently pinched Fleur Delacour's cheek and remarked softly. Moments later, with a sharp clap, she struck Fleur's cheek, leaving the latter momentarily dazed. Fox mused to himself that this old woman probably could not bear anyone more attractive than herself. Rita Skeeter briskly approached Fox and Elvis Cale, inquiring, what tales lie beneath these robust muscles? As she spoke, her hands reached for their shoulders, and in an instant, golden flames ignited around Fox, while Elvis Cale flicked his fingers against the hilt of his dagger, the shimmering silver blade reflecting the visage of Rita Skeeter. Rita swallowed hard, standing obediently, and asked, "Shall we begin the interview with whom?" The trio remained silent, prompting Rita to seek amusement in approaching Fleur Delacour, seizing her hand and declaring, "Let's commence with you." With that, the two retreated into a nearby broom closet. Shortly thereafter, they emerged, Fleur Delacour storming out in a fury, clearly indicating the interview had been far from pleasant. Yet, Rita appeared quite pleased, evidently having unearthed some substantial scoop. Noticing Fox's inaction, Elvis Cale took the initiative to enter the broom closet for his interview. Only 4 or 5 seconds passed before the sounds of clashing blades resonated from within. Elvis Cale emerged with a calm demeanor, striding purposefully away. Fox, intrigued, approached the broom closet to peer inside, discovering Rita Skeeter sprawled on the floor, drenched in cold sweat. An indescribable scent permeating the air, and a wide crack marred the wall behind her. Fox shook his head, gazing at Rita on the floor, and remarked, "You reap what you sow." He then proceeded to exit. Chapter 57. While others gather golden eggs, you harvest fire dragons? Is that polite? Since the candidates for the Triwizard Tournament were announced, Hogwarts has been abuzz with discussions surrounding the three. Speculations about the competition's events abound, along with guesses about who will ultimately claim the championship. There are even discussions about the duel between Fox and Elvis Cale. Most absurdly, there are whispers about who Fox's future wife might be. When Fox heard this news, he felt a sudden sense of bewilderment. Al Hermione, Harry, and Ron rushed in from the entrance of the Great Hall, panting as they reached Fox's side. Al whispered, "Brother, we have something to tell you." Fox looked at them quizzically and asked, "What is it?" "We have learned what the first challenge of the Triwizard Tournament is. Haven Tiwi is the fire dragon." Al exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Oh," Phopos replied with a calm demeanor. Phopos looked at Harry with a bemused expression and said, "Harry, have you forgotten what the Noah family is known for? A dragon of such magnitude wouldn't dare to attack you, would it?" Harry gestured animatedly. Phopos nodded. "What do you think? I told you we needn't inform my brother. It's merely a dragon," Al said proudly, raising an eyebrow. Phopos found Al's demeanor amusing. One might think she was referring to herself. Days passed. In the arena specially constructed for the Triwizard Tournament, cheers erupted like a tidal wave outside the competitors' resting tents. Fleur Delacour paced restlessly inside, rubbing her hands together, which stood in stark contrast to the calm expressions of Phopos and Elvis Cale. "Stop pacing. Rest a bit. Conserving your energy is advisable," Phopos said with a smile to Fleur Delacour. "Mind your business," Fleur Delacour retorted, wrinkling her nose at Phopos but begrudgingly took her advice, sitting on the bed to rest, although her long legs continued to shake, which was an improvement. At that moment, Dumbledore and Barty Crouch entered with a group of people. Dumbledore grited, "Hello, champion. Please gather around. You have waited long and speculated endlessly. The moment of revelation has finally arrived. This moment will be particularly cherished by the three of you. Barty, bring the bag." Barty Crouch approached with a black leather bag, respectfully taking Fleur Delacour's arm while addressing Phopos and Elvis. "Champions, please form a circle around me. Miss Delacour stands here. Mr. Noah and Mr. Cale, you may stand here." He then turned to Fleur Delacour, opened the black bag, and said, "Now, Miss Delacour, please take one." Phopos knew well what it was, the Welsh Green Dragon. Barty Crouch confirmed this with his next words, "The Welsh Green Dragon." He then handed the bag to Elvis Cale, respectfully stating, "Mr. Cale, El Viscale." expresiones, reached into the bag and pulled out a short-nosed, brown-yellow fire dragon known as the Swedish Shortsnout. The Swedish Shortsnout, Barty Crouch exclaimed with a smile before approaching Phopos, saying, "Now only one remains." Phopos reached into the bag and withdrew a dragon resembling a lizard, adorned with sharp spines and black scales. Simultaneously, Phopos and Barty Crouch declared, "The Hungarian Horntail. I imagine this is quite trivial for you, is it not?" Barty Crouch said with a flattering smile directed at Phopos. She returned the gesture with a slight smile. Barty Crouch gazed at the three individuals and proclaimed, "These represent the three true dragons, each guarding a golden egg. Your objective is quite simple. Retrieve the eggs. You must accomplish this, for each egg contains a vital clue. Those who fail to secure an egg shall be unable to proceed to the next task." After Barty Crouch finished speaking, Dumbledore stepped forward and declared, "Very well. I wish you good fortune, brave warriors. Miss Delacour, you may enter the arena upon hearing the cannon's roar." No sooner had Dumbledore's words faded than a thunderous cannon blast echoed nearby, followed by rapturous cheers from outside the tent. Fleur Delacour took a deep breath and stepped out into the world beyond the canvas. Dumbledore and the others made their way toward the judging platform, leaving only Fawkes and Elvis Cale inside the tent. Elvis Cale regarded Fawkes with a fierce glint in his eyes and suggested, "Shall we have a contest to see who takes less time?" Hearing this, a smile crept across Fawkes's lips as he teased, "Are you certain you wish to compete with me in this?" Elvis Cale, lost in thought for a moment, turned to gaze outside the tent, his face flushing as he murmured, "Blast. Almost forgot." Observing Elvis Cale's demeanor, Fawkes smiled faintly. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore's voice rang out from outside the tent. "Congratulations to Fleur Delacour for successfully acquiring the golden egg. Let us welcome the next warrior, Elvis Cale." With bold strides, Elvis Cale approached the entrance, a defiant grin upon his face. Moments later, Dumbledore's voice echoed again. "Congratulations to Elvis Cale for successfully obtaining the golden egg. Now, let us welcome the final warrior, Fawkes Cale." Fawkes calmly adjusted his attire before stepping outside. As he crossed the threshold of the tent, an exuberant cheer surged toward him like a tidal wave. He approached the Hungarian Horntail, standing resolutely before the magnificent dragon. The spectators held their breath, their eyes wide in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Fawkes slowly raised his right hand and smiled, saying, "Come, little one, shall we go?" As soon as the words left his lips, the Hungarian Horntail joyfully swayed its body and approached Fawkes, nudging his hand with its massive head. Fawkes affectionately stroked the dragon's somewhat rough skull and cautioned, "Remember, no fighting." With that, he deftly severed the chain binding the Hungarian Horntail, summoning it into his ring, and then gently lifted the golden egg that had been sheltered beneath the dragon, proceeding to exit the tent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence until Dumbledore announced, "Congratulations to Fawkes Noah for successfully acquiring the golden egg. Proceed to the next task." Chapter 58, The Christmas Ball. "Brother, quickly open the egg and reveal the clue for the second challenge," Al exclaimed, cradling the golden egg as he addressed Fawkes. Observing the curious and excited faces surrounding him, Fawkes's mind conjured a mischievous idea, and he replied to Al, "It's quite all right. You may open it." "Really?" Al asked, his voice brimming with delight. Phupus nodded quietly, then discreetly cast a soundproofing charm upon himself, seating himself to the side as he awaited the unfolding of their misadventure. Al held his breath, his delicate hand gently twisting atop the golden egg. As the shell of the egg cracked into 4 pieces, an excruciatingly shrill scream erupted from within, causing everyone to cover their ears in agony. Al, enduring the piercing sound, hurriedly closed the golden egg once more, observing the pained expressions of the crowd. A smile crept across Phupus's face. Realizing he had been outwitted, Al shot an unhappy glance at Phupus and said, "Brother, did you know this would happen all along? Why were you so careless?" Phupus, still smiling, looked at Al and replied, "Humph. I won't talk to you anymore." Al tossed the golden egg into Phupus's embrace and turned to leave. Phupus, holding the egg with one hand, smiled at Al's retreating figure and said, "Don't you want to know what the clue is?" He tousled Al's hair playfully, then drew his wand, pointing it at the golden egg, and intoned, "Reveal your secrets." The egg slowly opened, transforming the dreadful scream into a delightful melody. "Seek us where our voices arise. We cannot sing upon the ground. As you search, ponder well. We have taken your dearest treasure, and you have but 1 hour." The sweet music filled the air, leaving everyone puzzled. Al furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why does this song sound so familiar? But what does it mean? You will find out in due time." Phupus lightly tapped Al's head with his wand, chuckling. Ael's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother, do you already know?" Fupius gazed at Al softly and whispered, "Mermaids." With that, he headed towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Al, with a light punch to his palm, suddenly understood, saying, "No wonder it sounded so familiar." As time passed and the weather grew colder, Hogwarts Castle became blanketed in snow. One morning, Fupius received a letter delivered by an owl, penned by Professor McGonagall. It read, "Dear Mr. Fupius, as a contender in the Triwizard Tournament, you three champions must open the dance at this year's Christmas ball, as has always been the tradition. Please do not forget." Fupius set the letter aside, gazing out at the pristine white snow, muttering to himself, "It seems I must invite a dance partner." From a distance in the great hall, a beautiful girl could be seen leisurely dining at the long table, perusing a book titled Counterpoint, none other than the lovely Luna Lovegood. Fupius approached Luna and sat beside her, inquiring, "Do you have a dance partner?" Luna shook her head, replying no. A smile spread across Fupius's face as he said, "Then, dear lady, might I have the honor of inviting you to be my dance partner?" Luna's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly responded, "Of course." Her ethereal voice brought joy to Fupius's heart. However, at that moment, a tremendous force surged beside Fupius, followed by Al, who excitedly grasped Fupius's arm, shaking it fervently as he exclaimed, "Brother, brother, I have something to tell you. It's truly amusing." Fupius looked at Al with a resigned smile and inquired, "What is it that brings you such joy?" Al continued, "Yesterday, Ron saw Furong Delacour walk past him and intended to invite her, but in his haste, he ended up shouting instead. As a result, Furong Delacour hardly reacted before he frightened himself away. Ha 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 ha." After sharing this, Al burst into laughter. "Oh my goodness, Al. You have been laughing for quite some time now," Ron remarked dejectedly from the side. "Yet this incident is genuinely hilarious." Harry added with a smile on his face. "Be quiet, Harry," Ron replied, his expression unchanging as he regarded Harry. "Do you have a dance partner, Mr. Fupius?" Hermione asked, glancing at Fupius. "Indeed I do," Fupius said, pointing to Luna with a grin. "How fickle. I thought you would invite your lovely sister, Alpoteth, but you can join as well. There's no rule stating only one dance partner is allowed." Fupius, "I don't need to. I have plenty of people inviting me. Don't forget, I am the Queen of Gryffindor," Al retorted, breaking free from Fupius's grasp, crossing her arms defiantly. "Impressive." Fupius complimented her indulgently. Chapter 59. The mermaid dressed in a fitted black tuxedo adorned with silver Chilan embroidery. Fupius stood quietly at the entrance of the hall, exuding both elegance and authority. Passing female classmates gazed at Fupius, their eyes sparkling as they whispered amongst themselves about which fortunate soul would accompany him. Before long, Al descended the stairs. Clad in a pristine white gown, her silver hair elegantly styled with golden ornaments. She was flanked by Hermione on her left and Luna on her right. Hermione wore a delicate lavender gown, her brown hair neatly arranged in a bun, exuding grace. Luna, in a light blue short dress, let her golden locks cascade freely. Her legs adorned with white knee-high socks that embraced her delicate calves, while her pale blue dance shoes lent her an ethereal quality. "Wow, my sister looks absolutely stunning today," Fupius exclaimed, admiring Al. Hearing this, Al blushed and proudly declared, "Of course. When have I ever not looked beautiful?" Fupius gently tucked a stray hair behind Ael's ear before turning to Luna and extending his hand, inviting, "Shall we enter, my dance partner?" A faint blush appeared on Luna's cheeks as she took Fupius's hand and followed him into the hall. "Hermione, Al." Harry and Ron approached from a distance, greeting the two. "You both look incredibly beautiful today," Harry complimented, admiring their splendid attire. Ron nodded in agreement, glancing down at his own worn tuxedo, feeling increasingly out of place. Elegant melodies resonated throughout the auditorium as the grand doors slowly creaked open. Fawkes, accompanied by Luna, boldly strode into the hall, followed closely by Elvis Kyle and Fleur Delacour. It was a mystery as to when the duo of Elvis and Cassandra Vori had become a couple, yet their shared glances hinted at an undeniable romantic connection. The classmates on either side applauded warmly, welcoming their arrival. Under the gaze of the crowd, the six of them made their way to the center of the hall, where Fawkes clasped Luna's hand with one and gently wrapped the other around her slender waist, gracefully dancing to the music. The enchanting movements of the pair captivated the others, drawing them into the rhythm. Grindelwald, wearing a smile, approached Dumbledore and took his hand, saying, "Come, my old friend. It has been far too long since we last danced." "Has it not?" Dumbledore, his eyes filled with nostalgia, responded with a soft smile. "Indeed, my dear friend." Thus, as their words faded, the two stepped onto the dance floor, their feet moving in time with the music as they began to tango, capturing the attention of all present. The spirited atmosphere ignited the classmates, who eagerly joined in, stepping to the beat and swaying their bodies. Soon, the music gradually softened, and with a lively prompt from the eccentric sister duo, Myron Wagtail, asking, "Are you ready?" the auditorium erupted with exhilarating tunes. The vibrant melodies from the eccentric sisters ignited the passion of every student, transforming the hall into a whirlwind of exuberance where young wizards unleashed their youthful frenzy. Fox and Luna settled at a round table, sipping the prepared pumpkin juice while savoring the rare spectacle. Moments later, Al tugged Hermione's hand and joyfully rushed towards Fox, snatching the pumpkin juice from his grasp and taking a hearty gulp. Observing Alice sweetie visage, Fawkes chuckled helplessly, reminiscing about how this sister had always been the playful one since childhood, and it seemed that not much had changed with age. He reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from Al's forehead and affectionately cautioned, "Slow down. No one is competing with you. You're a bit too wild." Al downed the remaining pumpkin juice, letting out a satisfied ah, before beaming at Fox and exclaiming, "Hee hee. It has been ages since I participated in such a delightful gathering. I may have lost control." Fox gently tapped Al's head, saying, "You indeed." Just then, the lively music resumed, and Al excitedly grabbed Hermione's hand, rejoining the throng of revelers. Although Harry did not partake in the Triwizard Tournament as in the original text, and Ron did not have a spat with Hermione, both Harry and Ron found themselves without partners, as they were too bashful to invite any girls. Upon hearing this reasoning, Fox could hardly suppress an eye roll. In just a few days, the second task would commence, and Fox, already aware of the competition's nature, remained unfazed. After all, mermaids were indeed a type of magical creature. Bets were being placed. In the midst of the fervent atmosphere at the Black Lake, the Weasley twins were energetically promoting bets, calling out odds of 1-1 for Fupus, 1-3 for Elvis, and an astounding 1-10 for Fleur. As Fupus approached, they playfully draped their arms around his shoulders, grinning as they urged, "Buddy, you must win. We've placed quite a few bets on you." With a cheerful affirmation, Fupus replied, "Absolutely." The twins exchanged enthusiastic fist pumps with him before continuing their spirited sales pitch. Fupus then boarded a boat, gliding towards the competition area at the lake center. "Welcome to the second task. Last night, the warriors had their beloved possession stolen," Dumbledore announced. Hearing this, Fupus felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Recalling how Al had left with them, her face alight with excitement, an irony that left him speechless. As Dumbledore's words lingered in the air, the sound of a cannon echoed, signaling the leap of Elvis and Fleur into the depths of the lake. Meanwhile, Fupus leaned leisurely against the railing, gazing into the inky waters, leaving everyone puzzled. Why isn't Mr. Fupus diving in? Isn't a race to see who reaches the bottom first? Harry inquired of Hermione, who shook her head in concern. She too was anxious, having been unable to locate Al since morning, and was at a loss as to whom to ask for help. Moments later, Fupus let out a sharp whistle towards the lake. Seconds passed, and a few merfolk with human torsos and fishtails, sporting dark green hair and golden eyes, emerged from the depths, respectfully bowing to Fupus while brandishing tridents. Waving them off, Fupus smiled and instructed, "You know what to do." The merfolk nodded in understanding, flipped over, and descended back into the depths. Before long, they resurfaced, bringing a soaked Al with them. Gasping for fresh air, Al's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "That was exhilarating." With a gentle clap on Al's head, Fupus pulled her from the water and wrapped her in a blanket, scolding her lightly. "I told you not to be reckless." Al, grinning, replied, "I promise I won't do it again." With Al's successful rescue, Fupus naturally claimed the first position, as onlookers eagerly awaited the arrival of the second contestant. Chapter 60. "Brother, you're not clean anymore." Dumbledore's voice rang out, declaring, "Miss Delacour from Beaux Batons has regrettably been forced to withdraw. She will no longer continue in this event." As he spoke, Fleur Delacour, filled with worry and disappointment, was assisted ashore. The moment she reached the bank, disregarding her drenched state, she approached Fupus, bowed deeply, and with a quavering voice implored, "Mr. Noah, I beg your forgiveness for my prior rudeness. Would you be so kind as to help my sister?" Seeing the desperate plea etched on Fleur's face, Fupus offered a gentle smile and nodded. He then placed his pinky to his lips and whistled again, instructing the merfolk in the lake, "Bring Gabrielle Delacour to the surface." Several mermaids nodded and swiftly dove into the lake. Before long, they emerged with a drenched young girl. Fleur Delacour hurried forward, knelt on the platform, grasped Gabrielle Delacour's arm, and lifted her onto the stage, diligently wiping the droplets from Gabrielle's face, draping her own blanket over her shoulders. Observing the tender exchange between the two, Fox smiled faintly. "Thank you, Mr. Noah. I'm immensely grateful." Fleur Delacour said as she brought Gabrielle closer. There's no need for thanks. It was merely a trifling effort. Fawkes replied with a wave of his hand. Brother Fawkes, I appreciate your rescue. Could you please lower yourself a bit? Gabrielle Delacour said, blinking her large, sparkling eyes at him. With a hint of confusion, Fawkes leaned down to look at Gabrielle and asked, What is it, Gabrielle? Is there something on your mind? Oh dear. This child, though small, is quite bold. From a distance, Al, witnessing Gabrielle kiss Fawkes's cheek, felt a surge of anger and was about to rush over, but was firmly restrained by Hermione, who reassured him she is just a child. Do not stoop to her level. Hearing this, Al took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Muttering yes, indeed, she is merely a child. Hermione nodded in agreement. Observing Gabrielle's flushed cheeks, Fawkes gently ruffled her hair. Once again, thank you, Mr. Noah. You truly need not have saved her. Fleur Delacour said sincerely, caressing Gabrielle's cheek as she looked at Fawkes. Oh dear, what is this old woman doing? Al, in a fit of anger, threw the blanket he had been wrapped in onto the ground, disregarding Hermione's pleas, and approached Fawkes with hands on his hips. Fixating his gaze on him, Brother. Fawkes, perplexed by A.L.'s fury, inquired, What is the matter? A.L.'s expression, once filled with anger, transformed into sympathy as he remarked, You are not clean. At this remark, Fawkes rolled his eyes at Al and chose to ignore her. Before long, Elvis Cale emerged from the water, cradling Cassandra Valerie. Thus, the second trial concluded, with Fawkes undoubtedly in first place, followed by Elvis Cale in second, while Fleur Delacour, who had failed to complete the task, naturally took third place. Elvis Cale approached Fawkes, gazing intently at him, and stated, See you in the third trial. He then strode towards the exit, clearly unsettled by his previous failures. Chapter 61, The Duel. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Fawkes regarded the resurrection stone that Dumbledore extended to him, calmly asking, Is there no turning back? With a gentle smile, Dumbledore replied, That is no longer significant. Young Fawkes, I hope that after my passing, you will deliver this to Harry, for he is innocent. Fawkes nodded, accepting the resurrection stone. Dumbledore did not inquire further, but gazed out of the window of the headmaster's office, remarking, If possible, grant him a swift death. He is a pitiable soul. A pitiable soul? Surely, it is your beloved, thought Fuppus bitterly. Time passed swiftly, and before one knew it, spring had arrived. The third trial was upon them as promised. The vast arena was teeming with students brandishing banners, proclaiming Fuppus's victory, while the students from the three houses cheered for their champions in their own unique ways. Fuppus emerged from the corridor, beholding the dark, labyrinthine forest as depicted in the original tale, a smile gracing his lips. Silence. Dumbledore ascended to the podium, his ancient wand pressed against his throat as he proclaimed loudly. Instantly, the students fell silent. Earlier that day, Professor Moody had already placed the Triwizard Cup within the maze, knowing its exact location. Since Mr. Noah was the first to enter the trial, he would be the first to navigate the maze. As his name was announced, thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. Following him was Mr. Kyle, and lastly, Miss Delacour. The applause continued unabated. Whoever first encounters the cup shall be the champion, Dumbledore declared. The auditorium erupted in applause, brimming with excitement. Dumbledore continued, I have arranged for patrols around the maze. Should any participant wish to withdraw from the competition, they need only cast a red spark with their wand. Competitors, please come forth now swiftly. After Dumbledore spoke, he turned and beckoned to the three contestants, who gathered beside him. Dumbledore advised, within the maze, there will be no dragons nor sea monsters. However, greater challenges await you. As one enters the maze, certain transformations may occur, so strive to find the cup, but be cautious, for it is quite possible to lose one's self along the way. Dumbledore patted their shoulders, then announced loudly, Warriors, prepare yourselves. Fuppus, Elvis Kyle, and Fleur Delacour stood at the entrance of the maze as the audience rose to celebrate them. I will count to 3. 1. Before Dumbledore could finish, at the cannon's position, Filch stood with a torch in hand, spreading his arms innocently towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore, momentarily speechless, stepped aside. Fuppus's wand tip radiated a dazzling light as he strode boldly into the dark maze. Harry watched Fuppus enter the foreboding labyrinth. Concern etched on his face as he said, Who knows what traps lie within? Mr. Fuppus will emerge victorious, won't he? After speaking, he turned to Al, Hermione, and Ron, only to find them gazing at him as if he were foolish. What is it? Harry asked, puzzled. Brother, are you unaware of Mr. Fuppus's strength? Losing? Impossible. Ron waved his hand dismissively, brimming with confidence. Harry scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Indeed. Al and Hermione exchanged exasperated glances at Harry. directing their attention towards the entrance where Fupius had vanished. Suddenly, Al recalled something and produced a small box crafted from mithril from his pocket, presenting it to Harry with the admonition, "This is a gift from my brother. You must never part with it." Al shook his head, uncertainly adding, "I don't know. Perhaps it is a present?" Within the labyrinth, Fupius had initially intended to utilize the summoning charm to directly reach the trophy's location and seize it. Regrettably, a formidable enchantment enveloped the maze, rendering the charm ineffective. Even if he succeeded in casting it, he would likely sustain injuries. Thus, with no other option, Fupius hastened his search through the maze. At that moment, a burst of crimson fireworks illuminated the sky. It seemed that Fleur Delacour had been eliminated. Fupius whispered, quickening his pace. He certainly did not wish to falter in this final trial. You may wonder why it wouldn't be Elvis Cale? With Elvis Cale's prowess, he could easily best 10 Fleur Delacours combined. Fupius navigated the dark maze briskly, occasionally warding off branches that sought to ambush him. At last, around a corner ahead, he glimpsed the blue glow emanating from the trophy and rushed towards it. Just as he reached for the trophy, a red spell hurtled towards him. With a deft flick of his wand, Fupius redirected the spell skyward. Gazing at Elvis Cale, who stood not far away, Fupius sighed inwardly, contemplating, why couldn't he arrive a bit later? Another fight, how bothersome. Elvis Cale regarded Fupius with an excited grin, drawing his blade and declaring resolutely, "Let us duel once more." Fupius Noah. Fupius rolled his eyes and lunged for the trophy. At that moment, Elvis Cale leaped, wielding his sword towards Fupius. Fupius evaded, and a shallow pit formed beneath the blade of Elvis Cale. Elvis Cale reached for the trophy, prompting Fupius to swiftly wave his wand towards it. A white chain erupted from his wand, ensnaring the trophy before Elvis Cale could reach it. With a sharp tug, Fupius summoned the trophy towards himself, while Elvis Cale's sword ignited with a fiery red glow, slicing through the white chain from below. The trophy descended helplessly to the ground, resting between the two. Both glanced at the trophy on the ground, and in an instant, Elvis Cale drew his wand with his other hand, unleashing a flurry of spells like a tempest directed at Fupius. Fupius raised his wand, its tip pointed skyward, and thrust it forward, causing several spells to dissipate like mist in the air. Not to be outdone, Fupius waved his wand, transforming the surrounding trees into numerous wooden figures armed with wooden swords and knives, charging towards Elvis Cale. Elvis Cale's wand unleashed slicing spells, cleaving the first few wooden figures in two. However, noticing several figures within mere meters of himself, he planted one foot firmly on the ground and, wielding his long knife, shattered the wooden figures in mere seconds. Elvis Cale then set his sights on Fupius, lowering his body and propelling himself forward with a speed akin to a phantom. With a flick of his wand, Fupius unleashed a stream of golden flames directed straight at Elvis Cale. Upon witnessing this, Elvis Cale quickly halted his movements, raising his crimson glowing longsword to firmly block the fiery onslaught. Sparks erupted, igniting the surrounding trees and illuminating the area with flickering flames. Wow, this is quite intense. I wonder who will emerge victorious? One student remarked. Without a doubt, it must be Mr. Noah. Another chimed in. But that fellow named Elvis Cale is no pushover either. A third interjected. Whose side are you on? Of course, I'm rooting for Mr. Noah. Although what? Mr. Noah will surely win. I placed a bet of 5 gallons on him. That's my pocket money for next semester. The students in the stands, witnessing the distant glow of flames, stood up, craning their necks to observe, occasionally engaging in discussions. Surely no one will be injured? Hermione furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. Well, it certainly won't be my brother getting hurt, so there's nothing to worry about. Al replied nonchalantly, wearing an excited grin. Hermione glanced at Al, who seemed eager for drama, and shook her head in exasperation. Elvis Cale, having withstood the flames, gazed solemnly at Fupius and declared, "The name of genius is well-deserved. In close combat, I am indeed not your match." Fupius smiled slightly and replied, "What? Are you conceding?" Elvis Cale shook his head, stating next, "I will execute the most powerful spell from the art of war, one I cannot fully control yet. If you cannot withstand it, make sure to flee." Upon hearing this, Fupius grew serious, looking steadfastly at Elvis Cale and assuring him, "No worries, bring it on." Elvis Cale embedded his long sword into the ground, stacking his hands atop it, as he softly recited a series of ancient runic incantations. Gradually, his figure began to blur, and several shadows of Elvis Cale materialized around Fupius, encircling him. As the incantation ceased, a glimmer of red shone in Elvis Cale's eyes. The multiple shadows simultaneously drew their long swords, shouting, "Stand!" At that moment, The phantoms surged towards Phopos at incredible speed. Raising his wand high, Phopos swiftly traced a circle in the air, enveloping himself in a golden shield. Clang, clang, clang. The shield met the blades with a cacophony of sound. Yet with each collision, the shield began to crack. Before long, it was riddled with fractures. Observing this, Phopos crossed his arms over his chest and made a downward slash, causing the shield to shatter instantly. The resulting shards obliterated the illusions of Elvis Kale, while Phopos himself collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 62. Pink light points? Wow, cool. Dumbledore and a group of others hurried towards Phopos and Elvis Kale, inspecting Elvis Kale from various angles. There's nothing to worry about. He's merely fainted. Let's assist him to a resting place, Dumbledore instructed after his examination, addressing several nearby professors. Several professors hurriedly lifted Elvis Kale and carried him aside. What a waste, Grindelwald remarked calmly as he watched the professors handle Elvis. Dumbledore, smiling, patted Grindelwald on the shoulder before stepping onto the stage to announce loudly, "After this final trial, let us congratulate the ultimate victor of this Triwizard Tournament, Phopos Noah." Upon finishing his proclamation, Dumbledore extended his hand toward Phopos, who, responding with a smile, raised the trophy for all to see. Yet, only Phopos noticed that Dumbledore's other hand rested on the table, his body slightly trembling. Just as Phopos intended to approach and support Dumbledore, a throng of students rushed down from the stage, surrounding Phopos with congratulations. "Wow, brother, you were incredible." From our vantage point on stage, it looked like you were engulfed in flames. "Are you all right?" Al exclaimed, taking hold of the trophy from Phopos' hands, his excitement still palpable. Phopos glanced towards Dumbledore, observing him being assisted by Grindelwald as they made their way toward Hogwarts, which eased his concerns a bit. After all, the bond between those two was quite something. Al, beaming with pride, scrutinized Phopos and declared, "Indeed, you're perfectly fine. Truly, you are my brother, remarkable as ever." Phopos, witnessing Al's proud demeanor, could only smile wryly. "Congratulations, young Noah. I concede my defeat wholeheartedly," said Fleur Delacour, who approached Phopos with Gabrielle Delacour's hand in hers. Fleur, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, lowered her head before smiling gently at Phopos. "Should the opportunity arise, I hope to discuss alchemy with you." She extended her hand, exchanging a light handshake with Phopos before following Madame Maxime towards Hogwarts. In the next moment, a wave of warmth radiated from Phopos' palm as Vinnie Worthington grasped his hand. Her eyes filled with admiration. "What's the matter, little Vinnie?" Phopos inquired, bending down with a smile. Vinnie, her cheeks slightly flushed and sparkling with excitement, replied, "Brother Phopos, you're truly amazing. You knocked out such a fierce-looking fellow." "Is that so? Well, Vinnie, you must also study diligently. Next time, if you encounter another fierce individual, you'll be able to subdue him yourself, all right?" Phopos chuckled as he ruffled Vinnie's hair. "Absolutely," Vinnie asserted, clenching her tiny fist resolutely at Phopos. Then, with a cheerful grin, she hugged Phopos' arm. Unbeknownst to anyone, a pink light flickered from Vinnie's hand, attaching itself to Phopos. Chapter 63. Dumbledore and Harry Potter both perish. With the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament in June, the Hogwarts semester drew to a close. In the courtyard outside the Great Hall, after a semester of camaraderie, many students from the three schools had forged strong friendships and were bidding each other farewell, promising to write during the holidays. At that moment, Elvis Kale approached Phopos, his expression resolute as he declared, "This time, I concede wholeheartedly. I hope to have the opportunity to spar again in the future." Almost simultaneously, laughter erupted from both of them. Nearby, Al rolled his eyes in exasperation and remarked, "Boys." Just as the students from Booth Batons and Durmstrang were orderly heading towards their respective means of transportation, a green beam shot towards Dumbledore, who was engaged in conversation. Sensing the impending danger, Dumbledore swiftly waved his wand, transforming the scattered stones on the ground into a formidable wall to obstruct the green light. From afar, dark tendrils of mist surged toward the crowd. Professors such as Dumbledore, their faces grave, stepped protectively in front of the students, shielding them from harm. A pained cry escaped Harry's lips as he clutched his scarred forehead, his face contorted in agony. "Harry, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Hermione inquired with concern etched on her features. Ron and Al also turned their gazes towards Harry, worry evident in their expressions. Phopos, gazing at the encroaching black mist, had already come to understand the situation, but he could not fathom where Voldemort had summoned such audacity. With numerous professors from three schools present, it was bewildering that Voldemort would dare to create chaos at Hogwarts with just a handful of his unsavory followers. As the black mist settled, Dozens of figures clad in dark robes materialized before them. Ah, a long-awaited reunion, Dumbledore. My mentor. It has been quite some time, Voldemort proclaimed, wielding a white wand, a smile playing on his lips. Dumbledore took a couple of steps forward, his gaze fixed on Voldemort, and solemnly replied, "You have indeed returned. Indeed, the sensation of rebirth is truly exquisite. The taste of power is intoxicating," Voldemort remarked, extending his hands, his expression one of rapture, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flickering in his eyes. However, I'll bit his lip, nodding as he urged Harry, Hermione, and Ron to flee toward the Great Hall. Voldemort's gaze fell upon Harry, and with a sinister smile, he commanded his followers, "Seize Harry Potter." As the words left his lips, his minions grinned malevolently, raising their wands to launch an assault upon the crowd. The professors, witnessing this, promptly raised their wands, tips directed skyward, and collectively chanted, "Ultimate Shield." A transparent barrier emerged, deflecting dozens of spells. Voldemort, upon witnessing this, let out a derisive snicker, directing his wand towards the shield. A scarlet beam, akin to a laser, struck the barrier, shattering it with a resounding crack. Grindelwald, observing the crimson beam, twisted his head in apparent struggle, and after a moment, his pupils transformed into a deep blue hue. A smile crept across Grindelwald's face as he murmured, "The divine power of Ares. Is it finally on the way? How delightful." Voldemort's minions morphed into a cloud of darkness, charging into the crowd. The professors, alarmed, scattered to mount a defense. Dumbledore aimed the Elder Wand of Voldemort, a red beam surging towards him. Voldemort, unfazed, scoffed Dumbledore. "Do you truly believe your cursed form can withstand me?" Dumbledore paid no heed, uttering the incantation, "Fire God, clear the path." A torrent of flames erupted from his wand, surging towards Voldemort, who wore a disdainful smile. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort split the flames in two, allowing them to pass harmlessly by him. Dumbledore deftly adjusted the direction of his wand, redirecting the flames toward Voldemort once more. In response, Voldemort traced an arc with his wand, conjuring a shield that enveloped him. Dumbledore circled his wand again, and the flames coiled like a serpent hunting its prey, ensnaring Voldemort within. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate. At that instant, Fawkes heard the cries of Al, Hermione, and Ron, exclaiming Harry, just as Fawkes was about to intervene and rescue Harry. A loud shout erupted from Voldemort. Ah! The flames that had ensnared Voldemort's shield exploded outward in a shower of scarlet magic. Dumbledore's hand trembled slightly as he took a step back, glancing at his palm, now marred by dark, intricate patterns. "Master, Harry Potter has been captured." A swirling black mist descended, bringing Harry to Voldemort's side, who regarded him with indifference and remarked, "Very well." He then pointed his wand at Harry and shouted, "Avada Kedavra!" A green beam struck Harry, who widened his eyes in horror and fell limply to the ground. Harry, Al, Hermione, and Ron rushed forward, their voices filled with anguish. Fawkes intervened, casting a fierce gaze at Voldemort. Though he knew Harry would not perish, the dark power emanating from Voldemort filled him with loathing. "Brother, they have killed Harry." Al yelled at Fawkes, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Rest assured, I shall make them pay." Fawkes stepped forward, speaking calmly. He then raised his wand to the sky, whispering, "Meteor shower." Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened, and golden flames began to rain down with pinpoint accuracy upon Voldemort and his followers. The golden fire clung to the Death Eaters like a relentless plague, eliciting piercing wails that echoed like the cries of tormented spirits. Voldemort, his expression grave, struggled to fend off the onslaught of golden flames, finding himself in a precarious situation. At that moment, Dumbledore suddenly knelt, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Clutching his heart, his face contorted in agony. "Professor Dumbledore!" Dumbledore! Al, Hermione, Ron, and the other professors rushed to his side. Dumbledore, weakened, collapsed into Professor McGonagall's embrace, murmuring, "My time is short. After I am gone, the position of headmaster at Hogwarts shall be entrusted to Professor McGonagall. You must protect it. Dumbledore." Several professors gazed at him with sorrow, calling out his name. "Do not grieve, my friends. Death is merely another grand adventure." Dumbledore smiled as he uttered these words, casting his gaze towards Grindelwald before falling silent. "Dumbledore, Dumbledore, it seems that the person you were concerned about no longer requires my intervention. With this burden lifted, can you still withstand my presence?" Grindelwald observed the unfolding scene with a smile, whispering to himself. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, and an aged, ethereal spirit emerged from his body, dissipating into the air. Upon reopening his eyes, they transformed into a deep blue hue. He clenched his fists, revealing a satisfied smile, and murmured, "Finally, I am free from sharing a body with that mortal. How delightful." As Grindelwald finished speaking, deep blue magic surged from his hands. He expressed his displeasure, exclaiming, "How could I have become so weak? This is truly bothersome." Fawkes narrowed his pupils, observing Grindelwald, whose hands were enveloped in deep blue magic. Gripping his wand tightly, he regarded him with trepidation and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Grindelwald turned to Fawkes, smiling as he replied, "The fortunate little one inheriting Apollo's power. Remember my name. I am Poseidon. We shall meet again." No sooner had he spoken than Poseidon transformed into a wave, rushing toward Voldemort, who was still contending with the golden flames, sweeping him away into the distance while muttering, "That fool Ares, how could he lend you his power? Truly pathetic." Fawkes watched the two figures recede, murmuring, "Poseidon is still alive." Vinnie Wellington smiled slightly at Fawkes's back, then turned her gaze to the departing forms of Poseidon and Voldemort, a glimmer of pink light flashing in her eyes. She licked her delicate lips and exclaimed, "Poseidon is not dead. Is Ares coming too? Splendid. Apollo, you are mine." In the hall, the professors placed the bodies of Dumbledore and Harry upon the platform, their expressions somber as they mourned in silence. "Brother, isn't your light magic supposed to save lives? Please, save the professors and Harry." Al, with tears in his eyes, pleaded, shaking Fawkes's arm. The crowd gazed at Fawkes with hopeful anticipation, but he shook his head slightly and said, "Professor Dumbledore's death was due to a curse. I had attempted to lift it before, but it was futile. Therefore, I cannot save him now." Upon hearing this, the crowd lowered their heads in disappointment. As for Harry, hearing this, hope rekindled in the eyes of the onlookers as they looked toward Fawkes. "Isn't he still alive?" Fawkes pointed to Harry, who was sitting up in confusion. The crowd quickly surrounded him, filled with joy as they examined his body. Chapter 64, Mortals, Ignorant Fools. Speak. Ares, where is he now? Poseidon sat in a chair with a bemused smile, looking down at Voldemort. Voldemort furrowed his brow and, dissatisfied, asked, "Who are you? How do you know Ares?" "Mortal, your gaze is quite unappealing to me." Poseidon's azure eyes emitted a captivating light as he regarded Voldemort, instilling a sudden sense of dread deep within Voldemort's heart. Voldemort involuntarily lowered his head, pondering, "Damn it, who is the person beneath this guise? How can I feel such a sense of submission?" Observing the bowed Voldemort, Poseidon wore a playful smile and remarked, "That's more like it. Mortals are unworthy to gaze directly at me. Speak, where is he? If you refer to the one clad in armor, he is not present. He merely bestowed upon me a fragment of power before vanishing. Judging by his demeanor, he seems to be en route, claiming it will take him another 2 or 3 years to arrive." Voldemort gritted his teeth, filled with reluctant defiance. Is this world truly so distant? I cannot fathom how I managed to traverse it." Poseidon murmured, resting his palm against his forehead. Voldemort cast a furtive glance upward, his expression restless. As a formidable Dark Lord, he had long grown accustomed to commanding others, and he was unwilling to bow to an enigmatic figure. Drawing his wand, Voldemort unleashed a beam of green light toward Poseidon. With a swift motion of his right hand, Poseidon conjured a cerulean barrier that intercepted the lethal curse. In disbelief, Voldemort exclaimed, "How is this possible? To withstand the killing curse?" No sooner had Voldemort uttered these words than he transformed into a cloud of black mist, attempting to flee. Poseidon's gaze hardened as he thrust his hand forward, summoning crashing waves that, with blinding speed, pursued Voldemort, engulfing him within their depths. Though Poseidon was gravely injured, having fully assimilated Grindelwald's body, his strength had regained a tenth of its former glory. The dark mist that was Voldemort materialized within the swirling waves, which relentlessly tore at his form, revealing ghastly white bones as crimson blood mingled with the water, his anguished wails echoing through the tumult. "Spare me. I realize my folly. I beg you, please let me go." Voldemort pleaded repeatedly. Witnessing the flesh of Voldemort being shredded, exposing his skeletal remains, Poseidon scoffed, "Foolish mortal, to obtain the slightest trace of divine power from the hands of a deity, and yet be so audacious, is sheer ignorance." As the words left his lips, a manic smile spread across Poseidon's face as he declared, "Mortal, fade from this world." With a flick of his wrist, the waves spun violently, reducing Voldemort to mere powder. As the remnants mixed with the sea, Poseidon waved his hand once more, causing the waves to vanish entirely. Gazing at the heavens, Poseidon smirked coldly, muttering to himself, 2 or 3 years, you say? Very well, I shall restore my strength. Those who opposed me in the past have not all perished, and the little one who inherits Apollo's power. Wait for me. In the endless void, Ares, perplexed, remarked, "What could this mean?" "What is it, Ares?" inquired a stunning woman clad in armor, her figure voluptuous and alluring. "Nothing much, Ares. It's just that a fragment of divine power I left with that mortal has vanished. However, I believe I glimpsed Poseidon." Ares responded uncertainly. "Poseidon? How is that possible? Did he not perish alongside Hades back then?" Ares expressed her astonishment. "Perhaps I have erred. Regardless of whether my feelings are misplaced, let us hasten our journey. Once we arrive, the truth will reveal itself. Indeed, let's proceed." As the words left their lips, the two transformed into streaks of radiant light, racing forward with great speed. Chapter 65. The Conference of the Four Sacred Clans. Fupers observed the small, jewel-like orb, resplendent with myriad colors, suspended in his hand. With an expression of exhilaration, he whispered, "At long last, it has come to fruition." He then hurled it forcefully towards the distant mountains. With a resounding boom, the nearly 1,000-meter-high mountain disintegrated into dust in an instant. A powerful shockwave surged forth, striking Fuper's face with a stinging force. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Intoxicated by immense joy, he had not anticipated such formidable power arising from the fusion of weather and light magic. A grin that could not be suppressed lingered at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself. In the next moment, the smile faded, and gazing at the clear sky, he sighed, "The divine has manifested. I wonder how much longer it will endure." Within this predicament, the power of prophecy bears no fruit. Alas, let's accept our fate. No matter the circumstances, I shall not allow them to harm those I hold dear. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Fuper's eyes as he spoke resolutely. Yet now, any augmentation of strength would be of value. With that thought, Fuper summoned the system interface. Host, Fuper's Noah, Divine, Bloodline, Chelan Bloodline. Wand, Divine Chelan, Material, Shard of the Sword in the Stone, Tail Hair of the Chelan Ancestor. Elder Wand, 13¼ inches, Material. Elder, Heart Nerve of the Iron-Eating Beast. Guardian Deities. Iron-Eating Beast, Panda, Chelan. Crow. Magical Items. Noah Family's Enchanted Animal Ring. Magical Abilities. Light Magic Divine, Prophet Divine, Beast Master, Heritage, Silent Mage, Negative Divine Power, Mind Sealer, Spellcasting Talent. Max, Spells. Child's Play. Transfiguration Talent. 9. Shall we attempt a group transformation? Alchemy Talent. Max, wow. A Master Alchemist. Herbology Talent. 3. Promise me, stay far away from those herbs. You Fiend. Dark Magic Defense Talent. Max, cool. You are the bane of darkness, my friend. Alchemy Talent. 8. Perhaps with effort, you might create a Philosopher's Stone. Inventory. 1 rainbow key, 12 gold keys, 46 silver keys, 353 copper keys. Let us draw a prize. I hope for more items that can enhance my power. Copper key. Here we go. 230 gold galleons, 650 silver seacos, and 700 copper gnats appeared. Money. Truly the last thing I wish to encounter at this moment. Fupers shook his head in resignation. Onward. Silver key. 7 fire ash serpent eggs, 5 ounces of yarrow powder, 12 bird serpent eggshells, 4 pairs of mortar mouse antennae, 6 ounces of horseradish, and 12 ounces of thyme tincture. Indeed, it is commendable. The raw materials for concocting the elixir of fortune shall be refined shortly. They may prove to be of great utility. Seizing upon the favorable fortune, let us proceed. Golden key. Away we go. 2 thunderbirds, 1 chimera, 1 venomous leopard, a pair of bird snakes, 3 sniffle whelps, and 3 giant scarabs. Well, it's a mixed bag, but not altogether unsatisfactory. Furpose furrowed his brow and remarked, "Let's utilize the final golden key. Critical hit. 3 talent points. Oh, this is promising." Elated, Furpose allocated the 3 talent points to transfiguration and alchemy. In an instant, his mind became lucid, and a plethora of wondrous ideas flooded his thoughts. Furpose's panel transformed into the following. Spellcasting Talent. Max. Spell. Child's Play. Transfiguration Talent. Max. Nothing is unchangeable. The Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration. Nonsense. Potion-making Talent. Max. Wow. A Master of Potions. Herbology Talent. 3. Promise me, keep your distance from those herbs. You wretched fiend. Dark Arts Defense Talent. Max. Cool. You are the bane of darkness, my friend. Alchemy Talent. Max. Oh, do you intend to transform into a scientific monstrosity? Inventory. 2 thunderbirds. 1 chimera, 1 venomous leopard, a pair of bird snakes, 3 sniffle whelps, 3 giant scarabs, 7 fire ash snake eggs, 5 ounces of rue powder, 12 bird snake eggshells, 4 pairs of matra mouse antennae, 6 ounces of horseradish, 12 ounces of thyme tincture, 230 gold galleons, 650 silver sickles, and 700 copper nuts. Furpose retracted the panel and proceeded towards Noah Castle. Darling, come with us quickly. The worries are in dire straits. We need your help, Amy exclaimed. Just as Furpose reached the entrance of Noah Castle, he spotted Andrew, Amy, and Al rushing out in haste. Before Furpose could inquire, Andrew seized his arm and, in a flurry of movement, they vanished from the spot. The Worries Castle, nestled in a valley amidst the mountains, surrounded by tranquility and blooming flowers, was an ideal setting for their divinations and prophecies. Mr. Noah, you have finally arrived. Quickly go and see. The matriarch may not last much longer. Cassandra Worry's mother, Elio Worries, said with an anxious expression to Andrew Noah. What is the current situation? Andrew asked as he followed Amy Worries into the castle. The situation is dire. We summon Mr. Mungo Bohan, the head of St. Mungo's hospital, but he can only stabilize her condition to prevent further deterioration. For genuine healing, we may have to rely on young Mr. Noah, Amy Worries said, her gaze filled with hope as she looked towards Furpose. Then we must entrust this to you. Amy Worries bowed respectfully. No need for such formalities. Let us hasten, Andrew Noah urged. In silence, they made their way to a large bedroom, where Mungo Bohan, the head of St. Mungo's hospital, was casting healing spells upon an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles and crowned with white hair. Furpose nodded and inquired, what is the cause of the affliction? Mungo Bohan gazed at Emilia Wole, who sighed and remarked, it is due to the prophecy. How could that be? Andrew Noah inquired, astonished. The Wole family is the most adept at prophecies. How could they suffer such grave injuries? What has the prophecy revealed? The backlash is so severe? Emilia Noah questioned in confusion. Father, mother, shall we pause our conversation for a moment? Furpose said, looking helplessly at the three of them. Yes. Please attend to her. Is it possible to heal her? Andrew Noah asked. Rest assured, it can be done. Furpose replied, moving to the grandmother's side. With his wand pointed at her, he softly uttered, light of healing. A gentle, golden light enveloped the grandmother, and everyone in the room felt their body temperature gradually rising, invigorated by a sudden surge of energy. Though they had already experienced it once, the sensation remained astonishing upon encountering it again. Mungo Bohan marveled. As time passed, the grandmother's complexion began to regain its color. Her breathing steadied, and she slowly opened her eyes. The crowd hastily gathered around her, and with tears in her eyes, Emilia Wole joyfully exclaimed, Mother, you are awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? The grandmother slowly parted her lips and instructed Emilia Wole, quickly, activate the 4 holy orders. Summon the members of the 4 holy clans for a council. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for Mungo Bohan, was taken aback. The 4 holy orders. This summons, passed down since the time of the ancestors, is invoked only in moments of great peril threatening the existence of the 4 holy clans. Once issued, all members of the clans must attend, without exception. Each family possesses but one, to be utilized in times of emergency. Grandmother, what exactly have you foreseen to warrant the activation of the 4 holy orders? Andrew Noah urgently approached her, filled with concern. The grandmother took a deep breath, her eyes filled with trepidation as she uttered, Death. A multitude of deaths. Blood saturating the earth. There are no living souls left. No living souls left. She trembled as she repeated the last phrase, her composure beginning to fray. Furpose cast another healing spell upon her, calming her down, while advising Andrew Noah, Father, do not press further. The grandmother's injuries have yet to heal. Continued inquiries may result in further backlash. Andrew Noah nodded in disappointment and stepped aside. Furpose observed the grandmother, who continued to murmur about the absence of living souls, his heart heavy with concern. He held a degree of faith in the Wole family's prophecies. Could it be because of them? Furpose pondered inwardly. Chapter 66, The 4 Holy Orders. The Assembly of the 4 Holy Clans. Help me rise. The grandmother weakly implored Emilia Wole. Emilia Wole quickly stepped forward to assist her, saying, Mother, please rest a while longer. You have just recovered. No, take me to prepare for the meeting. The world is about to change. The grandmother sighed. Very well, Emilia Wole replied, retrieving a coat from a nearby rack and draping it over her mother, helping her into her shoes and supporting her as they made their way outside. As the elderly lady passed by the residence of Fafus, she paused, her face alight with a cheerful smile as she addressed him. Thank you, young Mr. Noah. No wonder. What a delightful child you are. With a gentle pat on Fafus's shoulder, Grandma Worrell made her way outside, her green eyes shimmering with an inscrutable depth. Fafus watched her retreating figure, his gaze lowered in contemplation. The gathering followed Grandma Worrell into the conference room of Worrell Castle. Shortly thereafter, a house elf entered, bowing before Grandma Worrell, and announced, "Esteemed mistress, the members of the Kyle and Worthington families have arrived. Please allow them to enter." With a frail nod, Grandma Worrell commanded, "Let them in." The house elf bowed again and departed. Before long, a booming voice resonated from the entrance. "Sister Worrell, what is the matter? Have we resorted to invoking the 4 holy orders? Is it really necessary?" "Ha ha!" An elderly man, his hair as white as snow and eyes gleaming with vigor, entered alongside a middle-aged couple and Elvis Kyle. "Old man Kyle, do you truly believe that Worrell would resort to the 4 holy orders without grave cause?" "You are a fool," remarked Grandma Worthington, who had previously encountered Fafus as she entered with Ivy Worthington and Winnie Worthington. Grandma Worrell smiled faintly, shaking her head as she regarded the arrival of Old Man Kyle and Grandma Worthington. "You two remain unchanged," she noted, before her expression grew serious. "However, we have indeed reached a juncture of life and death. Please take your seats." Winnie Worthington, brimming with joy, skipped over to Fafus, taking his hand and sitting beside him. Elvis Kyle cast a questioning glance at Fafus, inquiring silently about the situation. Fafus merely shook his head slightly. With a look of confusion, Elvis Kyle took his seat. Observing Grandma Worrell's grave demeanor, Old Man Kyle and Grandma Worthington ceased their bickering, their expressions now equally solemn. Thus, all remaining members of the 4 holy families were gathered. Grandma Worrell stood, surveying those around her, and began to speak slowly. "You all must have heard of the events that transpired at Hogwarts. After my granddaughter Cassandra recounted the incident to me, we conducted a joint prophecy. The result was a severe backlash. Had it not been for young Mr. Noah's intervention, I might not have lived to tell the tale." Upon hearing this, both Old Man Kyle and Grandma Worthington were filled with dread. As contemporaries, they were well aware of Grandma Worrell's formidable prophetic abilities, and the fact that even she had nearly perished from a single prophecy underscored the gravity of the situation. "What did you see?" Grandma Worthington inquired hastily. Taking a deep breath and swallowing hard, Grandma Worrell replied, "Blood, an abundance of blood, and flames everywhere. The entire world lay in ruins. All dead, all dead." Grandma Worthington echoed in horror, glancing at Old Man Kyle, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. "Did the prophecy offer you any insight?" Old Man Kyle asked Grandma Worrell. "It provided but a single phrase. To quell the turmoil, the sun must shine brilliantly," Grandma Worrell stated, burdened by the weight of her words. "What does that mean?" "Ambiguity surrounds the situation. In my view, it would be more prudent to eliminate Grindelwald and that fellow known as Voldemort directly, for they must certainly be the root of the problem. I never anticipated that the Grindelwald who once extended an invitation to me to join some so-called saints would devolve into this." Old Man Kyle slammed his hand down on the table, speaking with indignation. Upon hearing this, Phopos recalled the accounts documented in his family's history. Since then, the 4 sacred families have remained exposed within the magical realm until this very moment. Grindelwald has indeed appeared in the prophecies. Grandmother Worry stated gravely, "I knew it was his doing. I shall confront him immediately." Upon finishing his statement, Old Man Kyle surged towards the exit. "Do not act impulsively. The situation is not so straightforward. In the prophecy, it appears that Grindelwald is no longer himself." Grandmother Worry intervened. "What do you mean?" Old Man Kyle inquired, perplexed. "It implies that Grindelwald's body has been usurped, regardless of the circumstances. I am invoking the 4 sacred edict to establish an emergency channel for mutual support among our 4 families." Grandmother Worry addressed the assembly. "I have no objections. Sister Worry, though the 4 sacred families may hold differing views, we shall surely aid one another in times of distress. Rest assured," Old Man Kyle declared, thumping his chest with a clang. Grandmother Worry cast a resigned glance at Old Man Kyle and expressed her gratitude. "The Woolington family will also extend their assistance." "Have no worries," Grandmother Woolington assured Grandmother Worry with a smile. Grandmother Worry nodded in acknowledgement. "Huh. Old Man Noah has raised a fine son. Quite commendable. I have heard that your son is quite formidable, effortlessly defeating my eldest grandson. Splendid. We must find time to spar." Old Man Kyle laughed heartily at Phopos. "Merely a stroke of luck, Grandfather Kyle." Phopos replied with a slight bow. "A fine lad indeed. Come visit us sometime." Old Man Kyle chuckled warmly at Phopos. Chapter 67. The Affectionate Magical Creatures. Andrew stood on the grassy expanse before Noah's castle, his wand waving as a series of incantations flowed from his lips. Before him, a colossal circle materialized, adorned with intricate patterns and inscribed with ancient runes, radiating a brilliant white light. After a considerable duration, a beam of white light shot skyward from the design, leaving Andrew breathless, as if he'd been emptied of all energy, standing still in place. Phobos observed the scene before him, his heart torn, contemplating whether or not to reveal the impending arrival of the divine. He glanced at Al beside him and ultimately resolved to keep his silence, allowing her to continue her carefree existence. However, Phobos remained oblivious to the deep green glimmer that flickered in Al's eyes. Phobos lay upon his grand bed, his gaze fixed motionlessly upon the ceiling. He felt a profound discomfort, an overwhelming anguish. The uncertainty of when the enemy might arrive, coupled with the doubt of whether he could safeguard those around him, was truly unbearable. Phobos gently rotated the ring upon his finger, entering his family's ring, seeking a moment of peace. In the living room, the cat-like creature Yo-Yo and the little white one frolicked energetically, while little Crazy lounged on the windowsill, watching their antics with great interest. A few fluffy creatures remained motionless on the windowsill, turning their heads in unison to gaze at Phobos as he arrived. Scattered about the room, several billywig insects flitted chaotically, even brushing against Phobos's face in a playful manner. Phobos managed a faint smile and strode directly towards the door. The three kinkajous, upon noticing their master's presence, ceased their frolicking and exchanged bewildered glances before trailing after him. Phobos entered the nursery adjacent to the house, gently petting the young ones of Xiao, Zhuang, and Nini, and offering nourishment to the gourds of the bird snake prince and princess before making his way to the lakeside. The invisible beast, an elderly figure, observed his master's silhouette. Scratching his head thoughtfully, he called out to Xiao, Zhuang, Nini, and the bird snake royalty before following suit. Upon hearing the invisible beast's voice, Xiao, Zhuang, Nini, and the bird snake prince and princess hurriedly joined the procession. Phobos reached the lakeshore and settled down, gazing at the tranquil waters, which brought a measure of calm to his spirit. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps it was the telepathic bond between the master and his magical companions, or maybe the heightened sensitivity of these creatures, or perhaps Phobos's own overwhelming anxiety that drew them near. From the wandering unicorns, the Tepo warthog, the shape-shifting lizard, the booby bird, and the wicked old woman bird in the forest, to the traversing capybara, chimera, cheetah, and moonstruck beast among the hills, or the leisurely strolling poison-horned beast, venomous leopard, earth-digging weasel, and Riem bull on the plains, they all quietly nestled beside Phobos. Even the typically territorial Hebrides black dragons, Hungarian treetop dragons, Norwegian ridgeback dragons, and the ever-curious Australian protein eye had set aside their competitive natures, content to rest quietly behind Phobos. With his hands cradling his head, he lay on the grass, gazing up at the luminous moon in the sky, feeling an inner peace. Phobos placed the young ones he had won in a previous lottery on the grass, allowing them to frolic freely. The phoenix rose stood beside his head, gently nudging his cheek and tilting her head, inquiring, "Caw? It's nothing. I merely wish to rest for a moment," Phobos replied softly, meeting Rose's gaze. After a moment of contemplation, she looked into the distance. The kinkajous, little white, Yo-Yo, and little Crazy snuggled closely against Phobos, leaning into his shoulder. A gentle breeze, infused with the scent of fresh grass, wafted into Phobos's nostrils. He slowly closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of the night, feeling utterly at ease. Time passed in this serene manner. Eventually, Phobos opened his eyes, seemingly speaking to himself while also addressing the surrounding magical creatures. If a calamity were to arise, and I alone knew who the enemy was, should I reveal it? Caw. Then speak up. Goo. Do not speak. Shio. Do say it. Say it. Chirp. No, don't say it. Moo. You should say it. Chirp. To say or not to say? That is the question. In an instant, Phobos was surrounded by the enchanting sounds of magical creatures. Should we? Shouldn't we? Why do you all have such varied opinions? Phobos said helplessly. Just then, a Hungarian horntail behind him let out a long roar. Roar. You only know how to roar. Are you a brute? Phobos scolded with furrowed brows. Roar. That's how we used to handle things. The Hungarian horntail responded with a few low growls. Hearing this, Phobos comforted, I understand that you dragons have such a temperament. I do not blame you, but not every problem can be solved with brute force, especially when our enemy is exceedingly strong beyond measure. Chirp. It's fine. If we can't win, I'll just take you and run. Phoenix Rose chirped in a long series of calls. Phobos chuckled at this and gently stroked Rose's crimson feathers, saying, not every situation can be resolved by fleeing. Moreover, if I run away, what will happen to my parents and Al? Chirp. Then let us run together. Rose replied, Huh. Fupius lightly patted Rose on the head. Running away may work temporarily, but not for a lifetime. Besides, I've promised someone to protect Al. Sniff, sniff. The little creature sniff, sniff stood up, wiggling its pink nose, raising its tiny paw, and exclaimed. Fupius turned to Sniff, sniff with a hint of annoyance, saying, I can understand the others saying that, but you a minuscule little thief, what right do you have to say such things? Sniff, sniff? Sniff, sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff protested. Who do you look down upon? Look at my muscles. Fighting is a breeze. Sniff, sniff flexed its tiny arms, quite indignant. Fupius, suppressing a laugh, replied, Yes, yes. You're quite the fighter indeed. Hearing this, Sniff, sniff proudly lifted its head, imitating Fupius, and laid down in the grass to rest. After speaking, Fupius closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. The magical creatures, seeing this, instinctively gathered around Fupius to shield him from the wind, preventing him from catching a chill. Chapter 68. Hades. After a while, Fupius slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the warm sunlight illuminating the entire ring space like a bulb. A damp sensation brushed against his cheek, and a cool breeze swept by, causing Fupius to shiver. He gradually opened his eyes to find the unicorn Nala licking his face with her large tongue. Fupius smiled at Nala's big, innocent eyes, gently stroking her horn. Yawning widely and stretching, he said, All right, I must be on my way. Thank you all. Chirp, chirp. You're welcome. Goo goo. It's nothing. Sniff, sniff. We're all friends. Chirp. Chirp, chirp. Indeed, that's right. Moo moo. Yes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As he gazed at the obsidian ceiling, Fupius felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Turning his head, he reached for the ancient wand resting on the cabinet beside him, a surge of emotions flooding his heart. It was a relic left to him by Professor Dumbledore, a token imbued with hope that it might aid him in his journey. Fupius waved the wand, and the objects around him began to levitate, suspended in the air. A flicker of violet light danced at the tip of the wand. Interesting, Fupius mused softly, sensing a divine energy emanating from the wand. Suddenly, a vortex materialized above him, drawing him into its depths. In this shadowy expanse, a profound sense of solitude and death enveloped him. The mournful cries of the departed echoed around him, accompanied by the haunting wails of specters. Before him, eerie green will-o'-the-wisps floated aimlessly, and a tall, ethereal figure stood with arms crossed. Intrigued, Fupius approached and inquired, Who are you? The towering silhouette slowly turned, a gentle smile gracing its visage as it spoke in a soft, measured tone. Greetings, Fupius, heir of Apollo. I am Hades, the lord of the underworld. When Apollo's memories, you were dead. Fupius questioned, bewilderment etched on his face. He surveyed his surroundings, shaking his head as he replied, I do not know, yet this place feels quite sinister. This is the realm where the most heinous mortals come after death, governed by the Reaper Thanatos. However, since Thanatos perished in the divine war, it has descended into chaos. Indeed, I am dead. I exist now only as a remnant of divinity, hiding here amidst the malice of the wicked to obscure my divine essence from Poseidon and Ares, who seek to obliterate me completely. Though my time here is fleeting. Hades sighed solemnly. Is there truly no way to resurrect you? I have seen Poseidon inhabit another's body for his revival. Perhaps you could. Fupius's voice dwindled as he grasped the malevolence of his own thoughts. It was akin to murder. How have I come to this? He questioned himself inwardly. Seemingly perceiving Fupius's turmoil, Hades remarked, It is entirely natural. The malevolent energies here insidiously invade one's thoughts, amplifying the darker facets of human nature, ultimately compelling individuals to act in stark contradiction to their true selves. This is precisely why I remain here. Should I venture out, chaos would ensue, resulting in greater calamity. I see. Fupius nodded in understanding. It appears all of this is rooted in the matters between us three brothers, Hades lamented, gazing skyward. Fupius listened attentively to Hades' words, absorbing the weight of their shared history. Chapter 69. The Cocoon of Light. It all circles back to the dynamics among U.S. brothers. Hades sighed wistfully. Our father, Cronus, was the second deity to rule the entire cosmos, embodying the duality of creation and destruction inherent in time, devouring all that it encompasses. His parents were the celestial deity Uranus and the earth goddess Gaia, and his wife was the goddess Rhea, who presided over the passage of time. Encouraged by his grandmother, his father castrated and overthrew his own father with a sickle. However, the grandfather had prophesied that he too would be overthrown by his offspring, a prediction that filled his father with dread. Consequently, upon our birth, my siblings and I were swallowed whole by our father, leaving only Zeus to escape with the aid of his mother, Rhea. Upon reaching maturity and learning of his heritage, Zeus resolved to rescue his siblings. He married Metis, the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, and heeded her counsel to drug their father Cronus, compelling him to regurgitate his children. Thus we survived, nurtured and raised by Oceanus and Tethys. United with Zeus, we began our formal assault against Cronus. At this juncture, the second generation of Titan gods divided into factions. Oceanus, Tethys, Themis, and Mnemosyne supported Zeus, while Ceus and Iapetus sided with Cronus. During this tumultuous period, Zeus wed Themis, Eurynomy, Demeter, Mnemosyne, Leto, and Hera, promising to elevate Hera to the role of queen of the heavens after victory. Zeus and his allies stood atop Mount Olympus, confronting Cronus and his supporters on the summit of Mount Ares. This divine conflict, known as the Titanomachy, raged for a decade, its scale encompassing the entirety of the cosmos. Yet neither side could claim definitive victory. Eventually, heeding the advice of his cousin Prometheus, Zeus liberated the Cyclopes, who were imprisoned in Gaia's womb by Cronus, along with the hundred-handed giants, the Cinemanes. The Cyclopes, the greatest smiths in all the universe, crafted for Zeus a lightning spear, for Poseidon a trident, and for Hades a two-pronged fork. With the aid of these giants, Zeus ultimately triumphed. Following his monumental victory in the Titanomachy, Zeus and we were embroiled in disputes over the allocation of dominion over the world, leading us perilously close to conflict once more. It was the sagacious Prometheus who proposed to resolve the matter by drawing lots. According to the results, Zeus claimed the sky, becoming the king of the gods. Poseidon received the sea, becoming the god of the ocean, and I was allotted the underworld, becoming the king of the dead. The earth was to be shared, with Zeus as the supreme ruler of the heavens. Initially, we each tended to our own realms in harmony, and I remained eternally grateful for Zeus's salvation, choosing not to interfere in any matters. However, the unexpected occurred. Zeus perished while in search of the world tree. Dead? Zeus is dead? At this revelation, Phobos was taken aback. Indeed, I too never expected that Zeus, the mightiest among us three, wielding the thunder spear, would meet his demise. Hades remarked in a tone devoid of emotion. How can you be so certain? Phobos inquired with curiosity. When mortals perish, their souls traverse to the underworld crafted by our divine hands. Whereas when a deity ceases to exist, they ascend to the celestial realm. In this divine kingdom, there exist no overseers, an inherent order prevails. One that even we cannot disrupt. 3 centuries after Zeus departed from Olympus, I sensed a faint soul, flickering like a candle flame, making its way to the celestial realm. I pursued it, and indeed it was Zeus. Yet, it is exceedingly difficult for me to fathom what kind of entity could reduce him to such a state, nearly extinguished. Hades shook his head, clearly perplexed. The thought of Zeus being brought to the brink of obliteration left Phobos utterly astonished, his mind reeling from the revelation. Hades continued, I originally intended to share this matter with Poseidon, but before I could utter a word, he allied with several gods to seize power. While I understand that the pantheon cannot remain leaderless, Poseidon's violent nature poses a threat. Should he gain control, tranquility throughout the cosmos would be shattered. However, I never anticipated that such a battle would claim the lives of so many deities. How intriguing. Hades chuckled, casting a glance at Phobos. What is so intriguing? Phobos asked, bewildered. Hades replied with a smile. Yet, in death, all is lost, is it not? One can no longer feel the presence of those around them, nor experience love. The sensation of pain fades, and the passage of time becomes irrelevant. Is this truly a desirable state? Phobos pondered aloud, seemingly lost in his thoughts. Hades gazed at Phobos thoughtfully, inhaling deeply as if struck by an epiphany, and declared, gods are ultimately distinct from mortals. Deities simply refuse to align themselves with humanity. Phobos, with fervent eyes, responded, indeed, gods, the sovereigns of the universe, are accustomed to their lofty dominion. Hades murmured. Phobos nodded in tacit agreement. Very well. I shall bestow upon you the dominion of Thanatos. This realm will henceforth be under your governance. Hades proclaimed to Phobos. What? It can be transferred? Phobos exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. After all, Thanatos is my subordinate deity. It is merely a matter of authority, quite simple. Hades replied. If you transfer this authority to me, what remains for you? Phobos questioned. Me? I must ascend to the celestial realm. I yearn to inquire of my brother who it was that brought about his end. My curiosity is insatiable. Hades stated. You're quite the gossip. Phobos thought to himself. In the next moment, Hades produced a black hexagonal shard and cast it directly into Phobos' being. Observing the shard entering his body without sensation, Phobos lifted his gaze to Hades and queried, "Is that it? Why do I feel nothing?" He asked, perplexed. "What sensation do you desire?" Hades chuckled. "Logically, shouldn't it be excruciating, leading to a jolt throughout the body, followed by a wave of relief?" Phobos pointed to himself, bewildered. "Allow me to assist you in experiencing this," Hades remarked, raising his hand with a smile that bordered on mockery. "Huh, there is no need for that," Phosphor replied with a faint smile. No sooner had Phosphor spoken than Hades unleashed divine power upon him, sending waves of indescribable agony coursing through Phosphor's body, causing him to convulse and emit cries of torment. "What do you intend to do?" Phosphor managed to ask, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, his eyes aflame with anger. "Did you not desire pain? Is this not your heart's wish?" Hades teased him. "Are you foolish? Immediatist. Why do you take it so seriously?" Phosphor retorted, the physical suffering erasing any semblance of respect in his words. "Enough. You truly lack reverence for the divine, little one. Bear with it a while longer. Although Apollo has granted you his essence, it ultimately does not belong to you. I will use my divine power to hasten your fusion with him. Once you endure this, you shall fully command Apollo's strength. You will become the next Apollo." Hades elucidated. "Ha! I am who I am. I am no Apollo," Phosphor declared, his eyes wide with defiance. Hades nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, the pain within Phosphor began to subside, only to be replaced by an even more intense suffering that surged from within, compelling him to shut his eyes. With a soft pop, a powerful sensation flowed through his body, encasing him in a cocoon of light. Witnessing a mortal inherit divine power, one could only wonder what the future would hold. Alas, time was short. As Hades' words faded, he transformed into a wisp of gray, drifting into the distance. Time flowed like water, moment by moment. Crack, crack. The cocoon of light was riddled with countless fissures, and with a resounding bang, Phosphor burst forth, aglow with golden radiance, his body as smooth as jade, surrounded by a warm, magical light. Clenching his fist, he felt an overwhelming strength coalesce in his hand, as if he could shatter the moon with a single blow. "Hades, have I truly succeeded?" Phosphor exclaimed, scanning his surroundings, yet finding no trace of Hades. "Hades, Hades," he called out repeatedly, only to realize the futility of his cries, letting out a sigh of resignation. Chapter 70, The New System Interface. Phosphor clenched his fist, feeling the immense power gathered within, as if a single strike could obliterate the moon. "Hades, have I truly succeeded?" he repeated, looking around, but finding no sign of Hades. "Hades, Hades," Phosphor cried out, understanding dawning upon him as he sighed heavily. Phosphor summoned the system interface, which had transformed into a new form. Host, Phosphor Noah God. Magical item, the enchanted animal ring of the Noah family. Magical abilities, radiant magic, divine, prophet, divine, authority of the reaper, divine, beast taming, heritage, silent master, negative divine power, chaotic divine power, a fusion of radiant and death divine powers, mind sealer, summon, undead, spell casting talent, mox, spell, child's play, transmutation talent, max, nothing is beyond transformation, the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, to hell with it, a potionology talent, max, wow, a master of potions, herbology talent, 3, promise me, stay far away from those herbs, you demon, defense against dark arts talent, max, cool, you are the bane of darkness, my friend, alchemy talent, max, oh, do you intend to transform yourself into a scientific monstrosity, dark magic talent, max, what is this, the authority of the reaper, roar, who has maxed out their dark magic if not you? Inventory, 7 fire, ash serpent eggs, 5 ounces of rue powder, 12 bird serpent eggshells, 4 pairs of mortella rat antennae, 6 ounces of horseradish, 12 ounces of thyme tincture, 230 gold galleons, 650 silver sickles, 700 copper nuts. A radiant divine body? It seems to be a new constitution formed after a complete fusion with the essence of Apollo. How splendid that recovery happens automatically in the presence of light. Delightful. Fufus murmured to himself. As he gazed further, he pondered the chaotic divine power, a fusion of radiant and death divine powers. Who would have thought such advantages would arise from the authority of the Reaper? Let us give it a try. Upon uttering these words, Fufus extended his palm, revealing a swirling vortex of magical energy adorned with the yin-yang taiji symbol. One side, radiating a golden hue, the other steeped in pitch-black darkness, each distinct, emanating an overwhelming force. Indeed, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The combination of radiant and death divine powers proves far superior to mere radiant magic. As he continued to explore, he discovered a newfound ability to summon the undead. Surely another boon from the authority of the Reaper. Fufus placed his hands upon the ground and softly intoned, "Summon undead." In an instant, a horde of spectral beings, exuding a chilling aura, materialized before him, their eyes flickering with ghostly green flames, kneeling before Fufus on one knee. With a gentle wave of his hand, the foremost undead creature disintegrated, only to resurrect in the blink of an eye. Huh? As long as they do not completely dissipate, they can restore themselves? Quite impressive. Fufus marveled, and with another flick of his hand, the spectral beings vanished without a trace. As he continued perusing, he noted an additional talent category appearing. Dark magic. Is this destined to make me a Dark Lord? What fate awaits me then? TCH. Fufus grumbled as he closed the system panel, surveying his surroundings before reappearing on his grand bed in a flash. Chapter 71. The Fragrant Meat Bun. Fupos, with a huff of frustration, closed the system panel and surveyed his surroundings. In a flicker of light, he reappeared on his grand bed, gazing out at the pitch-black sky. He was serenaded by the distant chirping of cicadas and soon fell into a deep slumber. The night passed in silence. Fupos slept soundly and peacefully, free from the anxieties of divine arrivals and devoid of peculiar dreams. With a smile, he stretched languidly, soaking in the warm sunlight streaming through the window, his spirits soaring. After a simple morning routine, he donned a comfortable outfit and descended the stairs. The tantalizing aroma of food wafted up from below, and, as he caught a whiff, his eyes brightened with delight. Steamed buns, filled with beef, he exclaimed softly, quickening his pace. Before him lay a long dining table adorned with plump, steaming meat buns, and Fupos' eyes sparkled as saliva pooled in his mouth. At that moment, Amy approached, carrying a platter of sausages and corn, her smile warm and inviting. "How do you like it?" "It's your favorite," she said. Fupos nodded enthusiastically, his joy palpable. "Your father has gone to prepare the milk. Go wake Al, and we can start our meal," Amy continued cheerfully. Fupos nodded in agreement and made his way upstairs towards Al's room. He gently opened the door to find a princess-themed room where Al lay cuddling their pet raccoon, Gigi, lost in sweet dreams, a contented smile gracing her lips. Fupos clenched his hands, holding his breath as he stepped softly on the carpet, mindful not to disturb Al's peaceful slumber. He settled quietly on the edge of her bed, watching his sister, who had shared 15 years of life with him. Overwhelmed with affection, he tenderly brushed a strand of hair that had fallen onto her face, a smile lingering on his lips. Just then, Gigi stirred, blinking sleepily before attempting to leap from Al's arms. Sensing an unwanted gaze upon it, the creature froze, shivering slightly. Fupos cast a resigned glance at Gigi, grasped the raccoon by the nape of its neck, and tossed it onto the floor. Instantly, Gigi's demeanor shifted, whimpering softly as it scurried towards the door, looking as pitiable as could be. A soft whimper escaped Al's lips, her delicate brows furrowing in discontent. Fupos chuckled softly, accustomed to such scenes after countless similar mornings. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead. Mother has prepared a delightful feast," he whispered enticingly in Al's ear. Al's petite nose twitched as if testing the truth of his words. To his surprise, she truly awakened, swallowing a mouthful of saliva before sitting upright, her bright eyes locking onto his. "Really, brother? Is there delicious food?" she inquired eagerly. "Indeed, we have large meat buns. Would you like some?" Fupos replied with a grin. Al swallowed hard, nodding repeatedly as he exclaimed, "I want to eat, of course I want to eat. So hurry up. Otherwise, Dad will finish it all." Fupus affectionately ruffled Al's little head and then stood up to walk outside. "Are you just leaving like this?" Al pouted sadly, gazing at Fupus. With his arms crossed, Fupus looked at Al with a smirk, asking, "What else should I do?" Al opened his arms, looking at Fupus with a playful tone. "I want my brother to carry me down, just like when I was little." Fupus chuckled softly, approaching Al and turning his back to her, teasingly saying, "Come on then. I don't know what you're thinking. You're all grown up and still want this." "Oh, but I like it." All right, hop on. I'll carry you down." Fupus laughed. With a jump, Al sprang from the bed and landed on Fupus's back. He gently supported Al's delicate legs and lifted her slightly. Noticing her weight, "Why have you gained so much since you were little?" "Nonsense. I'm not chubby. I'm a perfectly standard little fairy. Thank you very much." Puffing up with pride. "Oh really? What does a little fairy look like?" Fupus inquired as he carried Al downstairs. "A little fairy is youthful and beautiful, incredibly pretty, ethereal, just like me," Al proclaimed with unabashed narcissism. "Oh, so that's what a little fairy is like." "Indeed, our Al is a little fairy," Fupus responded in agreement. "Of course," Al declared, releasing one arm to playfully twirl her hair. Phoebus smiled softly, resolutely thinking, "May you always remain innocent and adorable. I will protect you from harm. Why are you so late coming down? Hurry up and eat." Amy called from the table, setting the cutlery while glancing at the two. "How come you're still being carried down?" She chuckled. I was just too lazy to move." Al replied, resting on Phoebus's back and grinning at Amy. "Oh, my sweet little darling, still so close to your brother. I haven't been carried like that in ages," Andrew said, setting aside his newspaper with a smile. Phoebus gently placed Al in her chair and sat beside her. Amy playfully patted Andrew's head, teasingly saying, "Why don't you ask to be carried by me?" Andrew's smile faded as he stood up, gazing at Amy. "My dear, you will always be my princess. As your knight, I will fulfill any request you make." He then took Amy's hand and kissed the back of it tenderly. Phoebus and Al exchanged glances, slightly frowning in disdain at Andrew's nauseatingly sweet words. Yet Amy was quite taken with it, her cheeks flushing as she shyly exclaimed, "Oh dear, what are you saying? The children are right here. Sit down and eat." At that moment, both Phoebus and Al thought to themselves, "No, we are not here." Phoebus distinctly observed that the moment Andrew settled into his seat, he exhaled deeply, embodying the essence of one who has narrowly escaped a calamity. With a sly smile, Phoebus gazed at Andrew and silently mouthed, "Well done, old fox. Have you truly dared to deceive your mother?" Andrew, interpreting Phoebus's gestures, extended his hands from the edge of the table, gently waved them, and with an open mouth pleaded, "Please don't tell your mother. She'll kill me. Good son, I beg you." Phoebus chuckled and nodded, tacitly agreeing to his request. The enticing aroma of the large buns on the table continually tempted Phoebus to indulge, and he gladly obliged. He reached out, grasping the nearest plump, white bun, and took a hefty bite. The soft, white dough mingled with the savory beef, releasing an exquisite fragrance that exploded in his mouth. The sweetness derived from the saliva-esque breakdown of the dough, combined with the rich oils released from the steamed beef, creating a flavor that was ineffably delightful, as if a pair of small wings had sprouted from behind, gently lifting him into the air. Phoebus savored the morsel with gusto. He speared a sausage with his fork, alternating bites of the meat, bun, and sausage, the robust flavors erupting within his mouth, bringing immense satisfaction. Turning his head, he glanced at Al, who was amusingly handling 2 large meat buns, one in each hand, while biting into another. As he chewed, he would occasionally grasp the bun with his palm, tilting it towards his mouth and drinking from his cup of milk. Observing Al, his mouth smeared with milk and yet blissfully unbothered as he devoured his bun, Phoebus couldn't help but chuckle, pondering how the child could dare to call himself a little fairy. Shaking his head slightly, he continued relishing his own bun. Andrew and Amy also found Al's antics quite humorous. Andrew picked up a napkin to wipe the milk from Al's mouth and said with a smile, "Take your time. No need to rush. There's plenty more. They're all yours." Al squinted his eyes in laughter and nodded enthusiastically. Phoebus, amused by the scene before him, inadvertently glanced at the Daily Prophet that Andrew was reading. The headline read, "The Black Fog Over Cities? What is it? Magic or a sign of war?" Accompanying images depicted a gauzy black mist hovering over cities worldwide. Phoebus' expression turned serious as he scrutinized the article. "Father, could you pass me the newspaper to take a look?" Phoebus extended his hand in inquiry. "Of course. Here you go. What has prompted this sudden interest in the newspaper?" "You never had this habit before?" Andrew asked, puzzled. The report stated, according to informed sources, not only in a magical realm, but across the globe, including the capitals of New York, Paris, and London, a shroud of ominous black mist has appeared, inciting considerable panic. An elder wizard recounted that this black fog is a symbol reminiscent of the first Dark Lord Grindelwald summoning his followers. Reliable information indicates that the British Ministry of Magic has established contact with the American Magical Congress to discuss the matter concerning Grindelwald. Not only significant political figures are in attendance, but also Mr. Newt's commander, the very wizard who first captured Grindelwald. What could this signify? Is the first Dark Lord poised to return? Is a magical community still safe? Will we be embroiled in conflict with Muggles? How shall we contend with Grindelwald in the absence of Dumbledore? Rita Skeeter brings you this report. As Rita Skeeter, adjusting the frames on her eyes, appeared somewhat theatrical while reading the newspaper, Fox felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily placed the paper on the table, pushing it aside with evident disdain. "What is this?" Al exclaimed as he picked up the newspaper to read. After finishing, he remarked, "I never expected that Grindelwald was indeed the first Dark Lord. However, by age, he should at least be the same age as Grandpa Newt. How could he appear so youthful? Quite strange." After speaking, Al set the paper down and resumed enjoying his large meat bun. Fox, glancing at the animated images on the newspaper, tapped his slender fingers rhythmically on the table. deep in contemplation. Why are you, a mere child, pondering such matters? Your parents will protect you. Stay out of this. Amy approached, rolling up the newspaper and taking it away, speaking curtly to Fawkes. Fawkes smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Oh, mother, this matter is far from simple. Grindelwald is no longer the Grindelwald we knew." However, hearing his parents' words reminded him that he ought to prepare something for them. After a delightful breakfast, Fawkes bid his parents farewell and stepped outside. "I'm done eating, off to attend to some business," he declared. "Where are you going? It's dangerous out there. Be careful," Amy warned anxiously. "Don't worry, Mom. It's nothing serious. Just a stroll in Diagon Alley." Fawkes waved dismissively. "I want to go too, Adishjautif," raising his greasy little hands. "My sweet darling, why not stay home and keep your parents company?" Observing the hopeful expressions on his father's and mother's faces, Al pouted and reluctantly uttered, "All right." With a resounding cry, the phoenix named Rose soared forth from a ring, its claws resting momentarily on Fufu's shoulder before vanishing into thin air. At that moment, Diagon Alley lay desolate, with all shops displaying notices of temporary closure. The news of the emergence of the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, had cast a formidable shadow over commerce, compelling everyone to shutter their doors. Fufu's ventured into a narrow side alley adjacent to Diagon Alley. An atmosphere of darkness, eeriness, and dampness enveloped the passage, where one could occasionally glimpse figures clad in tattered black robes engaging in clandestine dealings by the roadside. Upon entering their line of sight, the group revealed malicious smiles. A middle-aged man with a face smeared in black grime laughed boisterously, exclaiming, "Indeed, old lady, if you're feeling lonely, you can always come to us. But you'll need a polyjuice potion first to look a bit more appealing, right, gentlemen?" "Ha ha ha," a young man with a shifty gaze chimed in, whistling at the elderly lady. "What a bunch of scoundrels. What poor taste." Fufus felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he listened to their conversation. He impatiently retorted, "Step aside. Do not obstruct my path." The little brother is unhappy," the young man jested, glancing around at his companions. "Indeed, why is our little brother not cheerful? Fear not. Just follow Uncle, and I shall make you very happy indeed." The middle-aged man, sporting a repugnant grin, emphasized the words "little brother" and "very happy," sharing a laugh with the others. "Ha ha, such tender flesh. It must be delightful. But he is a boy. Oh, come now. Must we be so rigid about gender? Ha ha. Who knows what new discoveries might arise?" The group of men lewdly scrutinized Fufus, engaging in brazen exchanges. Fufus furrowed his brow, ready to act, when the elderly lady interjected, "Hey, you lot. I've finally found some good material. Don't complicate matters for me." "Oh, come on, old lady. Let's have a bit of fun. It won't take long, I assure you. Besides, aren't you in need of a horn from a ridgeback beast? I have one. Just hand him over to us, and I'll fetch it for you." The middle-aged man with the filthy face spoke in a mercantile manner. Intrigued, the elderly lady inquired, "Is that true?" "Absolutely. Just give me the boy, and I will retrieve it for you." The man pointed in a direction, grinning. "Very well. If that is the case, the boy is yours. Now hand over the item." The elderly lady replied with a smile. Fufus regarded the group, who seemed to view him as nothing more than a commodity to be traded, a chill rising within him. He coldly declared, "You are truly courting death." "Huh, who are you threatening, lad?" The individuals here merely traverse life with their heads tucked into their waistbands. "And you, who could you possibly harm?" The young man with shifty eyes curled his lip, extending his hand towards Fuppus. In an instant, a ring of golden flames erupted beneath Fuppus, surging towards the group. The elderly woman closest to him and the man, smeared with black mud, were instantly reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, the young man's expression turned to one of terror, as he hastily retreated, shouting, "Devil! Devil!" Fuppus extended his hand, and the flames transformed into a fiery dragon that relentlessly pursued the fleeing figures, leaving nothing but charred remnants in its wake. Clenching his fists, Fuppus watched as the golden flames vanished from the air. He cleared his ears and remarked with a frosty demeanor, "My temper is truly remarkable. Allowing that group to spew such vile nonsense beside me for so long is utterly revolting." With that, Fuppus resumed his stride down the alley. Shortly thereafter, he paused before a dimly lit shop, gazing at the sign above, which was enshrouded in cobwebs, Bogenbach. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside. The room was filled with an array of dark magical artifacts, some bearing curses, others containing poisons, and still others infused with malevolent spells. "Ah, Mr. Noah, what a rare visitor. How may I be of service to you?" Bogenbach emerged from the shadows, rubbing his hands together, a look of eager servitude on his face. Fuppus smiled faintly and replied, I have heard that Mr. Bojan possesses remarkable abilities and can procure anything. I wonder if that is indeed true? Bojan Bok's eyes glinted with a shrewd merchant's calculation as he responded, Indeed, it is true. Whatever you desire, I shall obtain it for you, no matter how elusive. Truly, Bojan Bok, you are audacious to take on even the Dark Lord. You must possess some skill. Fuppus jested. Bojan Bok's pupils dilated slightly as he leaned closer with a grin. Mr. Noah, you jest. How was I to know that a freshly graduated student would become the future Dark Lord? Had I known, I would not have employed him. Wouldn't you agree? Who can say? Fuppus replied with a subtle smile. However, that is of little consequence. What matters is the substantial quantity of items I require and the urgency of the matter. Are you certain you can procure them? Very well. Listen closely. I need 100 pounds of gold, 300 pounds of mithril, 500 pounds of rubies, 500 pounds of sapphires, 500 pounds of emeralds, and 1 ton of crystal, Fuppus stated matter-of-factly. Bojan Bok was momentarily taken aback, staring at Fuppus. What do you require such an immense quantity of these items for? That is not for you to know. So, can you acquire them? Rest assured, finances are not an issue, Fuppus replied calmly. Realizing he had overstepped, Bojan Bok quickly bowed. I have a portion of the goods on hand. The rest I can gather within approximately 3 days. Is that acceptable? Fuppus contemplated for a moment and said, Very well. I shall return in 3 days to collect them, along with your payment. With that, Fuppus turned and exited the shop. Very well, take care, Bojan Bok respectfully remarked. Observing the retreating figure of Fuppus, his eyes darting with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 74. The Hopelessly Foolish Rita Skit. There is no need for you to know. How about it? Can you manage it? Rest assured, money is not an issue, Fuppus said to him nonchalantly. Bojan Bok realized he had overstepped and promptly bowed, stating, I have a portion of the goods. The rest can be gathered within approximately 3 days. Is that acceptable? Fuppus pondered for a moment and replied, Very well. I shall come for it in 3 days. At that time, I will provide the payment. With that, Fuppus turned and walked away. Very well, take care, Bojan Bok respectfully said. Watching Fuppus's figure fade from view, his eyes still swirling with unarticulated thoughts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On that morning, Fuppus gazed at the Prophet's Daily in his hand, where the headline read, Is the prelude to war unfolding? Yesterday morning, a deafening explosion erupted from the headquarters of the American Magical Congress, resulting in the tragic demise of several Aurors who were discovered among the rubble. The American Magical Congress, in their own words, claimed that an unidentified explosion occurred during the transport of magical materials, expressing profound condolences for the loss of the Aurors. However, eyewitnesses reported seeing several suspicious individuals, armed with wands, entering the American Magical Congress prior to the explosion, and moments later, those same individuals emerged just seconds before the blast. Could it be that these individuals were responsible for the explosion? Or their intentions? To whom do they belong? Grindelwald, perhaps? Is the magical world still safe? Who will be next? On the other side of the newspaper, there was an interview with Newt Scamander. Why would he say such things? Is he attempting to absolve the incompetence of the American Magical Congress? Or is his reputation overstated? Read a skit reporting for you. Fuppus shook his head slightly, placing the newspaper on the table, muttering to himself, This woman truly fears nothing. To report recklessly on the American Magical Congress, and to misrepresent Mr. Newt Scamander's statements. How utterly foolish. However, it matters not. The world grows increasingly chaotic, and I must prepare something to safeguard those I cherish. No sooner had he spoken than the phoenix, Rose, appeared above Fuppus's head, whisking him away in an instant. Chapter 75. I shall be swift. Fuppus shook his head slightly, placing the newspaper on the table, muttering to himself, This woman truly fears nothing. To report recklessly on the American Magical Congress, and to misrepresent Mr. Newt Scamander's statements. How utterly foolish. However, it matters not. The world grows increasingly chaotic, and I must prepare something to safeguard those I cherish. No sooner had he spoken than the phoenix, Rose, appeared above Fuppus's head, whisking him away in an instant. In the next moment, Fuppus found himself in Diagon Alley. Today was the day of the transaction with Bojan Bok. Diagon Alley remained as desolate as ever, and Fuppus strolled leisurely towards Nocturne Alley. Today was quite pleasant, devoid of those short-sighted dark wizards obstructing Fufu's path. Throughout the journey, his spirits remained unperturbed. Ding-dong. Fufus pushed open the door, accompanied by the chime of a doorbell, and stepped inside. Bojan Bok was already awaiting him in the shop, and upon seeing Fufus enter, a sycophantic smile graced his face as he exclaimed, Ah, Mr. Noah, it is truly a delight to see you again. I have prepared everything you requested. Shall I present it to you now? Please do, Fufus replied nonchalantly. He nodded, and shortly thereafter, Bokenbach approached, cradling an iron chest and handing it to Fufus, saying, Mr. Noah, all the items you requested are contained herein. Feel free to inspect them. As Fufus lifted the lid of the chest, he beheld a neat arrangement of gold, mithril, rubies, sapphires, and other treasures he sought. Satisfied, he nodded and retrieved a small pouch from his ring, placing it on the counter. Quite satisfactory, both in quantity and quality, as expected from Bokenbach. Here is your remuneration. Please count it. Bokenbach rubbed his hands together, a grin illuminating his face as he opened the small pouch, gazing at the mountain of galleons within. Oh, no need for such formality, Mr. Noah. It is my honor to serve you. We eagerly await your next visit. He bowed respectfully, watching Fufus' retreating figure. Are you a fool? Who is that? That is the heir of the 4 sacred clans. Regardless of whether you possess the capability to take him down, should anything happen to him, you would lose your head 10 times over, you imbecile. Bokenbach scolded, his face flushed with anger. My apologies, boss. I failed to consider the implications, said the figure cloaked in black. From now on, be more discerning. Not everyone can engage in underhanded dealings. We are merchants, not robbers. Bokenbach's expression was grave. The man in the black cloak lowered his head, appearing contrite. Fufus picked up a piece of apple from the table and tossed it to Phoenix Rose, smiling as he said, Thank you for your hard work. Rose, take a moment to rest. With a chirp, Rose acknowledged him. Fufus, smiling slightly, made his way to his studio. He opened the iron chest and meticulously sorted the gold, mithril, rubies, and sapphires, stacking them into small mounds on the floor. A portion was levitated onto the table using a floating spell. Approaching the table, Fufus took a carving knife and began slicing the irregular pieces of gold and mithril into thin strips for future use. He then picked up a ruby and, with great care, began etching alchemical patterns upon its surface. Indeed, Fufus intended to craft alchemical artifacts for his beloved ones, his father, mother, Al, Luna, and Harry, to safeguard them against potential dangers. Unbeknownst to him, evening had quietly descended. A knock echoed from the door. Brother, what are you doing? Mom asked me to call you for dinner. Al shouted from outside. Fufus, engrossed in inscribing a light magic rune upon the sapphire, responded, I won't eat just yet. You all go ahead. Huh? Why not eat again? You skipped lunch. What on earth are you doing? Alinquayir, passive. Nothing much. Brother is busy. You may eat without worrying about me. Fupus exclaimed loudly. With a creak, the door swung open, and Al strode in with her hands on her hips. Typically, no one would enter the studio while Fupus was working, but today, Al could no longer restrain herself, having noticed that Fupus had not eaten. Wow, why are there so many materials? Al exclaimed, gazing at the mountain of gold, mithril, sapphires, and rubies scattered around the room in astonishment. Ordai, Al, my brother will be out shortly. You should go eat first, okay? Fupus replied helplessly, looking at Al. No, what on earth are you doing, brother? How can you skip a meal? Al asked, her face etched with concern for Fupus' well-being. Oh, it's nothing much. Just working on a little something. Fupus chuckled reassuringly. Even so, there is no need to rush to the point of neglecting your meals. Alitorti duskententidly. Fupus stood up, approached Al, and gently ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, just some trivial matters. Don't fret. I'll be out for dinner very soon, I promise. After saying this, he placed his hands on Al's shoulders, guiding her towards the door. Once he had ushered Al outside, Fupus closed the door, just as it was nearly shut. He poked his head out and smiled at Al, saying, Hurry and eat. I assure you, I will be very quick. With that, Fupus shut the door completely. Alpotev, gazing at the closed door, and muttered unhappily, what trivial matters could possibly be more important than eating? Is food not appealing enough to warrant a meal? With her complaints, she made her way downstairs. Returning to the studio, Fupus immersed himself once more in the creation of alchemical artifacts. Before long, Al's voice echoed from the doorway. You lazy brother, I've left your meal at the door. Remember to take it inside and eat. Fupus smiled faintly upon hearing her words, thinking to himself, that girl, truly. He then moved to the door, opened it, and beheld a large bowl of wholesome food alongside a bowl of soup placed on the ground. Overcome with emotion, he let a single tear fall. He carried the meal inside, cleared a space on his workbench, picked up a spoon, and savored a mouthful of the food, followed by a sip of the soup. Ah, no cilantro. How rare that the little one remembers. Fupus thought to himself quietly. For over 10 consecutive days, Fupus dedicated himself to crafting various alchemical products, with Al delivering breakfast, lunch, and dinner each day. As the alchemical materials, resembling small hills, gradually diminished, the array of alchemical tools on the table steadily increased, filling Phopos with a sense of satisfaction. With the final alchemical rune inscribed upon the gemstone in his hand, nearly 100 alchemical artifacts now adorned the table. Phopos nodded in contentment and picked up the newspaper delivered that morning. The United States Congress of Magic strikes back. The multinational Ministry of Magic announces a union. Recently, the United States Congress of Magic has launched several assaults against the Saints. The two factions engaged in fierce combat, resulting in untold casualties, with dozens of Saints captured alive. Interrogations revealed that Grindelwald appears to be constructing a vast teleportation array, though its precise purpose remains unknown. In light of this news, the United States Congress of Magic found itself enveloped in a tense atmosphere, for no one could ascertain the true intentions behind the machinations of a Dark Lord. Furthermore, reliable sources indicate that various national magical authorities, including those from the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Africa, and India, have reached out to the United States Congress of Magic, offering to dispatch assistance if needed. Furthermore, according to credible sources, the British Ministry of Magic, the French Ministry of Magic, the German Ministry of Magic, the African Ministry of Magic, the Indian Ministry of Magic, and other national authorities stand ready to assist the United States Congress of Magic should the need arise. Early this morning, the United States Congress of Magic issued a statement announcing a coalition with various international ministries to solemnly pledge to eradicate Grindelwald and his followers. Will they prevail? Can the magical community avert the impending war? What could have driven Grindelwald to invest such immense effort into constructing a teleportation array? This is the report from American Express. Fergus set the newspaper aside, his fingers gently tapping the surface of the table, brows furrowed in contemplation as he murmured to himself. A teleportation array? A grand teleportation array? What is Poseidon truly planning? Is he intending to summon those deities directly? Upon uttering these words, Fergus's pupils dilated in alarm. Clearly startled by his own conjecture, he shook his head, muttering to himself, No, according to Apollo's memories, everyone should believe Poseidon is dead. Even if a teleportation array exists, it would not inspire immediate belief in such a direct arrival. Nonetheless, it is prudent to prepare for the unexpected. I should first give these alchemical tools to Father, Mother, and Al. Having said this, Fergus picked up the alchemical tools from the table and proceeded to exit. Chapter 77. The refinement of alchemical artifacts. Phopos set the newspaper aside, his fingers gently tapping on the tabletop as his brow furrowed in contemplation. He murmured to himself, A teleportation array? A large-scale teleportation array? What on earth is Poseidon planning? Is he intending to directly transport those deities here? Upon uttering this thought, Phopos' pupils contracted, clearly startled by his own speculation. He shook his head, muttering, No, that cannot be right. According to Apollo's memories, everyone believes Poseidon is dead. Even if there is a teleportation array, they would not readily accept such a notion and come here directly. Yet, it is prudent to prepare for any eventuality. I should first present these alchemical artifacts to Father, Mother, and Al. With that, Phopos picked up the alchemical artifact from the table and made his way outside. Wow, brother, you've emerged from your seclusion. What is that pile you are holding? Al inquired, his face alight with joy as he observed Phopos descending the stairs. Hey, my little treasure. Does Mother have some too? Amy smiled and asked Phopos. Really? I have some as well. How exciting, Andrew exclaimed, setting down the cup of tea he had just raised to his lips, a smile gracing his face. Phopos arranged the alchemical artifacts on the long table, selecting nearly 10 pieces before stowing the remainder within his ring. Come. These are for Al, Phopos declared, presenting 6 distinct ornaments to Al. Brother, what are these for? Al asked, examining the various decorative alchemical artifacts in his hands. This pair of earrings is a set of passive defensive alchemical artifacts. When someone attacks you, they will automatically generate a protective spell to shield you, Phopos explained, pointing to the earrings. This bracelet is an active offensive alchemical artifact. With a simple press of the button on its side, it will unleash a fierce flame, useful in emergencies. This ring serves as an escape tool. A gentle twist will teleport you instantly several dozen kilometers away. Remember, in the face of danger, escape at once. This necklace is an alchemical artifact for storing magical energy. During calm moments, you can store some energy within it, allowing you to draw upon it when faced with enemies and insufficient power. Lastly, we have this special wand. I have stored dozens of my light spells within it. Simply point it at the enemy, and it will activate, allowing me to sense its use and rush to your aid. Phopos gestured toward the various artifacts as he elaborated for Al. Wow, so many wonderful items. Thank you, brother, Al exclaimed eagerly, grasping the alchemical artifacts belonging to him and joyfully toying with them. Do not mention it. I am glad you like them. Be sure to wear them at all times, understand? Fopris said with a serious tone. Rest assured, brother, I will always wear them and never take them off. Al declared firmly, clutching the alchemical artifacts gifted by Fopris. Father, mother, I have prepared something quite similar for you. But considering your abilities in illusion and your numerous offensive spells, I have refrained from providing you with wands and rings. Instead, I have crafted a necklace for you that stores magical energy, enhancing your endurance in battle. Fufus remarked as he observed Andrew and Amy. Amy swiftly approached, eagerly donning the alchemical artifact Fufus had prepared for her joy evident as she cupped Fufus' face in her hands and planted a kiss on his cheek. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "Thank you, my darling. Mother adores it." Fufus chuckled helplessly and replied, "As long as you like it, that's what matters." This is truly a remarkably practical alchemical tool," Andrew said, grinning as he held the artifact up to the sunlight for inspection. Sensing the gentle fragrance enveloping him, Fufus felt a warm rush, prompting him to extricate himself from Amy's embrace and take a deep breath. "By the way, Al, these are for Hermione, Harry, and Ron. Remember to send them 3 items each." Fufus turned to Al and instructed. "All right, brother, I understand. I will send them, do not worry. But what about Luna?" Al asked, nodding in curiosity. "Of course, there's one for Luna as well, but I will deliver hers myself," Fufus replied before ascending the stairs, as he still had more alchemical artifacts to dispatch for others. "Stupid brother," Al muttered under his breath. Fufus retrieved the alchemical items from the ring, categorizing them and placing each into a small box, pointing to several boxes as he said, "This one is for Luna, this is for Vinnie Worthington, this for Gabrielle Delacour, and this." Fufus paused, contemplating the extra box before concluding, "This one will go to Fleur Delacour, though she may be a bit proud. She is not a bad person." Thus, Fufus determined the fates of several boxes and approached the window, opening it and exhaling deeply. A sleek black owl with robust wings soared towards Fufus from the distance. As it gently flapped its wings, the owl perched on the windowsill, nuzzling Fufus with its sharp beak. Fufus smiled warmly. "Long time no see, Jack. Could you please help me deliver these items to my friends?" He gestured towards the boxes on the table. "Who?" Jack responded softly, hopping onto the table and eyeing the boxes with a contemplative expression. Who? Master, I cannot carry them all," Jack exclaimed with a hint of grievance. Noticing the several small boxes on the table, Fufus slapped his forehead and said, "My apologies, I forgot you only have 2 talents." He wrapped the boxes in parchment and tied them securely with string, making it easier for Jack to grasp them, and said, "Now, this should do the trick." Jack nodded, untied the knot, and soared into the sky. Watching Jack's distant silhouette, Fox exhaled a deep breath, murmuring to himself, "I hope these items will keep you safe." Chapter 78. A letter from Newt Scamander. Coo. Master, I can't catch it," Jack called out to Fox with a hint of grievance. Noticing several small boxes on the table, Fox slapped his forehead and said, "Apologies, I forgot you only have 2 claws." He wrapped the small boxes in parchment and tied them with a string, ensuring Jack could grasp them with his talons. "Now it's ready," Fox declared. Jack nodded, secured the knot, and flew away. As Jack's figure receded into the distance, Fox sighed deeply, whispering, "I hope these items will keep you safe." The following morning, Fox, along with Andrew, Amy, and Al, enjoyed breakfast at the long table. A gray-brown owl flew in, clutching a letter in its beak. Andrew, puzzled, took the letter from the owl and fed it some sausage. As he opened the letter, his brow fluctuated between relaxation and furrowed concern, his expression revealing a myriad of emotions. Fox, noticing Andrew's reaction, couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity about the letter's contents. After reading, Andrew, observing Fox's inquisitive gaze, willingly handed the letter to him. Fox hesitated slightly before reaching out to accept it. "Your face doesn't look right. What does the letter say?" Amy inquired, glancing at Andrew. Sighing, Andrew replied, "Things are getting worse. The conflict in America is escalating, and Mr. Scamander is worried about their grandson, Rolf, being unsafe there. So he wants to ask us to look after him for a while." "Is it that serious?" Amy exclaimed, taken aback. Fox looked at the letter in his hand, which read, "Dear Andrew, it has been a long time. I apologize for troubling you at this moment, but I truly cannot think of anyone else who could assist me. Since the news of Grindelwald and his followers surfaced, Tina and I received an invitation from the American Wizarding Congress to serve as special advisors. America is no longer safe anywhere. Initially, we believed Rolf would be safe studying at Ilvermorny, but we never anticipated that just recently, the followers attacked Ilvermorny. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Aurors from the American Wizarding Congress, I shudder to think of the consequences. Your faithful friend, Newt Scamander. Brother, is that Rolf we met at Grandpa Newt's coming to stay with us? Al asked, peering curiously. Indeed, it seems that due to the current dangers in America, Grandpa Newt has no other choice but to let Rolf stay with us for a while, Fox replied with a smile. Oh, all right, Al pouted slightly. What's wrong? Are you unwilling for Rolf to come to our home? Fuppes gazed at Al and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, indeed, that fellow is utterly foolish and hardly amusing. Al leaned in, sharing her disdain for the man. Fuppes smiled faintly, thinking to herself, that's good. That's good. Yes, yes. I will join you. Amy nodded and stood up. Following suit. Chapter 79. Even the safest place in the world is not safe anymore. What's the matter? Are you unwilling for Rolf to come to our home? Fuppes inquired, observing Al's expression. Al echoed, indeed, that fellow is utterly foolish and hardly amusing. Fuppes smiled softly, her thoughts aligning with Al's sentiment. Yes, yes. I will join you. Amy nodded and stood up, accompanying them. Moments later, a soft rustling echoed as time drifted by like ephemeral bubbles. In the afternoon, amidst the sound of popping bubbles, 3 figures emerged outside Noah's castle. Newt Scamander, Rolf Scamander, and Grandma Tina. Andrew, Amy, Fuppes, and Al hurriedly approached them. Mr. Newt, welcome. What brings you here? Andrew asked, puzzled by the disheveled appearance of Newt and his companions. It's a long story. Newt sighed. Come inside and rest for a bit. Amy suggested as she regarded the group. Newt and Grandma Tina nodded and followed her indoors. Amy prepared some hot tea and snacks for the 3. Newt and Grandma Tina dined with a semblance of grace, while Rolf devoured his food ravenously. Fuppes observed Rolf's uncouth demeanor and thought, with such behavior, how could he possibly pursue my sister? Not a chance. Andrew smiled faintly at Rolf, then turned to Newt and Grandma Tina, inquiring, what exactly transpired? Well, it's nothing serious. We encountered an ambush on our way after receiving a letter. Newt replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Those lunatics are like rats, always trying to take a bite. Humph. Those rascals are like centipedes, dead but not yet gone. One day, we shall capture them all. Grandma Tina exclaimed, pounding her fist on the couch. The others looked at her in surprise. Tina has been rather perturbed by them lately, my apologies. Newt explained. Realizing her gaffe, Grandma Tina sheepishly added, I apologize. Battling those scoundrels has been utterly exhausting. Oh, by the way, little Fuppes, thank you for your alchemical tools. They have been immensely helpful. Newt smiled at Fuppes. It was no mere trifle. For us elderly folk, it was nothing short of life-saving. Grandma Tina chimed in. Fuppes smiled modestly. It was nothing. Should you require more in the future, feel free to write to me, and I shall create more for you. Agreed. It's a promise. And you must not refuse when the time comes. Grandma Tina said, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she looked at Fuppes. Rest assured, Sister Tina, I would never decline. Fox said with a smile. After a lengthy conversation, Andrew and Amy reluctantly bid farewell to Newt Scamander and Grandma Tina. It's no trouble at all, just a minor matter. Do take care in America. Andrew waved his hand dismissively. We will, don't worry. Farewell, Newt Scamander replied. As soon as the words left his lips, Tina grasped Newt Scamander's hand, and they vanished from sight. Time flew by, and before long, it was the end of August. Early one morning, Fox heard Andrew's voice calling from downstairs. Fox, sweetheart, your new school yearbook list has arrived. Come and take a look. Is it really time for school again? This feels like something out of an ancient Eastern tale. Fox muttered to himself as he lay on his bed. After a moment, he slowly rose, donned his black pajamas, and made his way downstairs. Brother, come see, this year is quite different. Al shouted, waving an envelope emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. Eprouchingad. Fox opened the envelope addressed to him. The letter read, Dear Mr. Fox Noah, the textbooks required for the new semester are as follows. Standard spells. Level 5 by Miranda Goshawk. Advanced potion making by Libacious Borage. Divination, peering through the mist of the future by Cassandra Vablitsky. Intermediate Transfiguration Guide by Emmerich Switch. Advanced NEWT. Translation by Bat Hilda Bagshot. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Special notice. Hogwarts will implement closed schooling this year. Students are advised to bring all necessary items, as there will be no breaks until the end of the term. Fox gently folded the parchment, muttering to himself, even the safest place in the world is no longer secure. Chapter 80. The Brief Flourishing of Diagon Alley. The letter continued. Dear Mr. Fox Noah, the textbooks required for the new semester are as follows. Standard spells, level 5 by Miranda Goshawk. Advanced potion making by Libacious Borage. Divination, peering through the mist of the future by Cassandra Vablitsky. Intermediate Transfiguration Guide by Emmerich Switch. Advanced NEWT. Translation by Bat Hilda Bagshot. Fantastic Beasts and where to find them by Newt's commander. Special notice: Hogwarts will implement closed schooling this year. Students are advised to bring all necessary items, as there will be no breaks until the end of the term. Fawkes gently folded the parchment, muttering, "Even the safest place in the world is no longer secure." "What? We're going to have closed schooling this year? How utterly dull!" Al exclaimed, his face expressing exasperation. "Well, it's unavoidable. Hogwarts has taken this measure to protect the students," Fawkes said with a smile. "Now, let us not dwell on it too much. There's nothing wrong with closed schooling. Given the dangers outside, you'll be safer within Hogwarts, and your mother and I can rest easy. Now, let us go buy your new semester textbooks. We must hurry. It appears that Diagon Alley will not be open for long," Andrew remarked. "No need for that. I shall take Al with me. I am quite uneasy leaving Mother alone at home." "Father, you should stay here," Fupus replied. "That is a valid point." "Very well. You two may go on your own. Just be cautious," Andrew advised. "Rest assured, we're aware," Fupus responded. "Indeed, with my brother by my side, nothing will go awry," Al exclaimed. "Rose," Fupus whispered softly. "Chirp." The phoenix, Rose, soared forth from the ring, and as Fupus grasped Al's hand, they vanished amidst a burst of flames. "Take a stroll. Take a gander at the newly arrived magical potion ingredients. We are offering a clearance on surplus materials, available at reduced prices for only 3 days. Hurry and purchase. Everything must go. The proprietor is set to flee, and all items are on sale. Books for all grades at Hogwarts are discounted. Buy 3 for 30 galleons and receive 5 galleons off. Come and acquire your new tomes." Diagon Alley buzzed with its familiar vibrancy. Yet it was evident from the chatter that such revelry would not endure for long. Various establishments initiated clearance sales. The last 3 crossbows in stock, not for 1888 galleons, nor 888 galleons, but merely 88 galleons. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What are you waiting for? Shopping now allows you to choose an autograph from the Quidditch team. If you are in need of companionship, if you seek someone to keep you company at midnight, then do visit the Magical Creatures store. We have adorable fluff balls, languid measles, and fluffy owls. Come choose your new friend at an affordable price. If you find yourself yearning for companionship, if you seek a warm presence to share your midnight hours, then do peruse the enchanting wonders of the animal store. There, you shall encounter delightful fuzzballs, languid cat-like raccoons, and charmingly fuzzy owls. Come and partake, for it is most affordable. "Al, we are here," Hermione called out to Al and Fupus as she stood at the entrance of the bookstore. Fupus and Al approached. "Have you already finished your purchases? I thought you might not attend school this year," Al remarked with a smile. "Initially, my parents were opposed, considering the Muggle world is rather tumultuous, and they were concerned for my safety here. However, once I mentioned that this year would be a closed educational experience, they acquiesced, believing Hogwarts to be at least safer than home." Hermione replied, exasperated. "They want to buy ice cream," Ron said. "I wonder if we will have the chance to savor it again in the future. This time, I intend to try every flavor." Hermione rolled her eyes at this. "Wow, they truly have no fear of an upset stomach. Alcamentif. Who knows? Come on, let us procure our books." After Hermione finished speaking, she took Al's hand and led him towards Flourish and Blots. After an eventful shopping spree, Al acquired his educational materials for the year, while Hermione held a considerable stack of books in her hands. "Didn't you already finish your purchases? Why have you acquired so many more?" Aline waved, eyeing the pile Hermione carried. "Isn't this a bargain? There are numerous books I wished to read previously, but their prices were prohibitive. This time, it is quite fortuitous." Hermione replied with a smile. "Truly, the epitome of a scholar." Fupus mused inwardly. "Hey, Al, long time no see." Harry and Ron approached, ice cream in hand, greeting Fupus, Al, and Hermione. "Good to see you. You seem to be enjoying your treats." Altiste. "Oh, if we don't indulge now, who knows when we will have a chance again. Many shops will either close or relocate after this period. We must savor it while we can," Ron insisted. "Excuses," Al and Hermione retorted in unison. After a brief exchange, Al invited Hermione to stay at Noah's castle, suggesting they could journey to Hogwarts together. Meanwhile, Harry decided to accompany Ron back to the burrow. Chapter 81 Muggles. "Hey, Al, long time no see." Harry and Ron approached, ice cream in hand, greeting Fupus, Al, and Hermione. "Good to see you. You seem to be enjoying your treats." Altiste. "Oh, if we don't indulge now, who knows when we will have a chance again. Many shops will either close or relocate after this period. We must savor it while we can," Ron insisted. "Excuses," Al and Hermione retorted in unison. After a lively conversation among the group, Al invited Hermione to stay at Noah's castle, suggesting they would later visit Hogwarts together. Meanwhile, Harry would accompany Ron to the burrow. Wow, Al, your home is stunning and vast, Hermione exclaimed, gazing in awe at the grand castle before her. It's nothing extraordinary. The Noah family has resided here since the time of our ancestors. We've grown accustomed to it, Al explained with a smile. Mom, Dad, we have guests. Al called out, holding Hermione's hand as he entered the house. Oh, guests. Andrew and Amy emerged, smiling warmly. Mom, Dad, this is Hermione, my good friend from school. Al introduced her to his parents. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I'm Hermione Granger, but you could just call me Hermione, she said, bowing slightly. Wow, you are the Hermione who often comes first in class. Al speaks of you often. You are truly a lovely young lady. Come in and have some fruit, Amy exclaimed, pulling Hermione's hand and leading her inside. Thank you, Aunt, Hermione replied, her cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. No need to be formal. You're always welcome to visit, Amy said cheerfully. At the long table, Andrew, Amy, Fox, Al, Hermione, and Rolf enjoyed fresh fruits together. Al, who is that boy? Is he your brother or cousin? Hermione whispered to Al. Al glanced sideways at Rolf with a hint of disdain and replied, Him? He is a friend of my father's. You might know him. He is the grandson of Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Due to the escalating situation in America, my father is temporarily looking after him. Oh, I see. Hermione nodded in understanding. By the way, Hermione, may I ask you a question? Andrew said, a bit bashful. Of course. Please, Uncle Andrew, Hermione encouraged. I want to know what you call that contraption in the Muggle world with 4 circles underneath and an iron shell on top that can move? Andrew asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Oh, I see. I never imagined a metal shell could move so swiftly, Andrew exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, many things in our world resemble those in the magical realm. They just lack the enchantment, Hermione explained. Yes, I've heard Muggles refer to it as what was it? All right, technology. Muggle technology is truly astonishing, Andrew remarked in admiration. I've heard that a spherical object the size of a palm can produce an explosive effect. A peculiar piece of metal weighing the same as a book can kill a person as swiftly as the killing curse. Andrew excitedly gestured. The so-called technology of Muggles is remarkable. Perhaps the magical world is indeed lagging behind the times, he lamented. Magic undoubtedly possesses its own enchanting qualities. Yet the myriad inventions of our world can nearly substitute for many spells. Thus, I firmly believe that our world is indeed superior, Hermione remarked with a smile. May I visit your home sometime? Al inquired with a hint of longing. Of course. You are most welcome. Mr. Fuppy should join us as well, Hermione replied cheerfully. As a traveler from 2023, what have I not witnessed? Fuppy's mused internally. He cast a gentle smile at Hermione and said, That sounds wonderful. I am eagerly looking forward to it. It's settled then. Once this semester concludes, we shall visit Hermione's home together. We can also meet Harry, Al exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 82, The Sorting Hat Song. Magic undoubtedly possesses its own enchanting qualities, yet the myriad inventions of our world can nearly substitute for many spells. Thus, I firmly believe that our world is indeed superior, Hermione remarked with a smile. May I visit your home sometime? Al inquired with a hint of longing. Of course. You are most welcome. Mr. Fuppies should join us as well, Hermione replied cheerfully. As a traveler from 2023, what have I not witnessed? Fuppies mused internally. He cast a gentle smile at Hermione and said, That sounds wonderful. I am eagerly looking forward to it. It's settled then. Once the semester concludes, we shall visit Hermione's home together. We can also meet Harry, Al exclaimed joyfully. Before long, the day of September 1st arrived, marking the commencement of the new term. Fuppies, Al, and Hermione boarded the Hogwarts Express together. I wonder when things will return to the way they were before, Al said, appearing rather bored. Who knows? I read that during Voldemort's time, things were not this severe, Hermione responded. Indeed, even the old lady selling snacks outside has not returned. How utterly dull, I lamentive. True enough, Al kinkirth. Before long, Hermione and Al exited their compartment in search of Harry and Ron. Brother Fuppies, Vinnie Warrington exclaimed joyfully as she pushed open the compartment door. Fuppies smiled gently and replied, It has been a while, little Vinnie. It has indeed, Brother Fuppies. I miss you so much, Vinnie Warrington said with a smile. By the way, Brother Fuppies, look, I have brought the gift you gave me. Vinnie Warrington raised her hand, showcasing the pendant she wore around her neck. Really? That's splendid. You must wear it always. It will keep you safe, Fuppies said with a grin. Vinnie Warrington nodded vigorously, declaring, Yes, yes. I will always wear the gift from Brother Fuppies. The Great Hall was bustling with activity. Yet the number of students was noticeably fewer than the previous semester, clearly indicating that many remained at home. Long ago, I was once the very first Sorting Hat, at a time when Hogwarts had yet to be established. The four esteemed founders of the noble school believed they would never part ways. A shared goal united them. Their aspirations so harmoniously aligned to create the finest school of magic in existence, to ensure their knowledge was passed down through generations. We shall build this institution together, teach together. The four friends held steadfast beliefs, yet they could scarcely fathom that one day they would become estranged. In this world, is there any friendship more profound than that of Slytherin and Gryffindor? Unless one considers the other pair of dear friends, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. How could such a splendid camaraderie unravel? How could such a bond be so easily severed? Alas, I have witnessed this sorrowful tale firsthand, and thus I am here to recount it to you. Slytherin asserted that the students he taught must possess the most impeccable lineage. Ravenclaw proclaimed that her students must exhibit unparalleled intellect. Gryffindor insisted that those admitted into her house must embody courage and selflessness. Hufflepuff declared her intent to educate many, treating each student with equality. The initial signs of discord manifested in a minor dispute. Each of the four founders established a house, selectively admitting the youths they desired. Slytherin welcomed wizards akin to himself, of pure blood and cunning disposition. Only those with the sharpest minds could heed Ravenclaw's teachings. The bold and adventurous were embraced by the valiant Gryffindor. The rest were graciously accepted by the benevolent Hufflepuff, who imparted all her skills to them. Thus, the four houses and their founders maintained a strong and sincere friendship. Throughout those numerous joyful years, the educational atmosphere at Hogwarts was harmonious and delightful. However, gradually, divisions began to surface, exacerbated by our flaws and fears. The four houses, once like sturdy pillars supporting our school, now turned against one another, embroiled in endless disputes, each vying for supremacy. Countless quarrels and conflicts ensued, transforming erstwhile friends into adversaries. Ultimately, one fateful morning, the aged Slytherin abruptly departed. Although the tumult had subsided by then, he left us in despair. With only 3 founders remaining, the houses could no longer coexist as harmoniously as once envisioned. Now, the Sorting Hat stands before you, and you are aware of the tale's origins. I shall place you in each house, for my duty remains unchanged. However, this year I wish to impart a few additional words. Please lend an attentive ear to my new song, though I am destined to divide you. I fear such actions may not be just. While I must fulfill my responsibility to categorize each new cohort, I am apprehensive that this division may precipitate the collapse I dread. Oh, be mindful of peril, heed the signs. The lessons of history serve as warnings that our beloved Hogwarts faces danger, with foes lurking beyond its walls. We must remain united within, lest everything crumble from within. I have spoken candidly to you and sounded the alarm. Now, let us commence the sorting. Chapter 83, Queenie Goldstein. The Sorting Hat stands before you, and you now grasp the origins of this matter. I shall place you in each house, for my duty remains unaltered. However, this year I feel compelled to express a few more words. I implore you to listen attentively to my new song. Although I am destined to create divisions among you, I am troubled by the morality of such actions. While it is my duty to categorize each year's newcomers into 4 houses, I fear that this division may lead to the very collapse I dread. Be aware of the perils, heed the signs. For the lessons of history serve as a warning. Our Hogwarts is in jeopardy, with adversaries lurking beyond our gates. We must remain tightly united within, or all will crumble from within. I have spoken candidly to you, sounding the alarm for your sake. Now, let us commence the sorting. This year's newcomers number fewer than 10, merely a handful, and the sorting concludes swiftly. Professor McGonagall, nay. Now we must refer to her as Headmistress McGonagall, ascends the stage with a somber expression and declares, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all aware that this year at Hogwarts is markedly different from those past. Due to the unrest outside, we have instituted closed educational management this year, and I hope for your cooperation. Furthermore, all secret passages within the school have been sealed. Certain students do not entertain notions of sneaking out." As Professor McGonagall uttered this warning, her gaze swept towards the Weasley twins, who exchanged mischievous glances and pulled faces at her. No sooner had she finished speaking than everyone followed the prefect's lead toward the dormitories. The following morning, as Fawkes opened his eyes, he beheld an unfamiliar brown owl perched upon his windowsill, clutching a letter in its beak. Is there a letter for me?" Fawkes inquired, perplexed. The brown owl affectionately raised its claw and hooted. "Understood. Thank you." Fawkes smiled slightly, took the letter, and offered the owl a few nuts. Upon opening the letter, he read, "Dear little Fawkes, greetings. I am Queenie Goldstein, Tina's sister. I apologize for intruding upon you, but I find myself at a loss. Yesterday, Grindelwald launched an assault on the American Magical Congress, and both Newt and Tina were injured. Therefore, I must trouble you, dear Fox, and hope that you can come to America post-haste to aid them. Please, Queenie Goldstein. Mr. Scamander and my sister Tina have been injured. Is St. Mungo's not able to heal them? It must be due to the injuries being caused by magical powers. Very well. I shall confront this Poseidon and discern his intentions. Fox muttered to himself. Rose, come forth and take me away. Caw! Rose unfurled her crimson wings, perched upon Fox's shoulder, and in a flash of fire, they vanished from the spot. Chapter 84. Jacob Kowalski. Rose unfurled her crimson wings, perched upon the shoulder of Fofus, and in a blaze of fire, vanished into thin air before the entrance of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Fofus gazed upon this place he had not visited in many years, feeling a surge of mixed emotions. With a gentle smile, he stepped inside. Excuse me, could you please direct me to the room of Mr. Newt Scamander and Miss Tina? He inquired of the nurse at the reception desk. Good day, sir. Mr. Scamander and Miss Tina are in the VIP room on the top floor. You can proceed up this way, the nurse replied, gesturing to guide him. In the VIP room on the upper floor, Queenie Goldstein and a portly elderly gentleman gazed with sorrow at the unconscious forms of Mr. Newt Scamander and Miss Tina. Oh, I wonder when they will awaken, Queenie lamented, her face etched with concern. Do not fret. They are surely destined for a fortunate outcome. We have endured so many trials. They will be fine besides. You have arranged for assistance, haven't you? They will awaken, the stout elder reassured her. Oh, my dear, thank you, Queenie said, tears welling in her eyes as she tenderly caressed the man's face and kissed the corner of his lips. Don't mention it. It is my duty, the elderly gentleman responded. Just then, Fofus opened the door and asked, Hello, is this the room of Mr. Newt Scamander and Miss Tina? Indeed, this is the place. May I ask, young one, who are you? Queenie inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Fofus nodded and approached the bedside. Who is this? The portly gentleman asked Queenie. This is the assistant I mentioned to you, who has come to help treat Newt and Tina. Queenie explained. Such youth. Is he reliable? The elderly man questioned skeptically. Rest assured, the light magic developed by young Mr. Fofus possesses remarkable healing power. If he cannot aid them, then Newt and Tina may not awaken at all. Queenie's expression was a blend of hope and concern. Let's hope so. The stout elder clasped his hands in prayer. Fofus looked at the slumbering forms of Mr. Newt Scamander and Sister Tina, extending his hand, from which emanated a golden light, scanning them from head to toe. As time passed slowly, Fofus detected within Mr. Scamander and Sister Tina a subtle yet tenacious divine presence. Fofus furrowed his brow, contemplating. This must be Poseidon's influence. It is their meddling that prevents Mr. Scamander and Sister Tina from awakening. The golden light in Fofus's hand surged forth as he engaged in a battle against Poseidon's divine power. Mr. Scamander and Sister Tina felt a surge of pain, their features contorting as they writhed on the bed. Do not despair. The previous therapists had never allowed the two to shift their positions, but the current situation is indeed a positive development. Do not rush. Let's wait a moment longer. Queenie Goldstein furrowed her brow and nodded. What is happening, Mr. Fox? She inquired, stepping forward. Is there any way to eliminate this? Queenie asked anxiously. Suddenly, Fox seemed to recall something, a swirling vortex of black and gold energy appearing in his hand, as he smiled faintly and said, This should suffice. He directed his hand towards the two individuals. The black and gold divine energy surged through their bodies, countering Poseidon's divine force. For the first few seconds, there was a slight stalemate, but in the next instant, that divine force was completely eradicated from their beings by the black and gold energy. Is it true? How wonderful! Queenie exclaimed excitedly to Fox. After speaking, she moved to stand by the bedside, waiting. Thank you. I am truly grateful. The portly old man grasped Fox's hand, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. It was nothing, Fox replied. May I ask who you are? Oh, I haven't even waited for the portly old man to respond. Came the voice of Newt Scamander from the bedside. He is Jacob Kowalski, my dear comrade. Oh, Newt, you have finally awoken. Jacob Kowalski exclaimed joyfully as he approached Newt Scamander. The two embraced, their happiness palpable. Thank you, Mr. Fox. If it weren't for you, we might never have awakened, Tina said, her voice tinged with weakness yet smiling. Tina, do not be so formal. It was my duty, Fox replied with a grin. I never expected Grindelwald to have grown so powerful. Newt Scamander remarked in awe. Indeed, I feel the same. It is as though he is not the Grindelwald we once knew. His demeanor and expression are entirely altered. Newt nodded in agreement. Alas, you speak the truth. The Grindelwald of yore is long gone. Fawkes mused inwardly. Chapter 85. We shall return. I truly did not anticipate that Grindelwald would rise to such strength. Newt Scamander lamented. Yes, it feels as if he is a different person entirely. His tone and demeanor have transformed completely. Newt nodded in agreement once more. Alas, what you say is indeed correct. The Grindelwald of the past has vanished. Fawkes thought to himself. In Austria, atop the new Mongard on a lavish sofa. Restless are we, little one who inherits the power of Apollo. Poseidon, the god of the sea, said with a sly smile. In the next moment, Poseidon stood, stretched lazily, and gradually transformed into droplets of water, vanishing from sight. In America, before the entrance of the American Magical Congress. Oh dear, it seems this group of mortals is even more adept at facade engineering than we gods. The construction is indeed extravagant. Poseidon remarked with a slight smile. A blue orb of light materialized in Poseidon's palm, which he hurled towards the American Magical Congress, creating a gaping black hole at the very center of the building's floor. Dozens of luminescent righteous wizards manifested at the entrance of the American Magical Congress, confronting the deity Poseidon. Grindelwald, how dare you show your face here? Such audacity! Abigail Gravis, the current president of the American Magical Congress, exclaimed sharply. Huh, mortals! Audacity! What of it, divine one? Poseidon retorted with a maniacal laugh. With arms outstretched, Poseidon summoned a cerulean whirlwind from his feet, conjuring an array of azure blades that materialized behind him. With a mere flick of his hand, the blades hurtled toward the righteous wizards. The wizards raised their wands, casting a transparent shield before them, yet it shattered in an instant. Abigail Graves shouted to those behind her, seek assistance at once. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Bang! The door to Newt Scamander's and Tina's room was flung open violently. Grindelwald has attacked the American Magical Congress. Requesting backup, the young wizard collapsed to the ground, breathless. After uttering those words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jacob Kowalski rushed over to help him up, exclaiming, "This is bad. We must leave." Upon hearing the news, Newt Scamander threw off the covers, preparing to rush to the scene. However, the lingering effects of his recent coma, coupled with his frail state, rendered him disoriented and uncomfortable as he attempted to rise from the bed. Given our current condition, we simply cannot confront Grindelwald. We would be a burden, Tina remarked with a furrowed brow. Indeed, but what can we do? There is no time to summon aid from other countries. Newt replied. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Fupus scratched his nose and suggested, perhaps I should take a look. Newt Scamander and Tina's eyes brightened at this, but soon dimmed again. Tina cautioned, Fupus, Grindelwald is not easily dealt with, and for some unknown reason, his power has become terrifying. It would be unwise for you to go. If anything were to happen to you, I couldn't explain it to Amy. Rest assured, Tina, I shall be fine. You all wait here for me. Fupus smiled. If I don't go, I fear the wizards of the American Magical Congress will be utterly decimated. Fupus whispered. Those words went unheard by Newt and Tina. Rose, Fupus called softly. The phoenix, Rose, erupted in flames, soaring from his ring to perch upon his shoulder, vanishing in a blaze of fire. You seem quite fond of bullying the weak, Poseidon. Fupus's voice echoed from within the flames, amidst the fallen righteous wizards of the American Magical Congress. Ha! You dare to stand before me, Apollo's heir. Previously, my divinity shattered, my strength diminished, suppressed by that mortal soul. But now, that mortal soul has been vanquished. I have acquired a corporeal form. Though frail, at last, I can wield my power. With the divine light you possess, do you not fear death? Poseidon, the god of the sea, remarked with a mocking smile. One must engage in battle to discern whether death is imminent. Nonetheless, I am curious. I've heard you have created a grand teleportation array. What is your intention? Phorbus inquired. Oh, you wish to know? Take a guess. Poseidon raised an eyebrow and replied. Phorbus sighed internally, surprised that he possessed any intellect at all. It seems I must compel you to reveal it. Phorbus, wielding his elderberry wand, radiated a cold, golden light as he spoke indifferently. Then to give a try, Poseidon retorted with a fierce expression. Without further ado, Phorbus unleashed a massive beam of golden light from his wand. Poseidon merely waved his hand, and a pale blue barrier materialized before him, repelling the golden beam. The collision of their forces created ripples that shattered the surrounding structures. With a flick of his right hand, Poseidon summoned a colossal tsunami that surged menacingly toward Phorbus. In response, Phorbus waved his wand, conjuring a pitch-black rift that absorbed the roaring waves into its depths. Observing this, Poseidon pointed at Phorbus with his left hand. sending forth a deep blue beam that struck like lightning. Phorbus raised his wand, and a golden shield appeared to intercept the blue beam. The immense divine power caused Phorbus to tremble slightly, and he frowned as a sweet, metallic taste spread in his mouth. Huh, while Apollo is one of the principal gods. How unfortunate. Do not forget, I rank alongside Zeus. Poseidon scoffed. Poseidon is currently far more powerful than I. Relying solely on Apollo's strength may indeed prove insufficient. Yet, there are alternatives. Phorbus mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his wand, the deep blue beam soared into the heavens. He then rotated his wand, causing a dual-colored vortex of gold and black to adhere to it. Phorbus pointed at Poseidon, and the dual-colored vortex transformed into a beam of light. Hurtling straight toward the god of the sea, Poseidon laughed derisively, declaring naive. With another wave of his hand, a blue barrier appeared before him, but it shattered in an instant under the force of the dual-colored vortex. Poseidon paused, murmuring, "How is this possible?" In the next moment, he was struck by the vortex and sent flying. The god of death, Hades, it is you, Poseidon murmured, blue blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Fawkes gazed solemnly at the spot where Poseidon had vanished, his expression grave. He contemplated the unconscious American aurors lying nearby. With a flicker of motion, he emitted a loud explosion of energy and disappeared from his location. Inside St. Mungo's hospital, Newt Scamander expressed his worry, pondering the fate of young Fawkes and whether he had managed to thwart Grindelwald. Indeed, if anything were to happen to young Fawkes, I would have a difficult time explaining it to Tina, he added, visibly concerned. Just as Tina's words trailed off, a resounding explosion echoed, and Fawkes reappeared in the ward. The group turned their attention towards him as he emerged slowly, involuntarily expelling a mouthful of congealed blood. Young Fawkes! Young Fawkes! Exclaimed Newt Scamander, Tina Goldstein, Queenie Goldstein, and Jacob Kowalski as they hurried to his side. Are you all right, young Fawkes? Tina asked anxiously. I'm fine. Please don't worry, Tina. Fawkes replied with a slight smile. After speaking, he radiated a golden light, pressing it against himself, and gradually, his internal injuries began to heal. Moments later, he moved his body, producing a series of crackling sounds. Rest assured, I am completely recovered, Fawkes declared cheerfully. Newt Scamander let out a deep sigh of relief. That's wonderful, he exclaimed. Grindelwald has departed? Tina inquired. Indeed, how splendid. It seems we shall enjoy a period of peace. Queenie laughed. Jacob, wrapping his arm around Queenie's waist, wore a joyful expression, fully aware of the chaos they had previously endured. You worked hard. I never anticipated that we would rely on a child for assistance in the end. My sincerest apologies, Newt Scamander remarked. It's no trouble. It's for the sake of world peace, after all. It is my duty, Fawkes replied with a gentle smile. Yes, indeed. It won't do to keep relying on the Andrews to look after you. Newt added. Actually, it's quite all right, as Al and I are both at Hogwarts. My parents are rather lonely at home, Fawkes said casually. You have a point. We are indeed limited in our capabilities, Newt acknowledged. Very well. Let us proceed. Young Fawkes, Tina said with a smile. Fawkes nodded and summoned the phoenix, rose from his ring. With a resounding cry, the phoenix landed gracefully on Fawkes' shoulder. He took hold of Newt Scamander and Tina's hands, and together they vanished from sight. Wow, that magnificent bird is incredibly impressive, Jacob Kowalski exclaimed, clenching his fist in admiration. My dear, that is a phoenix, not just a large bird. Queenie laughed, linking her arm with Jacob's. Oh, is that so? Jacob replied, slightly embarrassed. All right, my dear. Let's be on our way. Let's prepare dinner for them, exclaimed Queenie Goldstein. Jacob Kowalski nodded in agreement. At Noah's castle, Fawkes appeared at the entrance alongside Newt Scamander and Tina. Fawkes swung the door open and called out loudly, Dad, Mom, Sister Tina, and Grandpa Newt have arrived. No sooner had he spoken than Rolf joyfully dashed out, running towards Mr. Newt Scamander and Sister Tina, exclaiming, Grandpa, Grandma, you've completed your errands. Sister Tina, how did you come here? Amy approached with a smile and inquired. Is everything resolved? Andrew asked, standing beside Amy. It was no trouble at all, merely trivial matters. Andrew waved dismissively with a grin. That is splendid. Then we shall take Rolf with us first, Newt Scamander declared. Mr. Newt, why not stay for dinner before departing? Andrew suggested. No, Queenie and the others are still waiting for us. We must leave now, Newt Scamander replied. Very well then, let us gather again when time permits. Travel safely, Andrew advised. Newt Scamander nodded, and soon they vanished from sight. That is quite agreeable. After all, Mr. Newt Scamander and Miss Tina are of considerable age. They ought to distance themselves from such disputes. Andrew spoke earnestly. Indeed, I hope they find a peaceful sanctuary away from war. Amy smiled in agreement. Fox nodded in affirmation, recognizing the immense contributions of Mr. Newt Scamander to the entire magical community. It was indeed time for him to rest. The following day, at Hogwarts. Brother, come quickly and see today's newspaper. Al rushed over to Fox. What is it? Fox asked, puzzled. The American Magical Congress has been attacked again. From the president to all the Aurors, they have been knocked unconscious. Al handed the newspaper to Fox. Taking the paper, Fox noticed the headline, American Magical Congress attacked again. From the president to the Aurors, all have fallen unconscious. Who could have saved them? Yesterday, onlookers at the entrance of the American Magical Congress witnessed President Abigail Greaves and her Aurors all collapsed on the ground. A massive void had appeared in the Congress building. According to an elderly woman who observed from a distance, the assailant was none other than the dark wizard Grindelwald, who, with a single spell, rendered President Abigail Greaves and her Aurors unconscious. Does this signify that Grindelwald's power is now unparalleled? Does this imply that the magical realm is truly beyond salvation? No, not at all. According to a journalist stationed at a distance from the battlefield, a figure appeared simultaneously with the phoenix, emanating a resplendent golden aura of magic. This individual engaged in combat with Grindelwald, and the ensuing clash obliterated the surrounding structures into mere dust. Ultimately, this person, at the cost of sustaining injuries, inflicted severe damage upon Grindelwald, who retreated in defeat, while the mysterious figure vanished from the scene using apparition. Subsequently, Abigail Greaves, the chair of the American Magical Congress, along with her esteemed Aurors, conducted an investigation of the site. According to the findings from the magical enforcement officers, the residual golden magic closely resembled that of Mr. Fox Noah, the heir of the Noah family and one of the 4 sacred clans known for the invention of light magic, though verification remains pending. Due to the closed instructional sessions at Hogwarts this year, the reporters were unable to interview Mr. Fox Noah. However, further inquiries with eyewitnesses revealed that the enigmatic individual who arrived alongside the Phoenix indeed appeared to be a student. Does this not indirectly suggest that the one who stood against Grindelwald was Mr. Fox Noah? The journalist hoped so, for even Abigail Greaves and her Aurors were incapacitated by Grindelwald in an instant, implying that leaders and combatants from other nations would hardly pose a threat to him. Yet, if it is indeed Mr. Fox Noah who stood against Grindelwald, does it not indicate a glimmer of hope for the magical world? Could Mr. Fox Noah be the next Dumbledore, or perhaps even surpass him? The journalist believes that given the current circumstances, this is highly plausible. For the future of the magical realm, the journalist vows to diligently communicate with Hogwarts in pursuit of an interview with Mr. Fox Noah to ascertain whether he is truly the one who appeared alongside the Phoenix. The American Daily will continue to provide updates. Fox placed the newspaper on the table, letting out a slight sigh, pondering the complications that lay ahead. Hey, brother, this mentions you. Is it true? When did you go to America? Al inquired, pointing at the text in the newspaper. Yesterday, Tina's sister wrote to say that Grandpa Newt and Sister Tina were injured, so I went over to help them. But en route. An Auror from the American Magical Congress sought assistance. So I intervened and ended up fighting Grindelwald, Fox replied nonchalantly. Ah, I see. Al nodded in understanding. Chapter 88, Aphrodite. Fox placed the newspaper on the table, letting out a slight sigh, pondering the complications that lay ahead. Hey, brother, this mentions you. Is it true? When did you go to America? Al inquired, pointing at the text in the newspaper. Yesterday. Sister Tina's younger sibling wrote to say that Grandpa Newt and Sister Tina had sustained injuries, prompting my visit to heal them. However, en route, I unexpectedly received a plea for assistance from a righteous mage of the American Magical Association, which led me to confront Grindelwald. Phoebus remarked nonchalantly. Ah, so that is the case. Al nodded in understanding. Ostria, Numengat, TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought even you, Lord Poseidon, would find yourself in such a predicament? Ahem. Vini Wellington, clad in an off-shoulder white gown, radiated a soft pink glow, delicately covering her lips with her fingers as she charmingly smiled. She had transformed from her previous innocent, naive, and endearing demeanor. Aphrodite, do you seek death? The sea god Poseidon retorted coldly. Oh dear, how could you say such a thing? I stand firmly on your side, for the sake of your grand endeavor. I have suffered grievous wounds and have been forced to inhabit this mortal form. Vini Wellington, Aphrodite, gracefully approached Poseidon, her movements enchanting. Vini Wellington, Aphrodite, lightly touched Poseidon's chest with her porcelain-like fingers. At this, she paused, her fingers hovering over Poseidon's heart as her smile abruptly faded, and she turned away from him. However, Lord Poseidon, do you still intend to execute your plan for power? That faction supporting Zeus has been utterly annihilated. In the next moment, Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "Ah, but we cannot overlook Apollo's heir. He is indeed quite the handsome lad." Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, licked her delicate lips, speaking in a most alluring manner. "Do not underestimate him. That fellow is far from simple." Poseidon, observing the still healing wounds from which blue blood seeped, spoke gravely. "Oh, he is merely a fortunate soul endowed with Apollo's divine light. What is so remarkable about that?" Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, scoffed dismissively. "Humph. Do you truly believe it is so simple? Could he have wounded me otherwise?" Poseidon shot her a piercing glance. What do you mean by that?" Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, inquired, frowning slightly. "That young man possesses the authority of the Grim Reaper, granted by Hades. He has merged death's power with divine light. This young lad is now my equal. You can see from my injuries the truth of my words." Poseidon stated matter-of-factly. "What? Hades is dead, is he not? How could he possibly bestow his dominion over death to him? Moreover, is that young man truly so formidable? Even if you've been hurt by him?" Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, asked, her expression one of disbelief. "Huh, that old rascal Hades has always been the most cunning. How could he not have a contingency plan? However, I suspect he has met his end, or else he would not have relinquished his authority over death. Truly, he cannot find peace even in death." Poseidon expressed his displeasure. What a surprise indeed. Hades had once engaged with you so fiercely, and yet he still holds a backup plan. His loyalty to Zeus is truly remarkable." Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, remarked, her tone ambiguous, oscillating between admiration and sarcasm. "Loyalty? What are we, gods who have long forsaken mortal emotions, know of loyalty? Aside from Zeus, who gallivants like a stallion, indulging in carnal pleasures, who among us is not superior to him? What gives him the right to claim the title of king of the gods?" The sea god Poseidon, his eyes glinted ominously as he coldly declared, "Oh, is it merely due to your prowess? What can you achieve? By relying on your beauty? With this childish form of yours?" Poseidon scoffed disdainfully, surveying Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, in her current youthful physique. "Alas, I am powerless. When I first encountered this body, it was weeping pitifully within a spatial rift. That sound, oh, how tragic. However, I did alleviate her suffering, but alas, divinity has imprisoned this form in eternal youth. I fondly reminisce about my former exquisite beauty." Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, sighed nostalgically. "I have no time for your lamentations. Speak swiftly of your plan." Poseidon said, his impatience palpable. "I have embedded a divine seed of power within that little one, subtle yet lethal." Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, beamed with a radiant smile. "Oh, is it truly that simple? Are you certain it remains undetected?" Poseidon squinted in suspicion. "A mere divine force might be discovered. Yet the seed I have sown is encased in the innate magic of this body, rendering it undetectable. When the moment arrives, I shall merely beckon with a delicate flick of my finger, and oh, the spectacle will be nothing short of magnificent." Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, laughed melodiously. Poseidon nodded approvingly. "By the way, Lord Poseidon, I have heard you are constructing a large-scale teleportation array. What purpose does it serve?" Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, inquired with curiosity. "It is, of course, to summon our allies." Poseidon replied, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "Oh, it appears your grand scheme is on the verge of fruition. Congratulations." Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, smiled and bowed respectfully. "Once we eliminate that little one, Olympus shall belong to us," Poseidon declared, reclining with a grin. Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, cast a sultry glance at Poseidon, her lips curving into an alluring smile. Chapter 89, Divine Servants. Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, cast a flirtatious glance at Poseidon, the god of the sea, her lips curling into an enchanting smile. "Let us proceed. The teleportation array is ready," Poseidon said with a grin. "What splendid news." Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The two walked onto a vast plain behind Numengard, where a colossal black circular structure was embedded in the ground, emanating a dark luminescence. "Oh my, what a grand undertaking. No wonder your name has been gracing the newspapers lately. Gathering such an abundance of materials must have been quite the endeavor," Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, remarked, filled with admiration. Fortunately, the original host, a fellow named Grindelwald, was indeed a formidable figure, leaving behind many loyal followers, those foolish mortals. With just a little coaxing, they are utterly devoted to assisting you. It certainly makes things easier, Poseidon replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, how true that is." Venie Wellington, Aphrodite, nodded in agreement. "Let's commence." The teleportation requires an immense amount of divine power. I am currently severely injured, and your divine energy, residing in another's body, has become rather convoluted. We likely cannot transport our companions in large numbers, but we can summon divine servants. We shall need some assistance, Poseidon stated calmly. Very well. I shall heed your command, Lord Poseidon. Just grant me a high position once you succeed. Vani Warrington, Aphrodite, raised an eyebrow, her beautiful gaze filled with allure. Rest assured, once the task is accomplished, you shall all be my trusted aides, and you will not lack for rewards. Let us begin without delay, Poseidon said, looking at Vani Warrington, Aphrodite, with a serene expression. Understood. Vani Warrington, Aphrodite, bowed her head in acknowledgement. Poseidon extended his hand, and a wave of pale blue magic surged forth, flowing into the colossal black circular structure. Observing this, Vani Warrington, Aphrodite, similarly extended her palm, her pink divine energy intertwined with a hint of an unusual hue, also directed towards the giant black structure. The two distinctly different divine energies collided with the colossal black circular structure, merging instantaneously and vanishing as a soft glow began to emanate from the entire edifice. Time passed inexorably. The divine energies from Poseidon and Vani Warrington, Aphrodite, continuously poured into the colossal black circular structure, their bodies beginning to tremble slightly. Poseidon's wounds began to ooze blue blood, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Vani Warrington, Aphrodite, was similarly affected, her petite form gradually becoming unable to sustain itself, her pink divine power flickering intermittently. Weakly, she implored, "How much more divine power does Lord Poseidon require? I can barely hold on. Persevere a little longer. The more divine energy we input, the higher the potential strength of those we summon." Poseidon swallowed hard, urging her on. Vani Wellington, also known as Aphrodite, helplessly pursed her lips, amplifying the divine energy she wielded. A few minutes later, both she and Poseidon found themselves breathless, halting their efforts as a brilliant white light erupted from the colossal black circular structure. The sea god, Poseidon, managed to stabilize his injuries. His gaze fixated intently upon the towering edifice. A magnificent white pillar of light ascended into the heavens, creating a gaping hole in the sky. Approximately an hour later, a group of individuals, resembling those swathed in bed linens, emerged from the luminous column, accompanied by a menagerie of drooling beasts, including dogs and lions, all imbued with a faint divine essence. Upon seeing Poseidon and Vani, the group knelt reverently, their faces alight with devotion as they proclaimed, "We greet you, Lord Poseidon. And your excellency, Aphrodite, arise. I require your assistance." Poseidon replied calmly. "Yes." The individuals responded with utmost respect. Chapter 91. Familiarity? How splendid. I am immensely grateful, exclaimed Florence. It is my duty. With that, I shall take my leave, Phobos stated. However, just as he had taken a few steps away, he heard Florence call from behind, "Mr. Noah, please wait." Phobos halted, perplexed, and turned to face Florence, who spoke gravely. "Mr. Noah, our tribe's priest has instructed me to convey a message to you. The strength of one is destined to be weak, but united, we are formidable." Understanding dawned upon Phobos, and he nodded, proceeding outward. The following day, the British Prophets Daily published an alarming announcement, effective immediately. All individuals within a magical community are advised to remain indoors and await further instructions. On the reverse side of the paper, a dynamic image depicted the chaotic nature of fallen deities and their servants, accompanied by the text, "Since yesterday, for reasons unknown, mysterious and highly infectious beings have emerged globally. Any magical creatures bitten by these entities succumb to a frenzied state, attacking indiscriminately. The origins and intent of these creatures remain a mystery. Witnesses reported that these enigmatic beings were accompanied by a peculiar group of individuals swathed in cloth. Who could they be? At present, magical departments worldwide are diligently pursuing these unidentified creatures and their cloaked companions, striving to extract the identity of the masterminds behind this incident. However, their efforts have yielded scant results. According to the director of the Magical Law Enforcement Division, the strength of these unknown beings is roughly equivalent to that of a typical Auror, and those infected by their bites retain their former abilities and combat instincts. The individuals cloaked in shrouds possess the formidable prowess of elite Aurors, wielding a power that transcends any known magical force in our world, a force of greater potency and destructive capability. Even when captured, they resort to self-detonation, leaving the Ministry of Magic no opportunity for interrogation. Thus far, numerous Aurors have perished at the hands of these shrouded figures. Herein lies a crucial reminder. If it is not absolutely necessary, do not venture outside. Should you encounter any unknown entities or those draped in shrouds, promptly notify the Ministry of Magic. This report is brought to you by the Daily Prophet. A sudden, resounding knock on the door jolted Phobos from the realm of his newspaper. With a gentle wave of his hand, the door to his dormitory creaked open. A figure clad in a flowing white gown dashed in, embracing Phobos and sweetly exclaiming, "Brother Phobos." Phobos smiled faintly and replied, "What brings you here, little Winnie?" Indeed, the visitor was Winnie Worthington, though those familiar with the earlier context would recognize her merely as the vessel inhabited by Aphrodite. "I missed you, Brother Phobos, so I came to see you. Grandma said the outside world is quite perilous lately and advised me not to wander aimlessly, but it has been dreadfully dull, so I had to find you to play." Winnie Worthington, Aphrodite, said with a sweet smile, "Your grandmother speaks wisely. The outside is indeed fraught with danger. You ought to remain safely within Hogwarts, understand?" Phobos gently pinched the bridge of Winnie Worthington's, Aphrodite's, nose, chuckling as he spoke. Winnie Worthington, Aphrodite, evaded Phobos's hand, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flashing in her eyes before she feigned shyness, coyly exclaiming, "Oh dear. Brother Phobos, please don't pinch me." Phobos smiled softly, ruffling her hair as he said, very well. Little Winnie has truly grown up. It seems you now know what it means to feel bashful." Winnie Worthington, Aphrodite, squinted her eyes, grinning gently. Watching Phobos' retreating figure, Winnie's eyes sparkled with a rosy glow, a wicked grin curling her lips. A pink aura of divine energy enveloped her hand as she cautiously approached Phobos' back. Sensing this, she quickly concealed her hand behind her, the pink energy receding as she donned a smile once more to regard Phobos. "Let's be off, little Winnie. The hour grows late, and we must dine in the Great Hall," Phobos said kindly. "All right." Winnie Worthington, Aphrodite, nodded in agreement. Together, they strolled toward the Great Hall. "Brother, come quickly," Al called out from the Gryffindor long table, waving his hand energetically upon spotting Phobos. Phobos smiled slightly and approached with Winnie Worthington, Aphrodite, by his side. "Brother, did you see today's newspaper? Were those grotesque creatures mentioned? And why are there still people dressing in such a manner?" Alinguair perplexed. "Who can say? Perhaps it was someone who let it out," Phobos remarked lightly, before taking a sip of the pumpkin juice on the table. "That does seem likely, but it's rather peculiar. I can't shake the feeling that I've encountered those revolting creatures and those men and women wrapped in shrouds before, and they seem oddly familiar." Alf furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "Familiar? How could that be? I've never come across such bizarre beings or individuals in any of my books." Hermione inquired, her brow knitted in confusion. "I can't quite explain it. It's just a vague sensation. Perhaps I've misremembered," Al pouted in response. Upon hearing Al's words, Phobos halted mid-sip, his expression turning to one of shock, as a troubling thought emerged from the depths of his mind. Although he had promised Apollo to protect his sister, Artemis, Phobos was not keen on the idea of Artemis usurping Al's body. "Al, is there anything else that feels familiar to you?" Phobos set down his goblet, his brow furrowing further as he questioned Al. At this, Phobos' previously tense brow slightly eased. Nearby, Venus Wallington, Aphrodite, observed Al's words with a contemplative gaze. Glancing at Phobos' expression, and she furrowed her brow, sensing a significant secret hidden within Phobos' heart. "Phobos, why do you ask all such questions?" Venus Wallington, Aphrodite, inquired innocently, her gaze fixed on Phobos. Phobos offered a faint smile and replied, "It's nothing." He then lifted his goblet again, sipping the pumpkin juice in silence. Observing Phobos' demeanor, Venus Wallington, Aphrodite, became increasingly convinced that he harbored a substantial secret, one that was intricately linked to Al. With a slight twinkle in her eye, she approached Al and said with a smile, "Al, could you pass me that chicken leg?" Al pointed to the chicken leg on the silver plate and replied, "This one?" "Sure, go ahead and eat it." She placed the chicken leg on a small plate and handed it to Venus Wallington, Aphrodite. Chapter 92, Ares. Time flowed like shadows, and before long, months had passed, bringing the holiday season once again. During these months, the Ministry of Magic across the nation had deployed personnel to eliminate those fallen beings and the shrouded men and women. Overall, the efforts had proven quite effective. After a year of intensive, closed-door instruction, the young wizards rushed toward the homeward-bound train like wild horses set free. As the train began to move slowly, Phobos gazed out the window, gradually closing his eyes to rest. The rhythmic clatter of the steam train's wheels marked the passage of time, though he could not discern how long had elapsed. "Hey, what do you think that is? Why does it seem like there's a fissure in the sky? How could that possibly be?" Such a vast crack in the heavens. Yet behold, it is indeed so. And why is it so blood-red? It appears quite disconcerting. Indeed, it looks as if someone has torn the sky apart. Could it be that someone is descending from above? A mocking voice exclaimed. Who knows? Fophiz was awakened from the commotion outside, slowly opening his eyes to discern the situation. Al, noticing Fophiz had roused, excitedly pointed to the sky, saying, Brother, look up. There's a massive fissure. A fissure? Fophiz, intrigued by Al's words, followed his pointing finger, only to see a tremendous tear in the sky. A pitch-black void from which twinkling stars could be glimpsed, and a sanguine light emanating from the crack, creating a ghastly and bloody spectacle. Fophiz furrowed his brow, clenched his fists, and murmured, So soon it has arrived. Brother, what did you say? Al asked, puzzled, with a countenance filled with concern. Al gazed at Fophiz and inquired, Brother, what is happening? Fophiz hesitated for a moment, yet refrained from revealing the truth. He gently ruffled Al's hair and smiled softly, saying, Nothing is amiss. It's merely amusing to observe that great opening above. I shall take a look. With that, he transformed into a golden mist and surged toward the car's exit, heading for the skyward fissure. Brother, Al called out, watching Fophiz's vaporous form vanish. What's the matter? Hermione, Ron, and Harry rushed in, questioning hurriedly. My brother has gone to the fissure. The trio hurried to the window, peering into the sky. Oh my, I can hardly believe it. That rascal Ares has also come. Venus Wellington, Aphrodite, remarked, her eyes glinting as a charming smile graced her lips. Fophiz stood suspended in midair, his expression grave as he scrutinized the gaping fissure, his gaze sweeping over the crimson light spilling from its edges. Ares, here he comes. The fissure in the sky expanded further, the red light intensifying. A figure clad in black armor emerged first from the crack, followed by a host radiating formidable divine power. The armored figure, eyes closed, took a deep breath and frowned. The foul air of the mortal realm is no match for Olympus. Of course, how could compare? A woman draped in black silk beside him scoffed. The armored figure turned to Fophiz, a slight smile gracing his lips. Apollo, you struggled so hard back then, and yet here you lie dead. As if that weren't enough, you now involve a mere child. Truly a waste. A mere mortal, endowed with divine power. Now wishes to command the gods. Do you seek death? Beside Ares, the woman clad in a black dress, her face adorned with frost, spoke with a chilling tone. Arenai, do not frighten the child. Ares' eyes shimmered with a blood-red light, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he restrained the eager Arenai. What shall I call you? Little one? Ares inquired, directing his gaze at Phobos. You may call me Noah, Phobos replied coolly. Ares nodded, extending his arms towards Phobos. Noah, a splendid name. What say you? Care to join us on our journey to that divine realm? Thank you, but I am quite content with my life as it is. It would be even better if you did not exist, Phobos retorted coldly. Ares chuckled softly, about to respond when a voice interrupted him. Ares, do not waste your breath. Apollo's power resides within him, and Hades has bestowed upon him the authority of the Reaper. If we do not eliminate him now, he will become a significant threat. The sea god Poseidon, Grindelwald, approached from afar, addressing Ares. Lord Poseidon, you are alive? Ares, Arenai, and the divine beings behind them exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the arrival. Phobos furrowed his brow at the sight of Poseidon, sensing an ominous foreboding. Indeed, I have survived by mere chance, Poseidon stated nonchalantly. This child cannot be allowed to live. He must be slain, Poseidon declared coldly, fixing his gaze on Phobos. After a moment's contemplation, Ares stepped closer to Poseidon. My lord Poseidon, Apollo escaped with his sister Artemis's divinity. It is highly probable that Artemis is also alive. Should we not capture this child and extract the whereabouts of her before executing him? A flicker of surprise crossed Poseidon's eyes. Artemis is still alive? Yes. After Hades self-destructed alongside you, the remnants of Apollo's group suffered great losses. Apollo fled with his sister's divine essence, and as the years have passed, we have annihilated Hades' faction, leaving only the two of them, Ares explained to Poseidon. Then let us proceed, eliminate them, and the divine realm shall be ours entirely, Poseidon said with a slight smile. As Poseidon's words echoed, Ares nodded in agreement, turning his gaze toward Phobos. Noticing the unusual demeanor of the two, Phobos swiftly flipped his hand, transforming the divine unicorn on his wrist into a wand for defense against any sudden attacks. Poseidon radiated a brilliant blue light, while Ares emanated a blood-red glow. Witnessing their appearances, Arenai licked her lips, revealing a disquieting smile as a sickly green aura enveloped her form. Just as they were poised to strike, a group of aurors from the Ministry of Magic, mounted on broomsticks, soared into view, halting before the assembly. Mad-Eye Moody scanned the gathered individuals with his mechanical eye, addressing Ares, Poseidon, Ares, and the others in a stern voice. I hereby arrest you for disturbing the peace. Come with us. Ha ha! Did you hear that? A mere mortal seeks to apprehend us. Ares, his eyes radiating a sanguine light, laughed heartily as he addressed the gods, including Ares. Regardless of whether centuries or millennia have passed, mortals possess an innate, foolish confidence. Ares observed the deranged-eyed Mad-Eye Moody and others with a gaze tinged with pity. Mad-Eye Moody brandished his wand, sternly declaring, I warn you once more. Surrender and accompany us to the Ministry of Magic for questioning. Otherwise, do not blame us for taking action. Very well, then do try. Ares spread his arms wide, feigning indifference. Attack! Mad-Eye Moody raised his wand and shouted, unleashing a crimson beam that surged toward Ares. The Ministry's personnel swiftly followed suit, raising their wands to cast a barrage of spells. With a single hand raised, Ares conjured a blood-red shield that effortlessly deflected all spells away. Seeing the confrontation escalate, Phobos could no longer remain a passive observer. He raised his divine steed, unleashing a golden beam towards Ares. Observing this, Poseidon extended his palm, sending forth a blue beam to intercept Phobos's golden strike. Ares, witnessing the chaos, narrowed her eyes as a ghastly green divine force transformed into a whip of light, lashing towards Phobos. In an instant, the battlefield descended into turmoil. Phobos found himself facing both Poseidon and Ares, all while fending off the relentless assaults from other gods. Beads of sweat formed on Mad-Eye Moody's forehead as he struggled to withstand Ares' onslaught, cursing under his breath, Damn it, who are these bastards? How can they be so powerful? How utterly tiresome. Mortals perish. I have far more pressing matters to attend to, Ares declared, his gaze shifting towards Phobos. A surge of sanguine light erupted in his hands, poised to strike at Mad-Eye Moody and the others. Yet in the next moment, the aurors and enforcers from various countries' ministries of magic arrived, raising their wands as a deluge of spells rained down upon Ares. Ares frowned slightly, his palm turning ever so slightly, conjuring a barrage of blood-red arrows that emerged behind him, hurtling towards the crowd with blinding speed. The assembled wizards attempted to defend themselves, but some aurors and enforcers, caught off guard, were pierced by the arrows, and crimson blood gushed forth like a torrent from their wounds. In mere seconds, the injured aurors and enforcers transformed into mere husks, plummeting to the ground. Phobos, witnessing this, furrowed his brow, as a duality of dark and golden divine power surged from him, intertwining in the air to form a Taiji symbol. With a sweep of his divine steed, the Taiji symbol began to rotate slowly, advancing towards Poseidon, Ares, and the assembly of gods. The gods felt the immense divine force emanating from the Taiji, their expressions turning grave as they summoned their own divine powers to counter it. The collision of multiple divine forces erupted in an explosion, sending a vast cloud into the air, obscuring the vision of all present. With a swift motion of the divine beast in his hand, Phobos conjured a rift in space that materialized before the gathered crowd. Another wave of his hand sent a beam of golden light swirling, sweeping up the aurors and righteous practitioners from various magical departments and propelling them into the gaping void. Above the British Ministry of Magic, a dark rift gradually emerged, from which the aurors and righteous practitioners of different nations descended like dumplings falling into boiling water. The sea god Poseidon, alongside Ares, and other deities, brushed aside the clouds obstructing their view, gazing down upon the now desolate area. Ares roared in fury, Damn mortals! How dare they toy with me? I shall see them all perish. Poseidon raised his hand nonchalantly and replied, Do not underestimate them. This little one, inheritor of Apollo's might and the Reaper's authority, is not so simple. I myself suffered at his hands once, so his escape now is hardly surprising. However, it matters not. He may have saved them temporarily, but he cannot shield them forever. Let us spill more blood. They will inevitably emerge. Go forth. Create some amusement in this world. A smirk spread across the face of one deity behind him, as it was a common pastime for them to toy with mortals. Phobos flickered and appeared within the ancient Noah castle. Upon seeing him, Al, Amy, and Andrew hurriedly approached, their faces etched with concern. Brother, are you all right? They inquired. Phobos shook his head and smiled gently, assuring them, I am fine, do not worry. What on earth happened? Why is there such a massive rift in the sky? Andrew asked, bewildered. Observing their concern, Fupius decided to unveil the truth. Father, mother, Al, the entire story begins from the moment of my birth. Do you remember the eruption of that ominous power the moment I entered this world? Fupius recounted. Andrew nodded in acknowledgement. What? What ominous power? Why are we discussing this now? Amy exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion. What? Such a significant matter, and I was unaware. Andrew, what have you been doing? Amy scolded in frustration. Mother, that malevolent power I bore was not merely an ominous force. Fupius stated, looking at both Amy and Andrew. What? Amy questioned in disbelief. Not just an ominous force. Andrew exclaimed in astonishment. Apollo? Al murmured softly to himself. Apollo, Apollo. Is that not the legendary sun god? It is indeed true. Andrew gasped, his mouth agape in surprise. It is true. However, Apollo is not the god of the sun, but rather the deity of light and prophecy. When the king of the gods, Zeus, vanished, a faction led by the sea god Poseidon and supported by the war god Ares began to stir, igniting a divine conflict. Consequently, a protective faction, spearheaded by Hades, the god of the underworld, and aided by Apollo, engaged in battle against them. Ultimately, Hades sacrificed himself in a cataclysmic explosion, perishing alongside Poseidon, while Apollo sustained severe injuries. The majority of the protective deities either fell in battle or were gravely wounded, leaving Apollo with no choice but to self-destruct, inflicting significant damage upon the usurping gods before fleeing. It was at that moment that Apollo sought refuge within my being. In your body, Amy exclaimed anxiously, grasping Phoebus's arm and scrutinizing him. He is utterly deceased. At that time, I was tainted by the malevolent essence of the usurping god's blood, and Apollo willingly sacrificed himself, transferring all of his power to me and aiding in the purification of the evil within my body. This explains why my magical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals and why I am able to wield light magic. All of this was bestowed upon me by him. Phoebus elaborated. Licking his parched lips, Phoebus inhaled deeply and continued. The rift in the sky today is actually a consequence of the war god Ares and the goddess of strife, Ares, along with other usurping deities, forcibly tearing through the barriers to invade Earth, their objective being to hunt down Apollo and the other protective gods to assert dominion over the divine realm. So that is the case. But why do I feel as though I have seen Grindelwald mingling among them? Andrew inquired. That is because the Grindelwald you perceive now is not the true Grindelwald. The genuine Grindelwald has long since perished. The being you see is merely a vessel inhabited by a deity, and that deity is none other than Poseidon. Phoebus explained. Poseidon. Andrew, Amy, and Al echoed in unison. But Poseidon perished alongside Hades, did he not? Andrew questioned. Indeed, that is what everyone believed. However, a fragment of Poseidon's divinity escaped and took refuge within Grindelwald. Following Professor Dumbledore's demise, Grindelwald suffered a tremendous blow, allowing Poseidon to seize the opportunity to extinguish his soul, thereby completely occupying his body. Hence, the current Grindelwald is Poseidon. Phoebus clarified. How enlightening. Andrew nodded in understanding. Phoebus observed his mother Amy's expression and acknowledged her concern. Brother, does this not place you in great peril? Al said, his face etched with worry. In a one-on-one confrontation, I am confident in my ability to withstand or even vanquish any opponent. I can also fend off two adversaries. And should the odds increase, I can always retreat. However, my greatest fear lies in their potential to attack other wizards and innocent muggles. The temperament of those deities is notoriously fickle. Ares and Ares are known to be bloodthirsty and brutal, reveling in warfare. Should they turn their wrath upon other wizards or even ordinary mortals, none would be able to intervene. Phoebus expressed his concerns with a furrowed brow. Brother, why fret so? If it comes to the worst, we could simply relocate. We could find a place where no one has ever ventured and hide away. Al interjected, grasping Phoebus's hand. Phoebus smiled gently, ruffling Al's hair as he replied, If I were to hide with you, what would happen if they targeted ordinary wizards and muggles? I don't care. I don't care. I don't want you to get hurt. Al exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed imploringly at Phoebus. Andrew and Amy, witnessing the tears of their children, felt a tumult of emotions within. Phoebus held Al close, remaining silent for a while. Chapter 94. The Revelation. Brother, why fret so? If it comes to the worst, we could simply relocate. We could find a place where no one has ever ventured and hide away. Alipitith, holding on to Phoebus' hand. Phoebus smiled softly, ruffling Al's hair again. If I were to hide with you, what would happen if they targeted ordinary wizards and muggles? I don't care. I don't care. I don't want you to get hurt. Al cried, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked up at Phoebus. Andrew and Amy exchanged glances, their hearts heavy as they observed their weeping children. Phobos cradled Al in his arms, silent for a moment, before gently patting Al's back and speaking in a soothing tone. "All right, little one, cease your tears. It has not become you. You'll turn into a little kitten." Al's sobs gradually subsided, her whimpers becoming faint as she wriggled free from Phobos' embrace, playfully tapping his chest. "I am not a little kitten. I have always been beautiful. Yes, yes, indeed, our Al is always lovely." Phobos chuckled softly, playfully tapping the tip of Al's nose. "Regardless of the circumstances, we are family. Whatever arises, your father and mother will face it together with you." Andrew and Amy reassured, approaching with smiles. Phobos, witnessing their earnest expressions, nodded in agreement with a gentle smile. At that moment, a disturbance emanated from the teleportation array set outside the castle. Andrew, Amy, Phobos, and Al hurried outside, where they beheld a bloodied figure lying motionless in the center of the array. Andrew, Amy, Phobos, and Al exchanged alarmed glances before rushing towards the figure. Upon recognizing the bloodied form, Al gasped, covering her mouth. "It's Vinnie Wellington. How could this happen?" Andrew quickly crouched down to check Vinnie Wellington's Aphrodite breath, urgently instructing Amy, there still a pulse. Prepare to save her. Amy nodded, hastening toward the castle, while Andrew lifted Vinnie Wellington, Aphrodite, and followed closely behind. In a vacant chamber of the castle, Amy, drenched in perspiration, was diligently concocting a potion, while Andrew wielded his wand, casting healing spells upon Vinnie Worthington, Aphrodite. Once the potion was prepared, Amy carefully decanted it into a glass vial, gently shaking it to dissipate the heat within, before cautiously administering it to Vinnie Worthington, Aphrodite. Before long, Vinnie stirred, her expression fraught with urgency as she implored Andrew and Amy, "Uncle Noah, Aunt Noah, please save my grandmother and sister. A group of individuals has invaded Worthington Castle and attacked us without provocation. They possess formidable strength, and my grandmother and sister shielded me by sending me through the teleportation array. They are currently defending against them. Can you please hurry to their aid?" The urgency in Vinnie Worthington's voice was palpable, tinged with a note of desperation. Amy knelt beside her, offering a soothing smile. There, do not fret. We should make haste to Worthington Castle. Worry not, for Grandmother Worthington is quite powerful. She may very well be unharmed. You should rest now and await your grandmother's return. All right?" Reassured by Amy's words, Vinnie nodded and obediently lay back upon the bed. Exchanging a knowing glance with Andrew, Amy exited the room, gently closing the door behind them. "What do you think?" Amy inquired, furrowing her brow at Andrew. "It is likely the group Fufus mentioned. I never anticipated they would strike the four holy clans so swiftly. We must investigate. After all, it is our duty to assist one another within the four holy clans." Andrew replied resolutely, nodding in agreement. Amy followed Andrew as they ventured forth. Before they could proceed far, Fufus intercepted them, asking, "Are you two heading to Worthington Castle?" Andrew affirmed yes. "We must ascertain the situation of the Worthington family." Fufus shook his head slightly, cautioning, "You need not go." A puzzled Amy queried, "Why not?" "Little Vinnie has already sought our help. As members of the four holy clans, we are compelled to investigate." To refer to her as Little Vinnie, Fufus scrutinized them earnestly. Both Andrew and Amy's eyes widened in disbelief, with Andrew exclaiming, "Impossible. She must be Little Vinnie. I specifically checked for any signs of disguise before rescuing her." Fufus merely shook his head, stating, "Who said any disguise was necessary?" Without heeding their confusion, he proceeded towards the room, declaring with seriousness, "Mother, father," before I emerged. "Safeguard Al and deactivate the teleportation array." Andrew and Amy exchanged bewildered glances, and Amy whispered, "Are you truly convinced she is Little Vinnie?" "Absolutely." Andrew's previously unwavering confidence now faltered. Fufus pushed open the door, then closed it softly behind him, silently observing the figure on the bed. Upon hearing the sound, Vinnie Worthington, Aphrodite, sat up, her eyes brightening as she recognized the figure at the door, exclaiming joyfully, "Brother Fufus, what brings you here?" Upon hearing these words, Phobos smiled subtly and replied with a hint of amusement, "To be addressed as the illustrious god of love and beauty by you, my dear brother, is truly an unexpected honor. Does Ares not feel a tinge of jealousy?" At this, Venus Wellington, Aphrodite, felt a slight tremor in her pupils and feigned confusion, inquiring, "What do you mean by the god of love and beauty? What of Ares? What are you speaking of, dear brother Phobos?" Phobos slowly approached Venus Wellington, Aphrodite, and remarked, "Do you realize how you have exposed your vulnerability? A mere 8-year-old child has managed to survive for 5 days without sustenance in a confined, dimly lit space. Aphrodite, the mortals in your divine perspective are not so resilient. Aphrodite's lips curled into an exquisite arc, her eyes shimmering with a rosy glow as she laughed. I never anticipated that I would be bested by someone I so disdainfully regard as a mere mortal. But do you believe you have me at a disadvantage? I have planted a seed of divine power within you. With just a flick of my finger, your fate is sealed. Raising her delicate, fair hand, she emanated a soft pink radiance and continued to smile. Phobos, with a slight grin, responded, "Oh, is this what you refer to?" As his words faded, he produced a small jade vial, within which floated a shimmering particle of pink light. "How is this possible?" Venus Willington Aphrodite exclaimed in astonishment. In an instant, she transformed into a beam of pink light and sped away. Observing this, Phobos waved his hand, releasing a golden beam from his palm that struck the light, causing her to stumble and retreat further into the distance.